Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Smite Prime, Week 4, the closed bracket. It's here. It's live, and we're going to talk about it. Morty and Spirited Book in the booth today, and we've got a pretty exciting end of the week on our hands.
Yeah, this should be a good one today, More. I'm excited. This is our circuit playoffs, so to speak. Our closed bracket, top 8 teams playing for all the moolah today. I'm excited to see what our teams have to offer, and if some adaptations might come through today, which I think we'll get to talk about in a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely some interesting things coming up with, we've got Bastet live for the first time and a couple other things, but why are we gathered here today? What is going on this special Saturday? It's a prizing of, we're about to, drumroll please, $5,000 that will be prizing out today to teams involved. And I mean, we've fought for the past 3 weeks, the 6th, the 13th, and the 20th. A lot of teams, open bracket, have signed up and tried to qualify for the closed bracket, which is today. So which team will end up winning out of the top 8 teams? We'll find out later on today.
Yeah, I think it should be a good one today. Some top teams that we'll have to look forward to as the day goes on. But yeah, I mean, last couple of weeks, it's been pretty close, pretty competitive and whatnot. This is our bracket from last weekend, which was exciting. Hydrogen Bomb obviously going all the way. And I feel like that's a team that is on the rise with their recent change of adding Hydrogen into the roster, obviously leaving that, overtime roster once upon a time, the ADC there. And now Tagveer has role swapped the ADC there, and now it's going to be Rat Milk in the jungle for them. But Hydrogen Bomb, I feel like, is the team to look at today. Are they going to finally take a win? Is Sunprod finally going to get a big win today in the closed bracket and go for all that money?
Oh, man, this was good. I remember seeing this. This was nice. Look at this. I love the Charon wave to set everything up. And, I mean, Shingo Borgum just looks so good from here. Now, I'm assuming this will be a couple replays from last week because I do remember this.
Yeah, this was a very close competitive, games last weekend. And a lot of teams that we'll look forward to seeing today. Single Bind is going to be here today. The Gospel of John is going to be here as well. Top teams. This is, I think the matchup we'll have to pay closest attention to, this hostile takeover versus Hydrogen Bomb. That's a crazy altar on Sunprod, by the way. Oh my
Goodness, the marginal that just changed everything. It was such a good fight for hostile takeover. I remember we were just freaking out. Do you remember this? Like, it's just so crazy, man. These are fun games to watch.
Yeah, I am curious though. I mean, this was our last Saturday series that happened, our last Saturday tournament. And then the very next day, you and I got to watch an EU tournament, and a whole week has gone by since then. I'm curious to see if some adaptations have come through for our NA teams. Are they going to change up some of their potential meta picks? Maybe some inspiration from the SAP 7 with the Necronomicon Yanis builds that we've been seeing as of late from him. I wouldn't be surprised if some potential adaptations come through, if some of the mid laners or the junglers are prioritizing some of the picks that were a lot more successful in EU maybe in today's tournament.
Not only that, just itemization, but Happen as well. Happen, who's used to teaming with this hostile takeover team time after time, and he got experience teaming with a brand new team, got some brand new perspectives on things from Echrome, Banco. I think that'll definitely, he's able to bring some strats over to hostile takeover, and maybe that will affect how they play today, because they've had a couple recent rough moments, you know what I mean? They haven't been winning every week like they were for the past half a year or whatever. Now they've got some competition, so
Yeah, Paul stepping away and Benny Q taking place in the mid lane is definitely a impactful change for that roster. But we get to see the bracket for today and how things are supposed to square out. Hydrogen Bomb being the first seed means they get that first round bye, and it is double elimination. So every team that loses in the top round will get a second chance to make it through all the way to the grand finals. And of course, that winner that wins the first 3 games, obviously, will move on to the grand finals and have that top seed, have side selection for every game in the finals, if I'm not mistaken. Jithens can quickly correct me on that, but I know that's how we've done it for a hot minute now. And I feel like, Hydrogen Bomb is riding hot. That is the team to watch. And I think they should be successful. And this is going to be my prediction, my early prediction. They should go all the way here in this top 3 and make it to the finals through winners. Whether they win in winners, that's going to be a different conversation, I think.
And another thing, too, that shakes things up for today, specifically, Bastet is available. Bastet has dropped, has been released into the game, and she had a week to get her bugs fixed out, the hot fixes on her numbers, but now she is competitively available to play. And I think this shakes things up in a really big way, all things considered, because, I mean, this is a very, very popular jungle pick right now. It is running ranked games that it's allowed in. It's usually banned because the Bastet character is extremely strong. That's going to shake things up in a really big way for today.
Yeah, I mean, previously I've talked about how I think Thor is the best god in Smite 2 right now. I think it's just Bastet purely off of the raw numbers and how much damage she's capable of. She also utilizes this this recent lifesteal jungle build that we've been seeing with Barb Carver. She works really well with that because of her passive, obviously, and just the damage numbers. All of her abilities deal damage, and we haven't even touched on the aspect potential of this character as well, just providing a little more CC, though. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of junglers that we see player today just run base at Bastet. I feel like she's very powerful just because of the raw damage numbers. And with the mid picks that we're seeing as of late, Agni, Discordia, lots of CC from the mid lane, you can afford to go more of a damage-oriented jungler versus needing some CC setup from him instead.
Yeah, I mean, the character's strong. The character's picks and bans ready to go. A couple gray hairs growing on my chinny chin as we talk about the Bastet character. But game one of the day, the Butt Lovers up against Dirty Water. And yeah, if you don't know the rosters, then you can take a look down for just a moment and figure out, we've got some pretty known names on this side. Dishonored, Valo, Jangaru, Rangu, Dirty Water have some names that have been around the block, and Butt Lovers have a couple new names. I recognize Raspy and Inferno, but you're definitely the player ball knower, Book.
Yeah, Priv has also been around for a hot minute as well. Eith's just a solid jungler, but it's interesting. Butt Lovers having this, first side selection here. Dirty Water, their bans become a whole lot more, squeezed in with that Bastet character being available here. I'm curious, even before we started the broadcast, I said this character is probably going to have to be permabanned by this second side selection, or second pick selection, excuse me. Dirty Water has to prioritize this Bastet, whether it's in bans or being aware of a potential counter to this character. And I kind of mentioned what are some of the counters for her. I think it's just, lots of lockdown CC, some potential cripples. Yeah. Ardio, I think, going to be a high priority in that aspect. Cupid as well, maybe, but she still just has so much damage that it's going to be hard to, I think, really keep this Bastet character down, in all honesty.
Daji and Agni to join the bans list along with Afro and Willick so far. So we've got a couple mid lane picks taken out. A lot of junglers too. Willick has shown a lot of strength recently. I feel like they haven't really touched on her too much. Her numbers haven't changed, but itemization has been slowly favoring her between that and then a lot of the more popular junglers on the higher, tippity top of the totem pole, Sunprod, Layers, and outside of Smite Prime, Lem, a couple others have been making this Willick's pick look so good that it's just gained so much value. And now everyone is starting to play it. You know what I mean? Even throughout the EU Conquest tournament, we saw a lot of Willick's too. So, there's got to be some ball there. Let's just take it away and get rid of it.
Yeah, I think she's really strong. It's interesting. I feel like she's really strong at the top end and a lot weaker at the lower end. As we let it through, I feel like you just have to snap block it here. As we see Sobek and Aladdin banned away. Butt Lovers have potential here. You can flex it solo. You can flex it jungle. It's the Hui first.
Hui is a nice one, especially with the aspect being so popular. You get a lot of early game poke. I'm a big fan of Hui going the way of Butt Lovers. So you've got a little bit of pressure over in duo, but Mordred to follow through.
Yeah, maybe these teams are just saying, look, it's too new of a character. We haven't been scrimming with it. No one's comfortable with it. I mean, Horus priority here as well. I think Horus really strong. Early pressure and support, helps the ADC be very aggressive in the lane. And I was curious about this. Butt Lovers banning away the Agni leaves open the other top mid character in the Discordia, and that has allowed them to go for this priority here. Interesting, Dirty Water are really focused on their front line here in Mordred and Horus. Though Mordred, I think we're seeing a little more in the jungle as of late. And so far, 5 characters picked here and no Bastet whatsoever. Maybe our priority for this character is just, we're just not ball knowers, Morty.
No, I guess not. I guess not, as Neith is going to be following through. And this might be going over to carry. We do see a little bit of popularity with the aspect, but Bastet finally gets picked up. So there's our jungler for Dirty Water. Mordred solo, Horus support, and now it looks like Dirty Water just need a mid lane or a carry. And they've got a pretty solid team comp. That's a whole lot of mobility. You've got a whole lot of damage too, some crowd control, and a bit of sustain and fights with Nice and Horus's healing. I love Dirty Water's team comp.
Yeah, I do as well. It's a lot of aggressive picks here. And, you know, I mentioned how you kind of need a little bit more CC from other places. Neath can provide that, while Bastet can just go for the raw damage at potential here in the base form. Curious to see how the composition really, you know, layers out here for Butt Lovers. It's a Jormungandr ESET bottom 2. More CC lockdown here to try and deal with this Bastet pick here that Dirty Water have. I like the idea here. I mean, you look at the CC on the side of Butt Lovers. If you go base form Hou Yi, you got a stun there. You know, slows as well, knock up, Discordia with the root and the madness as well. Thor as well with the wall. Good stun there. Jormungandr, knock up, some slows, ESET, a good stun, silence. A lot of denial here on the side of Butt Lovers that I think has potential to deal with this Bastet pick on the other side for Dirty Water.
And there's a lot of setup, right? I think Hecate is kind of like what puts the cherry on the cake, right? Or the icing on the cake. Cherry goes on top of the icing, which goes onto the cake. A lot of layers to cake, really. Hecate sets up for that much more crowd control, like such a solid engage to really set things up for the team. Dirty Water have one of the best team fight comps I've seen in quite a while. Like, it is going to be hard to see them fight or lose fights in the late game, I think, if they can make things go their way.
Yeah, I kind of agree. The Hecate is an interesting idea here. I feel like we're seeing her a lot less as of late, and part of that is because of this, you know, Chronos pendant into Soul Reaver into Totem of Death combo. And that build is great for a lot of the dot mages. You know, Agni, Discordia use that build really well. Hecate, not so much. Hecate wants more of that burst potential. Items like the Book of Thoth.
Oh, we're ready for a game. Let's dive on in. Our first game of the day is live. It's happening, and we're going to be talking about it right here, right now. Butt Lovers up against Dirty Water to start off the bracket for our closed bracket today. And Morty and Spirited Book in the booth as we get our aces in our places. Book, how you feeling? What's on your mind?
Feeling good, Mort. It's our first one of the day. It's going to be a long day, I imagine. You know, 2 potential best of 3s that could go 3 games. At the end of the day, though, Inferno has elected to go for the aspect on the Hou Yi. This is going to provide good lane pressure, and I like the idea here. But it does mean you lack a little bit more, you know, of that layered CC that I mentioned kind of last week when we saw the Hou Yi. And you and I talked about it in the EU Conquest tournament of why do you go Hou Yi regular versus Hou Yi aspect. And Hou Yi aspect is great for pure auto attack damage, lane pressure, and it's great. But when you have a CC comp, you're just adding to more of your layered CC. He's not the initial one, but he could be the initial stun setup for the rest of the CC to come through. But you have a Discordia 2, you have a Thor wall, so much CC already to start the fight. Adding another stun into the mix from this Hou Yi, follow it up with the slow as well, just makes that layered CC all-in potential so much easier.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice way to set things up, but I'm wondering where we maybe think our first blood potential lies.
Yeah, I feel like it could come from the left-hand side or in the mid 2v2. I think this Neath and Horus combo have potential to go for all-ins, especially that Tuba has gone for the aspect. Just more auto attack presence as well as some good CC early on. I like the idea here, but at the same time, Valo on this Bastet can get active pretty early on, has gone for the blue stone as opposed to any sort of Boomba start, so just going to have more damage in this early game for the fights.
Wrong you a bit off the mark with the fracture, so a bit of potent damage is what he'll suffer as they rotate over to the first buff on the left side. It seems like it's going to be a little slow earlier on. Obviously, we're waiting on levels and such, you know, skirmishing over little buffs here and there as the rotation shows up to mid lane. Valo's here to, you know, try and show a little bit of presence, but we don't have a lot to fight over just yet. We've got plenty of time, though.
No, but I am curious to see what the priority on these rocks. Last weekend, I actually kind of went back to see what Adapting's pathing was in the EU Conquest tournament, and we saw Adapting just hover the right-hand side, perma-gank the solo laner, and use that pressure to translate into so many rocks and firebrands going his way, picking them up, just getting permanent stats on him as a character. And already we're seeing Valo hover to this right-hand side. I am curious if Valo is going to take a page out of Adapting's book here and hover this right-hand side, really play for these rocks, get this Bastet off to an early lead, and keep her scaling into the mid to late game. Because I feel like that's where Bastet's, really strong. She can have good pressure in the early game, but a lot of her stride comes in the mid game when she's got an item or two. That Barbed Carver I mentioned previously, very effective with those items and a little bit of cooldown.
That is true. I mean, the builds favoring. That's another thing too. It's not even just that Bastet's numbers are so good. It's the builds that favor Bastet right now. I mean, she cycles through basics and abilities pretty smoothly. You know what I mean? Eats is walking up right side of the jungle, trying to get some poke damage off to Valo, and walking back right after. Just trying to get things set up for Firebrands, which spawn in 10 seconds. Jangaru's aware of that though. Is showing a bit of face to try and find some vision. What is Eats up to? What is his game plan? Walking away.
Eats is here in the mid lane to make sure they get priority to walk over to these Firebrands first. So, Raspy will have priority to walk right-hand side. Across the way, though, you can see Valo has rotated right to make sure his soul laner has priority in this lane to walk over to the Firebrands first. So it's a 2v2 first, and it soon will amount to a 3v3 as the mid from Dirty Water and the solo from Butt Lovers rotate on respectively.
Interesting standoff, but no abilities thrown just yet. Both teams are scared to grab aggro. Looks like Butt Lovers will bite the bullet and get a lot of damage off very quickly. Valo dives in and goes straight for Eats, who's very low in a short amount of time, but open the gates, barely off the mark, able to get back to the tier 1 tower. Ult forced out from Butt Lover, who goes into the sky for just a moment. A little bit of health to work with, but not a lot of mana, so I'd recommend you play it safe, Butt, or you might be in trouble. Dishonored continuing to walk up. Valo will walk up with him, and they'll be taking away Butt Lover's blue buff.
It's a win, though, I think, for Dirty Water. Even though Butt Lovers get most of the rocks there in the elementals at the end of the day and get some scaling, that blue buff invade onto Butt Lover, I think, is starting to spell a potential avenue here for Valo to sit on this right-hand side. Now that they have that timer, they can go back over to the right-hand side and look for that invade again, especially now that the blue buff's timers are offset. I think that's the bigger deal more than anything is you've invaded their blue buff. Yours is going to be a little after, and when we talk about invades in Smite 2, it's about getting their camp sure to take away their experience in gold, but making sure you can still confirm your own farm to secure your own experience in gold.
Ult thrown down, Sunbreaker onto the camp. I mean, we really need this XP. I guess it's worth, huh?
Yeah, I think Inferno got that at the end of the day. So a small win there for Butt Lovers duo lane, especially because you can see they're kind of getting zoned off here from their own wave. This duo lane of Neath and Horus have so much aggressive all-in potential and CC lockdown with a combo from Horus, and there it is.
Fracture updraft combo, but Inferno is able to dash out. Split-second reaction that you have to get out of the Fracture updraft combo, because there is, I think, like 0.2 of a second where updraft doesn't hit before Fracture stun is done. We're going over to Gold Fury. 3 members of Dirty Water there, and looks like Valo wanted to maybe start it. Maybe there's a chance they take it, but with Eats ult online, you never know when the Thor hammer will just drop on your head.
Yeah, that and Jangaru didn't have mid pressure. You could see Jangaru walked away to those back rights. Raspy able to just, really free clear this mid wave. Means that Dirty Water don't feel comfortable going for the all in on this objective. But that does mean, see Valo on the left-hand side while these rocks are spawned, but Dishonored and Jangaru realizing that Raspy is on a back timer. We can just get these. Eats on the way, though, but they're too late to the party. The rocks go the way of Dirty Water this time around.
So, it's going to be an interesting talking point considering, so they do still give adaptive stats, just not both stats, but one or the other. So it still does favor whoever gets it, right? I mean, if you need strength, if you're Dishonored and, you want to get super snowbally on this Mordred, which is where where Mordred thrives, right? The more ahead this Mordred pick can get, the more of a menace he's going to be throughout the game, because Mordred doesn't feel that great from behind, but in an ahead game state, Mordred is unstoppable.
Yeah, can just look to rotate out early, and I think that's the biggest talking point when we talk about the right-hand side and what the pressure really gets you. Inferno's stunned again.
Look at the response from Primitive. You gotta. I guess I didn't even think about this in picks and bans that ESET has a silence and a stun that both stop Horus from what he wants to do, and he's just like, this is annoying. I can't engage. This sucks.
Right tower is under attack.
Valo on this right-hand side, blue buff invade, and there it is yet again. Already here, right as the timer hits. Valo is on it and love that play. Just putting Butt Lover behind early on this Jormungandr. You mentioned Mordred getting off to an early lead is great. Same thing with Jormungandr. He gets an early lead. He gets to a certain point in the game. He just feels unstoppable, unkillable, poking you out for a good chunk of your HP before you can even touch your opponents. It's a lovely play here on the right-hand side to just get Dishonored into a good spot. And already you're seeing Butt Lover still putting pressure onto Dishonored, keeping him pushed out of this lane. Do you want to touch really briefly on Jangaru's build as well? It's the Book of Thoth first. So I mentioned in picks and bans, I don't like Hekate because of the current build that we see out of mid laners. Instead, adapting to that and going for a Book of Thoth first overall means Jangaru does have access to that little bit more mana and a little bit more power over Raspy in this early game.
Yeah, because you've got to have mana to throw your abilities, really. You know, super easy talking point.
Yeah.
You've got to have the mana.
He's
but you have to
mana hungry too.
Yes, that's exactly what I was getting at, is that you have to be ready because you never know when the gank from Eats is going to show up and you need to set up. You never know when Valo is going to come around and you need to set up. Open the Gates needs to be ready at any point. So if you don't have mana for these ganks, then it's just not going to work out.
For sure. We do see a split here of the neutral farm. Instead, it's going to be Eats over there on the right-hand side. Neath ultimate coming through onto Privative.
Doesn't hurt whatsoever, but Open the Gates does. Privative gets put to a pretty bad spot. The Golden Apple thrown out in response, but at that point, once you're yanked by Open the Gates and there's 3 members of Dirty Water waiting for you, what are you going to do? You know, Eats lands in mid lane, a little late to the party, I guess. Better late than never, but with no ritual to fight over, what else can Eats really do?
Yeah, not a whole lot. That's a great play there from Dirty Water. I feel like for a moment I was like, well, what is this Neath ult for? I mean, maybe you can go for a horse dive in. No, instead they say, yeah, we're going to pull you towards us. We're not diving the tower. No way. And Privative doesn't have the beads early on, so just gets yanked right back into that fight. And I feel like that might have to be a potential avenue here for Privative to look towards once they upgrade this shell into an active item, going for a beads on this E set to just make sure they're the ones not being locked down early on as a trade here on the left-hand side. For now, Inferno gets the better end of that one.
But with Eats and Privative rotating over to the left side, maybe setting up for what could be the first Gold Fury of the game. They're going to go for an invade on the purple buff instead. No, we're going for Tuba's life, but with Tuba under the tier 1 tower, it's hard to believe that anything can happen there. I think both teams are hungry to get something done, but have a hard way of setting things up. We're almost 10 minutes into the game. And there's only been 1 kill for Dirty Water so far. First blood, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a crazy stat right there. It's, you know, almost 10 minutes. Feels like there's been a lot of action here, especially on the right-hand side. Some blue buff invades, the fight early on, the full 3-on-3 fight for the Firebrands. You see Butt Lover here trying to contest their tower.
Butt Lover's getting engaged on. He's taking a whole lot of damage. Phantom Shell isn't going to save him. And here comes Eats, who's, again, a little late with a Thor ult, and now getting targeted by Tuba's ult from all the way in dual lane. Took forever to get there. There's no prime delivery on this one, but it ended up finally getting there. Did a bit of damage, as Butt Lovers will lose their blue buff once more. Dirty Water are going to take that and then make their way to the Firebrands for another rotation. You got to imagine Butt Lover right now is like, there's 3 people here. Please go get gold. Please go get the Gold Fury.
Please do something, but I feel like there was a bit of a miscommunication there from Eats and Butt Lover, where Eats is saying, guy, I'm on the way. I'm ulting here. Just, you know, group them up and I'll make the play. I'll kill them all. And Butt Lover does that. Everyone kind of stacks on top of the Jormungandr, and Jormungandr doesn't have ultimate, so he's dead there either way. But then Eats doesn't come in right away. Doesn't ult in right away when Butt Lover, I think, was expecting him to. And ends up taking a spill. I feel like there's a world Butt Lover just should have said, all right, I'm giving my tower here. We'll rotate over after, maybe make a play for these rocks that are spawning. Instead, they'd end up losing their soul laner. They lose their blue buff and the rocks on the right-hand side. A lot of farm going the way of Dirty Water. Slowly but surely, they're mounting a gold lead.
Yeah, it definitely is developing. I mean, considering what, a 3K gold lead off 2 kills, it's kind of wild if you think about it. You know what I mean? That's a lot of gold for just 2 kills. It is definitely starting to pile up a little bit. Rangu in a bit of a rough spot. Good protector surge back to Valo, but instead is getting locked down by a whole lot of crowd control. But the kill is not found. Eventually, finally able to get away. Rangu is alive for now.
Raspy taking a bit of poke there from that Bastet ultimate. Remember, Bastet now in Smite 2 spawns 3 cats in her base form that just continue to chase you down. They kind of sit next to her, and when you jump in, they start to run at your opponents once you start hitting them. And they are immune to damage and CC. They just keep dealing damage to you over time, and very difficult to get away from, especially once the Bastet gets a couple of items online, keeps getting stronger. So look towards that ultimate once we hit towards that late game, how much damage Valo can really output in these fights onto backliner specifically. But for now, again, yeah, we're just back to this, standard farming. 3,000 gold favoring Dirty Water slowly but surely. This feels like a bit of an EU game that we watched last week where it was just very slow, methodical, suffocating your opponent, taking away their buffs here and there, taking away the rocks, the neutral farm, a kill here and there, forcing some relics that makes the enemy team not really want to fight you around these objectives. And yeah, slowly but surely, Dirty Water are amassing a gold lead.
I really like that word that you're using, suffocating, because it's really what it is. I mean, just slowly but surely you're losing every breath you have on these buffs, on your camps, everything else. As Morgidal goes down, as Eats is up in the air and decides to land down on their side of the jungle. First objective being pulled, Dirty Water on top of the Pyromancer. They've got 3 members, Jangaru, Valo, and Rangyu, burning it away slowly but surely, but Butt Lovers have found out about it. They got vision, they showed up, and Dirty Water dropped it.
Yeah, very difficult to do an objective in front of Discordia here. That second ability, the Strife, going to make it very hard to just kind of stand there and tank the objective without getting a little bit of poke back in return. And so Dirty Water say, look, we got ourselves a gold lead. Let's not throw it away off of a silly fight around this objective. Let's just take a step back, go back to farming, go back to our buffs. See Valo over here on the left-hand side now starting to translate that lead that they've slowly been amassing for themselves and looking for a potential invade. Eats is also here, though.
Eats is here to make sure that they get their purple buff. Butt Lovers have been losing their blue buff for the past 13 minutes. They don't want to lose their purple buff too. Might as well get one of them, right? So we're going back to the mid lane. Valo's showing up, wants to get a root on a Raspy, misses that, but does still hit the 2. So Raspy takes a bit of poke damage, but seems to be okay.
Yeah, Valo's going for just more of a full strength build, which is interesting. No Barbed Carver just yet, just Jotuns into Transcendence, and it's a ton of power, a ton of strength behind the build. Your damage abilities will start to swing. It's great. It's a great idea. I do worry a little bit that there won't be any, potential survivability for Valo once they jump in here. There is a world they just get one shot for going for a play like that if they don't go a little more defensive. And by defensive, I don't even mean defensive stats like protections or anything. It's just a little bit of lifesteal adding into the build to make yourself a little bit safer and also swing a little bit harder with your abilities. So curious to see if that is still the avenue Valo is going for, and maybe just letting it take a little bit more time to get there. Because again, Dirty Water, the pace of this game has been very slow. You're happy to just keep farming out a Transcendence here, and I do worry a little bit for the ADC realm of things. Inferno's just perma-stacking a Devo's Glove over there on the left-hand side, while Tuba's already stacked up this Transcendence. There is a ticking timer here between these two ADCs and their power spikes. I feel like Tuba a lot stronger right now, but as the game goes on, Inferno will continue to keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So Dirty Water slowly on the clock here for their ADC.
15-minute mark means that a lot of objectives are on the map right now. The Pyromancer, the Gold Fury, and the Queen Naga that are all available to be taken. But with how slow this game's been going, it's hard to believe that, unless both teams show up and someone really forces a fight, that we might not even see a burn on any of these. I mean, granted, we haven't seen a gold. We haven't seen a Pyromancer burn. We saw a start to a Pyro burn earlier, but it got dropped immediately after, the vision was granted by Blood Lovers. Maybe we see a different change of scenery by the Queen Naga. As looks like Butt Lovers have some focus here. Morgidal forced away as Butt Lovers tried for a gank, but couldn't quite make it happen. So Dishonored taken back to his tier 1 tower with less than half health. The burn begins by Valo, who's pulling it, getting a bit of damage off while Rangyu waits. Around the corner is Eats and Riv, who take a lot of damage. Eats is very low in a short amount of time. The response from Dirty Water was very clean. The Queen Naga getting burned the entire time. Dirty Water gets Queen Naga in what feels like the blink of an eye, while the Gold Fury is getting burned by Butt Lovers, and not a single member of Dirty Water there to counteract that. But Horisol brings them in. Could they get there in time? Lands down. The whole team's on top of gold. They made it there, and they stole it. They stole Gold Fury thanks to the Skies. Rangyu sets up with a stun from Fracture. Inferno is melted down in quick time. Thor tries to take to the Skies, but he gets crippled immediately after. Tuba gets that kill. 3 dead for Butt Lovers. This game just exploded.
Yeah, and it exploded towards Dirty Water. Big play there from Rangyu. The veteran support has played this character for a long time now, knows you cannot make global objective plays where, hey, if they're on one side of the map, we just go to the other, take that Gold Fury for free, right? There's no way they can get here in time. Well, they do with the help of that Horus ultimate. And a big swing going the way of Dirty Water. It is now suddenly a 6,000 gold lead for Dirty Water. They get the Queen Naga, they get the Gold Fury, they get 3 kills. Pyromancer, mid ritual as well. Everything going their way.
Oh, okay. This went from slow, suffocating to stomp on the throat of butt lovers. Dirty Water have just done so much in such a short amount of time. But that leads me to wonder, what's the next move? Now that we've got all of this gold, all of this extra itemization, we should be looking at FG, right?
I think you want to keep scaling a little bit more. I mean, 3 items completed for Jangaru, 3 items for Tuba, but some important items missing on certain members. I mean, Barb Carver now completed for Valo, sure, but you know, penetration missing on the side of Valo, doesn't have a Titan's Bane just yet. Same with Tuba, no Titan's Bane completed there, just now has the components for it. So wants to keep working towards that item a little bit more, but we do see Tuba walking down mid here. This could be a Fire Giant angle here for Dirty Water. They might look to group as 5, force the objective, not as a all-in potential, but just as a means of, hey, we're really strong right now, come and fight us. Especially with these Queen Nagas now pushing down all 3 lanes. You have to worry about these minions pushing and threatening your towers. You see Dirty Water grouping up here. Butt lovers not exactly, you know, looking to respond just yet. It's only Raspy in the mid lane.
And a lot of resources available for Dirty Water, right? They've got all the relics aside from Rongu's Blink. They've got a lot of ultimates ready to go as well. So that means that all that mobility you get from Mordred ult, from Bastet, and from obviously Horus ult, which we've already seen, you can get across the map very, very, very quickly. Open the gates, use, pulls Priv, and they get melted right after. Bye-bye, Priv. Around the corners, Valo, who puts so much damage. The Bastet character is online. You wonder why I've been talking about the Bastet character. There it is, as they Horus ult over to the Fire Giant and begin to burn immediately after. That's what Horus can do. That's what Valo can do. Dirty Water just continue to snowball.
Shogun's second item for Primitive. Again, I mentioned, I feel like this character needs a beads to avoid that exact combo that we saw for First Blood earlier in the game. And instead, Primitive goes towards a defensive item that provides his allies a bit of attack speed. Butt lover in trouble on the right-hand side. Pops the ult early. Should be okay. But again, there, Primitive just gets caught in that exact same combo we saw previously earlier in the game.
Dirty Water are marching up the right side of the map and take down the tier 2 tower. Dishonored takes Inferno and eats off of the tier 2 tower on the left side. They were looking to split push, but won't get too far because the Mordred is there to stop their siege. 4 members of Dirty Water marching up the right side as they get to tier 2. They walk away and are now looking at the Pyromancer. The Gold Fury will spawn right after that, so a lot of objectives can be pulled very quickly.
With this Pyromancer and with the Gold Fury that's due to spawn, and actually I think very closely Dirty Water have reached uh-oh territory. All of a sudden, within the past 5 minutes, Dirty Water have just exploded the game and they have a 10,000 gold lead. Like almost like nine almost 10,000 it feels like for Dirty Water, and it does kind of balance out between the waves that are being cleared. Dirty Water aren't on the map right now, but literally in 5 minutes Dirty Water have reached out to O territory in a game that was, you know, 2,000 3,000 gold lead favoring them. Sure, okay, yeah, that's not bad. That's a lead we can absolutely fight into if you're butt lovers. And they just say, nah, we're gonna get this objective, we're gonna get this objective, we're gonna kill 3 of your members, then we're gonna get this objective and this objective as well. And what are you gonna do about it? Stop us? Nah, everything going their way right now. Butt lovers, though, they're trying to split the map, find whatever gold they can before this next team fight because they know they're so far behind. They need to try and get whatever they can. Horus ultimate just to bomb rush this Phoenix.
That's a crazy way to use the Horus ult. And it's wild how many ways you can use it, and you don't know until you see it. You know what I mean? The golden apple thrown right on Orangu's head top does a decent amount of damage, cripples him so he can't fly back to the team, but that's fine. They got the bird. And I'm not talking about Horus, I'm talking about the Phoenix. That's the bird that Dirty Water wanted. They got it, and they walk away right after they approach the mid lane, Phoenix, and they might look to take that too. The ult's out, open the gates, use, forces speeds away from Priv. There's the ult from Bud Lover too, who dives right into the back line. Looking to disrupt just a tad. Eats, throws the 2-1 hammer combo down, but doesn't do too much damage. Dirty Water still waiting for minions.
Dishonored looking to flank here to the backhand side, looking for someone with no beads.
Wait, screw minions. He just ulted into the tower, but a two-man stun from Eats might stop Dirty Water for just a moment as Eats dives right into the air and into the back line. Goes Raspy, who seems to be in very big trouble. Eats lands down, but gets melted right after Aegis was used. Angaru gets that kill, and there goes the updraft combo. We might not get any kills, but it looks like game over. Dirty Water are marching into the Titan room. They still have all 5 members healthy. Blood Lover there to try and find a knockup to stop their game plan, but I don't think there's any stopping the Dirty Water. The sewers are flowing. Dirty Water move on in the bracket.
Just out of nowhere, Dirty Water take the lead all of a sudden around the objectives, find some kills after, and just keep the gas pushing, down to the floor. They're just moving on slowly but surely, running down mid, forcing a fight there, taking 2 picks, then heading to the Fire Giant, grabbing it there. I love that play where once we got ourselves this crazy gold lead out of nowhere, they didn't go back to farming. They didn't go in their separate ways and keep pushing their lead a little bit more. They grouped up as 5, forced more objectives, more team fights, and kept putting their opponents down. Lovely play from Dirty Water. This play here, I feel like Primitive has to learn from this mistake of, I'm getting ulted here by this combo from Neath ultimate and Hecate ultimate. I'm getting picked. This is a toughie here. I gotta get beats. But just doesn't go at second item. I feel like that needed to be an earlier investment.
There's the Horus ult that changed everything. Splitting the map becomes impossible when To the Skies is ready to go, and Rangyu knows what to do with it. They're able to clean up not just the Gold Fury after burning the Queen Naga, but they get kills afterwards too. Inferno, Eats, and Raspy all dead. I mean, this is just incredible gameplay from Dirty Water. I mean, we talk about how a lot of these other teams, Hostile Takeover, Hydrogen Bomb are, on top of the food chain. Dirty Water looks so good in a lot of these matches too. I'm wondering how far they make it.
Hey, Mort, is Bastet good?
Oh!
I feel like that play there just shows Bastet's, she's pretty good, man.
I'm cringing at the sight of that. That damage is spit nasty. Oh my God. Oh, that's crazy. Somebody take notes. Get that god banned for the rest of the set. Like this. Oh.
She's got to go, man. I think she's just too strong right now in the meta. I mean, the items favor her as well. We see this build here. The Jotun's Transcendence Barb Carver going to a Titan's Bane. Didn't even get that one completed because they just won the game earlier on. I also love the build from Jangaru. I mentioned the current meta build doesn't work on Hecate. Really adapts well to this Book of Thoth, Deso, Obsharb, Soul Reaver build, and does really good damage as well to help out their jungler. Actually has top damage of the game here on Hecate. It's not a big number, 13,000, but with how the game kind of went, it's the best number of the game.
Oh my goodness. The best number of the game and the best letter too. W. Nah, that's a letter you want to look at, right? Because that's what we're here to do. We're here to march down the bracket. We're here to claim that prizing, and Dirty Water have upped their chances a pretty significant amount by not just winning the game, but also making a pretty nice impression on the broadcast. I mean, that was so good to see. But we've got more games for you later on in the day, but we got to take a quick ad break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. D'Lo here behind the mic, and joined with me here inside the booth as well. Spirited Book here along for the ride. S and Solstice, your almighty eyes in the sky, and Jithin's behind the curtain. Bracket coming at you right now here, Book. What we got on tap?
Yeah, so a couple of matches have already been played here. But Butt Lover's obviously taking a spill to Dirty Water early on. We just saw that happen. But Singlebind taking down the Gospel of John. And Singlebind looking good here to fight off against Hostile Takeover, who took down the, was it Chingle Blorgan, I think is how you enunciate it, something like that. I think that's how you say their name. But yeah, they're gonna go down the losers bracket. But Singlebind versus Hostile Takeover, a matchup we've seen time and time and time again, D'Lo. But this time, some new faces on this Hostile Takeover team. So curious to see if they can, change the pace of how things have been going recently for this roster.
I'll tell you, Buck, I got to speak for a little bit with our friend Happen on Hostile Takeover. And despite those roster shifts, with, of course, Hydrogen now being on the bomb squad, and now having Rat Milk step into the jungle role and Tegvir shift on over to ADC, Happen is still feeling very confident that Hostile Takeover can kind of retake the mantle of the dominance that they once held over Smite Prime, having reigned for several month circuits before it was put to an end by Single Bind itself. So they're feeling good. They got a spreadsheet out, 3,000 word document is what Happen sent out to the team. So hopefully that comes up and comes to fruition as we hop into P's and B's. We'll see if that strategy rings true.
Yeah, and I mean, Mort and I kind of briefly touched on it. Happened getting some experience last weekend, playing with the likes of Adapting and Team, getting a lot of experience there. I'm curious to see if that has maybe changed his perspective a little bit going into this, circuit finals weekend here. Have some of the picks and bans shifted a little bit for how Happen really plays these ones out?
Well, a Newt ban is certainly nothing new. She's been quite dominant across the P's and B's board, so we'll see what role ends up getting prioritized in the late. So when it comes to Single Bind, when we think of what players are on this team, of course, I think of the fact that it's the Aurora team. I think of the fact that Scylla support could potentially be something that rears its ugly head. Given that it's such an atypical pick, though, I wonder if we see maybe a different lane get prioritized when it comes to its role we're looking for?
Potentially. I think Ramakami and Karmic have similar god pools that I think oftentimes when we see these teams play, that solo laners are often prioritized between these two teams, but also mid laners as well. Oftentimes Benny Q will pull out some of the weirder picks, but in terms of the more standard picks, oftentimes these two mid laners often clash. While lately I feel like Mozol has been playing more of the likes of the Merlins, Benny Q has been playing more of the burst mages. So once you get past the Agni and Discordia, the god pools do start to kind of shift away from each other a little bit. But in terms of the top gods right now, both these two mid laners really do play a lot of what's available. Curious that Single Bind are the one that played or that are banning away the Newt and the Daji. Single Bind, I just got to catch the end of Doug's game between the break here and whatnot, and it was Doug playing the Newt and it was Lairs playing the Daji. Instead, they're the ones first pick banning these characters away. Really curious about that one in particular.
Especially because Daji is such a very formidable first pick option that you kind of want to force Hostile Takeover to take it away instead. But instead, they pick up the Thor. Now, Thor we saw be used to decent success last game around, but it's still experienced some nerfs. I know, Book, you are a champion of this character. Is he still the best in the game?
No, because Bastet exists. I think Bastet takes that one away. Yeah. But once she's gone, she's gone. So maybe Thor might be the best this game this time around. I do think he's still really good. I think this is easily a flex potential between Lairs and Ramakami. We've seen both these two players pilot it to great success, but I worry immediately across the way. This Horus, something Aurora loves, but also Happen loves it as well. I feel like this should have been maybe a potential higher prio pick between these two supports.
Horus and the Mordred frontline already established. A lot of rotation ability, a lot of really great gank potential between To the Skies from the Horus and Pursue the Weak from the Mordred. It evades walls, it just kind of hits you out of nowhere. The Geb is the response. Cleanse isn't too shabby against the Mordred if they find that knockup. And the Opwash as well. Single Bind got some artillery in the back.
I kind of like this idea here that Single Bind have gone. They see the Horus on the other side and they're like, okay, this composition from Hostile Takeover wants to dive. The Mordred wants to get in your face. The Horus wants to step forward and CC you. Geb can cleanse that single target stun from the Horus, while Alpwash really denies a lot of the dive idea space that Hostile Takeover want to go for. They want to play forward in the face, in the backline of Single Bind, and get out. Geb and Alpwash are going to deny a lot of that spacing that Hostile Takeover want to, no pun intended, take over.
Dude, Opwash, Fleeting Breath. If you try to Protector's Surge over to any teammate, all of a sudden now, hey, buddy, you just gave their teammate a stun. Thank you very much. Opwash has got to make sure to keep an eye on this Horus and who they're dashing to ensure that they can find it, but that's going to be something really annoying for this Horus to have to keep in mind, since normally they really play around that Protector's Surge to stay safe. Hoi Yi, Aladdin, so much mobility from Hostile Takeover. Dive to thrive.
Yeah, I think the idea for the Aladdin is really nice. I love that it's in response to the Alpwash in particular I just mentioned, and the Geb as well. Just mentioned how these two characters really deny a lot of what Hostile Takeover want to do in their top two. Well, the Aladdin can deny some of that from the Geb and the Alpwash. I was really ready for Geb ADC here. I think that was my immediate response to seeing it was Doug has played this before with the aspect going for the Geb ADC. But Cupid being the final selection, and don't get me wrong, it's a great answer to the Hui, the Aladdin, and Horse. A lot of mobility, like you mentioned, and Cupid shuts all that down. But I hate Geb's support. I think he's the worst support in the game. He gives you no lane priority in the duo lane. He just does nothing for so long. Don't get me wrong, the shield's best part of his kit. It's a cleanse, gives you more, kind of health, fake health, the nice little shield. But in terms of the lane, and I think lanes are so important just to be able to thrive in the mid to late game, this Geb is going to put a real hindrance on Donut Doug, I think, for a hot minute.
I don't know, Book. I heard about a certain arena lobby you hopped into against a certain Smite Prime caster that played Geb, where they kind of put in some work. So that might be some bias coloring your thoughts there, but Kate is the response from Hostile Takeover. Now, this is a god that definitely stands out amongst the rest. Not much mobility here on the Sakate, though she could build that blink to try to assuage that weakness. What are your thoughts on the logic behind Hostile Takeover taking that mage as the last pick?
I don't mind it here. I don't think there are a lot of options, though Discordia is still available and maybe a character that could punish a lot of the lack of mobility on this Alpwash. But I think Hecate might fit the bill a little bit better. Why dive forward when you can pull them towards you instead? Put some of the players on single bind in an awkward spot where you don't have to full send the dive the backline if the backline is isolated from the front line because of this Hecate ult. So I don't mind the idea here, but I do think it is a little counterintuitive to a lot of what the rest of the composition from Hostile Takeover want to do. They want to dive. They want to be in the face of single bind and play to kill this Alpwash and Cupid right away. But the Hecate doesn't really fit that outside of the shield, really.
This is such an interesting matchup. Between the Alpwash and the Geb, it's very stand and deliver. We stand our ground inside the Fields of Love, inside the Empty the Crypts. You want to take the fight to us, that's okay. This takeover won't be as hostile as you think. You're going to get put down. That being said, I feel like a lot of times it comes down to ultimate interactions and who pulls that trigger first. Open the Gates comes out first, Assassinate's going to follow. Assassinate comes out, Open the Gates might just be what happens in response, and then Loki could find themselves in a bit of a bind once the CC immunity runs out. So I'm curious to see what ends up being the kind of lead foot. Who ends up initiating between these two teams could very well decide who ends up taking a fight.
Well, I'll tell you what, D'Lo, there's no better initiation here than, as a Geb, being Hecate ulted into 4 people. So Hostile Takeover got to be a little bit careful of who they pull as the game goes on, because Aurora might just say, yeah, I don't need beads. I don't need to use my ult as a CC cleanse tool, because if I just use this, gonna go in and then ult right away, there's 4 people around me probably getting stunned.
CC kill tool.
Yeah, I do think there is a world that Hostile Takeover got to be careful how they use this Hecate ultimate going into the mid to late game, even with Outwash as well, right? Empty the Crypts, as soon as you're getting ported in, you got to imagine Moswell's getting some form of safety tool, whether it's an active Aegis just to immediately immune himself, or a blink to immediately go in and then pop the ult and then blink out of there. So I think this is some ideas that Hostile Takeover might have to worry about in terms of this Hecate pick. I think something else, maybe even a Merlin here, just more follow-up damage would have been nicer for this team.
When we're talking about worries for Hostile Takeover, it's this Aladdin, such a survive or just die starving character, and especially on Rat Milk, who is currently trying to find their place in this team, with this new composition, this new roster. Hostile Takeover putting a lot of faith in their jungler to make sure that they can get the dividends paid. If you have that Wealth Wish and all of a sudden you die too early, you're left with Bubkiss, baby.
Yeah, I think Aladdin, a character that does really well in the late game, scales fantastically. But if you never get there, you're irrelevant. And for a long time, you want to get to the point where you're able to just dive the Outposh, dive the Cupid, and kind of two-tap them, really. We see a lot of the int build as of late on Aladdin junglers adapting, really pioneering that one last weekend in the EU Conquest tournament. And with great success, late game, just one-shotting someone on the other side. And so worry a little bit for Rat Milk, especially against a Loki, a character that can sort of just drive the pace of the early game once they hit level 5, look to make plays across the map. Aladdin wants to spend a little bit more time kind of sitting back, farming their own camps, making sure they secure some of the neutral farm around the side lanes, looking for those rocks, the elementals, taking their time versus Lairs can get active early.
I am concerned when I look at the matchup as well, just on paper. Loki, Assassinate, Cripple. All of a sudden, 2 of my abilities are gone. they're toast. So as this Aladdin, you're going to want to maybe shake that off. Again, it's about who hits that ultimate first. If I'm ripping a lamp, my instant response is layers, I'm hitting assassinate. And it's vice versa. So it's really who blinks first. It's guns drawn at high noon and the bell's tolling.
Yeah, I think it is definitely that's going to be what happens, I imagine, between these two junglers. But I think there are a lot of tools that can also get involved in that. You know, we touched on the Thor previously, going to Ramakami in the solo lane. That's going to be a big tool to engage fights outside of the Geb and whatnot. So I like this idea, at the very least, to try and help out Loki in the early mid.
We'll see how it goes in the early games. Single bind, hostile takeover. We're going to hop right in and get a bit of a look to see what these two top teams are, because these are the top 3 teams after all, Book. So you very well could be seeing a bit of a sneak peek of the grand finals of today to see who takes home that cash prize.
Yeah, the 2nd seed and the 3rd seed going up against each other. Hydrogen Bomb, the 1st seed on the other side of the upper bracket for now. And one of these two teams will go up to face, I imagine, Hydrogen Bomb. Potentially another upset could be brewing on the other side, though, that they're facing their opponents there. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, going to briefly check the brackets. Dirty Water are their opponents, and those teams also really good. So that matchup could be really important, but for now we get to look at this one. Single bind versus hostile takeover. Again, a match we've seen for a long time.
Loki aspect?
I was just going to say, Ramakami is the one rocking the Loki in the soul lane, and it's layers in the jungle on the Thor, and it's a Loki aspect.
Walk me through. What's the logic? Why is Single bind deciding to opt for a less traditional start than we expected?
You know, D'Lo, I've been playing this game for a long time, right? So I feel like I have a lot of experience in how a lot of teams like to play the game, like to draft and whatnot. I'm going to be honest here. I have no idea. I have no idea what the thought process is here for Ramakami on this Loki aspect. I mean, it's some, I don't know. It's just damage in the mid to late. He's got a shell as well, which is going to provide some help for his backliner. Look, this
Karmic?
is a full... Oh.
This could be trouble already. Ramakami, maybe some buyer's remorse. Leaves the minions to the rest of the job done. Mordred is quite low as well. I'll give you one potential reason, my thought process. Whenever I have a semi-global ultimate, it's nice to have that in rotation.
Sure, and I do agree. I think the Thor in the jungle, in my opinion, has been better than the Thor solo as of late, especially with the recent aspect nerfs. But Loki as the answer, look, in the late game, Loki aspect, you could just stealth, and your allies nearby will also be stealth, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's how that aspect works. And you could just play for a sneaky play. Get to the back line without ever being seen. All right, that's not Loki aspect anymore. Can we hover Loki aspect very briefly, please?
We just have to do the flickering visions. It affects actually his clear instead. Yeah, now it's got a blind, the stealth and agonizing vision can be cast on the allies to provide like kind of an aura. So it's really good if your team's able to dive. So you can put that on top of layers, and instead they become kind of a walking damage field instead. So pretty not too shabby.
Love that play there, and it's definitely different, and so it's more supportive, as that's kind of what a lot of single bind are when you look at their composition as a whole. Moswell being the only real true damage dealer. Everyone else has a lot of supportive tools. Layers has some CC built into the kit, some global presence rotation as well. We do see Layers looking for an invade, but BennyQ's sussed it out.
Yeah, he's on the other side. Ratmilk's kind of getting the same action off. I do believe that was secured by BennyQ as well, who's now on the chase. Level 5 difference has not been hit by any character quite just yet. You did hear the Wealth Wish got popped by Ratmilk. Very typical now for Aladdin to do, since that gold bonus does get on for PvE. What an amazing wall. Forces out that Aegis. Fleeting Breath has been applied, but BennyQ still has breath to spare. Tight squeeze there for the mid.
Layers has not backed off here to base just yet. I imagine he's going to do that now, but that does mean he will be late to this right-hand side in this first round of Rock Spawn here. And I feel like this might be the avenue for Singlebond to just say, look, we pulled the Aegis on the mid lane from BennyQ, and now we could just take our time here. We're going to leave this first round of rocks, maybe late contest here, as we do see Layers TPing over to this right-hand side to maybe bail out their soul lane or get some pressure.
Level 4 just acquired for the Aladdin, so no need to worry about an ultimate. In fact, need to worry about the Thor. Double tap on in. One last swing of the hammer. Ratmilk has been gobbled up with a side of cookies. Might be a side of Mordred, too. They dash on forward instead of out. That's just going to ensure that the brother duo can easily finish the mission. An absolutely devastating assassination. Ramakami makes it 2 for single bind.
As soon as the play is there to push out Ramakami, say he can't really contest these rocks anymore, let's just go for it. But hostile takeover, they just continue to force that play. Feel like they can 2v2, but it's 2 assassins on the other side. You can never really take that fight again. Aladdin wants to spend some time farming, get some items online. The Loki is strong now. The Thor is strong now. Why are we taking that 2v2?
That is a 2-level differential now for Layers. No ult yet for the Aladdin. And I gotta say, Book, it's low-key exactly what we said we feared at the ban board.
I like what you did there, but I also hate what you did there. No, I mean, look, it's a spooky one. The Thor getting off to an early lead. This allows, the earlier cooldown to get online, be effective earlier on, and rotate earlier on. Make plays in side lanes, make plays around these rocks, looking for an early Gold Fury, a Pyromancer or two. I feel like single bind already with that start on the right-hand side allows Ramakami to just now spend some time sitting back farming. We'll have pressure over here as we do see a scrap on the left-hand side for the neutral blue, but goes the way of single bind. And already, single bind just slowly amassing a gold lead in this early game. A comp that wants to get off to a good start right now.
Aladdin, having just crossed the threshold for the level 5. Where does that lamp find the mark is the question. Looking across the relics, who's a solid target? And not this Opwash, they do have the bees, though they still might be your most appealing. Doesn't actually use the bees in response to the open the gates. Moswell feeling confident in their ability to survive. The crypts have been emptied. The Aegis does come out. The speed buff's in on the action, too. Moswell turns towards the buff first. An amazing corpse explosion, but your body's added to the pyre. BennyQ takes them out. And the Loki present there. And they finish the job. Sorry, rather the Aladdin, who sends you in inside the lamp. But it's a 2v1 once more. Not something that favors hostile takeover. Overall, a 2-for-1 in favor of blue.
Karmic rotated nearby, but wasn't there in time. Great rotation from Aurora to make sure they come out on top of that play on the around the mid camps, as Karmic's still hanging around. Could get gone on by Layers.
I don't think this is going to go too well for my friend the Mordred. Forced to Phantom Shell, single bind. Do the same in Solidarity. Mordred is still pushing forward, but hostile takeover do have numbers coming from the fountain. Single bind decide to back off and look for these rocks instead. Taking a look about 6 minutes on in. It's 4-1 in favor of single bind, and with those firebrands in their pocket as well, about 1k their way.
And slowly amassing a gold lead in this early game. They're off to a good start. As Ramakami just bullying Karmic on this right-hand side. This Loki getting off to a good start is very spooky here. There is nothing more scary than an assassin on the right-hand side in Soul Lane just getting off to an early first blood, getting an early gold lead on the right-hand side, and then slowly snowballing it into the mid lane. Can build a little bit more tanky, but also still do good damage. And that's kind of the stage Ramakami's in right now. Hostile takeover, have to find an answer, I think, fairly soon. They're grouping around this Gold Fury, only dug nearby, and actually, Moswell did reset, but I feel like right now, they do not feel comfortable going for this objective. Their characters want to scale a little bit more. Hakate has that first item completed, but still wants around 3 items before they can start being active. Aladdin wants around 2 items, has gone for the Jotuns, and is now building towards a little bit of int, so towards that, Doug.
Whoa, what a great Fields of Love to match to the skies. And now to the jungle. There's not really too much there to grab, but I like the idea. I like Donut Doug's response even better. Keeps that relic on the ready, but doesn't feel the need to pull the trigger finger too early because they have that ultimate.
And that's the power of Cupid. I mean, oftentimes when we talk about safety in the dual lane for ADCs, Jingwei, one of the bigger ones, it's that dash, the ultimate to just fly away to safety, but Cupid is just the space denial. You can't dash forward onto him because of the cripple field from the Fields of Love. Great wall from Layers.
And they're going to block the Fracture. Updraft's already been used, though Protector Surge is there. I don't know if the Fleeting Breath was applied, but that would mean a stun. You get one from the Geb either way.
Or Roar.
Pull from the Open the Gates. Could be trouble here for the Geb, but it's another lamp, this time on top of the Geb. No one else will join them quite just yet, though Layers is considering. Single bind trying to ward them out, but the horse will rejoin. BennyQ instead going to be seen inside the fountain. What a great double tap. Aurora in trouble, but another great wall. Some body blocks from Layers. That could send Aurora packing, but instead they do manage to escape, and a corpse explosion awaits. Rat Milk gobbled up alongside Happen. A devastating rotation of abilities from the Opwash, and single bind sends them to Shibaba.
I thought that was so spooky for Aurora for a moment, getting pulled back in after they used the ultimate. And want to talk about Layers just waiting that bush, waiting for Happen to look for a flank angle. And the flanker got flanked by Layers. Great wall. Aurora shows up, denies Happen a lot of space, forces him to dash into mid, and then he's very low. Aurora pops the ultimate. Ramakami, though, in trouble here. Karmic getting him low.
Is going to be able to escape. Oof. Scary stuff. Don't know where Thor would be after all. His brother, always there to back him up. Some sibling assistance. 8 minutes in here. It's been pretty devastating so far for Hostile Takeover. I'm not going to lie to you. And I think we're starting to see, we were questioning, why is it a Loki and solo? Why is it Lairs in this Thor? I forgot that Lairs is stupid on this character.
Yeah, Lairs is probably one of the better Thor players, if not the best Thor player in Smite Prime right now. I think it is criminal what he can get away with on this character. Just so comfortable, very strong right now. 2 items completed here. Hydra's ready to go. And I mean, that double tap in mid onto BennyQ, I don't even think he was expecting that level of damage, but Gold Fury being pulled here, single bind, feeling comfortable. BennyQ and Ratmilk not here.
Horus has arrived. The Fields of Love been dropped. So much damage from the double tap and already happens dead. The Suns come dropping down, but single bind do not seem to care. Mosswall secures it for the side of Order. 1 pip as well as just further demoralization to Hostile Takeover. What's their angle back in? Maybe it's this.
Or very low
Kill on top
but
of
Lairs
Aurora.
going in.
But now into the lamp. Aurora has that shield and rebuffs it with another one. Playing some Ring Around the Rosie, an easy game for this Geb who can just roll on out and around. Kufik Invocation for the shotgun spread, but Geb does get cut off by the Sultan's Grace, so Ratmilk can finally get something on the board, but if it's only a Roar, it's not the best pick. It's at least something, though.
Aurora and Moswell just going too far after that Gold Fury play there. They get the Gold Fury, they get the kill on to happen. They feel that they can keep going. They try and force it on to BennyQ. Don't even get the Aegis in that moment. A great ult from BennyQ. Keep himself alive, but also pull Aurora back in and take down the support. Do you want to note, though, about this Outwash in a really good spot right now? You know, 1, 1, and 4, not the greatest slash line, sure, but what this Outwash can do in this composition in particular is fantastic. Yeah, Talisman of Purification as well. Again, needs a lot of safety tools against the other side of this Hostile Takeover team, and also kind of fits in the bill of that Chronos Pendant idea. Not the same level as CDR, because you don't get that Chronos Pendant passive, but still 20 CDR to this Purification Beads is a really good kind of mini stat stick item here. I think we're seeing a lot more on these sort of immobile mages. I like this idea here for Moswell, but you look at what Hostile Takeover want to do. They want to Horus ult in. They want to Aladdin ult someone, and that kind of puts a lot of clear spacing of where their opponents are going to be at the right time. And you could just spend that time setting up the corpses for that corpse explosion. That's exactly what we saw in mid lane when the members of Hostile Takeover popped out of the lamp.
Let me just tell you, man, you said Ramakami is bullying Karmic. You would be a terrible school principal, because someone's got to tell Odin that his son is actually stabbing other children with daggers. That's not bullying, that's assault.
Yeah, I mean, Karmic really struggling, and a lot of it does stem back to that right-hand side play in the early game. They give up the first blood, and they give one of the kills to Ramakami as well, and just in such a good spot to start rotating out with this lead. And has gone for a classic sort of soul lane build that we're seeing as of late. Runeforge into Prophetic. And then here's to see what they go towards afterwards. Meanwhile, Karmic on the other side, very different idea here. It's Avenging Blade first overall. I mean, not something we see a whole lot on Mordred as of late. Feel like we see a lot more just kind of CDR, you know, some Barbed Carver as well to just be that lifesteal item as well. But I mean, Avenging Blade is a very different idea here, I think, for the Soul Laner on the side of Hostile Takeover.
Single Bind did grab that Pyromancer for free, which now guarantees them about a 6k gold lead, or alongside their 6 kill differential too. Like, things are starting to rapidly spill out of control. And it's all according to plan, right? This is like what we calculated, This is what we drafted this team for. So the question is, can our friends on Hostile Takeover stretch this game for long enough? Who are we playing through to ensure that we can get this to 30 minutes? Ooh. It certainly can't be through Horus, because they're about to be emptying into the crypts. Mosswall will take them out thanks to some assistance from Lairs. Another amazing kill from Single Bind.
The CC lockdown in this mid 3v3 is disgusting, but you wanted to ask, you know, what are we playing for here? It's got to be this carry backline here in Hakate and Huiyi, but these are not characters that can, you know, solo carry games for you. You know, when we think about like ADCs that are so good right now, it's like Jingwei that can build some crit and kind of 1v9 once she gets enough Devour's Gauntlet stacks, the crit online, be really strong at that point. Hakate, get some items, can be relevant, but Hakate and Huiyi aren't, you know, 1v9 characters. They're characters that kind of need some help, can help out the rest of their team. You know, Huiyi not going for the aspect, so he's going to be another piece of the layered CC I kind of mentioned last game. But again, you look at the other side, you're like, oh, there's a Cupid that denies everything that we want to do, which is be mobile. Oh, there's a Geb on the other side that can do so much for survivability for himself and also peel for his backline. Oh, there's a Alposh. We don't really feel too comfortable diving that. Oh, and there's a low-key solo aspect on the other side that's slowly snowballing out of control at level 13 right now, has 2 items completed. We don't really have an answer to that. Oh, yeah, and there's a 6-0-3 Thor on the other side in jungle that's, 3 levels up over our own jungle. Yeah, what do we do here if we're hostile takeover? It really is just kind of farming out, find whatever gold and farm we can. Maybe go for a gold Fury Seal. Oh, Blink ult in from Aurora.
Wow, look how much that got out. That's all the value they need to blink on in, find the ult, force the beads out from Rat Milk, put them even further on the back foot. This Aladdin just is really having a hard time. Maybe make a wish for some farm, buddy, or maybe Aurora's got to wish for some better positioning. Once again, a bit too far up for their own good. The suns come crashing down and the pebbles get disassembled. Thor is in the sky and Horus might be going to the skies. A great hover there from the Hoi, but a wall will match. An amazing double tap. Might not even matter. Smooth moves, Tegvir, but Lairs got him better. Unstoppable.
Tegvir had beads, but I don't think even he expected that level of damage coming through from Lairs.
We keep saying that.
3 items completed. This Thor is swinging another great wall and a hammer away.
Dude, 7-0 is disgusting work from Lairs. I like how many times we're going to say that. Take a Baron's Brew, guys, for every single time we say it. I don't think they were expecting that much damage from Lairs at some point. You just got to expect it.
You got to. Speaking of expecting it, I've not expecting this one.
I wasn't expecting Lairs to do that much damage. Oh, 8-0. Disgusting work. Single bind now looking for the second gold of Fury. You do have Aladdin present. Akate is lurking. Morja just trying to get something for their troubles. Gets the jungle eye camp. As now begins to get whittled down. Seems that hostile takeover going to let this one go. I don't blame them for that decision, but this bleed out is starting to look a bit more profuse. Now 7k the way of single bind and 8 kills too. It's looking more and more dire by the second.
This hostile takeover team just looks lost, Elo. I'm going to be honest with you. They have not looked kind of this lost in a hot second. Even when they made those initial roster changes, Rat Milk coming in as the jungler, Benny Q in as the mid laner, and they had some struggles, sure, but they look so lost on how to play right now. They're really off tempo with each other. Rat Milk just trying to farm right now while Happen still feels comfortable being aggressive, and that's what you want to do on Horse. You want to be aggressive, but against the composition on the other side, you can't be this aggressive. You can't walk forward and not expect to get, Cupid ulted or locked down by the Geb, knocked up by the Geb. You don't have those same tools of safety from the CC if you're being crippled. And it just, they feel lost. They feel disconjointed and they're not on the same page. Some people are playing forward while other people are playing back. I feel like hostile takeover, they need to take a deep breath and get back on the same page with each other.
Lock back in. Maybe reread one of those paragraphs from the 3,000-word document that Happens got typed up for you. But because of that, I will say I have faith that Hostile Takeover can find a way through because they have planned rigorously, dedicatedly. Open the gates in exchange for the Anvil of Dawn. I think Lairs is just fine. In fact, Lairs licking their chops, looking at the tasty morsels down below. Opts instead for safety. Got to keep that kill streak safe.
Look, you talk about prep, and I am a big fan of when teams really prep for a weekend like this, the top 8 teams of, hey, when we go up against this team, this is what we're going to pick, this is what we're going to ban, this is what we're going to focus on. Doug in trouble here.
Let's see if maybe this could be the moment you prepared for. The suns come dropping down, but it's not going to block the exit. Rat Milk tries to cut them off. Another great wall! Blocks them off completely, but now can Lairs escape? Unfortunately, no. Tegvir will say, we will take that for sure. Donut Doug barely able to escape. It's all thanks to your Thor's sacrifice.
Big win on the left-hand side there. They finally take down the Thor. Was 8-0, a big shutdown, but 3 members on the left-hand side already. Donut Doug walking to the right. Queen Naga available. And Aurora and Moswell are hunting for a play here on a Benny Q. Instead, they're going to fall back, look towards this objective. So a big shutdown kill for hostile takeover, but they still lose another objective that goes the way of single bind.
It's something, though. It's something to restore the mentals. Knocking off that goose egg from the Thor's slash line feels good, and the fact that Rat Milk was participant to it is incredibly important. Now look at them, only a level behind, but a Pyromancer, unfortunately, also seemingly going the way of bind.
3 items, though, for Rat Milk here. Has that Book of Thoughts stacked up and Polynomicon completed here. So the Aladdin's starting to come online. Some wins going the way of hostile takeover. Is it enough, though? I feel like Lairs still is in a commanding position. They give up another kill here or another death here, and maybe it's a little more spooky for them, but they still got to feel so comfortable as they go in here.
I didn't expect him to do that much damage. Did you happen? Oh, it's Aurora who actually comes in the seismic shockwave to finish the job. But, dude, that's a support. He just nearly one-taps him with one rotation of abilities. I don't think we need flat pen. As long as Layers is here, it's unnecessary.
Yeah, just so much damage. It has an active Aegis now bot as well. I like this idea here. Don't give away another kill once you go in. Just pop that for a tool of safety. Keep yourself topped up in terms of your health and also get a little bit of regen as well. I like this idea here for Layers, and actually Fire Giant being looked at here by Single Bind just 18 minutes in.
I mean, they have so much zone control. Fields of Love, empty the crypts. You do not want to walk here. Wear a hard hat. It's about to get rough, but hold on. Karmic here in the front lines. The Pyro Bomb comes through. Donut Dog secures it for Single Bind. Karmic goes down as well. Hoi's in the sky, but not for long. What comes up must go down. Tegvir's dead too. Thor's in the sky hunting for the retreating members. It's a good beads, but it's actually instead the lamp. Layers says, I laugh at your lamp. Rat Milk gets absolutely swallowed up by the God of Thunder. Hecate, the last one left on the field at the moment. Happen has already long abandoned the fight. Mosswall makes sure to take down their quarry on the killing spree, and now only the Horus remains.
Single Bind with a huge victory, just saying, look, we're not letting the gold lead go away. We're going to use this advantage that we've got for ourselves. Group up as 5, force the objective. Get that one, take the fight, win that one as well. Now they're looking to force down these towers. A lot of standing gold on the map here. Tier 2 in mid, Tier 1, Tier 2 on the left-hand side, a Tier 2 on the right. Gold Fury also available that once they don't feel too comfortable standing around these towers, they can fall back as Layers has the dagger. Getting looked at here.
They also have the beads. That's all they're going to really need. Does Karmic really want to step up to this? But it does seem like Layers doesn't know if anyone's lurking in the bushes, any assistance, so they really, surely would have taken that 1v1. 20 minutes. 16-4. 10K. The way of Single Bind, we've officially reached uh-oh territory.
Karmic has to be a little bit careful here, but Remy and Aurora and Moswell wrapping here on the backhand side.
Open the gates, maybe used a bit too early. Remakami shrugging it off like it's nothing. And the blades begin to dance. Some bullying happening here. That Dispel Magic won't save you from this fizz damage god. And that's going to be one more kill at it on up. Solid wall, but it's going to be shrugged off by the beads coming out here from Aladdin. That means Rat Milk is vulnerable as well. Same with this mid lane bird. Dagger still in pocket here for Layers. So many resources for Single Bind. Not even to mention the sustain this Cupid provides you. Mid-bird turned to pork chops in a second.
Yeah, this game is out of control officially, I think, at this point. Single Bind have just gotten everything that they wanted right now. And that play in mid, to me, I'm like, oh, why not just make the safe call? Go towards the Gold Fury. It's available. Go take these towers on the left-hand side. You're just kind of prolonging the game at this point. But they get the mid-bird as well after a pick on Benny-Q. Nice play there from Remakami. I mean, Single Bind are getting everything. You can see they're trying to contest this Pyromancer, and they have the grouping advantage here. Oh, I gotta be careful.
Oh, hold on to the skies. Brings in the cavalry right into the crypts, though. The suns come dropping down, but the damage isn't enough. Lower health bars for hostile takeover. Rat Milk's already done. Karmic's gonna be next and Happen goes fleeing for the hills. Remakami takes out Tegvir for the rampage, and once again, Horus, they drove the car into the scene, but now they're trying to find the getaway van. You're the one who is behind the wheel.
I mean, it's just almost shades of Season 5 Worlds for Splice, Moswell, and Aurora. There was a Geb outwash meta back then. It was Geb solo at the time, but Aurora piloting this god very well right now. Able to deny so much all-in on such an immobile character. And Single Bind, they want to go for the end here. They're grouping, but with the respawn of Happen and Benny-Q, they're not going to go for it. They're going to back off, and I think that's the right call here. Rat Milk has respawned, has that Immortal Wish, I believe. And still hostile takeover. Still alive in the game, despite what could have been the game-ending play.
Also, two tier 2s, dear God. Say that 5 times fast. Are still up, so that Titan is rather tanky. Pyromancer being taken here by Single Bind, no problem. Gold Fury up as well. Will not be an Ancient One just yet, so you can at least have that up next time you need a bird sieged down. FG buff about to wear away, but plenty of gold for Single Bind to go back home and spend 11k. That being said, hostile takeover. When it comes to this composition on the back foot, what does that look like to us, Book? Because we talked about the bans board, how this is a comp all about dive, but now they're the ones who have to watch the enemy team do exactly that.
there is nothing worse than having a dive composition and you're behind at this stage of the game, and not just like a little bit behind, when you're this far behind. I mean, Rat Milk down 2 levels still, trying to find farm. Layers has finished the Titan's Bane, while Rat Milk has gotten a component of what I believe is an Ob Shard at this point. It is just a tough one for Hostile Takeover, and they gotta try and just split the map here, find some small wins, maybe force a relic before an important fight to try and go for a crazy steal potential. But even then, they don't have a lot of crazy steal potential. There's no way, no real answer to an Alposh, empty the crypts into a corpse explosion. That's going to secure the objective as well as shred the objective. It's a tough one. I don't know if they have an answer here in this composition. Even now, Doug and Layers comfortably splitting the left-hand side, pushing out this wave here before they're going to group back up around this objective. Doug only getting stronger here as the game goes on, has completed the Deathbringer. Aurora gets his bubble popped for an ultimate from Karmic. Like,
that's fine.
It's a small win, but like, really?
I think we're okay with that if we're Geb. In fact, we're rolling on forward. That's a lot of damage already from Layers. It's a great double stun as well. The Suns come dropping down, which forces Single Bind to reconsider, but it doesn't look like Ramakami is going to be stopping and hesitating for too much longer. The Blades are unleashed on Rat Milk, which forces them back, and with FG respawn, Single Bind to just zone the rest of Hostile Takeover away and whittle at the objective.
Layers and Doug are just doing the Fire Giant, by the way. Just all the while that this is happening. They're just zoning away 5 members. Now it's just 2 members zoning away 5 members. But yeah, Fire Giant's gone. And Rat Milk's dead.
Dear God, Layers takes down Happen as well. The Mordriddle once again finds Aurora's back. The bubbles pop, sure, but is their health bar any less affected? I don't think so. Donut Dog does get taken out by BennyQ, significant to stop the damage on the future Titan Siege, but that being said, the rest of it is not going the way of BennyQ. Layers takes him out beneath the tier 2 in the mid lane. A fight amidst beneath that lamp. Ramakami taking significant amounts of damage. The Wish for power. Wish to takes down Ramakami, exits out of the lamp, finds another one on top, but it's now Geb and Layers inside. A handicap match, the 1v3, not what you wanted, and indeed it's going to be met with an ill fate. Layers will take him out as well. 12-1 for the God of Thunder. Let's add to the ledger just a bit more, Karmic. You want to be on the stat board? Doesn't matter. 13-1 and a near deicide for Single Bind.
I still don't know if they can end here, D'Lo. I mean, 2 members are dead, and one of them is Donut Dog. That's a big part of your damage here. I can't imagine Single Bind are going to go for it here. They do get the mid bird once again at the very least. And a big kill on the Doug, I think, just saves the game for Hostile Takeover, and Rat Milk buying a ton of time with that double lamp Power Wish. I love that, and Rat Milk really does feel like the saving grace for this team so far. Despite being so far behind, not having the flashiest KDA, Rat Milk is really trying his best here to get his team back in this game, try and go for these all-in plays onto the back line. Really almost took down Moswell in the lamp once again. Took down Ramakami, put a shutdown gold there to the Aladdin. Has built the Rod to Hootie, now working on the Obsidian Shard here. So like this for the Aladdin at the very least, but has to be careful. Aurora's hunting here.
What are you doing, Aurora? No one is there with you right now, pal. It doesn't seem like they care all that much. The Magi's Cloak will be shrugged off. Or that Ricochet stun. Tier 2 is finally being looked at, which is good. Expose those birds to that Ancient Fury's curse, which will be spawning relatively soon. Pursue the Weak comes out, but won't find any targets. No, it's actually on Ramakami in the mid lane. That could be trouble now for Karmic instead. Escape being cut off there by the Geb, but the Shockwave won't land, nor will the Cataclysm. Great dodge there from the Mordred. A lot of utility down. To the skies comes out. Looking for Donut Dog. Knocks them up, but has no follow-up. Still did force out the Aegis, and Rat Milk forced into the grave once again by Layers. Left side bird being looked for. Open the gates. Does not find any targets. As Thor dies on in, BennyQ swaps places, but that Aegis was a bit too fritzy. Corpse Explosion finished the job. No, Donut Dog gets vengeance on BennyQ. Karmic knocks right back into the cribs. You're not getting out of the coffin anytime soon. Aurora escorts them by the hand. Tagveer being looked at next. Has the beads and the hover to get back into Fountain, and now Titan finally being looked at here. A full fire wave comes pouring on in from the left side, and Single Bind's gonna wrap on up Hostile Takeover and take them down for lunch. Tagveer gets 1 consolation kill. Doesn't change the end result. Order for the win.
If you told me today, D'Lo, that today we would see Ramakami play Loki solo with Aspect, I probably would have smacked you. I would have been like, what are you talking about? That's
Dang,
nonsense.
bro.
There's just no way, man. Like, in what world are we going to see Loki solo today with Aspect? And sure enough, Ramakami just pulls it out of nowhere, pulls it out of a hat, and makes it work really well. Disgusting performance for him. Layers as well with this Thor. I feel like one of those characters you just cannot allow Layers to have. And Hostile Takeover, man, a team that has won Smite Prime time and time and time again, has been sent to the losers bracket here. Will have to climb their way up to try and make it to the finals yet again, to try and go for another win. And to me, it's just Single Bind looks so much more comfortable together as a 5-man unit. This composition requires a lot of execution to be successful. You know, timing your Geb shields at the right time. Moswell trusting Aurora a lot to say, I don't have to use my relic right here. I can use it at a later date, as I have my Geb shield ready to go, my Geb peel ready to go, Layers as well to peel me out. So many tools to allow Moswell to stay alive in these fights. And Hostile Takeover, they just didn't really adapt. I think they needed to maybe play towards all-inning Layers or someone else instead, and maybe just fighting away from where this Geb's going to be. Look at that double tap damage onto BennyQ there. Disgusting from Lair.
I didn't expect it to do that much damage. In fact. Oh man, I think here's the thing. We talked at the bans board. We're like, why are we banning Daji for Single Bind? In a best of one format, Layers wants this Thor, clearly. And they deserve this Thor. That is what you have to deny them. I'm making that call out that if you are in a best of one up against Single Bind, you either need to take the Thor yourself or you need to ban it away. Because that god is a problem in the hands of this very precise and prestigious pilot. That being said, I think it's also summated by something you said at one point during the game, which is nothing feels worse than a dive comp that's behind.
Yeah, I think we're seeing it here where they try to go in, but the damage on the other side is just, it's too much. Specifically when it was just Doug and Layers on the Fire Giant, and then Hostile Takeover tried to all in on the Fire Giant to try and steal it away. And they just kind of went past the front line and just got obliterated when they went to dive, I think is a clear example of, yeah, we're just too far behind as a dive comp to really make an impact. You can see here Ratmilk with a great wish combo to get 2 ultimates off, trying to take down another member, waits for Moswell to hop in the lamp before they go for an all-in. A nice look there from the jungler, but still just not enough to take down this Single Bind team, which are if I'm not mistaken, they are the defending champs from last month. They did really well last month as well, and they're looking to keep that one going this month around.
2 Talismans of Purification. By no means were Single Bind not respecting the dive potential from Hostile Takeover, and in fact, that respect is what granted them the victory. They recognize that Hostile Takeover are a force to be reckoned with. They have all those accolades for a reason, and they made sure to respond adequately. Every single god, it feels like, from Hostile Takeover had an answer. That Op Wash is a response to Protector Surge from the Horus. You have the Geb Shield that responds to the Cleave, or rather the Fracture, that responds to any CC you try to dish out that can easily be shrugged off by the Cleanse. Dunsky, the Cupid, that mobility, all shut down. Just seemed like whatever card you drew, they had one that topped it.
Yeah, I think Single Bind just winning the draft here in this game. And it's something we haven't said for a long time against this Hostile Takeover team, a team that was so well known for outdrafting you for so long. Suddenly they feel like they're really struggling in their drafting phases.
But you know, we've also seen from Hostile Takeover, or from Clocked In, or from Overtime, we've seen them go down to that loser's bracket in this last week. And then we've seen them come back with a blazing fury. Will that be the case, or will they be erased from the hallowed halls of this month's June circuit? That's a question that waits to be answered, folks, and we will rather shortly. Stick around. More Smite Prime after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium, baby. D-Lo here in the booth, joined by Morty right by my side. Tess and Solstice, your almighty eyes in the sky, as well as, of course, Jitten's behind that curtain. Prize coming at you, Morcha, as we get up to the top of this bracket, the precipice, the peak. What can these players win?
$5,000, 5,000 bones, and man, that is a lot of prize. Think about how many skins you could buy with that much, Dealer.
I like to think of my prize money in terms of Chipotle burrito bowls, personally. That's how I measure it, and that's like at least 500, so pretty gosh darn solid. Bracket coming at you so you can see who can win all those Chipotle burrito bowls in just a second. Unless you get with extra meat, and if you get double meat, then it's probably closer to like 480 or something like that. But take a look at the brackets here, Mort. What teams do we see rising to the top, and what teams do we see battling at the bottom of the bracket?
Well, I think there's some pretty intense matchups to watch. Hostile Takeover up against Buttlovers, and while Hostile Takeover might have taken a bit of a spill I think, Butt Lovers really, hey, I should be on that team. Butt Lovers really,
right.
they've got a fair shot. They've got a fair shot at taking it to this team, considering, it's been kind of a rough day for Hostile Takeover, considering the roster changes that they've gone through. They lost Hydrogen. I'm sure when they heard the news, they probably freaked out. So Tag Fury moving over and Rat Milk, and it's kind of, we've made this talking point a couple times. I'm not going to dive too deep into it, but it's changed things up for sure. Now let's single bind and Hydrogen Bomb, try and maybe grab the crown that is left in an empty throne.
What does a hostile takeover of the Butt Lovers Corporation look like? Can you imagine? It's like, move on over. We're loving butts now. It just happened. Shoves them out of the way.
This is getting crazy.
My bad.
Really bad, really fast. We've got to be this is thin ice, bud.
Well, can I say it? I'm a Ymir main. I'm very familiar with the concept. So, Mort, we've gotten to see some themes kind of throughout the day here so far. What would you say between the two matches we've gotten is the recurring motif in terms of the gods being played and the gods being banned?
Well, I think part of what it is here, D'Lo, is that you've got this. So the first game was very slow and suffocating and very methodical. We're taking our time with this, and we're getting very, very, taking our time with it, right? But I'm wondering if that's how things will continue throughout the day.
We'll find out as we hop into P's and B's, Mort. We'll find out as we hop into P's and B's. We're gonna, yeah. I feel like those silhouetted faces where we're about to start saying some vocabulary words. Y'all get ready to learn here in Smite Prime. Gonna learn what the first bans are. It's that Aphrodite. No surprise there. That god's been oppressive.
Yeah, it's also not just the damage that you can do from an oppressive standpoint, but also the counterplay that you offer from Afro. The fact that you can just kiss one of the homies and then make sure they're CC immune, they're damage immune, and you get to fly back to them, make sure they're safe, body block anything that's going their way. The Afro pick is just incredible. So let's get that off the table, along with Daji, who offers a whole lot of damage, crowd control through the Powwow. Let's take that off the table as well. And Horus, who has been very prevalent in today's matchup. And granted, the last match, maybe not so much. It did get counterpicked and the Horus got shut down kind of early, but game one for today made Horus look really good. Rongyu knows that god very well, and the possibilities that you can make happen. The idea of splitting the map, something we talk about a lot here on Smite Prime. They're going to go for Queen Naga, we'll go for Gold Fury. That's no longer a thing with Horus Ult. You take the whole team anywhere you want to go, and you deny that from ever happening.
Watching for that. Lairs taking that Thor away from them is Hydrogen Bomb. Very smart. They learn from the mistakes of their former opponents, their compañeros, in the form of our friends on Hostile Takeover, who fell beneath that Mjolnir hammer so many times. So I'm very glad to see that they're recognizing that. That being said, Mort, what I see is open, the Bastet character.
The Bastet character is online, but we'll go for an Agni first pick instead, and putting some Prio onto Kaidon, I think, is a smart pick because there's a lot of damage that Agni can do as well. The Soul Reaver Totem of Death combo is very, very prevalent still, and the dot damage that Agni applies with his passive just does so much damage to anybody that he hits with the Flame Wave, Rain of Fire, whatever. Agni is a very strong mid laner, and there is still a little bit of room for a counter pick. Maybe a Ymir Wall, Odin Cage, something that blocks the dash for Agni is what could shut Hydrogen mid lane down early, but we'll find out as we get down the draft. Newt's a good follow-up pick, though.
Hydrogen on this... sorry, not Hydrogen. Hydrogen Bomb with this Agni pick. Do have a bit of nerfs to contend with in terms of the Rain Fire. That early game poke will be a bit lower, though late game scaling is still the same. Newt, of course, as a response is typical. She's been top pick, top ban for quite some time. Mordred has been seeing a lot of play here today. Didn't get to quite see it used to the best extent by Karmic last go around. Hopefully, single bind can put it to use a bit better.
And I think part of that is, I think Karmic tried a bit of a different build. What we're used to seeing from the Mordred is either full, complete, 100% tank, or maybe you pick up some lifesteal, Barb Carver and Mantle. That way, the Mantle gives you a bit of space whenever you get low on health, and then the Barb Carver gives you lifesteal, so you can get some of that health back after getting nuked earlier on in the team fight. You drop down from Pursue of the Weak, and then people are like, oh, well, Mordred's right there, let's blow him up. Well, Mantle of Discord gives you a bit of breathing room after you get blown up, and then you get to lifesteal by just running at people. So I feel like if we can change the build up for a single bind, Rubikami might have a better idea of what Mordred can do.
We have the Sobek coming out. and the Bastet character will be the response. So 2 Egyptian animalistic gods here. Hydrogen Bomb now have some really solid CC alongside the Agni, a lot of beads burning. And you know what's the great answer to that, Mort? It's that Geb to cleanse it away with 1 solid stone shield.
You know, the only thing scarier than the Bastet character is the Bastet character with a 600 health stone shield.
So true.
Are you joking?
Man.
Now, so not only do you have the extra half of 1,000 health, more than that probably, depending on the build that we're going to see from Single Bind's support here, but also you get all of the mitigations that Geb gets through his passive, Hard as Rock. You get less damage through basic attacks, less damage through abilities. You can't take more than a quarter of your health through one ability. So if we see a Sobek ult that doesn't, kill it, instead just does some damage, then you're not going to take that much damage. On her, well, granted, there's a lot of DPS on that side, so not as prevalent of a talking point, but basic attacks from Yorm, not going to do as much. From on her.
2 Agni? 2 Agni? 2 Agni? 1 for each head, I guess. That's, I don't think that's allowed.
Well, there's an aspect. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's Loki
Now,
in disguise. That makes sense.
That's interesting. And granted, usually it's the Morgan that turns into other gods, but that might be another Loki aspect that we haven't seen. First we had the one where you stealth your friends. Now you've got the blind instead of the stealth, and all of a sudden now you can turn into other gods too. That's pretty lore accurate if you want to talk about Loki, the trickster god in mythology. So I don't hate that idea, but Nuwa following things through here for Single Bind, and that makes me wonder who is going to be going to the carry lane or duo lane for carry, and who's going to be going mid. Newt has been a talking point for Donut Doug for quite a while. I think that makes a lot more sense. He loves the Newt pick, but Nuwa's aspect also makes her pretty nice too.
I feel like I haven't seen Nuwa aspect in heavy rotation for a decent amount of time, so I do imagine this Nuwa is going to be instead rocking in that mid. You have Soul Reaver. It's just good on-hit effects. That's kind of been the deal so far for a lot of mages. So I think Nuwa fits into that role relatively well. Question is, how does she stack up against that god of fire, Agni?
Well, the thing is, as Nuwa, you send out your little clay minions, and then Agni's like, well, I'm heat. I can melt clay. And then he just destroys them. Depending on, are you maxing the minions or not, that'll really depend on things.
We will find out as Hydrogen Bomb step with Single Bind. This time, the first seed versus the second. And once again, what could very well be a bit of a old iteration of what could be our grand finals. It's D'Lo, it's Morty. It's Solstice in the sky.
Well, getting into things today, I had to touch up with Musi and say, Musi, I'm doing some analyst work today. I need some help on what I could be doing. So he gave me a whole checklist. So we're going to be going down the checklist here. And on the top is starters, any significant starters that we could look at. And really, it's just a whole lot of bluestone, right? You get a lot of early clear, bit of extra pressure along with health and regen. And health and mana regen. So sustain and lane is the name of the game for a lot of these guys you see on screen. Granted, the Bluestone adds extra dot damage to what Agni can already do through his passive, so I'm a big fan of that. Maswal getting some extra poke damage out, forcing an Aegis away is kind of crazy. Anyways, so that's less than half your health taken so early on. That's gotta suck for Kaidon. I'd be a little frustrated. That definitely changes things up. The really only interesting starter we're going to see here is Selflessness from Geb here. Aurora's going to take that because we're going for a much more passive playstyle with this Geb pick. I mean, you're really looking to make sure that Donut Doug just stays alive for as long as possible. And with the Stone Shield, with all the crowd control offers, Selflessness is just kind of the icing on the cake for that. Next on the Musi checklist is Relics. And a lot of Aegises picked up, mainly because of this Bastet character. Ooh, the Bastet character just puts gray hairs on my chinny chin chin, D'Lo, because it does so much damage. And it's kind of like the Tsukiyomi pick, where you don't really need beads for anything. There's not a lot of crowd control to worry about from Bastet. It's mainly just the pure raw damage output. So Aegis is going to take a lot of power away from layers. It's all going to depend on waiting out Relics. So I'm a big fan of Aegis is going across the way, along with the Phantom Shell for Baronary, Baby Gup. That's going to help a little bit when you upgrade that later on. You get extra prots and a lot more damage mitigation from Shell of Rebuke, the upgraded version, as we're seeing an early gang.
I think as well that Aegis is going to be pretty useful up against Maswal on this Nuwa in the mid lane. You know, those fire shards, if you're trying to finish off a kill, a nice little Aegis can certainly be a good way to shrug it off. That does, though, mean you are a bit more exposed to those Mordred Pursue the Weaks, as well as Aurora's Cataclysms. Geb, once again, being piloted here for single bind. We saw how effective it was last time on the diving agents of the team. And like you said, only thing scarier than a cat is a cat protected by the power of Solid Rock itself. So we'll see if they can be put to good use here. If you are Layers, if you are the Bastet character, who are you looking to sink your kitty claws into?
Anything. You see how Layers is just running into the jungle and just kind of like taking camps away? Like, where's Sunprod? I don't really care. I'm the Bastet character. The god just does so much. Granted, you need a bit of damage earlier on. Snatty and Romikami both really low, but doesn't look like we get a kill just yet. Thanks to the sustain from the Chalice for Snatty. We'll be able to heal up just in time, but Layers is around the corner.
Bastet character is present. Pouncing on her prey. Cats don't fear serpents. They have the reflexes, but the ensnaring claws off the mark. Don't find the root. Can you still compute the kill? Layers gets first blood. Sunprod quickly answers back. Still no level 5 for either of these junglers. They're just going to have to lick their wounds. At least the cat will.
But a blind walking towards Layers. Decent damage. At least this makes you go back to base. No! Body blocked off the clone. Layers was trying to just walk under the tower, but blocked by the clone, couldn't walk any further. That was a very smart play off Sunprod. You've got to give respect where respect is due. My flowers go to you, little guy. That was incredible. Oh my.
Audacious. Very risky. If they were not timed properly with the damage from the Dancing Blades, and if they didn't get that body block, they would just have to waste an Aegis and potentially even deal with the counter engage from Layers. But well done. Audaciously puts down the kitty cat early. That's one of her 9 lives down, and now level 5 being granted to Hydrogen Bomb instead first, so that Assassinate is online. Question is, does it get used around these rocks? Tidon's present as the Rain Fire. First 2 go down the way of single bind, but at least Hydrogen Bomb uses those bombs to grab some XP for themselves.
That's a good way. I like the rotation there. That's what I love about this Agni pick from Kydon. It's not just the damage output, but also how far away you can be from a fight. It's non-committal damage. You feel me? Like, you could be so far away and not have to worry about anything. Oh.
Yeah, nice little Skyfall there in response to the pluck. I think it was actually the Stone Shield as well that maybe allowed them to get out of the CC, or it just could have been the CC immunity from the ultimate. But either way, that's also a great little piece of counter tech. If you're able to time that Stone Shield quickly enough, you can actually immune the pluck because the stun comes first.
Yeah, and it takes very high-level ball knowledge to know something like that. I mean, the Stone Shield, it's hard to make that timing happen. While it's true, I don't disagree with it. The timing is it's like milliseconds. You know what I mean? Granted, Aurora has that timing, memorized. Doesn't have the timing of the blue buff Sun memorized, though. He did get stunned by the blue buff, but that's fine. Layer shows up just to throw some damage away and then go back to base. At least show face over by the left side of the map. And nothing really to be concerned about on the right side since brands are down. I don't mind you rotating over this early. First items online already for Layers and Sunprod. Barb Carver pickup. Oh
no, what a great double stun into the convergence autos as well. Desert's Fury inside the Soap execute, but they're going to recognize Threshold is not going to be able to be reached with the Stone Shield up. Now it's Sobek instead in danger. That Land Shark just got beached. Baby Gup is down, but reinforcements have arrived in the form of the Loki. Trying to look for the kill, but instead sinks into an Aegis. A great assassinate. Sunprod gobbles up the donut, and the Impale finishes off Aurora. Fire Shards will find Bubkiss. Great 2 kills in response from Hydrogen Bomb.
The big thing to note at the end of that is I talked a lot about how Aegis is going to counteract what Layers can do damage-wise on Bastet. Part of that, too, is also Maswal's ultimate, which is just, I'm going to go up into the air and hurt everybody for free. I press this button and everybody takes a couple hundred damage, and that can score some kills depending on the situation. That scenario right there, if it weren't for the Aegis that Sunprod picked up, it could have been a tower shot plus the ult from Maswal that probably would have killed Sunprod. But because of that, he gets to continue his kill streak, 3-0-1, and that's very nice. Like I was talking about earlier, he's already got his first item online. That Barb Carver offers a lot of damage because you're alternating between basics and abilities very often when you're playing Loki. When you jump onto somebody, flurry strikes after the invis, or you assassinate after the flurry strikes, and then you're just throwing out basics, so you go back and forth. Snatty's invis saved his life right there, by the way. That was a very, very smart play, but he does lose his blue buff in exchange, which is very unfortunate. We all know our solo laners love their blue buffs, and Snatty will have to kiss his goodbye for the next 3 minutes.
6 minutes in, 4-2. Hydrogen Bomb doubling down on the kills, but the gold, not quite the same story. With those buff invades, single bind are staying in, it's about dead even. And look where the kills are located. 3 in Sunprod's pocket. Now, we've seen Sunprod be hot, we've seen them be cold, we've seen them be yes, we've seen them be no. Seems right now they're in the game rather than out. Let's see if they can keep going up instead of down.
And that's because the Loki character is very, 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 very dependent on the snowball, right? A lot of junglers are like that, but I think Loki over others, you know, if you get behind, so yeah, especially Sunprod's a very momentum-focused player. I mean, that we have seen games where Sunprod can just fall off the map because they don't get these extra kills like he does in this game. So now that he's got these kills, Sunprod's going to feel very confident going into a lot of things. Firebrand's already being taken down a couple times by Sunprod, and this mid lane ritual where Hydrogen Bomb have the numbers game, Cataclysm used by Aurora. He is low on mana, but decent damage from Oswald. Goodness.
Ritual secured by Hydrogen Bomb. These ensnaring claws have been off the mark, and that's going to be something this Bastet character has to nail to find the root, as well as, of course, just the damage from the kitty cat itself. Gold Fury could be a potential angle if any more kills fall on this left side, but Bastet's simply looking. Maybe find a kill on Hydrogen if it's necessary. The Fire Shard's going to actually shrug off the last auto from the Newt, as well as the new wall ultimate. But can you stop the sky itself from falling on top of you? Yes, you can, thanks to a nice disperse, but now Loki and Bastet charging into the left side to see who can arrive to Newt first, whether it's Savior or Murderer. Loki's invis, it is behind you as well. A great Dancing Blades finishes off Donut Doug. A rush of a charge spray in from the Sobek to peel for their jungler. Now Sunprod, 1 second, goes back in. So Bexecute or Loki? Baby Gup finds the kill and Layers goes down.
Big, very, very nice. I'm a big fan of how that whole transaction went down for Hydrogen Bomb, mainly because Hydrogen was able to play for his life very early on. He had the Aegis ready to go. He up down the Skyfall, and the whole fight took so long that Hydrogen is able to respawn and come back to lane. And maybe we target Aurora, who doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but he's going to roll back. It's Aurora. He's very tanky on the Geb. He's going to be okay. But yeah, a rotation from Sunprod does get him another kill. He doesn't fall in the process, but Layers, still gets a little bit more. It's just Hydrogen Bomb are continuing the snowball. Like you said earlier, it's not too big, barely over 1,000 gold. It's not much of a talking point, but it is favoring itemization ever so slightly. Take a look at this second item already picked up for Sunprod. He's got the Hydras online along with the Barb Carver. So cycling through your basics and your abilities, you're going to be putting out so much damage early on. This is the I'm going to run at you for the next 10 minutes build. Sunprod is going to be in his bag for the foreseeable future.
Those autos from Loki after an ability hit like a Hydrogen Bomb, spelled H-Y-D-R-A, baby. Sunprod on the left side. Great Impale stun against the wall, but Sunprod's more preoccupied with the buff invade. It will find it, but the Bastet character is on the way. Would certainly feel nice to get a shutdown on that Loki, but unfortunately the Assassin makes it a bit tougher. Here comes the Skyfall, but Displacement Immune as well as Kill Immune, apparently. The Fire Shard just not getting enough done here since Mosswall's got to get a few more levels up before they can hit hard.
Really good usage of Flurry Strikes there from Sunprod. Displacement immunity is what kept him from getting yoinked by the Skyfall. He did still take the damage, but he didn't get pulled. Otherwise, he would have gotten a little bit closer to single bind, and he might have lost that bounty on his head, which, granted, it's starting to get up there. 4 kills, no deaths. Sunprod is a high prio target for single bind, as Snatty kills Ramakami in solo lane. Very nice, Snatty, down to 100 health, but, he's all good. You got to love the game there. Sunprod still has a very big target on his head. Single bind want him dead over anybody else on the team. So, I really like that Sunprod's playing for his life. He could have used the Flurry Strikes earlier to maybe try and secure a kill, but he decided, no, I need this displacement immunity in case they're trying to chase me down, because you never know when death's knocking on your door.
A little shrug off there of the CEC. Thanks. Again, having that Magi's Cloak. Second item built. Just really trying to make sure these tail lips don't throw them off the mark, or these charged praise or impales. Can't find them. Hydrogen Bomb in general between the Sobek and this on her. So much displacement ability on their side to really put single bind into a bind, but that's not even been the biggest thing. It's been this Loki. So the question is from single bind, who's the best hope to finally put down the Sunprod?
Well, there's the Bastet character. That's really the highest hopes here. That felt like a bit of a random Cataclysm, but we'll let it slide. I mean, just for the love of the game, right? Just putting out damage where damage is due. farming PD over there. No, I think Layers is the one who does that, mainly because look at how much strength that Layers has. We saw that from Bastet in the first game of the day with me and Book, and we're seeing it yet again. High strength from Erendite and Jotun. And that is 100 strength from these two items alone. Maybe 95 or 100, one of those two. You're going to be hitting like a truck already, especially after the Erendite proc. You're going to be running towards Sun Prod at Mach speed. He's going to have a hard time getting away, even with the Invis speed buff off his one. Still, it's going to be hard to catch up. It's not going to be hard to run. It will be hard to run for that guy. It won't be hard to catch up to him. That's what I'm trying to say. Layers will have so much damage to offer. So I think that you just need to match rotations if you're Layers. Try and find out where Sun Prod is, put some wards on the map, talk to your friends, make sure they do the same. Let's keep our eyes on Sun Prod and let Layers match the rotations. But Sun Prod showing up to the left side of the map yet again, I think that Hydrogen Bomb with their first Gold Fury.
Let's see if they can end up taking something away. There's not really too much in the form of secure ultimates except for the Rain Fire. Hydrogen Bomb, I do believe, between the burn from the On Her as well as the burn from the God of Fire, probably secured those pretty handily. Another blue buff invade on the right side. Pressure on Snatty has been matched despite getting that solo dolo kill. Or Mikami is still caught up in levels. Another purple buff invade there from the Sun Prod himself. And the Submerge alongside the World Serpent can ensure that Snatty easily shrugs off the gank from the Bastet character.
And that's all you can do, right? You know, it's going to be hard to get kills onto Snatty, right? Because he's got that ult every single time you show up over there. So you just have to take away farm from him. I think the blue buff invades are shutting down Snatty just as much as kills would. So I'm a big fan of that. Hydrogen Bomb burning this Gold Fury, but they drop it because Aurora has gained vision, has known and said, single bind friends, we need to do something about this. But Hydrogen Bomb dropping instead, deciding it's not worth a fight for this gold if it's not free. You know what I mean? It would have been nice if there wasn't any resistance, but single bind found out the sleuth that Aurora is with his detective cap. He's Sherlock Holmes LARPing over there and found out the gold was getting burned.
I'm also scratching my chin rather inquisitively wondering, when did one of these mid laners do something? Oh, and oh. Boring! Yawn, falling asleep here.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way, honestly. I'm so glad that our camera person Solstice has just been keeping eyes off mid lane. There's nothing happening over there. It's just, you know, a couple. There's like a gank or two from Layers earlier on, but that's about it. You know, let's just let them do their thing. If we want to see something from Kaidon or Mazbal, it'll be Mazbal's ult, which we've already seen a couple times, you know, a bit of extra player damage, or Kaidon, who hasn't been rotating too much just yet, but it's because Kaidon's playing for his life. You don't know when Layers is lurking in the jungle. You know what I mean? So you got to play it safe.
Seeing it right now, the Submerge comes out. The World Serpent is back up. I think that they were relying on that not being the case. Razor Whip nearly finishes the job, but the dot's not quite enough. So once again, the Snake is able to stay safe. I'm just not quite sure if all this pressure will amount to much. At the very least, you're keeping Snatty up to par. Jormungandr can be quite the lane bully after all. And Ramakami is doing rather well in this Mordred, so I'm curious to see what happens when all these different pieces come into play. The mids and the solos. Who's got the better 5v5?
The better 5v5 is... It's something I haven't given too much thought to. I mean, I really do think single bind on paper have a really good team fight, but then you have to keep in mind where we're at game state wise here, D'Lo. I mean, there's a lot more itemization for Hydrogen Bomb. The gold lead isn't too big, but it does affect the damage ever so slightly, especially when we're investing in these expensive items. Ramakami got Dwarven Plate, and Soul Reaver does cost a pretty penny too. These are items that definitely cost quite a bit. The only cheap build we're seeing right now is Donut Doug's with the Tearfing and Braggy's Harp. That's a lot of on-hit early on. It doesn't cost too much either. This, I think the popular term for it is proc slop, right? Just your on-hit effects, or just procking Tearfing. Yeah, that's really what we're getting from Donut Doug. So if Doug rotates over to Queen Naga when that fight inevitably goes down, I think Single Bind have a much higher chance of winning that fight, but without Doug, it might be game over.
Mummy, I don't want to eat proc slop today. I'm tired of it. You're gonna good and gosh darn get it, Sun Prod, as they go in to try to look for Aurora. They won't find him instead. And the Cats to pounce on top of them. A great Mordred ult catches Sun Prod out. This could be the bounty they look for. Ramakami supplies the shutdown and a stone shield for added panache. An amazing kill for Single Bind, but can they make it lead to more? Luck comes through, but the CC immunity ensures. And Layers can get out to safety. Sobek lurking beneath the waters, but now looking for the ritual. Some solid stuns being applied. The Heart Slash as well, though the knockup will free Baby Gup from their clutches. Now Snatty's got to ensure they get to safety as well. The World Serpent ensures just that while putting a bit of additional pressure on top of Single Bind. Hydrogen Bomb will retreat, one jungler down, but they're also losing a tower thanks to Donut Doug pushing him left.
I think it's a good note. I'm glad you brought up the tower because the whole time while there's this, this ritual side, which it does something, it does give Single Bind some pushers, but while this whole thing's happening, Hydrogen Bomb lost a bit of pressure, not just because of the pushers, but this tower getting opened up on the left side. Now Single Bind can grab this Gold Fury. Hydrogen's aware. It's down to over half.
Hydrogen as ultimate. Not the best steal tool, but it certainly is something. Cat for cat. Who's got the sharper claws? We'll find out as the Aegis comes out in response to the seismic shockwave. Dispersing right into that Harpies camp, and that means that the retreat horn's been called. Single Bind grabbed that. We'll have to lose something for it. It's the Moonlight Naga Queen. At this point in the game, very easy to split the map with so many objectives up. Yeb arrives far too late to the scene, but that rollout will actually grant them safety. Baby Gup tries to find the knockup, but that Magi's Cloak, once again, saving Aurora's life.
Your middle tower
I think this Magi is really solid up against Bayro specifically. I feel like Magi's was like a safe item that I was baited into believing is good for carry specifically, right? Like, oh, you don't want to get picked out of position. You don't want to get exploded, so maybe you should get a Magi towards the end of the build for carries. Granted, that was more of like a Smite 1 talking point, but I really like it for Aurora too because it doesn't just give you the shield. It also gives you a lot of prots too. The protections that you get, the tankiness that Aurora is going to have from the Magi's, along with the Shell of Rebuke. So if we glance over the itemization from Aurora, you've got 30 and 30 from Eye of Providence. You get 20 and 20 from Shell of Rebuke. You also get prots from Magi's. That's 100 of each prot with just 3 items, along with the health that you're getting from Selflessness. I think this build for Aurora, while it does lack a bit of mana and mana regen and some cooldowns too, you're very tanky.
Spit over the wall. The Pyromancer is the now new focus from Single Bind, and they will drop it, recognizing that Hydrogen Bomb do have manpower here to muster. Between this Loki and this Yorm, a lot of invisibility, a lot of stealthiness, though. We're going full frontal right through the wall on top of Hydrogen. Can this bomb be defused? Already so low, but can the Kitty Cat escape? They're able to back on out. Ramakami can't say the same. They're dead thanks to Snatty, the World Serpent. Gonna try to provide some backup there for the Sobek. Sunprod gets to work with the Blaze, and a great knockup cuts off Geb's escape. The doors won't open for you instead. To the pearly gates you go. Mosswall still got damage to spare. Sunprod will go down swinging, but go down they will. Donut Doug finds a response. Hydrogen Bomb, so many low health bars, but they do still find the better hand of the 1-for-2 trade.
Like that. I like that a whole lot, especially Sunprod targeting Aurora right there. Once Geb's rollout's gone, he doesn't go anywhere. I mean, yeah, the Stone Shield makes him tanky. He is tanky alone too, but
nice disperse, goes for the Aegis. In response, that's going to ensure that Mosswall is able to escape, though Snatty is certainly lurking. But man, Hydrogen not dying off the back of that Pursuit of the Week was so tragic, Mort. That's who you could tell they really wanted to go for, and they just couldn't find him.
Man, that impale between a pillar and a hard place. that's unfortunate. And also really good placement from Hydrogen. Way to read the map and play to its geography. You gotta love that gameplay from Hydro. We're gunning for the tier 1 here in mid lane, but I don't know if Hydrogen Bomb get it. Aurora's playing up very heavy because Single Bind are showing up to mid, and they don't want to lose that tier 1. You cannot risk losing. I mean, that tower is going to fall inevitably, but it doesn't need to be now. You know what I mean? We're playing to save our tower. Make sure the map is as closed off as possible, because even though Hydrogen Bomb, they might want to grab objectives, they can't do too much with them if they still have to worry about towers in the process. You feel me?
21 minutes in, it's 9-4. And Hydrogen Bomb, despite having a pretty significant kill lead, the gold lead is rather unintimidating, especially considering that Single Bind do have that 1 Gold Fury pip on their side. Pyromancer up, FG available. Gold Fury will soon be respawning. I'm curious to see when the tension pops once more. Hydrogen Bomb really have invested a lot of chips in on this jungler, but Sunprod is now not quite as intimidating as they once were, has seen the fountain 2 times. It all comes from the back of this Sobek pluck, but who are they looking for?
Well, you can't really grab Aurora too often. One, because he has Mad Guys. Two, if you do pull him to your team, what are the odds he just hits Cataclysm and nukes your team?
Very
you know
high.
I mean? Layers can just jump out. You know what I mean? The kitty cat pounces. That's fine. Doug does have CC immunity with the ults. I mean, maybe you can target Doug. I think Mozball is the best answer, right? Assuming the Clay minions don't block the charge prey, that has got to be your best target. You know, I think that the best thing that Mozball can do, especially without beads, is go up into the air, do some damage, and land back down and die. Mozball has to be our target. Let's wait for the Clay minions to fall,
I agree.
and then we go straight for Mozball's head.
I see an Aegis, which means I see danger. But Mozball's positioning is why their slash line is so gosh darn boring. They've been playing it pretty gosh darn safe. Close to the vest, which is how a Nuwa has got to be to get those final hits or those kills. Bad guys once again. Bubble gets burst by Baronary. We're trying to maybe push down this tier 1 on the right side to open up the map a bit more. Grab some more global gold.
So we're finally going after this tier 1. This game seems like it's going to be a bit of a stretch, D'Lo, but I feel like this is pretty on par with what we see from Hydrogen Bomb. A lot of games that I've seen from this team, formerly known as Witchcraft, and other names down the road as well, they don't mind dragging these games on longer than most teams usually do. They're completely okay with playing the EFG game. They're completely fine with waiting for AGFs, Ancient Gold Fury. They don't mind this game going on longer. So, granted, while they do want to go for a snowball, if it doesn't work out in their favor, it's fine. You know, we'll eventually get to where we want to be. We're just looking to get there a bit earlier than most teams are. One interesting note I want to talk about here, itemization-wise, it's the Soul Reaver on Snatty. Oh, blink ult.
Damage from this Geb in combination with the new wad does not actually unleash the Shining Metal. Instead, drops down the Flame Shards to just put Kaidan into a bit worse of a standing. That's not necessarily meant for the kill. It's meant to instead buy space. If you force the back from Kaidan, this Pyromancer becomes a lot more tantalizing. Loki, more rotation ability, is half health as well. But Pyromancer just as soon dropped as it's picked up, as the World Serpent is lurking. Mikami eats some damage for their troubles. Snatty, able to zone away with just that one ultimate alone, and all of a sudden, all of Single Bind's investment is for naught.
Yeah, I feel like that was a lot of resource invested into something that nothing. I want to say, I mean, granted, we did pull a relic away, but that's pretty much it, considering, you know, we lost the blink and ult for Aurora. Granted, I mean, it's still a kind of a low cooldown for Cataclysm. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the relic pool, you know, eye for an eye, it is what it is. But we have to be careful because you never know when these relics are going to be needed. A lot of objectives to be looked at. Pyromancer is up. Fire Giant's up. Ancient Gold Fury is up. But, you know, you never know when these fights are going to kind of unfold. It kind of reminds me, if we take a look back 10 minutes, D'Lo, whenever we saw Sunprod shut down for the first time this game, his first death was because Remikami just kind of showed up out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Hit a Pursue the Weak, and then Sunprod just died. You never know when that situation's going to hit the replay button. So you have to be aware. You have to have all of your resources ready to go for when that could inevitably happen again.
I mean, at 25 minutes more, I'm looking at the player damage chart, and I'm starting to see the Bastet character do Bastet character things. Loki has kind of seen their time of grace fall away. The era of Sunprod domination has kind of withered just a little bit. There's still certainly potential. Level 19, a level up on layers, but I've got to imagine that once Bastet gets that Titan's Bane online, things are going to get very significantly more scary for the front line of Hydrogen Bomb.
That is very true. I feel like Bastet only gets stronger as the game goes on. Sunprod can be a late game carry, but, you know, if Single Bind decide to focus Sunprod, he's going to be an ult bot. You know, if he gets silenced through a Screeching Gargoyle that could be picked up, if he gets focused for one reason or another, then Sunprod can't do too much in a lot of these fights, aside from ulting one specific backliner and hoping that he gets a kill on him.
Snat is on the front lines, doing quite a lot of zoning, but also taking quite a lot of damage. Forced a World Serpent, but that means they're damage immune. The rest of Single Bind is certainly not. Desert Fury comes out. The danger is the one for Baby Gup, who has to make a mad dash out to safety. Pursue the Weak does find the line as they dash right on into the Skyfall, but they're still safe. The Ensnaring Claw does find Kaidan, but instead it's Aurora who go down first. Hydrogen is still alive, which means they can pump out these autos. No longer Kitty Cat for Kitty Cat. Lairs scratches back. 2-for-1 in favor of Single Bind.
And you want to know why I hate the Bastet character, D'Lo. It's because
Why?
3 members of Hydrogen Bomb all use their Aegis against the Bastet character, and they still died. Because the cats last that long, and she's still going. Do you see what I mean? Like, you just are quivering in your boots because you see the Bastet character with now 4 items. The Titan's Bane has been picked up, and good lords, layers hurts very bad. You're just so scared because you never know when your health bar is just gonna disappear. And this is without the flat pen changes. I'm getting on a tangent. I've got to cool down for a minute.
Nah.
So,
More. You heard of the back rooms? These are the Bastet rooms now.
Oh my God, that'd be a terrible movie. I'd be the lowest Rotten Tomato score I've seen in my life.
Negative 30%. I hate it here. Single Bind do grab that Pyromancer. So another bomb in their pocket. Now 27 minutes in, they're starting to work back from that deficit. It's nearly even at this point, Mort.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Even though Hydrogen Bomb did have a bit of an early lead kill-wise, it never amounted to much gold, really, but it did look good as far as, I guess, mentals, you know? I mean, Sunprod had a bit of a moment earlier on. That moment is kind of, it's a smoldering fire rather than a raging fire at this point. I still think there's a chance that Sunprod can do more in these team fights. He just has to be given an opportunity. And granted, there isn't a solid engage for Sunprod to really back up off of. If we think about how Hydrogen Bomb start a lot of these fights, it's off of Snatty's ult, which isn't the best engage tool. Or maybe a pluck, which is good, but that makes Hydrogen Bomb more of a pick focus comp rather than a 5v5 comp. And Hydrogen Bomb like to play as a 5v5 comp. So their target here as far as who gets ultimate.
Oh no! Watch out, Bastet character online. Cat
with a shield.
Ultimate has been dropped as well with his shield. Terrifying, absolutely horrifying. Ancient Fury was picked up momentarily by Hydrogen Bomb, but with the rotation, has to be reconsidered. Snatty is in trouble. Has that ultimate, does not want to let it rip unless absolutely necessary. Some good trigger discipline, having faith in the rest of the team to peel properly for them. Everyone gets out scot-free.
Scot-free. You know, it was 27 years that I was saying scotch-free. I wasn't making fun of me in the YouTube comments. Jithins just told me like 2 weeks ago. It's yeah, crazy. Thanks for telling me earlier, guys. Anyways, irrelevant point. Fire Giant, Ancient Gold Fury. Still more objectives for both these teams to look at. Good pluck.
Unfortunately, the rollout, man, just not the pluck you're looking for. Again, that should be Mosswall. He's right there. Well, he's in the fog, so it's a bit hard to see him, but something in the mist. Kill it.
The mist. Finally, the tier 1 tower falls. We're starting to take down towers and open up this map. Both tier 1s in the solo lane are down, and a couple towers for Hydrogen Bomb. They lost their tier 1 on the left side, but just took the tier 1 in the mid. So we're starting to see the map get opened up a little bit more. Granted, at this point of the game, we're not too worried about towers. I mean, we do have some level 20 characters already. Most supports are almost level 20. Full build. We're starting to get to that territory, but not quite yet. Pyromancer getting burned as we speak.
All right. Full dedication from Single Bind, and Kydon will secure it instead from Hydrogen Bomb. Ripped away from Single Bind. Now the fight begins in earnest. Here's the World Serpent coming out from Snatty. The last pick of it will be used to retreat instead. Ramakami, low, will not be participant. Any fight that continues, which is none. It seems that we only wanted the OBJ, and that's going to go to Hydrogen Bomb, which is very fitting, after all, for their name.
Riddick Bomb in pocket for both Kydon and Donut Doug. So when either team can make a siege happen, you do have a bit of extra pressure on these towers that are left up. Or if we go for a side lane, a single bind, then maybe we can grab a bird thanks to the help of the bomb. But the Fire Giant's getting burned.
This is scary. Magi's still up for a roar, but quickly burned away. Some solid poke on them as well. In fact, a pluck this time around could potentially result in the Geb's end. Single Bind are forced to retreat, knowing that front line being weakened. Puts them in a far worse standing. Hydrogen Bomb say, thank you very much. We'll take it from here, boys. I don't think Single Bind's going to quite like that. It changes hand. The merry-go-round continues. Snatty once again on the front lines. You can see that Sobek positioned behind the snake, trying to find a big pluck off of the holes that Snatty opens up in the enemy team.
You know, it's kind of weird to me that Single Bind haven't had more solid engages against this comp, because granted, there is CC immunity with a couple members of Hydrogen Bomb, but there's no beads on their side. There's a lot of Aegises to counteract the damage that Layers, Mossball, Donut Doug can do, but not a lot of CC immunity after the ults have been burned. And I feel like this comp really can just run at people who have done correctly. We've got Blink for Geb. We have Rollout too to put us in a good position as well. Remikami has Pursue the Weak, which is a really solid engage tool if used correctly. I feel like this on paper, Single Bind have a comp that can start fights with ease, but I feel like they're not very confident because they've been a little down for a majority of this game. Granted, it's a 1K goal lead for Hydrogen Bomb. This isn't like a scary talking point, the uh-oh territory that we talk about. They don't feel confident. I feel like this is a team comp that needs confidence to work as it's planned on paper, but we're not seeing that confidence just yet. But how long can you operate without having that confidence? This needs to be a thing that shows up sooner than later. Otherwise, Hydrogen Bomb are going to start taking advantage of it, picking out your team and going for objectives. Granted, they haven't done too much of yet. We've only seen one Gold Fury in 33 minutes. Kind of crazy. But you've got to start hitting these ults. You've got to start getting ready for team fights in your favor.
Well, you said it, more. 33 minutes on the horizon. You know what that means. EFG is in the game. Ancient Fury available on the left side. Splitting the map is certainly an option, but not one that really favors the team who only grabs the Fury. Without any global ultimates to really rotate around and get to the fight quickly enough, save for Snatties. Not an appealing option here for Single Bind. Pyromancer's going to be the appetizer, the hors d'oeuvre. Hydrogen Bomb will begin to burn it, but quickly decide to let it go. Especially with an objective as valuable as the EFG, no sense in needlessly giving bombs to the enemy.
We've got time to talk about it during the song and dance. What is an hors d'oeuvre?
It's the same thing as an appetizer, if I'm not mistaken. Could be this Geb. Nope, never mind. It could be these clay minions. Decent damage. A great pillar to stall the approach of Mikami to ensure the area stays safe. They do still have to use the lurking waters to ensure such. Mikami needs some poke from Snatty as well. But once again, you just go back to the dance that we do.
But now we've got a couple resources taken away from Hydrogen Bomb. Single Bind surely have to be confident that they can take something sooner than later, and especially with some poke damage from Mozball, that lowers a lot of health bars actually. Hydrogen's less than half. He's played very far back. That Mozball's ult damage alone sends Hydrogen Bomb packing as a team. Let's at least go for Pyro, but instead we're splitting blue buff. It's about decisions that we're making. I think that, granted, these fights could go very well in their favor if they feel confident. I feel like I'm really driving this point to the ground, but I don't know. I mean, I love this team comp. I love the team. The players are very talented. You just have to take advantage of the tools that you're given. You know what I mean?
I definitely think that the new wall ultimate is something that we need to see used at the beginning of the fight, maybe, instead of at the end. Aegis is going to get forced out here by the Bastet, sure, so it might be tantalized and go for kills with the new wall ultimate, but I think it's a lot better to just start with the advantage, to start with Hydrogen Bomb on the back foot. Or maybe the back paw if you're Hydrogen here instead. Cataclysm only going to be used against the Sobek, and it's instantly matched by the Impale. Again, big ultimate for not much value.
So fighting over the ritual site, that's something that can just be touched, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be, something that's killing you like the EFG or the Ancient Gold Fury. You can just kind of be in this zone and get the crystal shards, which will give you pushers and a bit of pressure onto these lanes as you go for an objective. Hydrogen Bomb seem to have the upper hand for now. Single Bind still lacking confidence.
So much damage, doesn't even need the Impale stun. Instead, it's set up by Kaidon oh so well. Pursue the Weak could not get you through the wall quickly enough, and now Hydrogen Bomb have punched a hole through Single Bind wide enough to openly go for the Pyro.
And Pyro's a good tool. A second runic bomb.
An hors d'oeuvre.
One for Baby Gup. And another, a second hors d'oeuvre. I mean, we're getting filled up on appetizers here. We got the main course still waiting
bread
for
basket. Very calorie heavy, man. I'm carb loading, baby. Hydrogen Bomb. Now starting to put that energy to good work. Counting calories, counting kills. Could be. Counting the amount of times we see Snatty go with this ultimate. Already one charge used. A good leap over the wall. A nice disperse, but a better Cataclysm finds the double stun. And now it could be the Bastet character leaping right into an Impale. Leaping into death. Sunprod finished the job, and Aurora's got nowhere to go. 3 bodies tacked up just so. Hydrogen Bomb resumed the burn on the EFG.
And with Donut Doug, less than half health, does have an ult to maybe try and steal this. I honestly would like, a non-committal Skyfall. Donut Doug takes off into the air, but it might have been a little bit too early. Yeah, very early, but he didn't have vision, so I don't want to, harp on it too much. It's just kind of one of those, it is what it is situations. Remikami's not going to pursue the Weak in there to try and steal. I don't blame him. Hydrogen Bomb get this Fire Giant scot-free yet again. A couple kills along with that. And Hydrogen Bomb are starting to get back into a more comfortable game state where they feel like they can just rip objective. Especially with this EFG, we could go for Ancient Fury and going all the way to the pusher. Maybe Gup alone is going to make sure that the wave continues to push. They're going to grab this tier 1 and then maybe grab gold right after, or maybe we just go for gold in the first place.
At 36 minutes, a 5k gold lead for Hydrogen Bomb is not the most significant thing. It's that EFG buff that allows them to push with impunity. Let's talk about why that happened. It's coming down to Kaidon and Hydrogen working so well together as a backline. Taking out Remakami there in the mid lane was what the first domino that needed to fall, and everything else comes crashing down. Bastet character leaps in, Bastet character gets impaled, beads and leaps out, opening the way for Sunprod to find the assassinate. At that point, Aurora's barbecue chicken and the objective as well. Tier 2, Tier 1, never even heard of ya, they're gone.
Talking about hors d'oeuvres, barbecue chicken. Dealer, you were supposed to eat before the cast. Did you forget?
Well, it might be dining on this Geb once more. Rock soup? Not very appealing. Hydrogen Bomb can instead decide to step back. Stoned Soup, that's a great book as well. And Hydrogen Bomb right now, they've been reading. They have been in the library. They have seen the ancient texts. And it's foretold them a game victory up against Single Bind. The first seed playing just like so as they take down the Ancient Fury.
And down it goes another objective for Hydrogen Bomb. So a weakened bird on the left side with a runic bomb for Bayro, Obsidian Dagger in pocket for Hydro. They're going to walk up this left side, and I think they have what it takes to just rip this bird. Granted, 2 members of Single Bind are still on the right side of the map. This isn't even a complete defense from Single Bind. It's time to hit the go button. Hydrogen Bomb don't know that Single Bind are lacking members, though, but I still think they feel comfortable going in.
The bird's not only weakened, it's also damaged. The new Ancient Fury's curse taking 30% of its health away across 10 seconds. Hydrogen has that dagger in pocket. Hydrogen Bomb, of course, knowing how valuable that on her is. Dropping down the pillar to ensure the shred can be successful, forcing Pursue the Weak off of her Mikami. Thanks to that amazing charge prey. Left bird plucked, and now they can rotate to do the same thing over again.
Well, we're back at the late game point we talked about earlier. Well, not back, but we're here. And Hydrogen Bomb are doing as they please with this EFG buff. They're utilizing every second they can. So many towers, 1 bird down. They're about to make it 2 and set up for maybe a big fight. Single Bind is kind of holding on to as much breathing room as they can have. They don't want to let this Titan room get busted open any more than it already is.
Midbird would certainly be a nice dessert to add to the menu. Seismic Shockwave forces out Jaeger from Kaidon, but it doesn't matter. Aurora's in trouble. The pluck right back in. Seismic Shockwave, Cataclysm. It's all gobbled up here. Hydrogen Bomb still in full form. Snatty ults back out to the safety of the rest of the team. The bird is still standing in okay spirits. Does not have that Ancient Fury's curse applied to it. A point-blank Pursue the Weak right on top of Kaidon, but the impale instantly to ensure safety for the backline. A blink forced out there from Newt. She will escape, but Lairs can't say the same. Bastet character down, and Bird as well.
Goodness gracious. So, walking towards the Titan, this is bad news for Bind.
Donut Doug is done. An amazing pluck is what sets Kaidon up on a silver platter. And that's it. I'm stuffed. Hydrogen Bomb. Gonna stuff Single Bind in a coffin and send him down to losers.
And it's so, I think how you mentioned, getting full on the breadbasket here is kind of what that game was. And then finally, after an hour of the waiter delivering the dishes to all the other tables, finally the waiter shows up with their feast. They finally get to eat, and they eat good, man. It's nice. That's a pretty nice feast that they had, because that game, you know, granted it was a little bit slower, but it did look good for a Hydrogen Bomb. I think with what might not have looked like the best team comp, and picks and bans really worked out in their favor.
Yeah, I gotta say, it started off pretty hot for Hydrogen Bomb. They saw some speed bumps along the way, but yeah, some problem with that clone kill is absolutely disgusting. I think what it really came down to in a lot of instances was Hydrogen Bomb's backline was just disgusting. Kaidon and Hydrogen, in this instance right here, Hydrogen is at like 50 health and somehow manages to shrug off Remakami's ultimate, and Snatty instead turns the tables on top of them. Maybe it was just a lack of target focus, or maybe just a lack of pure damage, but Single Bind could not kill that kitty.
could not kill the kitty for a little bit at least. I mean, the kitty ended up having 9 lives at the end, but single binds, Layers didn't even get to use all 9 lives before the game was over.
Yeah, that character didn't see quite as much impact as you might have imagined if you looked at our arena queues, but Layers I don't think played it poorly. I just think that the rest of Hydrogen Bomb did a pretty good job at stuffing her out. I think of, again, that instance where she leaps in and Hydrogen has an Impale Spear with her name on it, instantly deflates all of the pressure she could have applied and instead forces her on the back paw. She tries to leap out, Sunprod leaps on in with the Assassinate, and it's curtains. And I think that fight was the really decisive one. Around this EFG, this is what everything hinged on. At this point in the game, 3k away, single bind were damn near even, but it came down to the back line that just really cemented things in their favor.
Yeah, definitely.
Ow!
So you've got to... Wow. And look, I think we were worried about Sunprod finding momentum in the late game. I think he found it. It took a while to get some of these opportune moments to do what Sunprod wanted to do, but I think the engage has started coming through. Snatty used his ult in a really big way that I wasn't expecting, honestly. I kind of see, the Yormold is a bull in a china cabinet kind of thing. You know what I mean? Not really like an engage tool, but Snatty was able to hit so many knockups and deal a good amount of damage in the process. It kind of was an engage tool. I was thrown off by that. It definitely worked out in favor for Hydrogen Bomb.
I'm going to tell you, man, in general, as far as Yorm solo goes, I'm just not a big fan of the character itself, but I was proven very, very, handily why it is still a top pick and why it's a top threat in the right hands. I think Snatty did an amazing job zoning away, and they absolutely crushed it. That being said, guys, that game's done and dusted. We still got more coming up for you, as well as some wise words from one of the players himself. Stick around, guys. More Smite Prime action after this. Let's hear from Happen. The ESPN Entertainment Smite Prime Network, where we only feed your brains, not your lanes. I'm your host, D-Lo, and in this series we'll be chatting with the latest and greatest of Smite Prime's prestigious players. My first guest is a name engraved in the hollowed halls of Smite 2's top supports, in blood. From SPL to Smite Prime to the booth with me now, it's Happen, everyone! What's happening, Happen?
Hey, good to be here.
It's great to have you, and again, thank you very much for being the first guest here. We're always looking to kind of get inside the brains of you crafty players, know what you're thinking, know what creates those amazing scenes that we get to see unfold on the canvas of the battlefield. So very much appreciate you being here. We'll hop right on in. Again, support here. A famous support. One of the best gosh darn supports that the game's got to offer, and it's an interesting role. One that, more than any, comes with the knowledge that your life is not just your own, but it's the team's. If someone has to be sacrificed, Happen, for the greater good, and you're first in line, how do you know as a support when the moment calls for you to die or the moment calls for you to play for your life?
We're starting with the hard-hitting ones, the sacrifice question.
Yeah. Trolley problem.
I think it's kind of hard, you got to kind of assign, values basically based on, what they can do for the team at a certain point. So like late game, if I have a bomb, I'm more likely to maybe play my life to make sure I can, contest FG, but if it's like earlier, I want to make sure I don't want to screw over my ADC's game or my jungle's game, so I'd be willing to fall on the sword there.
Makes complete sense. And do you feel like in your experience it's more common issue for you to see supports be too selfish with giving their life or maybe too generous?
I think towards kind of that middle tier, I always would stress to support, so you're not gonna be flamed for dying too much when you're like on the come up, right? You should always try and make sure you're getting in there and not playing your life too much, because at the end of the day, like, you're gonna get value out of basically using all your buttons, and you need to make sure to do that before anything else.
Absolutely. No, it makes complete sense to be selfless. We do have the starter item for it after all. Is that, you think, part of the nature, that sacrificial nature, is that part of what attracted you to that support role in the first place?
I don't know. I kind of, when I first started playing more competitively, I kind of swapped in between solo and support. I kind of actually started as a solo. I think basically I kind of just saw support as, honestly, like, it was like a weaker role. Like, there's less good players in the role. So I thought, if I'm trying to get better at this game, if I could learn this, I could probably move up higher.
Makes sense. And you've already tapped into this a little bit with your prior answer, but for our new players out there, still plenty of people stumbling across the threshold of Smite 2. What is a piece of advice that you wish you could give to yourself when you first started getting into the game?
I think I had stressed that you don't focus too much on the small-term results and that you just keep your mentality and kind of intentionality in mind when you're trying to improve. I think too many people worry too much about how, other players think of them or whatever, but I think in the long term, the only way that you're going to convince people that you're good or better than them is if you're consistently good or better than them. So just focus on improving a little bit each day and keeping that in mind.
A solid mental always results in solid plays on the keys as well. Absolutely. And going into your career now specifically, let's go out from the land of the newbies, the arena stompers. Let's now talk about some real competitive Smite. From 2023 Shibelvo Storm to 2025's Food Drive for Globe to 2026 Clocked In to Overtime to Hostile Takeover. There's one constant by your side happen, and that's Tegvir. What's it like having the same partner in crime across 2 games and countless tournaments and formats?
And 3 roles at this point.
Right? What can't this guy do?
Yeah, it is weird to think about because when we initially started teaming, he wouldn't tell me this, but he didn't think I was good at the game, which, to be fair, I wasn't really that good at the game back then, but
Brutal.
he was kind of nice about it. He didn't tell me that. But at this point, we've played all those teams you mentioned, and we've played Joust, and pretty much any pickup tourney you could find, we're signed up together. I just really respect, I guess, he's very tryhard, and I respect that. He does not like to lose, and that's fun to work together when you're trying to like a common goal.
Is that what you think makes your team chemistry so solid? Is that you guys both share such a single-minded drive to win?
Yeah, I think that's at the end of the day a lot of it. I think I'm maybe a bit more in the weeds, kind of detail focused, where he's more like, if I improve on this little bit of myself and then I do this little bit of myself, like I can be the best player. And I generally try to focus more on, like, I guess the team as a whole.
Yeah.
But I think it's probably those two have helped.
Makes a lot of sense. In fact, I did get to speak to Tegvir just a little bit to get his notes. And he said, and I quote, he cares a lot about winning and he clearly puts in the effort, whether it's doing draft, prep, making spreadsheets / writing really long team notes when we're losing a lot, or he thinks that things need to be addressed. So it seems that you guys definitely share a kindred spirit in terms of the rigor that you apply to this game, and it makes sense why you guys are both so successful across the format. So yeah, absolutely credit to you guys for sticking together through so long, because I think it's a very rare thing to see such long-term synergy across a format and a landscape that's constantly changing. But there's one more thing that Tegvir also gave me. Along with your social security number, a play that he remembers very fondly. We're going to take a look back in the Founders Series LAN in Las Vegas. Food Drive for Globe versus 5Ms.
Yep, I mean, just throw the axe, drop the rate, and you can clear the wave effortlessly. Like, he's going to take some damage here. We got to scrap.
Split, PBM will get caught in the wild hunt, rooted too. The ult's committed, a dash in from Tegvir. A shell out, is that enough to keep Mike safe? It is, maybe even
Val's
a
on the way.
turnaround. If Valo gets here in time, but no, a pivot for the speed.
Here's the background that I got from this, and I'm sure you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Twitch chat. And even Hazer had thought that it was your CERN ult that missed the Afro, with several chatters chalking it up to, quote, support mechanics. Lol. Anything you want to say happened to correct the record? Silence the doubters?
Yeah, to be clear, by the way, what I just said about Tegvir, that's the nicest thing I'll ever say again. You won't ever hear that again. No, I do remember that. There was chats, everybody was saying, oh, support mechanics, and that's messed up, man. I got better mechanics than everybody on my roster, to be clear. But I'm just framed as a certain role that people say that. But no, that was him who missed it on his character.
Brutal. I mean, happen ADC? Applications when?
We don't need to see that.
All right, my bad, you're right. All right, we'll keep it moving right along. Because you are a support player and intend to stay as such, you're very familiar, I'd say, with the fashion of Smite 2, right? I'm talking breastplates. I'm talking gauntlets. I'm talking doublets. If you had to make a Smite 2 fit with a support item list, what threads are you rocking?
If I'm just trying to look good, I feel like one that's kind of underrepresented is Alchemist coat. You know,
It's fashionable.
That has some nice coloring on it. It's a Technicolor coat.
Just the Alchemist coat? You're not rocking a hat? You're not rocking maybe a...
No, that's good.
All right. That and nothing else? You're going to show up in handcuffs to the function. All right, fair enough. I respect it. Everyone check eBay for the Alchemist coat coming to you soon. High value here. Hap is going to be bidding against you, so watch on out. Last question I have for you, my friend, and an important one. Now, you're part of the legendary core alongside, of course, Tagveer and Karmic that has absolutely dominated Smite Prime for several circuits. With that streak only recently being ended, now the team has experienced some growing pains after roster changes with hostile takeover, namely the addition of Ratmilk and Tagveer swapping to ADC following Hydrogen's departure. How do you guys plan to achieve that same result of victory after the team has gone through so many changes?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I'm still about just as confident right now as any of, I guess, those clocked in rosters, except for, you know, maybe the months where they weren't like another team that could face us. But as any of those months, I feel just as confident. I think H kind of suffered 2 pretty close losses to the Sunprod team, who I think is doing very good right now. But I've been writing the team notes. I did write my longest team note ever, like a week or 2 ago.
How many paragraphs?
I think it ended up a little over 3,000 words.
Oh, man. That's an essay.
Yeah. I break it up so it's easier to read. I don't expect them to all take all that info in at once. But I'm still confident in us. I'm not really, you know, too worried about, like, oh, we need to catch up this gap. I think we got what it takes.
Said with the mentality of someone who's been in that seat before. It makes sense. You have the confidence of a true champion. Thank you very much, Happen, for your time here. That is all the questions I got for you. Before we head on off, any shout-outs you want to give to the people? Any challenges, even, you want to dispel out to your potential enemies?
Shout out my mom, I guess.
Word up, Happen's mom. We'll take that.
I'm going to win OSL in mid this season. I guess that.
Athens. Keep an eye out, folks. Which team are you on?
Tagveer's team. I don't know what we are.
Brilliant. Well, Tagveer, once again, you cannot stop hanging out with this guy.
Yeah.
Get a room, you two. Well, Happen, it's been absolutely a pleasure. Again, thank you very much for being the first guest on ESPN. Once again, that's Entertainment Smite Prime Network. It's been an absolute pleasure. My name's been D'Lo. Happen's been right by my side. And of course, last but certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed this just as much as we have. Keep an eye to the sky for more Smite Prime news coming at you in the future. And until next time, good games and good night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Smite Prime. We're here, the closed bracket of Week 4. It's live. It's happening. We're here to talk about it. Morty and Spirited Book in the booth right now. And, Book, we've had a fantastic day so far. How are you feeling yourself?
Feeling good, Morton. I agree. We've had fantastic games so far, and we've started off the day in a pretty interesting spot. And as we're moving through the day, we're getting closer and closer to our finals. But first, we get to watch this matchup coming up right here. Losers bracket semifinals, hostile takeover versus Dirty Water. Dirty Water and the Gospel of John going all the way to a 50-plus minute game. And finally, it is Dirty Water to take down the Gospel of John to face off against hostile takeover, who we just got to see a little interview that D'Lo had with Happen, and Happen feeling confident. Maybe not looking so confident after that game 1 that we saw earlier today against Singlebind, but this is a matchup I think traditionally we would say hostile takeover got it, but I don't know, Mort. Today they just don't seem like themselves or the team we're used to seeing, I suppose.
Yeah, because it feels very different for them. You know what I mean? Usually at this point in the bracket, your book, I mean, I'm sure you can recall multiple Week 4s where they've been sitting where Hydrogen Bomb are at right now, where they've won all the matches so far, and now they wait in the top of the seed for the grand finals to happen, while the rest of the people that lost earlier in the day are fighting for their chance to maybe try and beat this team. But now they lost an early game, so they're having to fight their way through to the grand finals to even get a chance to play for that cash prize. So, you know, it's a weird spot that they're not used to being in, but I'm glad that they're looking to persevere nonetheless. But this next matchup won't be so easy for them. Dirty Water has been putting on a hell of a show so far, and I really like this team in all honesty.
Yeah, I think Dirty Water is looking really good right now. They obviously lost in the upper bracket to Hydrogen Bomb, but that's the team to beat right now. We just saw them play single bind and still looking very good, still looking very confident. Their level of play is at an all-time high. So if you're Dirty Water, you're looking at this matchup and saying, guys, this is super winnable. We had a good matchup earlier on. We beat Butt Lovers, then we lost to Hydrogen Bomb. That's the top team. We can go for our rematch if we just beat this team. If we can just take down this hostile takeover team, we could do it. We can go all the way back to the finals. We could take down this Hydrogen Bomb team. But first, you got to start off with hostile takeover. And I don't know more. I feel like, again, time and time again, I look at this this Dirty Water composition, the roster as a whole. Valo jungle can, to me, look a little shaky at moments, but Rongyu today looks on fire. Jengaru as well. The Hakate performance earlier on, very important. Dishonored, always consistent in the solo lane. Tuba has had highlight performance plays in the ADC role. To me, this roster is very solid. Is it enough, though, is going to be my question to take down this team.
Well, part of the way, how, and know is it going to be enough through the picks and bans? Are they going to have the gods that can give them the tools they need to be successful? Part of what you talked about, Jengaru setting up so well was because he got his hands on the Hekate. Granted, that's not too contested of a pick, but it's also an essential one if you want to play a setup mid laner like Jengaru wants to. You have a setup Horus as well. Part of the reason why we saw Dirty Water play so dominantly earlier today was because they had a Horus to prevent this whole splitting the map thing that a lot of players like to do, where, oh, they're all the way over there by the Queen Naga. There's no way they get to the Gold Fury. That's a Horus. Next thing you know, it's like 5 people on top, like, oh, crap. So, it depends on what gods.
Yeah, I think picks and bans is going to be really important. Reminder, this is still our best of ones. Best of threes is our next round. But for now, this is going to be really important. Hostile takeover over on the Chaos side. They have second pick. Bestet, we're seeing time and time again. I've seen one of her first loss on cast, at least today. Obviously, Lair's not having the greatest performance on it. But I still think an important pick. I mean, we saw Valo play it earlier today with great success. Had a lot of CC tools around him, which I think made the pick look a lot better. And I'm looking at Rongyu's Horus as well. I think that could be an angle of contention here between these two teams. I mean, Happen, we saw play it earlier today as well, but maybe one of these two teams, hostile takeover, taking a page out of the book of Hydrogen Bomb, Single Bind, the team they played, and saying, oh, you just draft a counter the Horus, you draft the Cupid, the Cripple Fields, and all the space control, the anti-dive composition. Maybe that is the avenue here that hostile takeover go towards if Dirty Water really prioritize this Horus pick.
I think you're exactly right. There's a lot of gods that have cripples that counter out. You mentioned the Cupid, which is a great mention, along with Ardio, who's been a popular solo laner for quite a while with the Boomba's pickup. And the cripple field from Ardio lasts I think 6 or 8 seconds or something. Like, as long as Ardio can get to Horus, then he loses not one, but 2 abilities. You can't use Fracture. You can't use Protector Surge. You'd be lucky to get a knockup in and then maybe get away afterwards. I mean, how that matchup plays definitely changes things up, but our bans are already gone. Mordred, Willix, and Agni banned away from hostile takeover, and then Bracken, Afro, and Thor on the bans list as well. So 6 gods that we won't see. A lot of high mobility gods taken away. Newt is going to be picked up by Dirty Water.
Yeah, so Newt is the first lock-in here for Dirty Water. That does leave the kitty cat open, and she will be locked in early on for hostile takeover. High priority here over for the side of hostile takeover. Kind of a little bit surprised. I feel like we've been seeing her locked in, towards the bottom 2, maybe in that third pick slot, just because there's still a lot of things open. The Horus, the Jormungandr we're seeing a little bit as of late as well. Just really surprised that it's picked this early on. I don't know. I worry a little bit for the side of hostile takeovers comp already.
I can definitely see that already. Hu Yi is going to be on the list too. So a lot of Hu Yi and Newt. Now, granted, Doug likes to take the Newt into carry, but something tells me this is probably Newt in the mid lane and then Hu Yi carry. That sounds about right to get some good burst damage, and then Horus goes back the way of Dirty Water. And I love how this affects the macro play. But granted, you know, a big talking point we've had for a long time with this team of Hostile Takeover, one of their strongest points is macro play. They're very good at macro play, but I wonder how the Horus will change up how they move about objectives.
Yeah, I think they have to be really aware of where Rongyu is on the map at all times, being aware of his positioning and where exactly he's sitting, and is he in the right place at the right time to make the ult happen where, hey, well, they're in right-hand side, okay, let's do this objective right now. Okay, what's the timer of which it takes Rongyu to walk to the mid lane, then pop the ultimate, get them over into the skies, and then at the Gold Fury pit while they're on Queen Noggin, we're doing the Gold Fury. So that is something that they have to be aware of at the very least over on the side of Hostile Takeover, but already they're drafting a lot of tools, I think, to really allow this best set to work effectively. A Neith and an Achilles, 2 CC tools that can allow this best set to play aggressively. But across the way, I think there's a very important tool locked in here that really denies this best set a lot of mobility.
Oh, so that's a very nice. We talked about how RDO can counter the Horus. So not only are you taking the RDO away from Hostile Takeover so they don't counter the Horus, you're also countering the Bastet in the process. So you're kind of getting like 2 birds stoned at once. I mean, that's a huge play there. I love this idea here for Dirty Water and the Nemesis to go along with that. So you've got a pretty dominant front line. But Atlas.
Yeah, I gotta imagine this is Atlas mid maybe for Hostile Takeover. If it's locked in here, this would be a Benny Q classic that he's been playing since Atlas was released. Very different. Look, it's really tanky here. And you now have a ton of CC setup tools to set up for the Bastet. But I don't know, man. I worry a little bit that this Hostile Takeover comp might have overcooked a little bit for themselves. I'm looking at Dirty Waters comp, and I got CC tools in the Horus, the RDO as well. The Cripple Field, like we mentioned, denies not only the Bastet, but this Neith and Achilles, and now this Atlas as well. All characters that rely on their dash for safety tools. RDO is going to deny a lot of that. The Horus as well can play really safe with that 3. No outwash on the other side that they have to worry about, you know, stunning them in place. And then Nemesis as well. You have a tanky composition on the other side. Well, Nemesis is going to chew through tanks. That's kind of what she does best.
You know, I think it's interesting that we see the Atlas here, and you are right. Benny Q did run this for quite a while because obviously Atlas aspect really strong for a while before it got disabled and changed up. Very annoying point of the game, right? But even after the aspect was disabled, Benny Q continued to run Atlas mid without the aspect. No aspect needed. The intelligence scaling on its own, along with all the other utility that you get from Atlas as a god, is pretty freaking sweet. Like, this god, it can do so much for a team. You're melting prots. You do so much damage. You've got so many slows, slow immunity for you and your team, which is going to hurt against Nemesis, whose only real crowd control is a slow. I think there's a lot to love about this Atlas pick that counters specifically Valo here. So it's going to be hard for him to get online as this game goes.
Yeah, I agree. I think Valo is going to have a really hard time with this Nemesis pick. And I am kind of curious what the thought process behind this Nemesis pick is, in all honesty. There's still a lot of characters open. We're not seeing a whole lot of Tsukiyomi as late, but Nemesis doesn't scream as high priority right now to me.
Is she worth the high prio? Let's find out. We're getting into game. We're live with the losers bracket semifinals, the last game 1 of the day. It's happening. It's here, and it's on screen with Morty and Spirited Book in the booth today. And Book, we've got our aces in our places. What do you like to talk about?
So immediately I was curious, is it going to be Atlas mid? And it is. Benny Q is going to be rocking that. No aspect, like you mentioned, this time around for the Atlas. So reliant on a lot of that sort of Bluestone proc build that we're seeing a lot as of late in the mid lane. Atlas, I feel like one of those characters that can use it really well with the dot damage and whatnot. Bastet paired alongside it, could be a ton of damage. You got CC set up. Look towards this mid 2v2 for Hostile Takeover to be aggressive in this early game. Try and force the dash out of Jengaru and then go for an all-in. Because Valo, a character that doesn't provide a lot of peel, like you mentioned, just that slow. And you can avoid that slow with the CC immunity, or sorry, slow immunity that Atlas provides for your Bastet. Tuba also going towards non-aspect Hou-Yi, so will not have that sort of lane bully character that we're used to seeing out of him. going to be focused more on team fights and providing to that layered CC, like I mentioned previously.
So, wondering about the matchup over here on the left side, 2v2 without junglers involved. I mean, this is an interesting, you've got a big CC combo with Rongu who wants to go in, but who can take advantage of diving in by plucking them back even further. I wonder how this goes.
Yeah, I think you would favor Dirty Water a little bit, especially if the fight does go to the jungle at all. Obviously, Hui Bounce is going to do a good job of just pushing members out. And already we're starting to see the power of this 2v2. Rongu and Tuba could just force them off because their level 2 is just so much better, and already forcing the beads off of Tegvir as well.
And that's honestly a really big pull. I like how they froze the wave so that Happen didn't get level 2. So Rongu didn't have to worry about getting plucked into the tower because he only had Sickening Strike at the time at level 1. So that's a really smart play from Dirty Water.
Yeah, that stun is off the mark, though. They're trying to contest, but hostile takeover. Take away the neutral speed.
Back to the old farming game right here, Book. I mean, this just what we do. We're getting our levels in. We're doing our camps. It's the same old thing.
Ooh, Shell forced on Happen as well. Nice look there. He has Pluck coming back up, but he's not going to go for it. And yeah, this is kind of, I feel like this is how a lot of our games have gone today, right? They're not really action-packed at this stage. No crazy level 1s, level 2 plays really happening. Just everyone really wanting to go the distance here in our this month's Smite Prime circuit closed top 8 bracket. And to me, it's like Dirty Water have the better presence, I think, in the early game. You got to imagine that Benny Q wants an item or two so they can be more effective on the Atlas. Rat Milk as well wants to get the Jotuns, the Transcendence potentially here, or go towards that Barbed Carver like we saw earlier in the day from Valo. I feel like it's on Dirty Water to get the ball rolling early, because you look at the tools, you have a Horus that can roam effectively, provide good CC off the stun knock-up combo. Valo is going to bring the damage in this early game as well once they get even first item completed here. Jengaru as well, a character that just can cycle his one so effectively with the help of the dash. Maybe going towards a Mirrodin first item. No, I believe that's a Spear of Deso first overall. So already, I gotta imagine it's Dirty Water. And with this rotation out of Valo to the right-hand side, they're getting priority for the RDO to rotate on over to this first round of rocks.
And 2-on-2. They're on the right side of the map. Dirty Water are going to bring it to hostile takeover as the cat dives in, but maybe a kill here in mid lane as well. The gamma ray burst used by Benny Q, but doesn't find a kill. Karmic down to 100 health, and the life tap right onto Karmic. He's down to 50, but Radmilk's going for somewhere. But Valo gets the slice and dice. Radmilk goes for Dishonored, so both solos dead, but we're continuing for more. Divine Judgment right on to Radmilk, but the cats will scratch a little bit harder. A bit of a sharper blade there. Benny Q with the trembling basic will take down Jengaru. So now we're starting to see some action.
Hostile takeover. I mean, Ratmilk just gets first blood, or not first blood. He gets the second blood there, gets level 5, and you cannot fight Bastet when she's level 5. Even if you are Valo here and you have level 5, your ultimate as well, there's just no way you can contest that fight. Now the rocks go the way of hostile takeover. A solo kill in mid lane for Benny Q as well is big play here. Valo hunting with this blink, but can't find Ratmilk with the help of that pounce.
So now we've got a bit of a bigger talking point here now that we're putting so much focus on solo lane is what it looks like. I don't know if we're going to see that continuing, after the Firebrands. That's usually when we see the biggest amount of solo focus is Firebrands, but we got the first round done with. Are we going to see more focus over there? That will be determined later on. A big part that I'm thinking about is the matchup between Karmic and Dishonored. Ardio is a really big counter for Karmic on this Achilles pick because he's not going to be able to dodge and move through these entangling vines.
Yeah, and that is a big part of Achilles' sort of clear in this early game, is using that dash to effectively clear, but also trade in the lane. So probably leveling the 1 here, I would imagine, on the Achilles, just having access to more damage on that stun, because your clear isn't going to be as effective with the help of these dashes. So Karmic just kind of has to play this lane a little bit slower, I think. Maybe played a little too aggressive there. I feel like Dishonored and Valo got into a really good spot initially, and then Ratmilk just finding the kill, both junglers trading out soul laners in that moment, and of course it's going to favor Ratmilk all the way there on that Bastet in this early game. But now it's a matter of, okay, what can Dishonored do against Karmic? Can he continue to bully out this Achilles in this early game? Can he continue to push the lane? Be on rotation first to these rocks, I think is going to be really important for both soul laners. And I do feel like Dishonored should have the early clear potential because of that cripple field. His clear is going to be a little bit more effective against Karmic. And so Karmic kind of has to take a moment, take a breath, and just maybe have Rat Milk rotate over first, help him push the wave, and then make the rotation to the rocks.
5 minutes into the game, 1-3, a 1K gold lead, a little bit less than that for Hostile Takeover. They're not exactly taking over just yet, but I think that it's a talking point. Rat Milk's 2-0. Yep. That's always good news. Letting your Bastet snowball. That's pretty scary for Dirty Water, right?
Yeah, I think for sure. And you're getting the next round of rocks as well. I mean, this is huge for Hostile Takeover. Free stats going their way, especially to the Bastet that is snowballing. Again, Timmy, I come back to this Nemesis pick. I don't fully understand how it synergizes with the rest of the composition. How does it fare into Hostile Takeover's comp? To me, this is maybe just Valo saying, I need a comfort pick this game, guys, and I'll try to make it work as best I can. As Wrongu looking to be aggressive here, but happened relatively safe on this Sobek in the early game. Probably not going to get punished for his positioning for a while.
So we've got our first items online here. A couple interesting ones. The Daybreak Gavel from Valo. I didn't even know that Nem had a heal. I guess from the old? I mean...
the 3. The shield as well. The shield, when you get hit by it, provides you a bit of a heal as well. Yeah, so a little bit of healing in Nemesis's kit in this game here. And across the way, same thing for Karmic as well. The Daybreak Gavel. I feel like it's just an item that synergizes off of your heal that is often used in combat. And I think that's where that item is used best. It's that kind of combat healing that both these characters really have built into their kits. And so I like it for both these two characters, especially because there's a lot of AA canceling as well built into this, into their kits. And so I like this identity for this item for both these two characters, as Moonlight Ritual has spawned and it's Dirty Water that are here first.
Oh, I like the updraft fracture combo instead of the fracture updraft combo. So you get stunned and then you're slowed right after. That's a cool way to go about it. It's different from Wrongu. Ritual being fought over 3-on-3. Decent damage from Rat Milk. Wrongu taken down to less than half health, and Catcall takes the kitty cats right to Wrongu and saying, there's no getting away from them. You will just take damage because I want you to. That will let Hostile Takeover get a bit of pressure on the Ritual site. Wrongu still around, waiting for the right opportunity to pluck, and man, the damage from Benny Q was online. Gamma Ray Burst thrown down. This could spell bad news for Wrongu. Could get chomped at a moment's notice. A great play from Happen will let the bird get swallowed by the shark, and I'm not sure if that's how things work in the food chain, but it certainly just happened.
Wrongu steps up, just tries to look at Benny Q there, hoping that maybe Jengaru and Valo can throw out a little bit of long-range damage in that moment, and immediately Hostile Takeover say, all in this guy. I'm popping a Stampede, says Happen. We're going for this kill. Pops the ult as well to get that execute. Hostile Takeover find another kill in this early game, and another round of rocks go the way of Rat Milk as well. This Bastet getting a little bit out of hand, I feel like, and Dirty Water aren't exactly looking to answer it just yet. They have not been on top of this timer at all, and it hasn't been through the priority of the mids rotating. It hasn't been the priority of the soul laners rotating. It's just the jungler going back there twice in a row on their own, able to clear it effectively.
9 minutes in, and it's 1-4. No Gold Furies burn just yet, but Wrongu's getting vision. Has dropped a ward, and he's getting a couple gold pots while he's in the neighborhood. Why not stop and smell the roses? So, a bit of extra gold for Wrongu. I'm wondering when we start to see this Hostile Takeover team, show its colors. You know what I mean? I think they really do well with macro play, but with not too much to look at, I guess we got to wait a little bit longer, huh?
Yeah, I think they're not able to go to these objectives because they don't have a traditional mage in the mid lane. Oftentimes, that's a big part of both your secure or your objective burn in most instances. And Atlas can provide the burn, but they don't really have the best secure, as Valo's over here.
Okay, Entangling Vines don't stop the Fatal Strike, unfortunately. Life Tap finds a root. Dishonored does take a couple tower shots to let Valo get some damage in, but not a lot of response from Valo. Karmic's okay. He's going to go to his blue buff. Pray to God that he gets it, and that Rat Milk is able to maybe show up. No, Radmilk's over here by Gold Fury. Hostile Takeover have 4 members. They saw the gank from Dirty Water and read it and said, let's go Gold. I think it's a smart play. They're burning it right now as we speak, and this are Dirty Water. They're ready to maybe make a play on this. Horse ult is online, but with Gold down to 500, Skyfall late. Radmilk secures. Gold Fury is having to dash back to the homies, and he's going to be alive. So no kills suffered and a free Gold Fury for Hostile Takeover.
At the very least, Dirty Water do get the right-hand side tier 1 tower, so some gold going their way. But they ended up giving away the blue buff up to Hostile Takeover. I think they... Oh, wrong you.
Oh my goodness, wrong you. No, he's got nowhere to dash to. He couldn't quite make it to Tuba, but Tuba's able to dash back over the wall. Tuba doesn't lose his life, but Rongu falls. Unfortunately, that's just how it goes. You get caught by the kitty cat, and that's the name of the game.
Yeah, nothing. I feel like Rongu, it's weird to say like nothing he could do there because he's just kind of walking forward, doesn't really expect them to be there. I mean, what are they doing? Just 3 members sitting in that bush. Why would they be there? I'm just going up to ward, right? There's no way there's going to be 3 people waiting for me. And sure enough, there was. And Rongu, again, getting punished for this sort of over-aggression pick right now, trying to be aggressive, trying to be the one walking first. You know, historically, Horus, a very safe character, someone you could be aggressive on and not really get punished for it. I feel like in Smite 2, that hasn't really been the case. Jengaru in mid lane dead.
Nah, no way. Rongu's able to escape, though. Couldn't quite get Jengaru out. The horse ult would have been a nice response, but the timing just didn't work out. So I like the idea, but unfortunate. Hostile Takeover on top of the Pyromancer. BennyQ providing a bit of space and then dashing back away. Down to 1,500 on the Pyromancer. Dishonored's in the area as well. Life Tap finds a route, but no way that anybody gets into the Pyromancer pit. So Takeveer secures and running back to the team. Dishonored on the run, retreating as Hostile Takeover look to find some kills, but can't quite find an engage, and that's perfectly okay. They got the objective, and that's what they wanted after all.
This feels like the classic Hostile Takeover we're used to seeing. The game earlier today, maybe just a one-off, because they just did not look on the same page. This game, they're all on the right timers. They're all where they need to be at the right time. Blink it from Karmic.
Oh my goodness, that forces away Skyfall, and Jengaru's stuck in the sky, waiting to find a way to retreat. Throws the root down, but they're diving under the tower. Fatal Strike right onto Rongu. Down goes the bird yet again. His wings have been clipped. He won't be flying away today. And that leaves 1 dead for Dirty Water as Hostile Takeover don't really have much to fight over, which is interesting because, like you said, they're used to playing around objectives really and put a lot of focus there, but now we're just killing people for kills.
Yeah, I feel like the addition of BennyQ and Ratmilk has really changed the playstyle of Hostile Takeover. Where previously it was, you know, Tegveer and Paul, kind of this slow playstyle of, okay, we'll let them get a Gold Fury, and then we'll just kind of group up, force a fight around an objective, and we'll win the fight because we're better. We're playing these small little moments just a little bit better than our opponents. But BennyQ and Ratmilk as players are scrappers. They want to get in there, fight, even if there's no real objective to fight for. They just want to go in and fight, take the fight, and go for it. I love it. It's a nice switch up here, and especially because I feel like Hostile Takeover, even when they were overtime for a bit, have tried to keep that old play style that we were used to seeing, the one that worked with Tegveer and Paul. And when you add new players, you kind of got to change things up. You got to find your new identity. And this one here, where they're just scrappy, they're drafting comps with the best stat that can be scrappy in the early game, the Atlas to provide good CC in the early game and just be relatively tanky, but also good damage as well. It's just scrappiness, and I love it. It's fitting their style a lot better than what we saw earlier today.
14 minutes into the game, it's 1-7. Hostile Takeover up 6 kills and a 3K gold lead favoring them as well. Now that we're approaching the 15-minute mark here at about 45 seconds, that's when Hostile Takeover would really shine, right? Or formerly known, this clocked-in team is great at ripping objectives. They go here, they grab Queen Naga, they grab Gold Fury, they grab Pyromancer, and they play this macro game so smoothly, but with a scrappier team, like you mentioned, Ratmilk and BennyQ, could change up how they play these objectives.
Ooh, Dishonored's rotated on over here, but Horse Ultimate in left. They're looking for dive here onto Tegveer.
Forces beads away, backflip away, but still continuing the chase. Protector Surge finds a body block off the Sunbreaker. Tuba will get the kill. Tegveer will fall. Hostile Takeover have lost 1 and a tower on the left side, but Radmilk happened and Karmic all moving over to the left side. Blink and a tail whip from Happen to set things up. And the Shell of Rebuke thrown down as well. Great pluck from Happen, but looks like target Prio is all over the place. Tuba gets caught in a pretty rough spot and is forced to jump over the wall. Nowhere for Tuba to go. He's a lost cause. No rescue team coming for this Huyi. That's a kill for Hostile Takeover.
Tuba with the late beads, pops it after he's plucked into the air. Ends up taking a spill, still on the hunt here in the mid lane, but has BennyQ step too far forward. Happen arrives.
Big damage from Skyfall, but Gamma Ray burst in response. Double knockup, very smooth. Jangaru is going to get the kill on BennyQ, but trying to dash back to the friends. Fracture interrupted by a pluck. Rongyu finally gets it off, but Happens to clean it up with disease from the sickening strike. A good 2 kills for Hostile Takeover might give them the breathing room they want to make their way to the Queen Naga, and it looks like that's exactly where Happen is going.
Happen is playing this Sobek perfectly. I'm a big hater of the Sobek at times because of how committal the CC is at times and how punished you can be for plucking in so aggressively. But Happen is playing it perfectly because he's going alongside with Karmic, with Ratmilk, and BennyQ as well. Just more bodies alongside him make his dive and his CC combo so much easier. He's not just plucking to send someone backwards. He's setting up the pluck to help Karmic set up his stun, help Ratmilk set up his route, BennyQ his pull. It's not necessarily the pluck into the pull back, but it's just the pluck to keep them in place.
A classic clocked in play. They go for a kill, they find room to immediately burn the Queen Naga, and then right in the nick of time, they'll go for the mid lane ritual too. So they grab those 2 things, and hey, we've already got the upper hand. Why not get Pyromancer? So this is going to be 3 objectives if it doesn't get stolen. It does not get stolen. So down, Rongyu's going to be fine. Atlas went for a pull, but BennyQ is not going to find anybody. Skyfall gets a bit of damage out, but not too much. Yeah, 3 objectives that favor Hostile Takeover there.
Oh, they're hunting here onto Karmic Force, 2 ult away.
But no mana for Karmic to work with. He's just going to put on the juke shoes and hope that they fit well, but they're not going to slide on today. No Cinderella story this time. Valo kills Karmic, and down 1 for Hostile Takeover. Dirty Water can't find much fight afterwards, though. Dishonored down to half health, and Happen plucks him back. You want to take down Karmic, you're surely going to pay for it. The Gamma Ray burst is thrown down. Rongyu loses a whole lot of health, but look at Ratmilk, who gets nuked in the back line by Valo. So the damage is online for both teams, really. Dishonored and Ratmilk extremely low, but the only one that will fall will be Karmic.
Karmic ends up dying, and that's a big kill there for Dirty Water. Something going their way. It's off the back of Lazy Backs there. Some members of Hostile Takeover still just not on the same page as everyone else. Karmic sticks around a little too long, gets punished for it, but at the very least, Hostile Takeover, they don't lose anyone else, and that fight could have gone a lot worse there. Some great CC pulls, just no follow-up damage off of BennyQ's, great pulls into the Gamma Ray burst. Still just no follow-up just yet from Tegveer or Ratmilk in that moment, but the damage is coming soon here. But Ratmilk has gone for an interesting build here. No Barb Carver just yet as Rongyu dashing in.
Okay, decent damage set up with the Prod Shred, and Gengaru will follow with a bit of damage of their own, but right now we're just playing to defend this tier 1. You cannot let Hostile Takeover dominate the map. I mean, they have with objectives, but granted, there's still a lot of tier 1s up for Dirty Water, which is good news for them,
Yeah, I think there's a lot for them to look forward to. Fire Giant still on the table if they want to go for it. Gold Fury hasn't been taken anytime soon, even though I feel like Hostile Takeover were on track to wipe the right side of objectives and then go to the left-hand side, take that one as well. But they've just kind of slowed down here since that last, pick on the Karmic. And Dirty Water has been allowed to farm up, get some gold to their name. Tuba working towards that Titan's Bane 3rd overall. I think just has it completed now as he's back in a base. Gold Fury available. Pyro spawning soon here. Dirty Water and Hostile Takeover, though, positioning like they want to scrap a little bit more. Actually, Tuba still hanging around the left-hand side. Maybe just doesn't have enough gold just yet for that 3rd item. Has to be so close to it.
So close, but yet so far. 20 minutes into the game, and 4-9 is where the scoreboard sits. Dirty Water down a couple kills, but Hostile Takeover on top of the Gold Fury, burning it. It's down to 5K. Tuba realizes this, but doesn't have reinforcements. Jangaru does have an ultimate, but can he steal with Skyfall? He's not even gonna try. Gold Fury goes the way of Hostile, and that's their second of the game. Happen forces Stampede back to the team because he almost got caught by the Fracture Updraft combo, but he's able to escape just fine. Karmic is fine with picking a fight, though.
Yeah, that was a good pull there from Dirty Water to get the Stampede off of the side of Happen, as we do see a quick pause come through here. I think I really like that play. You know you're not able to contest this Gold Fury. Let's look for a little pull. Try and pull an active item. Try and pull a relic. It's some important cooldown off of our opponent because we know this Pyromancer is spawning soon. Let's look towards that objective immediately after here. And sure enough, that's where they are.
Right on top of the Pyromancer, and without missing a beat, perfect rhythm from Dirty Water. They're on top of the Pyro. Karmic blinks in and goes for a nasty stun, and Benecu's able to steal with the Gamma Ray Burst. Tuba throws down the Sunbreaker and takes to the skies. Tuba's out of there. Dishonored is running. He got sprayed with Bear Mace. The RDO can no longer fight. Tuba's looking to get some damage out while Hostile Takeover pick apart what they can from the jungle and leave after taking the Pyromancer. Yet again, they got what they wanted.
What a pull there from BennyQ, getting that steal in that moment on the Pyromancer through all the chaos of that fight as well. You don't have good secure on the side of Dirty Water. You have to just take the fight instead. Instead, they go for the 50-50 and they lose. Now more objectives, more gold going the way of Hostile Takeover and a Pyro Bomb. We've been seeing teams really stack these Pyro Bombs as of late to just continue to get better and better secure for either your first or second Fire Giant pull or a late game Gold Fury. And Hostile Takeover looking to stack that one up. Right now, it's Dirty Water still trying to find an answer to this 5,000 gold lead that Hostile Takeover have amassed for themselves.
And it is only going to get worse unless Dirty Water can find a response. Granted, the last time we did a recap, I mean, they were down one more kill than they have now. They've scored a kill recently, but losing the Pyro, losing another gold, these are all steps in the wrong direction for Dirty Water. So what do you think the right steps are?
I feel like they just have to start looking to Deathball and look for a pick here before a good team fight. Look to find a pick. Spend some time just taking it easy. Look, the game goes late. They do scale really well, right? The Nem gets stronger. The Hui and the Nuke can get stronger as the game goes on. But for now, it feels like they got to be a little bit more cautious around these objectives. They got to allow Hui to farm up this fourth important item, the Odibo, online soon. The Nemesis has good damage. It just feels like you have to execute properly. Really avoid a lot of the all-in on the side of Hostile Takeover, not get caught out, not have things forced before the team fight. But I do think Dirty Water, there is a window for them to fight and get back into this one. They just have to execute their comp properly.
So now we're in a bit of a pickle for Dirty Water. I mean, you grab the farm that you can, and you pray that minion waves get to you sooner than later because you need to recoup. You need to get gold, XP, everything you can, because we're starting to see a pretty apparent advantage as far as itemization goes. A lot of Hostile Takeover are up one item over their opponents.
Speaking of items, check out Tegvir's build. Jabalban Effigy online here for the Neath, down there in the bottom right-hand corner. A very interesting pickup that I have not seen in a hot second. And I'm curious to see what it really will do here in this game. So just damage dealt to it allows, or damage dealt by the item specifically, allows its wearer to just kind of have reduced protections. Or sorry, when you hit it, they reduce their protections. Kind of like a little bit of an avenging blade, if I'm not mistaken. I am curious to see how it really works here. It's just a little bit more defensive as an option. As Rongu in trouble.
Okay, Shell of Rebuke thrown down. Rongu is able to escape back to the friends with Protector Surge. Get a bit of heals in the process. Shout out to Resolute. His passive just gets him all that health back, and granted, he's still kind of low. Hostile Takeover takes that as enough breathing room to go for a burn on the Pyromancer. Dirty Water have vision and are aware of this happening. Karmic's around the corner, hits a nasty shield bash. Rongu gets plucked in the process and barely dashes back to the team to find safety. A lot of damage through Gamma Ray Burst. A meltdown, a couple backliners too. Dishonored has been caught, and Valo has two. Down goes Valo. Wait, Horus is diving into the backline? With who? What is happening? He's chasing down Happen? Oh, Rat Milk is just eating at the backline. Down goes with one. Valo, Jengaru, Tuba dead, and Arangu all by himself. The bird flew too far from its nest, and his eggs got eaten fresh out of the carton. So Fire Giant will get burned by Hostile Takeover.
Dirty Water, the initial play there after Rongyu is able to get away to safety, they just gotta leave. They gotta walk away. Instead, they try to lock down Happen. The Croc lives forever, gets out with his life intact, and just buys so much time with how much Dirty Water were trying to lock and chase him down. A nice play there from the side of Hostile Takeover. They avoid so much damage, so much CC potential to take them down. And I thought it was a fight going the way of Dirty Water for a moment, and then they can't lock a target down. Valo goes too deep, is in the middle of 4 people, takes a spill, and the rest of the fight falls apart after that. Hostile Takeover, 25 minutes in, they got a Fire Giant and looking to push their lead.
Exactly what you said earlier. This is the clocked in we know and love. They are showing their true colors. Macro play on point, and they've got an FG. What will they burn with it now? I mean, Ancient Fury looks pretty good here, but granted, a lot of tier 1s are still up. So do we want to use Ancient Fury on 2 tier 1 towers? Or maybe we grab some towers and then go back to Ancient Fury?
I think you could afford to go for the Ancient Fury now. I don't think you're really ending the game or even looking for a Phoenix with this Fire Giant. Just making it a little easier to siege some of these towers quicker is a good idea here. Tuba on his own on the left-hand side.
Okay, a pluck on a Tuba, and Sunbreaker thrown down, but that's not going to provide him enough space. It is what it is. Those things happen. You call it a pluck, and that's just how it goes. Dishonored fighting by himself in the mid lane, though. There's reinforcements from Rangu, and Valo's there as well. Skyfall to help out with a bit of damage on their own. Dishonored kills one and chasing down another. Karmic is just so darn tanky. Look at this guy, but he's going to commit the fatal strike to trying to escape, but he's not going to get much farther. A decent stun will help with Mantle, but again, just look at this guy just tanking so much to distract for the team while the rest of Hostile Takeover marching up the left side of the map. A Horsold back. Horsold just showed up with Dirty Water, but no, Hostile Takeover melts them as soon as they land. So down 3 bodies. Dirty Water tried to defend their Phoenix, but not much can be done against the demons known as Hostile Takeover. In goes Ratmilk, looking for the deicide. Can you melt the bear? Can the cat scratch hard enough? Dishonored with 100 health. Tuba just showed up, throws a couple basics. Ratmilk's extremely low. Same with Happen and Tegbeer, but they're going to retreat right after. You got what you wanted. Now get out with your lives.
Ratmilk pops the ult. It does so much damage to everyone in such a small space. You know where they're going to be landing with that Horse ultimate. Yeah, I'll just wait and wait and wait. And as soon as they show up, pop the ult, pop the pounce, and do over half their HP so quickly. Tegbeer as well just stays alive for so long. Just buys so much time with his health as well. It's just so much safety. Hard to lock him down at this point. Happen providing the peel as well. Dirty Water come up empty. They lose their bird on the left-hand side. They lose 2 members as well in that moment. It's only Dishonored and Tuba left to defend. They lose the left-hand side bird. They have to clear some waves now, spend some time farming. And Fire Giant will be up fairly soon, if I'm not mistaken. And so Dirty Water, it's almost uh-oh territory for Hostile Takeover. Actually, I think it is uh-oh territory at this point. We're past uh-oh territory. Hostile Takeover, past 10,000 gold. They're in the lead. Dirty Water, they might be in pretty dire straits at this point. Kind of locked out of this game. I feel like they don't scale as well as Hostile Takeover seem to do. You're spending a lot of time farming at this point, and you're not really getting important items. Maybe Obshard for Jengaru might change things a little bit, but I feel like the fights have just been all Hostile Takeover. Even the fights where it's even, it's just everything has gone their way. They're executing just a little bit better.
It is a 30-minute game, just about 7-17. 3 gold Furies for Hostile Takeover. That is, what, a 14K gold lead? Oh my God. I mean, this is starting to fall apart rapidly for Dirty Water. We have got to find some footing if we want to survive and not get flushed away. Hostile Takeover are definitely taking over this game.
Yeah, this is pretty spooky here. And why not just start grouping? Keep forcing the death ball And keep looking for picks. Karmic blinking in, trying to force this.
Okay, the Gamma Ray Burst thrown down following the Sunbreaker. Good damage onto the backline for Dirty Water. Rangu needs to heal up his friends and try and save what could be the last siege from Hostile Takeover. Whoa. Down goes the tier 2 tower, and now going for the bird. Rangu dashes in, but gets picked apart right after. The Bastet character, man. But in goes Karmic, looking for more. Nasty shield bash onto Tegfear or Jengaru. What is going on here? So now goes a second bird. Hostile Takeover are ripping this Titan room open and go for one last FG burn before they put the final nail in the coffin.
They have the chance to go for the Fire Giant here, though their health bars are somewhat low on certain members. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to back to base Valo. This would be ambitious here, but this might be your only window. You got Dishonored and Tuba on the way. Valo blinking in.
Valo? Okay, I mean, look, I understand you want to keep him from retreating, but around the corners, Benny Q and Happen. That's a 5-man team. I mean, granted, some of them want to go back to base, but you've got to be careful there.
It's a little bit overambitious, I think, in that moment. Maybe trying to just stall out a little bit longer. Force Hostile Takeover to keep having to walk away before they can push that B button back to base, because their left-hand side Phoenix for Dirty Water is respawning soon. They're trying to buy time. But Fire Giant up. Jengaru, nowhere close. Hostile Takeover, they haven't pulled just yet. You can tell by their positioning, they're looking to.
31 minutes in. And while they might have only gotten one more kill, a whole lot has happened. That left side Phoenix has respawned, but the mid lane still has fire minions marching down into Dirty Water's Titan room. They can't be here to contest this FG too long, or they might lose some health on the Titan. 7K on the FG, and it's still burning. Hostile Takeover are going to take this down, and Dirty Water show no desire to try and steal this. Rat Milk secures FG, dagger in hand for Benny Q, and Dirty Water might be breathing their final moments.
With mid being down, they don't feel too comfortable contesting. You can even see the zoning power there from Benny Q. Drops the one and then just says, yeah, I dare you to try and walk through that gravity field, and I can just pull you back into danger. I got to imagine the person that walks through that is instantly dying there and being looked at by Hostile Takeover because of this CC chain that they have access to. Dirty Water, they're on their last legs here. They got to find something soon. A good team fight, some kind of all-in onto the back line. You're either all-inning Rat Milk, you're all-inning Tegveer here. It has to be one or the other. But got to imagine if you're going for one, the other is going to get the free cast, and that's equally as scary here if you're Dirty Water.
Ancient Fury is the next thing they're going to look at. Let's debuff those birds so our siege is just that much easier. 4 members about to make it 5 when Rat Milk shows face on this AGF, the Ancient Gold Fury. And Hostile Takeover are just going to run at their Titan room right after. 2 Runic Bombs, an Obsidian Dagger, and debuff birds. Dirty Water are quivering next to their Titan room, wondering how they can defend this.
Yeah, this is a tough one here. Want to give a shout out to Jabalban Effigy here on this push in particular. It is nighttime and it gets an extra bonus effect while it's night. 25% damage mitigation as well for this item while it's in the nighttime phase. And that means that Tegveer is just going to be a little bit tankier for this period of time. And so Hostile Takeover got to feel really comfortable pushing down and looking for a fight in this time period.
So Dirty Water running back to their Titan room. Mid lane fire minions are putting pressure on, and Hostile Takeover grouping as 5 to approach the Titan room. And Book, any final thoughts?
RIP.
Rest in peace, Dirty Water. At least that's what it'll say on their tombstones. Hostile Takeover have 4 members in, but we're going in for a bit of damage beforehand. Skyfall gets a bit of poke damage out, but doesn't do too much. Happen just shakes it off. Benny doesn't care too much either. There's still birds on the side lanes. Karmic is in there very deep to try and distract, but he takes a lot of damage in the process. Wow, Karmic just got bursted down, but down goes the left bird. We're going in for more, and a good pluck on Orangdu. Sunbreaker thrown down to provide some space. The mid lane bird will fall as soon as it spawns. That right side bird is still debuffed, and then hostile takeover want that one too. Orangdu on top of Karmic, and the bomb is thrown down on the bird, but we're not focusing on the burn just yet. Radmilk went back for a moment to heal off the jungle. He'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Next episode of Smite Prime will feature hostile takeover. Dirty Water have been cut out, and I don't know if they can defend it from here. With 3 birds down, a blink in, Orangdu looking straight for 1. Benny-Q is extremely low, but he's able to get a kill. Tagveer destroys Valo, and the front line down for Dirty Water. Hostile takeover are focusing the Titan, and it looks like they will be moving on to the losers finals. Hostile takeover wrap the game up.
Happen taunting in the fountain room knows what this game means for his team. They do not want to lose here in the lower bracket. They want to go all the way to the finals. They'll send themselves to the best of 3 lower bracket finals here. The hostile takeover suddenly look a little bit more awake, look a little bit more like themselves, in all honesty. They kind of looked a little lost earlier in the day. I think they found what they needed to find, and the team's looking good again, Mort.
The team is looking very good again. I mean, from the get-go, granted, Dirty Waters did find some picks. They had some up moments, but I think that Hostile Takeover, while they might not always find a good snowball, they certainly found one this game, and it just developed into something that became unstoppable in what feels like the blink of an eye in retrospect.
And that's the power of this Bastet here, in all honesty. A character that snowballs really well, and it's off the back of that ultimate. I mean, we see right there, hits level 5, and Ratmilk's level 5 just better than Valos in this fight. And in almost every fight. I feel like this Nemesis, to me, just does not work with this composition in particular. And Nem really does want to kill tanks, and I get it. You're trying to play this front-to-back style with the power of Huyi and Newt. That's what this comp's designed to do. And there's a lot of frontliners to choose from. The problem is there's almost too many frontliners to choose from, and we saw this game multiple times. Benny Q in the front of everyone, not really dying. Karmic in the face of everyone, not really dying. Even here, Karmic just buys so much time in this fight here. He just doesn't die for so long. The mantle, the healing, it's just so much. The stun as well. Tries to stop Rongyu from backing and getting back. And in this moment, I'm like, that's it, right? It's fine. They're gonna all in here. They get back in time, and then Tagveer gets knocked up, and then boom. Ratmilk's damage is just too much.
So, funny story. I mean, it's just wild how Hostile Takeover just woke up. You know, I feel like this was a team that was asleep for a while and decided, you know, it's time to get out of bed and make something happen. It is crazy what this team accomplished, and what feels like, I mean, maybe a 35-minute game is kind of long, but I feel like it just kind of blinked. You know, the 15-minute mark gave them an advantage, and then next thing you know, objective, and we slowly and safely, securely end the game in our way.
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out to Ratmilk again on this Bastet in particular. 8-0-7, undying on the cat. I mean, that is an impressive performance for sure. And I mean, I give a shout out to the fact that Ratmilk really prioritized those rocks on the right-hand side. Once they got a lead over there, just kept on top of that timer, kept getting, you know, rock after rock after rock. It was uncontested 2 rounds in a row. Valo wasn't anywhere close. Ratmilk just snowballs not only his gold and experience, but his pure damage, his pure stats of strength being available to him on this character was disgusting.
Look, we've got some amazing players on that side, but please ban the Bastet character. We're going on to the losers finals next up, but before we get there, we got to take a quick ad break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium and dang near reaching the pinnacle as well. The June circuit here. D'Lo behind the mic. Join with me in the booth is, of course, Spirited Book, Tess Solstice, your almighty eyes in the sky, Jithin's behind that curtain, and Bracket coming live at you. Book, it's best of 3. Who do we got to see?
Hostile Takeover versus Single Bind. We watched these two teams play earlier in the day, and it was Single Bind who made it out on top of this best of 1. But now we're in the best of 3s, D'Lo. I feel like this one could go the distance. Feel like Hostile Takeover waking up a little bit more, ready to go once again, play just their classic traditional gameplay of being, aggressive, running it down, scrappy. I loved it a lot better than what we've been seeing as of late from them.
How many times have we seen, again, the same team core, the many different names, but the same result of Hostile Takeover overtime clocked in? They get knocked down a loser's bracket in this final week, and they say, that's okay. It was all part of the plan. We just wanted to make sure that we were spreading the beatdowns to the peasants as well as the aristocrats up at the top. And now, Single Bind, their just desserts have arrived. Hot, piping, and ready. Hostile Takeover, hot off the presses of taking down Dirty Water as well. And because it's a best of 3 that could go the distance, Book, that means we got the vault ban system for you as well. Now, Book, what does that look like? What does that mean?
Means no one's going to have a god puddle. We're going to have some god pools this time around. Once you play a god and that god is played in a game, it can no longer be played for the rest of the series. So whether it goes to 2 games or 3 games, if you select Thor, for example, in game number 1, neither team can go towards Thor in games 2 and 3. If a character is banned in game number 1, that character can still be either picked or banned throughout games 2 and 3. But if, say, for example, it's picked in game 2, it can't be picked in game 3.
We'll find out how that ends up impacting things. We hop right into P's and B's right now for game 1. And it's interesting the example does use Thor, because I think that's going to be one of the gods that ends up being affected by this. We saw just how potent the pick was in the hands of Lairs in this exact same format, Hostile Takeover versus Single Bind. And that's why Single Bind being first pick is rather scary.
Yeah, and Hostile Takeover have to prioritize the ban on this Thor, I imagine. And I do worry a little bit. I've seen a little bit on Twitter as of late that Lairs has been like, oh, these vault bans, they're not, if there's no vault ban system, I would run everyone every game. And so I think that is a little note that maybe Lairs not a big fan of having the wide god pool, would rather stick to 2 or 3 gods right now. And I do worry a little bit if Single Bind go to a game 3, what Lairs' priority is going to be in terms of what god.
Jungler after my own heart. I respect it. Ymir and nothing else for me. A wheel expand away. The Bastet character is banned too. Agni taken down. And the Daji, once again, Single Bind are trying to force Hostile Takeover into the exact same spot we saw before, because Hostile Takeover only have 1 ban left.
Yeah, you got to imagine it's Thor here with the performance we saw earlier. Instead, it's the Loki. So Single Bind, I got to imagine they're going to go right back. Oh,
we forgot. We forgot about her. That's not good.
We did, but our Hostile Takeover, you got to imagine you lock in Thor here. You got to imagine you put it on Rat Milk, you put it on someone. This is a nice adaptation, though. I think this is really smart from Hostile Takeover to take away this outwash. Not only is it a snatch away from Moswell, but it's a great pickup here. I feel like Hostile Takeover might have outplayed Single Bind in the picks and bans just a little bit already.
I think Single Bind had a game plan. They had a route for what they expected Hostile Takeover to do, and they zigged where Single Bind thought they were going to zag. They've taken away not only the Thor, but the Opwash counters out that Afro, as well as whoever she's linked to very handily. Kabrakan and Merlin going to be locked in alongside. Merlin versus Opwash, what's that look like?
I mean, not only is it Merlin versus Outwash, where you can cast abilities, from a distance and kind of be really safe in this matchup in particular, but the Kabrakan lockdown is going to be really good against the Outwash as well. I do worry a little bit for Hostile Takeover's mid lane here, in that last time we saw the Outwash, it was paired alongside the Geb, the Loki aspect as well, that could make it really, really safe and no one could really hurt the Outwash. This time around, Hostile Takeover have gone for a Sobek Susanoo Thor. There's not a lot of, pocket peel for this character. You got to worry a little bit for this Outwash character in that, is he going to be able to survive in the mid to late game?
Thor in the solo lane, that almost certainly means Susanoo in that jungle instead. We talked about the appeal of having Thor's global ultimate on a rotating character, on a rotating role, but Susanoo as well has plenty of mobility to spare, even if they don't have the Anvil of Dawn.
Interesting. Yeah, I definitely agree here. I think the Thor lock-in here is really smart, and Susanoo paired alongside it can be very mobile. And I do think Susanoo is really good right now because of how mobile he is, can be very aggressive on the right-hand side and use that mobility to rotate around the map often. So not only are you able to prioritize the rocks on the right-hand side, but immediately put pressure on the left-hand side by walking over with your high mobility. But I like this identity here that Single Bind have gone for in their bottom two. I was curious, what is Lairs gonna play now that two junglers are taken off the table from him in the Susano and the Thor? It's a Hunbots lock in here. More all-in damage and CC to try and deal with this Alpwash.
Man, the Jing Wei is also, I think, a pretty solid shot. You talked about the safety that character provides in the game that we covered between these two same teams. And here it's up against a Sobek who knocks you up with a charge prey, but you're only actually making her day. Doubles the length of that agility dash. As well as the Susano off the Typhoon or the Wind Siphon can also provide some means for Jing Wei to get a bit of an updraft to that dash as well. Neath is the final lock for Hostile Takeover. Between Anvil of Dawn and the World Weaver, a lot of global pressure.
Yeah, a lot of global pressure and a lot of all-in potential here between the Susano Neath combo, where you provide so much damage to the Susano and CC lockdown that he's able to get off his full combo on a stun target. I like this identity here. Tegver going back to that comfort pick that we saw last game be so successful. I do wish that we had seen the Hui Yi though a little bit. Add some more AoE CC to set up here for the safety of this Alpwash, and because everyone wants to dive the Alpwash here. Everyone wants to get on top of this Kabrakan, this Hunbots, and then free damage from the Merlin from a distance will be really nice to take down this Alpwash. And Hui Yi's matchup with Jing Wei a little bit better because of his passive, the anti-crit passive, where it can only be critted a few times.
Game hopping in right now to see what... Oh, never mind. Apparently we got some glitches down on the field. You know what's funny to me? I see this... Never mind, we are ready for game. Taz! Get us in. Whenever I see Susano on the side of Tegvir's team, you always imagine Tegvir's going to be piloting it, but no such luck this time around. It's Rat Milk operating on the God of the Storm.
Yeah, no surprise there. Test baiting us big time there with that play. But no, I think this is set to be a good matchup between these two teams. And yeah, Rat Milk on this Susano, again, could just be so aggressive and so slippery to lock down. And you look at the composition of Single Bind, they have some good lockdown tools, but it's not the easiest tools to land. So you got Lairs, who has not gone for the aspect, so has just that ultimate to try and lock down and keep Rat Milk in place. You have Remakami, but Remakami's got to walk all the way up to the Susano, and again, very mobile, very fast, hard to get to in terms of melee range. Okay, well, that leaves us with Aurora and his stun. Well, it's a lined skill shot. It can be kind of slow at times, fairly easy to juke. How do we deal with this Susano in the mid to late game? How do you ever lock this character down? I feel like it's just pulling the beads earlier on, and then you have to blink Hunbots ult him at some point in a team fight and just try and push him against a wall and make Moswald's damage just connect in that moment. That is the only way I think you can really properly CC the Susano, but it does mean you have to pull the beads at some point before the fight.
And that is spooky. I mean, you don't have that aspect on the Hunbots. It makes you wonder, what are we opting for? I just guess a lot of damage, but damage can get you so far. And I am truly worried about Benny Q operating on the Alpwash. Even when Hostile Takeover were struggling in their last game around, the Hecate wasn't one of the weaker points of the chain. So I feel like on this pick against this composition, they are really in a prime position to find a lot of damage and a lot of nuisances, because just those stuns from Fleeting Breath can, again, not only affect Aurora, but whoever they're connected to.
Not only that, but the Merlin as well. Arcane Flicker stance, just a little bit of healing into the kit to regen you a bit of that HP back up, can stun you if you mistime it against Alpwash 3, as happens stunned there, as there is a fight scrapping here over the left-hand side buff, but I do believe it did go the way of Single Bind, as now they're chasing Happen out.
Do we dedicate ourselves for the kill? Sickening Strike as well, some additional anti-heal in pocket here for the
Happen got it.
too. Nice work there on their side. On the mid lane. Deathstream comes through, a bit of tick damage on top of Moswall. Single Bind beneath their tower. Level 5 is going to be a very defining moment, of course, for Single Bind. The moment that totem comes online, where do you want to see the Fear No Evil drop?
I got to imagine it's onto this Alpwash, who does not have beads, has Aegis instead, and now Lairs has got to be careful here. Oh, Jetstream off the mark from Rat Milk. It hits the minions instead.
Dagger shaking his head over on the left side. Come on, little gup. Take my training. Lairs. Maybe. I'm taking seriously enough the damage that Rat Milk is capable of dispensing. Left side. A Phantom Shell used a great Spirit Arrow, and that's going to sever the soul of Aurora. First blood goes to Hostile Takeover.
I do worry more and more for this Single Bind comp. The more I'm looking at it, they just have no early game presence right now. versus Ratmilk, you can already see bullying out layers. Moswell has no CC to really deal with Ratmilk and BennyQ that want to run at him right now and is continually being bullied into his tower. It really does look like Remakami might be the only saving grace right now in the early game. Has a level lead, just a little bit favoring him right now on the right-hand side. Good pressure as well on this Cabrakan in the early game. Layers has to really find level 5 soon, ideally before these rocks spawn, but I don't think he's going to find it. Has to be here in the right-hand side instead, and you can already see Ratmilk's here first.
No level 5s for either of the solo laners either, at the very least. Nothing too serious to worry about. Swave granted to you, or at least for Mikami it should. Never mind, the split actually cost them in that regard. Double tap comes through, the Storm Kata. A solid damage, a great stun as well. A Phantom Shell, though, grants enough reprieve for Mikami to get back to safety. That being said, the damage likely ensures the rocks go the way of hostile takeover. Aurora in danger, but spared the backflip, so their life is safe.
Aurora really struggling on the left-hand side so far. Took an early spill already. Can't imagine that he wants to take another one anytime soon, as he's just got to spend some time farming up right now, as Jingwei not the best clear right now, so it's hard to contest this Neath Sobek, who together when paired up just have so much CC to work together in tandem. The pluck into the root is fantastic, even the knockback as well. So much CC between these two in the early game makes the lane very tough to play for single bind. Red buff invade successful here for hostile takeover. More farm taken away from this single bind team. It seems like they're content right now to just kind of play back, farm it out, play it really slow, get some items online, and just keep scaling, because that's what they'll do best, is scale. But Narcy Doug not working towards a Devo's Glove, is going towards, I believe, an elbow first overall, Lanirian bow on the Jingwei, so not gonna have that ultimate scaling that we're used to seeing, as ult committed here on the Benny.
Somersault comes through, but the Aegis does spare their life. Now inside the crypts, Mosswall manages to burn out the Opwash, but Layers goes down shortly afterwards, and Ratmilk, with a flash of the sword, drops them down lifeless too. Hostile takeover, win the 2-for-1.
It's a good look there. You get first blood, but not first blood, but you trade up members in that moment. Just not a good look there, I feel like, for Singlebind. Gifting 2 kills to Ratmilk has got to feel good. And look, you put down BennyQ, but that's going to happen. It's an outwash. We talked already how this outwash at some point is going to die. The tools aren't there on the other side. All BennyQ has to do is be relevant this game. Work towards some items, maybe go towards inactive beads at some point. Work towards, an active Aegis, maybe even an active Blink. Just get these relics online to be a tool to help your team out, survive as long as you can, get your anti-heal and your damage off, pop that ult in a fight. And that's how you be relevant. The rest of the team will show up and do the damage for you. And so Moswell right now and Lairs taking a spill is spooky. Lairs now down 2 levels to Ratmilk, who has that Barbed Carver completed and is just running the map right now in the early game.
Single bind now down about 1,500 gold, 5 minutes in, 2 kills as well in favor of hostile takeover. And I think through that small little fight, we got an inkling of what you mentioned before, is the committal of single bind's composition very much favors BennyQ. I dropped down the Empty the Crypts. Yeah. Cabrakan's got to stick around. Hoonbots has got to stick around. If you want to do damage, you got to play inside the bodies.
Yeah, I think this was a really smart pick just in the picks and bans from hostile takeover. Happen working overtime after that game loss earlier in the day, saying, all right, we've played this team. We know what they're going to do. We know how they want to draft. They really want to prioritize this Thor. Let's give them another option to maybe look towards. That Aphrodite, because even Happen is a great Aphrodite player, so you don't feel comfortable giving that one away. And so you really have to prioritize this pick in particular. So you got to imagine as the game goes on, Aurora has to have a good performance, has to make this first pick option work so well as the game goes on. Because if it doesn't, you're looking really scared as the series goes on here. Because again, all 10 of these characters are gone. That's 2 of Lairs' better picks taken away on the right-hand side there by the Thor, by the Susano. The Wheelix is probably going to be permabanned for the rest of the series against Lairs. That's a Humbots as well. Probably Lairs' more comfortable pick. You're looking scared.
Oh, this is scary, at least for the Thor. Can they get to this guy quickly enough? No, Lairs takes them down, but rotation from the Opwash. Again, Cabrakan's got to dedicate if they want to stick around, but the Empty the Crypts forces them back, and Lairs has the reticle on from the Neath, was insurance for the kill, but Ratmilk doesn't even need it. Cabrakan is able to get back out, but now their attention is shifted over to Merlin. Forces out the beads, but the flicker does grant them reprieve. Aurora is present too. Maybe a bit too late to the party, but nonetheless, finds the stun. Can the Sobek instead be looked at? Do they have Charge Prey up? Doesn't quite matter. Ritual's up, and overall, hostile takeover. Now could be seeing a bit of a switch up. Aphrodite walked into the back line. Here comes the fleeting breath. The stun's gonna come for everyone who's affected by the heal, and Rat Milk will take the kill. Aurora goes down once more.
The link broke between Aurora and Moswell in that moment, and he gets pulled away there. You gotta just pop that ultimate if you're Aurora. Popped it way too late. And takes a spill in that moment. Not a good look here already for single bind. Tagveer could get ganked here. Lairs on the way.
Is there an ultimate in pocket, though? I'm not convinced that there's much to be had here without that Fear No Evil to back you up, especially if you're not stun bots. You don't have the CC between the Jing Wei and the Hoon bots unless there's a big fat diamond. Happens lurking around here, and Roar's here also present. Airstrike is going to get Jing Wei out, but tossed right back inside the Typhoon. Drops the Fear No Evil now, and the last tick is not able to finish the job. Lairs barely alive, has Blink as well, will utilize it to grant some distance, though Sobek is still lurking around. Does seem like Lairs is out of dodge for now.
Lairs lives, and no Gold Fury pull for hostile takeovers. A win there for single bind, but again, Lairs has to back to base. And I was going to say on the right-hand side, that scrap earlier where you're trading Lairs for Karmic doesn't feel worth if you're single bind, because again, Rat Milk is just building a lead here. 2 levels up, working towards what I believe is a Reaper second item here on the Sasano. Feeling really comfortable right now for the jungler of hostile takeover. The ADC on the left-hand side, Donut Doug, has to keep scaling, is going towards the traditional build that we often see from him. But again, I worry a little bit about this build in particular. I feel like if you're already giving the pressure in this left-hand side, you're already giving up these neutral camps you don't feel comfortable contesting, you have to make it worthwhile. And so scaling with the Devourer's Gauntlet makes it kind of worthwhile because you'll be stronger than your opponent in the late game.
Sasano wants that 5th kill. Wants to adorn themselves with more accolades. They're looking for Aurora to do it. A great win siphon, but this time they do have Undying Love, TPing over to Donut Doug to ensure some safety. They're the lane pusher. Will continue to apply all that pressure on the left side. Hoonbots is present, but instantly gets plucked for their troubles. Typhoon's charging up, gonna instantly find their backside. They are displacement immune, not death immune. Rat Milk will ensure it for the rampage.
Lairs looks so uncomfortable on this. Humbots there didn't have access to that ultimate, so couldn't really make the impact they wanted to. Just now, coming up off of cooldown, you can't imagine you could take that fight there without that ultimate. That's such an important tool for his all-in potential. Rat Milk now building a lead even further as they get to keep farming while Lairs is back in base, spending some time dead. This is going to be another red buff invade between Benny Q and Karmic. Mikami not able to rotate on over.
You talked about the CC and the lack of it we're seeing from single bind. I think we're starting to see the doldrums from it as well. Hostile takeover have it in spades, and it's so funny. It's a complete coin flip from the last game that you and I saw, these two exact same teams where we say single bind completely outdrafted hostile takeover, and now it's a complete different beast. You want to know why that is, Book? It's because it's hostile takeover in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hostile takeover week 4, man. I mean, this is what they're known for. It's not even the loser's bracket, upper bracket. They just, for whatever reason, week 4, they come out swinging.
Seeing it here. Moswald trying to make some swings, but
good poke.
A foul ball. That could very well be the hope for this Merlin. Be the one to step it up. They are still lagging a bit behind Benny Q, but nonetheless, hopefully those damage numbers will rise a bit more once they get some items in the back pocket.
Yeah, I think Moswell has potential to have good damage. Speaking of, Lairs hovering here, trying to contest these rocks.
Double tap or they engage. Sacred Monkey, but Lairs again. Do you have what it takes? You have the ultimate, but that Thor is rather tanky. The Typhoon knocks up the Kabrakan. The ultimate comes out, but just as soon after, the double tap ensures Thor is safe. Now Lairs could be in danger, separated from the team by the empty the crypts, though it could look to for Rat Milk to go down first. Benny Q finds 1 kill, but Rat Milk taken out by a roar. Benny Q doubles down on top of Lairs. A 1 for 2, though it is a shutdown going the way of single bind.
Oh!
Nice!
Moswell with the float there finds Karmic, is now in a little bit of trouble. Benny Q and Happen hunting.
Sobek lurking in the waters, the ticks of fleeting breath, not going to be able to put them inside the range. That's okay. Benny Q makes change of Moswell anyway for a killing spree on Opwash.
Happen feeling himself here on this Croc, man. Taunting again here on Moswell for finding that kill. Just stands there and taunts. I mean, it's the mental warfare with this guy today, it feels like. He's just walking forward in the face of his opponents, taunting away whenever he can. just letting him know we are better than you and we're here to show it. Happen definitely feels like he's stepped up as of late for the team leader since the loss of Paul, the loss of Hydrogen. It feels like Happen has really taken a step forward as being a more of a leadership position on this team. You know, he's the one writing those 3,000 word docs. He's the one prepping the picks and bans for their games, their best of 3 series, you know, using the vault bans as well for games 2 and 3. I feel like Happen has just been on point ever since that one loss. You know, he was the one that was really punished as Rat Milk hunting here.
Here's Rat Milk. Finds a great double win siphon, but it's an instant stun as a response. There's no real backup. Sasana would have liked to see the Neath kind of push up alongside them. Happens present, but is warded off by a lone rogue monkey god. And Layers decides to turn back as well. 13 minutes in, it's 4-9 in favor of Hostile Takeover. About a 3,000 gold lead their way with no big objectives on the mark quite just yet.
This is, I feel like, as bad as it can get for single bind. You know, they don't want it to get any worse than it is right now. I think you could sit comfortably at a 3,000 gold lead favoring Hostile Takeover right now. But if you just can keep it there, if you can play the map smart, just keep up your farm, keep finding small objective wins, some small picks here and there, and keep it just at around 3,000, they're comfortable and they can take it to the late game. But if it gets a little more out of hand for Hostile Takeover, you're worried for single bind.
Speaking of, worried for Layers for a moment there. Seems like Karmic might fully dedicate. Tectonic shift comes out from Akami. Not going to be engaged on. Karmic only opting for safety. Sobek lurks in the wings and stops Aurora's back, which means Donut Doug has to do the same. Very wise of the carry to make sure that Aurora gets back to tower safe and sound, else that Afro might have been toast.
Yeah, Aurora would lose that extra movement speed if the link was broken there between those two, and that makes Aurora a lot more vulnerable. Is going for a full CDR build on the Afro, and I really like it here. Going for the Chronos Pendant into the Breastplate of Valor. It's going to be spamming those heals and kisses as much as humanly possible just to either peel or provide more healing. Thank you, Dilo. Appreciate that one.
It doesn't heal you, but, you know, the sentiment's there. Rat Milk.
Of course.
Nice little attempt at the gank there on the left side. We've been seeing a lot of pressure come out, but not too many kills for it. This Jingwei, I mean, you said it earlier in the day, Book. Safest god of the gosh darn game.
Yeah, one of, definitely. Definitely the safest ADC, I would say, for sure. And, again, scales really well, but going for this Avenging Blade Linearian bow doesn't scale as well as you would like. And you see Tegvir opting for a similar build on the other side. Avenging Blade Sunbeam is a little bit different, though. Not the same as BennyQ forced to ult there.
I mean, he got some solid poke off, but you stun Mosswall? Okay, thank God. I'd be pissed. Oh, Rourke still could be in trouble. A good stun, but now you're up in the air where it's no fun. Can the Corpse Explosion finish the job? Undying Love not going to save you from the Subexecute waiting on the other side. Layers can only watch in horror as a roar swallowed up by the Beck.
I mean, Afro was locked first, and what was the immediate response? It was Alposh, Thor, and then Sobek paired up alongside it. So much anti-heal, so much taken away here from single bind of the picks and bans. Queen Naga is the target here for Hostile Takeover. Doug has said, we're not even looking for it, boys. I'm pushing left-hand side. I'm getting whatever gold I can. Tegvir's rotated on over, so Doug gets to spend some time free farming. But look at this single bind. They don't even feel comfortable contesting a gold if you're looking to pull it right now because Happens nearby. I feel like Hostile Takeover, they're just playing the map better than single bind right now.
They grab a Pyromancer in exchange, and Happen could even go for a sneaky little steal here as they hip-hop on over. Seeing the Pyromancer is done is all single bind needs to know. Now it's being resumed by Layers. You have backup in the form of a roar, but Happen quickly saunters up to let you know, I don't think so, buddy. They put a finger to Layers' lips and say, shh, no objectives for you.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did there, Dilo. As Moswell forced the beats here against Happen, they're really trying to contest this ritual. I feel like single bind are realizing if we let this game get any more out of control, it is spooky. Moswell taking a ton of damage, though, has to back.
BennyQ at the top of the player damage charts, right alongside Rat Milk, battling for the top accolade. Jingwei is present.
Ooh.
In that left channel. Empty the Crypt's going to force some space back. Look at Thor surveying the chaos. Wants to find a good target. Could be the Kabrakan. No, instead we're looking for Aurora. Happens already dead. Donut Doug finds an impact, but Aurora's dead too. No supports left. Kabrakan front line from single bind being decimated apart by BennyQ with the double. And now Thor tries to take down Layers. They TP into the back line, but they can't find anything. but a stun. A good shield gives him alive for a bit longer. Lairs is out of dodge, but Thor is as well. A daring dive from the solo doesn't result in too much more.
And all the while, Tegvir's over there on the Gold Fury, just taking that one away in a 4v5. Well
Yum.
done to him. He's like, yeah, you guys get him, team. Go get him. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, good job. And then, yeah, well, I'll get the Gold Fury. It's fine. Moswell here hunting on a Benny. Forced the Aegis. Feel like he could have kept going there. Oh, no. Ratmilk's here. Never
Maybe
mind.
not. Maybe you should have. At least get something for your own life, but they tried to play for themselves and instead find their life thrown into the dirt. 18 minutes in with that Gold Fury in pocket, that gold lead has crescendoed to 6K for Hostile Takeover. And things just have gotten worse upon worse. You said the single bind couldn't afford to let it unspool to further dividends, and unfortunately, they could not prevent the backslide.
Yeah, it's just getting out of control here. And I feel like you can already see Hostile Takeover with these Naga minions pushing all 3 lanes. Tegvir's over here on the right-hand side around the Fire Giant. 1850-ish is, you know, around the mark. We've been seeing a lot of Fire Giants of late. Aurora gets plucked in, though.
Go on, heal Aurora. I dare you. They got the mark applied.
They did it.
XU coming on through, but Aurora is somehow able to survive through it all.
Nope.
No! The last breath taken away by the Opwash 3. Happens in a bit of danger, but no more kit left. For Lairs means that they can't do too much about it. Remakami neither. Tegvir finds the rotation to the right side. Lairs trying to finish off Benny Q as the burn comes through, but it's a great tail whip to ensure peel for the rest of the team. And now it's Mosswall peeling away from the Undead Surge. Meanwhile, in the left lane, Donut Doug farming at this left side tier 2, but Hostile Takeover say that's A-okay. We'll take over from here, boys. Looking at this big ol' FG. Mosswall has got some flames to spare, but I don't know if they can stand up to the Neath Ratnell combo. That's going to be an easy kill on top of the Merlin, and an FG for all 5 members. Donut Doug's dead too.
Doug dead on the left-hand side. Karmic looking to hunt for Lairs, but isn't going to continue the chase there. Just chaos across the map there. Hostile Takeover said, we don't need a macro anymore. Guys, we don't need to play the macro game. We're done with that. Get it out of here. Let's just cause chaos across the map. A play on mid between Benny Q and Happen, and then a play on the right-hand side between Ratmilk and Karmic. Just kills across the map there. Yeah, we don't need to worry about the left-hand side. Who cares if Doug takes our tier 1 and tier 2 tower? We're going to get 2 kills. We're going to get the Fire Giant as well, and we're going to keep building our lead. And there's nothing they can do to stop us. Our comp is better right now, and we're just feeling ourselves. We're feeling like we have all the confidence in the world. Let's keep it going, boys.
This Aegis has been so clutch for Benny Q, and again, I've got to bring up the point that you mentioned. Single bind just don't have the CC to make Opwash fear for their life. You want to wander through all these corpses? Go ahead. With Opwash and Smite 2, it's not just the bodies that hurt you and empty the crypts, it's just the field itself. The bodies only double down on the damage, and Benny Q is just standing 10 toes down in their field, their undead army. What are you going to do? You're going to challenge the king of the undead?
Aurora, I feel like, has also been very conservative on using that ultimate, getting plucked multiple times now, and not using that ultimate for a safety tool just for himself, really focused on trying to keep his carries alive. But I feel like Aurora's just going to, at some point, realize he's important for these fights, and if he doesn't use them before the fight starts, is Karmic being hunted here on the right-hand side.
That's A-okay. I got frequent flyer miles, baby. They just decided to dip right back into Happen's side. FG buff still present for all 5 members. A good wall ensures that Karmic should be able to get out scot-free. And all this time, this wild goose chase is just buying so much space for Hostile Takeover to take down that left side tier 2. Mid's up next. Empty the Crypts has been utilized, and Karmic's in the back line. Happen forces the beads out
Ratmilk
from the Hoon bots, but look at the backside. It's Karmic and Ratmilk working hand in hand. A great Fear No Evil, but doesn't find too much damage, only maybe some safety. Not for Aurora, though. They're already toast. Tier 2's up next in the mid lane.
They're just going to keep on going here. Wouldn't be surprised if they keep going for the Phoenix here on the left-hand side. 5-man grouping. Doug too far forward.
No! That wall is trouble, but an airstrike is luckily able to buy them some reprieve. Had they not had that ultimate, Donut Doug would have been absolutely toast. Left side bird. Up next on the menu, FG buff, of course, grants all the sustain necessary to bring them back up to high spirits and bring this bird down to low health. Happens in a bit of trouble, forced to charge prey away. Tectonic shift comes up, but just a moment too late. Thor's in the sky, opts to go back in just to put the fear of God into single bind before they TP out.
Moswell looking here, but can't find the angle. Instead, Hostile Takeover. They're on full retreat. Their health bars are low, and they'll back up to the Gold Fury. Look to take that one down. Lairs hunting on the left-hand side, has no ultimate, but I feel like Single Bind realized They can't keep losing these fights. They're going to group and look to force a 5-on-5.
There's a lot of gold in pocket here for Hostile Takeover. It's not a bad fight look for Single Bind as long as they can isolate a target, but they have to find those stuns. Now where's your CC? Aurora does hit the Undying Love in response to the pluck. Now we have to find the kill in response. Donut Dog goes in, Lairs goes down. The Empty the Crypts has been used, but Donut Dog, they're separated from their one true love, star-crossed lovers. It's a Greek tragedy. Remikami might be experiencing the same gosh darn thing. Isolated, decimated, hold on! The trembles and Moss Wall through the wall, finds the shutdown, but Remikami can't stay alive.
Moswell nearly saves the life of his soul inner. Aurora gonna take a spill as well. Moswell, the only one left alive, but Karmic is in the sky, spots him out.
Great flicker. I don't know if you want to go back in on that, but the Vortex is off the mark. Great stun, a great beads in response. The flames bring enough pain to finally burn out the Thor. But Benny Q responds with a thundering deicide from Hostile Takeover.
10,000 gold for Hostile Takeover. This was the team that lost to Single Bind earlier in the day, and it wasn't even close, and they're making it look easy right now. Lairs has respawn, has ultimate. Doug on the right-hand side, though, means they're not going to chase out onto Benny Q, though, who takes away that speed and gets out with his life intact. Doug on this Pyromancer, though, realizes we got to get something to our name, guys. Let's get an objective right now.
Pyromancer being taken up here with Lairs as well to back them up. But Happen is present, trying to finish the job. But Doug instead grabs it.
Oh no, Doug got it,
able to dash on out. Indeed, Doug grabs that bomb for themselves, takes it for a later rainy day. At the very least, Single Bind finds something for their efforts, but still gosh darn scary. Let's talk about just the fight plan. Ideally from Single Bind, we know that their CC's lacking. How does an ideal fight go for this team?
Oh, I mean, I think at some point you just have to be able to kill the carries, kill the front line at some point. Beck has been in the face. You know, Thor has been in the face of their carries right now on Single Bind, and they're just chasing people down. Fire Giant's up, and Single Bind, their carries are nowhere close.
The question of what an ideal fight looks like, it's not this, I'll tell you that much. Hostile Takeover. Able to easily drop that FG. The Ancient Fury is the response, but Karmic's got ultimate and is liable to join the way. Neith, of course, also has got that diamond charged up. She can be participant at any moment. It's all of a sudden becomes a handicap match. Here comes Karmic, goes right back out. That's okay. Single Bind actually stays stuck to the objective. Pretty solid pick on their part. Can they get Karmic as well? The stun finds the mark, but the follow-up's not there. That's the way for Happen to get their pluck on in. An airstrike from Jingwei. Donut Dog's got to stay alive. The sunbeam striking, and the wall's got him pinned down. Rat Milk does go down in trade, but Lairs is awfully low and has that ultimate. A pivotal tool for Single Bind to use. Does they have the cojones to step back up and assist? Benny Q takes down a Roar, and Lairs is still trying to find their way to get something for the team. Techfear's got Dagger in pocket, and they know it. But Lairs has already used their ultimate. That means the CC's gone. Hope is as well. Mosswall's dead, courtesy of Happen.
Great backflip from Tegveer at the, in that fight to chase down Donut Doug. Doug has to ult over the wall to keep his life intact there. Karmic still hunting here, just buying time.
You can't back there, buddy.
End the game.
Okay, all right. We're just being cheeky. We're just being cheeky there. A little good monkey somersault from Lairs to ensure safety from the Anvil of Dawn. Wait, what? We're in the throne room already. Thor did not actually stop the back from Lairs, which might have been the pivotal piece to allow Single Bind to stay alive. In fact, Lairs has the Sacred Monkey, but does not have the will to continue the fight. I can't quite blame them given the situation. 26 minutes and a kill for each one.
Man, this game for Single Bind has been tough. It feels like they just can't find the wins in these fights. Tons of damage there onto Remikami and Aurora, and they can't even heal it back up because it's outwash.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when Shibalba is calling for you? All those marks applied again.
Nice.
Forcing the partner, whoever Afro is linked to reconsider beats. Forced off the Merlin. A wall forces the flicker. The mid-bird's dead. And only one tier 2 and a bird stand before the Titan is inevitably looked at next.
Naga minions pushing down all 3 lanes as well. Hostile Takeover have everything to their name to look to push down this remaining Phoenix on the right-hand side. They'll look for the Pyromancer, I imagine, as well soon. As Doug is in the left-hand side, pushing out waves, trying to keep farming up his build. As I really don't like it, D'Lo. I do not like this Odibo paired up with the death. I feel like you can go for a full yellow numbers build with Odibo, or you can go a crypt build without Odibo, and you get the Deathbringer, you know, you get the Musashis. There's a kin size missing here, I feel like. As Blink in from Happen.
But there's no follow-up. Happen actually could be in trouble. Empty the crypts through the walls, the lurking waters. Thor is going to be in the sky, but the rest of the team, can they rejoin them quickly enough? Happen is already dead. Thor finds a massive ultimate, a great double stun, and the double tap to follow, but there's no kill still. You have Revakami in the front lines trying to zone, but Benny Q is too much to bear. Aurora is dead, and Lairs and Mosswall have got to retreat. The Spirit Arrow catches him at the final extent of its range. That needs the sharpshooter.
That should be pretty close to game. They're going to keep going. No, they back off, actually. No tanky health bars for Karmic. No real full health for Ratmilk and Tegvir as well. It means they're going to back to base. They can't keep going. I feel like the damage is done. 2 kills. And some shells taken off from Remakami as well. Fire Giant due to spawn here. Same with the Gold Fury. Hostile Takeover have everything to their name right now. Donut Doug just now working towards that starter upgrade. He got to imagine he's really close here. He needs that extra damage, that extra crit to make this Deathbringer worthwhile here. Because so far, it has been a toughie for the Jingwei to get good damage off in these fights. He's almost as much damage as Aurora has been on this Aphrodite pick.
2 motes of chaos as well being built up by Mosswall as well as Aurora. Those relics will be incredibly important to ensure safety in these fights. That Abyssal Blink from the Susano, now in this patch, being used aggressively, reduces so much of that cooldown. Allows Ratmilk to provide the same devastation over and over again. Tegvir just slinging away at this bowstring. Ouch. Ancient Fury. Torn apart like rice paper.
Yeah, just so much damage here in the build for Tegvir. Has gone for that item yet again. The Jabalban effigy just keeps him a little bit tankier.
There's the blink.
In fights, especially in the Moonlight phase. And yeah, a blink as well. And this is such a weird stat item here for me, 3rd item here. But I mean, take a look at it. On use, take 50% of damage for 4 seconds after physical damage equal to, or sorry, after take physical damage equal to mitigated damage. You can't drop below 5% health. So it's just an item that keeps him alive earlier on in the game. And during the Moonlight phase, 50% of the mitigated damage is dealt back. So it's kind of like a mini, you know, Nemean Lion almost.
FG, a big buff. 3 minutes will become the EFG, but Remakami gonna be an effigy in second if they're taken out. Great pluck is what initiated it, but they are still able to stay alive. Can they get the speed to get on out? No, Happen denies them the chance with a snap of the jaws. Benny Q with a snap of the fingers takes one more down. Ratmilk's in the back line, and Lairs has to somersault over the wall, lest they be torn asunder as well. It's a double kill from the Opwash. It's an Immortal from the mid laner, and a deicide from Hostile Takeover.
Yeah, I remember when we said we thought that this Outwash might be the target and he's going to have a really hard time playing this game because he doesn't have a lot of tools to keep him alive. Well, that doesn't matter if there's no real answers on the other side to go and stop him from playing the game. First game 1 going the way of Hostile Takeover, and they make it look clean and easy so far, D'Lo.
Not only is that a game that obviously of itself was very impactful, but it's a game that has implications to the rest of the series because of what you mentioned. We're taking picks off from Lairs that prevent them from making the same thing we saw in the winner's bracket happen again. You've taken away that Thor. You've taken down Sasano. Wheelix is permabanned. You're never going to see the light of day with the Panther Goddess for today. And that is a scary situation here when you consider that Lairs was such a fundamental part of single bind success before.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of Lairs' success for sure. Or sorry, single bind success has been Lairs, I agree. And again, I worry about that one tweet. That one tweet where Lairs is saying, guys, if only
hold the tweet, Twins.
If only it wasn't Vault Bans, I'd be simply better than everyone here. It'd be so easy. I'd have my 2 gods and it'd be clean and easy, you know? It's all good. But now we get into the Vault Band system and we worry about the god pool for Lairs. Did not look comfortable on this, you know, non-aspect bots, and I do worry that maybe this should have been an aspect bots game. You have good damage in your Merlin, in your Jingwei. You just needed a little bit more CC, I feel like, for your composition. And This play here felt so overforced. Watch Doug's positioning initially. It's good. It's good. He really wants this kill, and ADC for support is just not worth it right now. And Doug goes in, takes down Happen finally. You got to worry a little bit. Maybe that's just the mind games coming into play. Happen consistently taunting throughout this game in the faces of Single Bind. And maybe it was just, blood in the eyes. Doug going all the way in, trades his life for a support.
I mean, the reason why the rest of the team couldn't follow, it's Benny Q. Drops the empty the crypts, man. That ability, how many times we see it just dictating the entire fight. It's such a giant swath of territory that you're saying, you cannot go here unless you want to take a fat load of damage. Layers tries to escape, but cannot proceed out of the ensuing slaughter. And Roar on this half row, 1-11. You just hate to see it from a player who can do so much better, but they, I think, were baited into taking this pick when maybe Thor was the real move.
Yeah, I think Thor should have been the answer here for the side of Single Bind. I don't think they could have afforded to give up the Outwash and the Thor the way they did and answer with, what, a Merlin and a Kabrakan? To me, the picks just aren't the same at all. And so I do worry going into this game too. Single Bind, they need to find an answer right here, right now, because Hostile Takeover look disgusting. They look scary. They look back in form. And as we've said, there's nothing scarier than a Hostile Takeover in this week 4 of our circuits here at Smite Prime. They just look better right now.
Hostile Takeover in this economy? We'll see if our friends in Single Bind can get out of the recession in just a bit. Stick around, guys. More Smite Prime after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. Losers bracket finals here, game 2 between Single Bind. We're now at the back end trying to see if they can get back a game up against, of course, Hostile Takeover, who just took it quite thunderously. D'Lo here in the booth, joined by Morty right by my side. Almighty Eyes in the sky. Solstice and Test give you the prod lights on. That cam steady. Jithan's behind the curtain. And Morty, of course, it's best of 3 action, so we have the almighty rule system. Vault bans to contend with. What does that mean for us, Mort?
Well, vault bans, pretty simple, D'Lo. If a god is picked within a game, it cannot be played. So all 10 gods you saw on game last game, you can no longer see again for the rest of the set. All 10 gods are gone, along with the 6 gods that are banned away in the coming up picks and bans. There are going to be 16 gods eliminated from play. So now we're going to have to be drawing a little bit deeper into our god pools. We can't see, any more one tricks. That's where we're going to see, more team comps that are created from, you already get the drill, D'Lo.
Lovingly created from scratch, with a nice little chef's kiss thrown in there as well. Much to the chagrin of Layers, as Spirited Book pointed out, maybe a player that doesn't feel quite as comfortable reaching further into that bag of tricks. We'll see, though, what they can end up pulling out as we hop right now into P's and B's.
P's and B's, and here we are. Now we're looking at rosters here, and a couple interesting matchups that we got to see earlier today, too, and we're going to see yet again. We've also seen plenty of times in the past for Smite Prime. Remakami and Karmic, Mozball and Benny Q, Donut Doug and Tegvir, Aurora and Happen, and that's, I know you've recently talked a lot with Happen, had the interview, and that went swimmingly from what I saw on screen just about an hour or 2 ago. And
it was fun.
Happen feels confident. Yeah, it looked like it was fun. You got to ask your silly questions, your good questions too. I think you bring the best of both worlds. A little D'Lo glaze here.
Thanks, pal. Appreciate it. Yeah, Happen, like we talked about, the 3,000-word document. After that last game, he probably he shared the Google Doc with me. I'm accessing it right now. He added 2 more words to it. 3,002. GG easy. So we'll see if that ends up being the same story here. Single Bind, ban away the Newt there once again on first pick.
We lose first blood, 2,000 words. We've got to get better about our first bloods.
Whole essay being typed up.
Do not make Happen mad. He will make you read for a week until the next Smite Prime. You will be reading on the 4th of July. You will be studying like a college student if you want to win Smite Prime with Happen. I wonder if he put the EU Conquest team Smoke Break through the same treatment. Can you imagine? Like, Happen, you mind teaming with us? He's like, yeah, here's an essay. Like, what?
What? What are you talking about? In this book report, I will be. Listen, Tegvir, very much of the same mind. These are two players that have a single-minded drive to win, which is, again, why I say that Hostile Takeover, whenever they're in a corner, it's like a rat in a corner, Mortar. I always say this to you. Whenever you corner an animal, that's when the claws come out. That's when they're scariest. And Bastet character is still available, so the claws might indeed be showing.
Well, will they make like a rat and fight for their life? Will they make like a cat and scratch the claws, or will they make like a raccoon and play dead? Yamoja lock-in is very interesting. Yamoja from Happen, or is this a Benny Q mid lane pick?
I've got to imagine it's Happen, who I feel like plays these backline supports pretty gosh darn well when they need to as well.
I agree.
Mordred is going to be the pickup there alongside that, so frontline now secured for Hostile Takeover. The Jormungandr makes its return. We've seen this before, and on her, locked alongside it. This is interesting. Kitty Cats unite here for single bind.
I really like these two gods picked up from Hostile Takeover because let's just imagine this. Just visualize this with me here, D'Lo. So you get Pursue the Weak from Mordred, right? And Karmic's going to have plenty of time to set up, let's say, 3 or 4 gods, and that gives plenty of time for Happen to reposition and align the Rivers of Buke in a perfect manner. Pair that alongside Petrify, which is a whole lot of crowd control. You already have so much CC. Now, single bind are going to be having to worry about beads in their kit, but along with Aladdin, too. Interesting. Rat Milk pick.
Rat Milk played this pick before against single bind. It did not operate well, but now it's a new Hostile Takeover. It's a new bracket, and it's honestly low-key feeling like a new Rat Milk. They played this Asado incredibly well last game around, and that's a snowball-oriented god as well. This time around as well, I think the composition is more suited to assist Aladdin with the Mordred and Yamoja initiations of their own right. Discordia and Horus are the responses. Those single bind have got some power picks.
They absolutely do. A lot of gods that can individually like put games on their back, in their backpack. You know what I mean? But you know, you put these players together, these picks, they coagulate into one team, and now you've got this incredible amount of damage that you're gonna have to grab Aegis for. But then you have to worry about beads because the Fracture Updraft combo leaves you CC'd for like seconds at a time. Not to mention, you've got the Pillar combo, the Pillar Impale, which will also leave you stunned in a wall for seconds at a time and maybe even blocked off depending on where you're at in the map. You know, geography is a big part of that. Yormolt too, which, I mean, if we're talking about how, you know, we've seen the Yormolts all day, that has been incredible. I mean, there's so much to worry about, not just damage-wise, but crowd control-wise for Hostile Takeover too. Relics are going to be very important with not just which ones you choose, but who you use to give them to.
I'm just looking across single bind's composition right now to see what stops this Aladdin. And before that, a Cupid. Now they don't. I think that Hostile Takeover have done a really good job of slotting in their picks at the right time. It's not just about what gods you pick, but it's about when you pick them. You have less time for single bind to find countermeasures. So I think Rat Milk, alongside now this Atlas, they got a field day. This is a massive corridor that you are setting up for this gamma ray blast of Atlas. You drop down the River's Rebuke, all of a sudden it's a red carpet for Atlas to send that laser right through.
I'm glad you brought up the Cupid that we saw earlier too to counteract, you know, a couple different high mobility gods. But I think the On Her pick from Donut Doug is a lot less of let's counter you and make sure you don't do anything. More so like, come on, give me your best shot. I'm on her. Like, I can take I can do this all day. The Captain America Smite Prime here, Donut Doug says, I'm ready for this fight. Bring it on, big dog.
That's true. Single bind do also have 4 CEC immune ultimates to try to shrug off that lamp and counter with their own damage. Bastet being the only one who's going to be immune to or rather excluded from that, assuming she doesn't go the cat spect, which I really don't see happening here. So when you look across the board here, Mort, what are these two compositions going for? What's the identity of each team?
Well, Hostile Takeover, they're going to do what they always do, and that's fight around big objectives. Is there potential for an early snowball? Sure. That's why we want Aladdin for Rat Milk, right? You want this early snowball optimally, but if not, it's cool too.
We'll find out if they can get it rolling on over to finally crush single bind and put them in their place. We're going to hop right into game. Take a look across the board here, Mort. What starters you seeing? What relics you're seeing? This is a crazy invade.
Oh, hold on. I got to pull up my music checklist here. Starters, yes. So the Conduit Gem from Rat Milk is pretty... Wait, there are 5 people there? This is not on the checklist. I'm freaking out.
Oh, God. What do I do? Text
I
Musi.
gotta do this on the phone. Musi, are you awake? Okay, so we're good. All right, starters. Back to the checklist. Back in pattern here. Conduit Gem. So this gives a huge amount of burst damage for Rat Milk earlier on, and that pairs alongside with what we talked about before getting into the game. You want to get this snowball started as soon as possible. Pop that Wealth Wish and get some ganks in. Make sure your ult's online as soon as possible. Don't be afraid to use your Power Wish, and let's get Rat Milk online as quickly as possible. We talk about this all the time with multiple junglers that use this Aladdin pick commonly, Layers, Lem, whoever. They all want to get the snowball started very, very quickly. How you use the Wealth Wish will define how this game goes for you, Rat Milk. And that's the Wealth Wish right on time. So you're milking the camps for all the gold that they're worth, and then you're going to probably show up, I'm assuming, duo lane side because Rat Milk's on the right side of the map. Let's see if we can kill Aurora or Doug or both on optimally, right?
Game 1 was a tale of the mid laners. I'm also looking to that role in particular. Benny Q. Obviously, Atlas in Smite 1 was by no means a typical mid you'd expect, but I feel like it's really slotted incredibly well into the god pool that Benny Q operates well with. Can throw out so much damage with that Astrolabe. And also, of course, stay pretty safe as well. Kinetic Charge is a great way to shrug off the slows and actually give a speed buff to the rest of your allies. So when Layers tries to apply the Razor Whip or tries to use the cats to slow down the enemy, you're actually only buffing BennyQ.
Exactly. And there's also no Ice Wall, no Odin Cage to block off BennyQ from wherever he wants to run to. So there's not a lot of counterpick on the side of single bind. Really the only thing he has to worry about is maybe a Horus Stun or a Pillar maybe, which could at some point or another could find something, but I think it's going to be rough to try and take down BennyQ, especially with, you got to keep in mind here, D'Lo, this is base Atlas. There is no aspect. So you have very tanky base stats to get this game started off with. You're practically fighting a Guardian who does damage too. Like it's kind of like the best of both worlds for BennyQ in the early game. This is going to be a very hard god to gank considering Layers doesn't have a lot of crowd control to work with. One root doesn't mean anything to BennyQ. Those little kitty cats just don't matter too much. He's got base stats, bro. He ain't stressing about that.
Why is Aurora here in mid lane at level 2? Now what happens here? Look what you've made us do. Now this could be trouble, actually, for Aurora. What are you doing? Oh, what a great Strife, though. As a response from Moswall, forces off Beads. BennyQ's in trouble. Beads down from Layers to ensure the kill. BennyQ is down. Protector Surge gets Aurora to the back line. Now Happen could be in danger. But there are snakes in the grass, namely Tegvir. Will eat the updraft combination. Now they're in trouble. Egg is forced out. Rat Milk is present with the Kuflik Invocations. Not going to be enough. Kitty Cat will pounce and have their prey. Double kill for Layers. The Bastet character is online.
And this is the worst character for Hostile Takeover to get online. The Bastet character. It does so much damage. We're barely getting started into this game. Less than 3 minutes. Nobody even has an ultimate yet. And the Bastet character has 2 kills. So this is very, 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 very bad for Hostile Takeover. But good news for Single Bind, because before you even have Firebrands, granted, that's not really going to matter because Karmic walks over there scot-free. There is so much damage that you're going to have on board. Layers can grab a couple more camps and then go grab a first item. The Jotuns, a Barb Carver. You've got a couple different options depending on what Layers wants to grab. But we'll see what they grab later on. Still a little bit more farmed. Oh, it's the Jotuns.
Aurora nearly grabbing a bit more than they could chew off. Single bind here, like you said. You can't feed up the kitty cat, man. Like, she's got so many friskies already. Looking for more cat food. Want some kibble. Karmically a nice ball of catnip. Now going to be knocked up by the Submerge. The Strife comes through. A great rotation from the Golden Apple, which isn't even necessary. The bank shot, not going to find the mark, but it's certainly nice for added panache. Single bind, grab a blue buff invade on top, and now things are really starting to look out of hand.
Well, the Bastet character is not done yet. After grabbing the blue buff, looking for Rat Milk, but Rat Milk dashed away. And unfortunately, this is not great for Rat Milk. We talked about how you have to maximize everything you can out of the Wealth Wish. It's been past that couple-minute threshold where Wealth Wish, you get that added gold benefit. Now you're kind of just back to farming. Rat Milk didn't get too much out of it. It's kind of rough. It is a really rough spot. At this point, you're kind of just playing for farm, ganks where you absolutely need to, and show up for big objectives because you have to as a jungler, right? You have to match rotations from Layers as much as you can, but you can't match every single one considering where Layers is at. Not just farm-wise, ahead in that realm, but also kill-wise too. I mean, Layers is going to show up all across the map because of how much mobility the Bastet character has in pocket. Along with the extra CDR that Jotuns provides, there's just no way you can keep up with every single gank. So, Rat and Milk, take what farm you can, show up to brands every now and then, and give it your best shot.
Let's talk about why this Bastet character even has all those kills. It's really thanks to Mosswall's strikes from Mikami. Maybe not respecting enough the damage coming out here from the Mordred. Forced to ult away, just barely surviving though. Not even bother trying to ult back in. Nope, never mind, makes a liar of me. Because guess who's here? It's the Bastet character. Layer's gonna see right through the bushes, and it's gonna instantly snuff him on out with the help of her kitty cat pals. Killing spree there for the cat.
Wow, like, how do you, doesn't that just make you mad? Like, she just showed up and pressed the button. She just pressed the button that has your ultimate on it, and then the cats just show up. You can't kill them. You can't run away from them. And no Aegis around for Karmic. His Phantom Shell was down too. You just die. Like, it's just like, well, that sucks. Like, granted, it's a low health situation for Karmic. A lot of junglers probably could have done the same, but at least there's room for counterplay.
No room for Happen to survive this one, let me tell you. The stun was instantly immune by the Desert's Fury. Aurora's doing so much damage on this Horus. And just getting so much great setup as well. When you combine that Fracture with the Updraft, with the Impale, you're not playing the game for like 7 seconds.
And it's interesting to see such an aggressive start for Aurora, considering he went for the Selflessness starter and then Eye of Providence first item. And I think the Eye is a really good item. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's different from the aggressive start. This is traditionally something that I would want to see on Aurora's Gev or Kepri or what are some other backline supports we've seen recently? A couple different ones, you know what I mean? Sylvanas a while back, I think during one of the Conquest tournaments, but not really... not Horus, this just seems a little out of pocket, but the damage is crazy.
Donut Doug's certainly experiencing some of that themselves. Tegvir trying to take this 1v1. Best extent possible. Here comes to the skies. Inside the lamp. What's going on inside there? Let's find out real quick. Donut Doug's dead.
Oh.
That's the answer. Layers enters in only to be instantly booted back out right to the updraft from Aurora. Just T-poses for a second there before getting stunned in place, and then that Moonstrike powerful enough to stun the entire game. Quick little pause coming out there, but a solid 1v1 initiated there by Rat Milk, and overall, we're finally starting to see at least a bit of momentum being brought up here by the Aladdin, though Aurora seems intent on instantly shutting all that nonsense down.
Interesting pickup from Rat Milk that I noticed before we cut to break is the Jotun's Revenge pickup. So usually what we've been seeing from Aladdin recently is a lot of high intelligence. Granted, Aladdin scales off of either strength or intelligence. Do you want harder hitting basic attacks because of strength, or do you want more burst damage through intelligence? And a lot of players tend to opt for intelligence, but we're seeing CDR with the Jotuns, and that's really going to let you hit your ult as much as possible.
All right, Aurora, back into the frying pan, back into the waves. They're safe for now. So Donut Doug's the only casualty of war in that instance. Just playing up too far forward, if you ask me. Gotta have ward coverage to make sure that you're accounted for. Layers drops the Razor Whip before getting the longest pounce you've ever seen. My God, she flew halfway across the map.
And did 300 damage with the swipe. I mean, it's just the Bastet character, right? It is not fun for hostile takeover. You have a very, very dominant player you need to take down soon, who is now looking at Gold Fury. That's going to be the first one of the game very early, all things considered.
Would certainly feel nice to put that in your pocket. Layers gets the root to stop Happen from stepping up. They don't have the Razor Rebuke. Does lower the steal potential, but still a bit too frisky for Single Bind to want to risk it. About 7 minutes in. It's 5-1 in favor of Single Bind. A 2,000 gold lead their way.
Ulting the buff on the left side to make sure that Donut Doug can grab it, and it works out well in his favor. And then a bit of extra farm. And at this point, I'm not even mad at ulting for farm. I think at the point that Single Bind are in, yeah, they want to try and pick fights where they can, but it's not always going to work out that way.
I don't know if you know this, Karmic. There's a Jormungandr behind you. Seems that he's aware, though, so we will be able to get back out. I'm looking towards Mosswall in this game, man. I think this is the Mosswall game for sure. Mosswall MVP. MVP stands for Mosswall Valuable Player. Aurora, though, is certainly also in contention for that, too. Dude, these stripes have been disgusting. They're doing so much damage. They haven't really gotten to bump up on the player charts for a while because no one's fighting in the mid lane, but once they do, they are going to get a face full of hysteria.
It's kind of interesting how these mid lane matchups work out between BennyQ and Mozball, two players that we see a lot of. But these two players specifically, while they're known for being scrappy, Mozball, loves to play outwash and just kind of chunk abilities and press buttons. BennyQ is a very scrappy player too. The golden apple thrown, but barely off the mark. Will we see a scrap?
Riptide's do ensure some solid safety. Aurora tried to find the fracture, in fact, through the water portal. Was not successful. Lamp will find him under tower. Donut Doug could be in trouble. But Medusa has to dive in to actually get in, so she'll need some tower shots for the troubles. Ring around the Rosie, ring around that pillar. Lacerate's not going to find the mark. Donut Doug is just running circles around them. And now you're in trouble too. Petrifying Gaze turned around, and now the tables have truly been turned. Lair is going to take down Rat Milk. One more kill for the Bastet character. To the skies, to the grave for Tekvir. It's a double for Bastet.
But can we make it 3? Aurora feels tankier than ever. Can we walk through the Riptide and take down a third? Catcall.
No!
Crashes in with a fracture. Triple kill for Layers. Very smooth gameplay as Mozball running at BennyQ past the tier 2 tower. SEMIFINALS feel extremely confident right now. And guess where they have their eyes? It's that Gold Fury, because Doug still has a lot of... Oh, I guess Aurora doesn't. Yeah, maybe the gold. Just get the vision there. Okay, all right. Let's
call animal control. Call animal control.
All right, where's the dog catcher with the big net? And,
oh god, man.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you would think that with Layers on Bastet and then Rat Milk, kind of like a Tom and Jerry kind of thing going on. You see what I mean? Like, it's just Layers running at Rat Milk whenever they can, and looking to get kills as quickly as possible. The Barb Carver pickup is very good for Layers. So even if things get hairy, even if I have to dive towers to get kills, it's cool. I've got Lifesteal, and I've got bonus damage on top of that. Layers is not going to be stopping this snowball anytime soon, and it's awesome to see because Single Bind are really good about capitalizing on these early leads throughout the map. Even Remikami showing up the Firebrands and destroying Karmic's health bar.
Instantly forces the Pursue the Weak away, and Pursue the Weak, of course, against the immovable World Serpent, doesn't really get you too much other than some small damage numbers on top. Does not find the full combo. Aurora on the front lines, just bullying out Rat Milk, supports the same level as the jungler. That is rough. To the skies we go, but for what end? Are we just gonna go bully Rat Milk some more? Dude, leave him alone.
He bullies Rat Milk, walks away, ults back onto him, but Rat Milk's got a lamp for him.
Yeah, so you like ultimates so much, I hear. Well, take this. Look how much damage he's doing, though. I'm not convinced. I think Aurora might win this 1v2. Screeching Gargoyle, Mordred said, gulp, I'm out of here, before Ree decided to enter. He's just watching. What is happening?
Respect the ones, D-Lo. You wouldn't get it.
Apparently not, but Karmic is getting no respect right now as the cats tear him apart. Unstoppable. Someone put the kitty cat down. Dear God, it's a double for Lairs, 8-0.
This is really bad news. The Bastet character is getting more and more online. This is awful for Hostile Takeover. Granted, maybe there's some opportune moments where they can come back late, but I'm a little worried, D-Lo. If we look at team comp, there's no cripples to shut down the Bastet character. A little bit of hard crowd control, but Happen doesn't have much response on his zone. The wall won't do too much when Bastet can pounce over it. Tekvir can surely dash at the Bastet character, but what happens when you dash towards Bastet? Layers probably kills you right after. If we go down the list of gods, what do we do to slow down and kill the Bastet character? I mean, there's no crowd control that really shuts her down. Maybe Pursue the Weak if it connects, if she doesn't just up down it. Gold Fury getting burned.
The Bastet character question all on our lips. Gold Fury. Who does that go to? Another question that we are all raising. Hostile Takeover taking on over. And it is going to go their way. A solid steal. Now Donut Doug's angry about that. The cats are in heavy pursuit of this Medusa. She dashes to safety. Here comes the Horus. Bullies out BennyQ. What are you doing, buddy? You're a support. Able to easily protect a surge right back to safety. A great Phantom Shell provides safety for them as well. Lamp's not going to find anything except for a shallow grave for my friend Rat Milk. Lairs is divine. Donut Doug's going to join their feline fellow with one more kill on the board. Tekvir's done too, and Happen is just cradling for dear life beneath that tower. It seems Aurora's going to have mercy for now.
Dude, Aurora is there with like a quarter health and no mana.
No mana.
Happen is still quivering. Like, what do I shaking under the tower. Please, for the love of God, don't use your 70 mana to dash at me. Like, oh my God. This is terrifying. This is a nightmare for Hostile Takeover. I mean, you might be able to see this in theaters.
Oh, hold on a second, though. Moswall, unfortunately, positioned a bit too far on. There's always with too low of health. BennyQ takes advantage. Well, watch out. It's Aurora. Dear God. Gulp. It's the best net character. Now I'm actually scared. Run, Happen. Oh, there's no escape for you, pal. Absolutely mauling him to death. BennyQ, what part of that made it look fun? They decided to join on in. What are you doing, Radville? Get the hell on out of there.
Dude. Wait, Pursue the Weak from downtown knocks up Aurora for a moment, but what happens?
Run!
Surely he runs. Nilo, this is a terrible day at the petting zoo. There's a bird, a cat, and a radiant worm just running at you under the tower.
Oh, God! Claws, breath, it's all too much for Karmic. They'll go down too. Solid stun on top of layers, but where's the damage? Certainly not coming out from the Aladdin. They want the ones. We'll respect it. No mana for layers. Is that enough, though? They seem to be shrugging off all those autos. Aurora has no respect for any member of Hostile Takeover that steps up against them. One last kill for the books. Remikami's on the spree.
Dear God, man.
Finally!
Finally gets shut down. Oh, my God.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Mosswall too. BennyQ drops down the laser, and Remikami emerges from the World Serpent to take down the other snake that stands against them. Here comes the Horus. Aurora dives on in, but again, low mana for our friend the bird. Has no blue left to spare, which is costing Single Bind quite a bit. Honestly, we've seen that several times now. Layers inside the lamp as well. Not enough mana is a problem.
Okay, one good thing for Hostile Takeover to take away from this. Surely this looks dire when we talk about kills, right? But let's look at it from an objective standpoint. Not a single Gold Fury for Single Bind. They've only gotten 2 Tier 1 towers, no Tier 2s. They have 1 Runic Bomb to work with, and they're not even going to... Oh, they are going to get Queen Naga. Okay, that kind of sucks. I might have jinxed it a little bit, but still.
Oh, no, now they're getting Pyromancer. Oh, God, Mortis, stop. Stop.
Sorry, happened.
This is not looking good. Golden Apple comes through, but unfortunately a bit off the mark. What a great strife, though. Again, Mosswell's got to keep hitting those madnesses, and now Lairs back on the kill board. It's not looking good for BennyQ either, let me tell you. Donut Doug does grab that Pyro for Single Bind as well. So the moment you say they're not bumping up on the OBJs, they say, yeah, shut up.
There's got to be layers, please. Let them live. A slow from the updraft. A spin from Remikami. Good God, man. We've got to do something about these characters. Like, oh, this is terrible, Nilo. It's a massacre.
Oh, man. No better advertisement for a rabies shot than this game right here, let me tell you. Donut Doug in left lane could be in trouble. Rat Milk diving on in, trying to find an easy target. And this on her. Trying to hold their best. Oswald takes down that Tier 1. Donut Doug manages to escape. Rat Milk expended the lamp, and Tegvir used their ult too. How is Donut Doug above half health?
Dude, Layers is like, dude, I completely forgot I had camps. I gotta go back and get those.
That's inconvenient.
Yeah, I got a whole set of camps up. Like, I guess I better go back and get those before I start running at people again. I mean, that'd be pretty nice. A bit of free XP and gold. Man, this is a crazy game, dude. This Basset, I'm just so glad, Dilo, that I'm in the booth here with you, my friend, and not on Hostile Takeover's team, because I would have went through 3 keyboards at this point looking at what Layers is doing. Like, this is
one after the other.
Infuriating. Like,
my Smite Prime art shop key mat is destroyed. My Horus tumbler is thrown to the side and broken over my knee. Aurora is making me hate this character. A Gold Fury goes to Single Bind. 18 minutes in, they are 11k ahead.
Golly. My Basset poster has darts into the wall. The drywall is just destroyed because how many darts it went through it. Just mad as hell, dude. Oh, okay. Look,
Okay.
we got a job to do, D'Lo here. Clear comms. Let's focus up. FG's getting burned. Single bind is on top of it. Hostile takeover have no idea what to do. This is a situation they've never been in.
3 Aegises all about to be torn apart by 1 kitty cat. Here comes Karmic, has the Pursue the Weak, runs Layers around them, but Layers is going to be the one who grabs the FG. There's a kill already from Oswald, and the nice disperse finds a great knock up on top of Karmic. Their path is blocked, and unfortunately, no one's too shocked to see them go. Oswald gets the double inside the lamp. Things not looking too great for the Aladdin, as Donut Doug pins him against the lockers and takes his lunch money. 3 kills for Single Bind and 5 members with FG.
Dude, you realize that you want to pick a fight with Layers. You hit Layers with a lamp. He's just going to give you a wedgie. Like, what? Come on. You've got to do something. I understand. But if that's your first instinct is to lock you and the most OP character in the game in a room, you've got to think of another decision, man. Like, this is not the right move.
Oh, right side bird up for the chopping block. The other birds are not exposed. 2 tier 2s do still stand against them, so it's not really looking like a Titan call quite just yet. Right bird instantly torn apart. Benny Q trying to get some free farm themselves, but the rest of the team might need you, buddy. Single bind. Looking for some kills alongside those towers. Those are just hors d'oeuvres.
Well, okay. Well, we've got a bit of breathing room here, D'Lo. Man, this has been a crazy game, and now we're finally starting to look at objectives. I think Single Bind realized hostile takeover are done getting caught out. They're done running at us. Now we've got a map to milk. You know what I mean? Let's pillage every objective that we can. Let's take everything in possible favor to favor the next siege that we go up against, because the right side bird has been dropped. You already stated that. Tier 2's up in the mid and left lane, and then birds afterwards. So you want to try and grab tools as quickly as possible to make that happen too. I'm not gonna lie, I'm speechless. I am in shock. I mean, you know, we talk about underdog stories and how hostile takeover can get ready for this, but at this point, I mean, look at the gold lead, man. 12K, and the Layers just picked up Time Lock Aegis and had picked up beads too, so the character cannot be stopped. The character cannot be killed. Dude, I don't know what to say at this point other than GG, go next. Like, this is rough.
I see Happin's typing in the document, guys. Happen is typing in the document. Horus is on the front lines, drops, and the rest of the team. Guys, you realize you take down the tier 2 before you get the Phoenix, right? All right. Seems like they figured it out. Single bind, drop down the tier 2. Left side birds next.
Okay. Left side bird will fall. And then hostile takeover, watch. Happens in the base, writing on the document. He's like, this game is already over. I'm working on the spreadsheet. I'm working on a pie chart right now.
Laser drop down. Donut Doug actually a bit low. Does have that dagger. Ratmilk's waiting for their opportunity. One they won't find. Great time lock. Aegis will not save Layers, though. The Bastet character's dead. Ramakami is as well. An amazing shutdown from Ratmilk, who waited for their time to enter stage right. Donut Doug's off the mark with the impale. That could cost them their life. As now Aladdin looks for even more. Layers, where are you? Instead, it's Karmic, who joins the fight and takes down Donut Doug. Mosswall finds a counter kill on Happen, but it's absolutely chaos beneath the waves. Someone stop the splash fight in the kiddie pool. There's no lifeguard.
What just Single Bind got a little too crazy, a little too comfortable with their lead, and I'm not going to say they didn't throw it, but they definitely lost some lives, and now Gold Fury is going to be the punishment. 2 very low health members, Benny Q and Tegveer, burning the Gold Fury, looking to grab whatever they can at this point in the game, because what else can they do? They get this gold, they take some camps. Yeah, let's take a look back here. How exactly did this go down?
Well, it was just them over-dedicating. Why was Layers so far up? Maybe that was a misclick there on the pounce, but just unfortunately, they were taken out instantly. Afterwards, Ramakami did not have enough time to submerge into the World Serpent. Ratmilk waiting for their opportunity. That impale being off the mark as well cost precious time for Single Bind to retreat, and that's what resulted in Donut Doug meeting their end as well. They did fall very violently, but Mosswall even getting that kill is just not enough. Just so much chaos. Finally, I feel like the River's Rebuke actually able to serve its intended purpose, because when have we really seen that ultimate be impactful so far? Not until right now. Mort, I gotta say it, there's a chance.
There's always a chance, D'Lo. I just didn't want to jinx it for him. I want Hostile Takeover to make this comeback because I hate the Bastet character. I hate the Bastet character with everything I know. It's like you know how I see this? I see Obi and Qui-Gon over for Hostile Takeover, and then Darth Cat layers. Just the evil Sith Lord that just makes everything evil. You know, the evil layers but evil. I don't know where I'm going with that. Let's get on point here. Okay, so you say they have a chance, which I think you're right, and a part of that reasoning being, look at the difference in gold. It was like 12K earlier. Now it's down to 5. Hostile Takeover can catch up itemization-wise, and they're already almost there in levels. Granted, I mean, think about where a single bind are at right now in levels. They haven't been farming. They've been running at people. That's what happens when you play PvP and you forget about the PvE. You don't really get ahead in levels. You just make Hostile Takeover feel really bad and mentally boom. But with how confident, you've talked about this in the interview, Happen and Tegveer want success no matter what. Their mentals cannot be oppressed. They're still fine with letting this game go late, where a single bind messed up is not ending this game while they had the lead. Oh, they still do, but, you know, it's time to make the end game plays happen rather than, you know, let what's happening right now happen, which is Hostile Takeover finding footing, realizing that the gods are not indestructible, right? We can get kills. We can catch people out. We can even win team fights. They just got a deicide a minute ago. So Hostile Takeover need to channel that energy and bring it over to the FG, the only objective left up on the map until the ritual site spawns, and maybe they fight for that too.
Almost 25 minutes into this game here. It's about 6K gold lead now for single bind. What used to be 11K cut down pretty reasonably by Hostile Takeover off the back of that one fight and several shutdowns. If there's any Sith Lord here to be paired alongside Layers, I think it's Remakami by this side. The rule of 2, after all. And getting both of those kills on top of them really is a heavy death blow to single bind's momentum. FG's up.
Yeah.
Won't be EFG in the game for some time. But Hostile Takeover still reasonably hesitant to take priority over the pit.
Yeah, still definitely you want this Fire Giant. It might not be enhanced, but the regular FG still does a good amount of things for you. It makes these team fights even easier to win, as if single bind needed that. And they're going to start for the burn on it right now.
It's pretty efficient. 2 bombs in their pocket as well for additional secure. Emoja's present. And from the right side, in comes Karmic. Trying to find the backline, looking for Layers. They do pull off the beads from the Bastet character. FG still being leashed as well, but are we going for the fight or are we going for the Fury? Frat Milk takes down one. Rather gets taken out themselves. Aurora will die as well. Rolled Serpent causes additional chaos, but it's the Layers you're looking at to try to find more damage. Forced back by the Medusa. Heart Slash forces out the nice disperse from Donut Doug, who will be able to pit-pad their way back to the tier 2. Right now, it seems, no FG on the mark, but the support for single bind has fallen.
Well, we've got a game on our hands, folks. Hostile Takeover's back. They've just won the past 2 fights. In the past 2 big skirmishes, Hostile Takeover has won the exchange. That is very noteworthy, all things considered. The past 20 minutes of the game has been the Bastet character running at anybody that Layers looks at, right? Now we've got a bit more competition on our hands.
Benny Q can apply some decent damage to Mikami. Unfortunately, of course, once again, being immovable actually does, in a lot of ways, frustrate what Hostile Takeover want to try to do to you. Between the Riptides, between the being sucked there from the Atlas, between Pursue the Weak from the Mordred. Mikami is a pretty big spoiler in a lot of their plans. Updrafts off the marks, or Roar can't set up properly there from Oswald, who is firmly taking their rightful position at the top of the player damage chart.
Very much so rightful. We've talked about the Bastet character for 20 minutes, but Mozball has been a very prominent side character. You know, like the fan favorite side character that has been doing a lot for the show, but, you know, the show's not named after him. You know what I mean? But so,
yes. Yeah,
Mozball has been very, very prominent. This Soul Reaver Totem of Death combo, along with the Obshard, has shredding people down.
Moswell grabs the Pyromancer, but Pursue the Weak looks to grab the backline. Will not succeed. Instead, turns tail to look for Mikami. Applies some solid poke, but Aurora is present. The updraft's off the mark, though, which means that Karmic stays safe. Great Heart Slash as well to ensure a bit of healing. And also, stop single bind in their tracks. FG now once again being looked at here. By single bind, though, I do see Layers is rather poked out. Mikami as well. This could just be a bait for a fight. A risky one at that. Single bind, biding their time. Karmic steps on forward, and the waves come rocking up. Aurora is in trouble. Will be able to walk around them. FG nearly now dropped down. Donut Doug takes it for single bind, but can they live to tell the tale? Rat Milk ensures the answer is no. Aurora dead as well. Aladdin wished for a miracle, and they might have just gosh darn found one. Lairs shuts down Techveer, but BennyQ takes out Rem. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of Hostile Takeover.
They've woken up. I mean, we have seen games like this time and time again where Hostile Takeover does not care about the early game. They're here for the late game, and they're winning it by a long shot.
Oh no! Lairs decides to go back in, right into a gamma ray laser that pulverizes the cat. Mosswall, the sole survivor, but Aurora is up in 18.
Hyper Beam, goodness gracious. What a crazy amount of damage from BennyQ. Golden Apple off the wall. Strife in combo. Karmic just got shredded apart. I like the effort there to siege there, Karmic, but you got pushed off there. Oh, okay. We've got a lot to discuss here. The past 3 big fights now. We talked about 2. We talked about it the first time it happened. Now 3 have all favored Hostile Takeover. It's been a minute since Single Bind have gotten a kill. That's going to let Hostile Takeover go over to the Ancient Fury, and they take that down easy. That's 2 weakened birds on each side of the map. That middle tier 2 gets weakened as well. A bit of extra gold for them too, but Aurora's there.
There's Aurora with sole support on top of that Ancient Fury. Discordia is now present to provide a bit of backup. And Single Bind now can begin to look to pull this Ancient Fury for themselves. The Gamma Ray Laser will try to find the steal, will not succeed, and Single Bind rip it away, but again, can they live to see the end of the day? The Emoja waves will actually stall away. Single Bind were on the right side of it though, so most are able to disengage. It's gonna be up to Lairs to try to find some additional kills. They do on top of Karmic. Aurora's dead too, but Rat Milk, a key damage element of Hostile Takeover, is no longer present, nor is Techveer. Single Bind regain control and retake the OBJ.
Now, I think there's a couple talking points there. Namely, Hostile Takeover almost got done burning the AGF, and all of a sudden, Aurora, all alone, showed up with To the Skies and just stood there in front of them. And Aura alone backed Hostile Takeover off of the AGF. That lets Single Bind approach. Even though they weren't in the horizontal, they just walked up behind them, and they utilized the space that Aurora created for them to go grab the Ancient Fury and take that away. And there were a couple close calls. BennyQ almost stole it with a Gamma Ray burst, but Donut Doug, Aurora played very smart together and dropped it in the perfect amount of time, and then picked it right back up, burnt it away, and now weakened birds across the board for Hostile Takeover. That's really bad for them. One good siege from Single Bind will let them end this game, but they're probably going to wait for one more Fire Giant pull. Do they wait for the EFG to spawn in 2 minutes? Do they grab it as soon as it's up? I mean, I think those two pair at about the same time, so EFG is a really big talking point where Single Bind might have the upper hand in the fight, but Hostile Takeover gets stronger as the game goes on. They've been winning a good amount of fights recently. This is going to be one for the books, D'Lo.
I think I just need to see these Rivers of Bukes come out in a more impactful moment. I don't feel like they're having much sway in these fights. And maybe it's because I see 2 shells for Single Bind, but maybe it's also because 90% of that team gets out pretty handily. Between Aurora having Protector Surge, Mosswall having the erratic movement, Lairs got Pounce, Donut Doug's got Disperse, and Remikami's got Ult, or they can just shrug it off, honestly. But in that sense, Happen has got to make sure it comes at some impactful moment. If it's not going to come from the damage or the geography limitation of the waves, it at least needs to come from you spamming those moon strikes.
Yeah, that's very true. Even if you can't offer utility, you know, no amount of Mending Waters, you could drown in Mending Waters, and that still wouldn't save you from the damage that the Bastet character can provide. You know, you might as well just offer damage onto somebody that is more killable. Let's look at Mosswall. Let's look at Donut Doug. Somebody like that is a much more high prio target. Look at this Horsold.
Only going to pull in 1, though.
Okay.
Just more so doing it once again for raw aura's sake.
Yeah.
But not going to find too much else besides that. All relics up. All ultimate save for Horus and Discordia's up now as well. EFG. 30 seconds from being in the game. And the Moonlight Ritual as well.
30 30 seconds from EFG. And we've got a little bit of we got a couple things to knock off the checklist, right? Some healing to do, some gold to spend for both teams, and some some minions to look at. Make sure our waves are in a good state before we walk over and pressure this as 5. The Eye of Erebus thrown down, and it's going to make sure that there's a bit of extra breathing room for single bond, a bit of extra damage as well. The damage from Eye of Erebus is based off of how much max health the enemy that takes the damage has. So Karmic, especially with, you know, a pretty fair amount of health, not a crazy amount from the build, but just because it's Mordred, you know what I mean? A tank alone will have a good amount of health. Same thing with Yamoja. They'll take a lot of damage from the Eye, but you also don't want it to hit a backline either. So if anything, it just creates some space and lets Hostile Takeover just kind of, you know, oh, we got to be careful if we go in there. Aurora might be getting chased down by Karmic, but Karmic will dash away.
Ramakami just picked up that Shield of Rebuke, and he gets to pair alongside it, and a Pyromancer for good measure. One bomb in pocket, the only one in play currently. But when it's EFG in the game, one bomb can make a hell of a difference.
It absolutely can. You never know when that 1,000 damage on an objective could be the securing tool, especially because when we look at it, I don't really see a lot of secure on the side of single bind. A Ramakami one doesn't do too much. Layers, you're more focused on peeling apart the backline from their skin, right? You're not really worried about the objective itself. Mazball 1 could do a good amount of burst at the last moment. Desert Fury from on her, uninterruptible, you know, very high DPS for a short burst. That could do some work too, but we don't have a Spear of the Nine Winds. We don't have an Earthshaker. We don't have an Idol Monster. You know what I mean? So things are a little rocky when it comes to securing these objectives. I think 2 Runic Bombs can definitely do the trick for single bind if they play their cards right, as we see some pressure around the Ritual in the mid lane.
Karmic utilizing that ultimate just to get back to safety rather than to try to get any kills. Without that Mordred to worry about, though, opens up this Ancient Gold Fury. I see Donut Doug soloing it down. Never mind, it's the 2 kitty cats combining feline forces. And it doesn't seem like Hostile Takeover or any of the wiser. They won't be able to get to that EFG to split the map quickly enough, and that means all 3 birds not only weakened by the Curse Mort, but damaged by it too.
Your team has destroyed.
Yeah, a little bit of extra damage, which you never know when that damage could come in handy. I mean, it's already applied, so it has come in handy, but I mean, that's going to make their siege even easier. Just when you think, you know, that tool can be useful, you know, it's very nice. Elixir of Strength picked up for Layers, who's been full build for quite a while. And then an Elixir to use on top of that. We're saving it in pocket for the next fight. We don't want to use it too early, and then what do you know, it's not going to be helpful, you know, if we need it in 5 minutes. Should this game go on that long? I don't know if that's a reality that we live in or not. I guess it depends on how this next EFG fight goes. But saving the Elixir is pretty nice. Just now using it. 80 strength for the pocket of Layers, and Pursue the Weak running straight at Ramakami to do some decent damage. Karmic's able to provide some breathing room for the team. A Heart Slash to slow them down. I don't think we find a pick here, do we?
I really thought Hostile Takeover were going to rip that EFG, knowing that
I thought so too.
Single bind are all in left. But no, instead, they're just content to kind of keep things at a standstill. It does make sense given that they are the ones batting behind. About 10k the way of single bind, though at this point in the game, 36 minutes, that doesn't really matter as much as you might think, fair viewer at home. A back being hit there by Rat Milk. Builds are all complete at this point. 1 Mode of Chaos still for Tegvir. And that, you have to imagine, will be another Blink as well, which will be very important to get them in or out of a big fight.
I like the positioning from Doug and Layers there for a moment. It looked like Donut Doug was going to play bait, like, oh, I'm the only one split pushing, and Layers was hiding in the jungle. But then Doug backed up because Karmic showed up. Now there's less bodies from Hostile Takeover on top of the EFG. It's getting burned down by 5 of single bind, and they could burn it very fast.
Layers poked out BennyQ pretty significantly. Gonna be hard for the mid to sustain a large fight, especially if EFG gets ripped down so quickly, but it's Hostile Takeover who end up taking it. BennyQ will fall the lamp, finds Donut Dog, and with EFG wrapped around their waist, I think Aladdin should be able to take that one. They pop the dagger inside as well. Ratmilk gets the reset, and they get the kill. Hostile Takeover will not go gently into that good night. Ramakami has their head severed by their serpentine sister. And Tegvir can now keep pushing forward. Aurora is Dunsky. You're not going anywhere, pal. Take that Wind Sprite all you want. Karmic's rushing you down.
What in the world just happen? An EFG steal as Karmic approaches the Titan room. Golden Apple off the mark. Strife finds the room for just a moment, but Karmic went a little bit too far.
They find the Heart Slash and actually manage to sidestep the Strife. That could have been curtains. And one severely weakened Hostile Takeover Siege, but now they stand firm. They look for the right side bird, but Horus is back.
But can they defend the Titan room? Aurora gets pieced up in quick time. Can't get Protector Surge out. And with 2 members left for Single Blind, full health, but low on reinforcements. Do you have the manpower to defend this game? They barely can defend the Titan. The bird will fall on the right side, though. Oh my god.
Lairs takes the Pounce train right back to that right side bird, or rather where it once stood. Hostile Takeover. Equalize the board. In fact, it's favored their way. Left side bird is still standing strong. And now could be trouble instead for Mosswall. Don't you know who you're stepping up against? Ratmilk is off the mark, though. Thanks to that erratic movement, Mosswall is able to juke that Genie's lamp just a little bit. Pyromancer next on the chopping block. Tegveer takes it with ease.
And honestly, a good read from BennyQ too, because if you take a look at the top left, that's a very low health bird. There were pushers going down both side lanes the entire time for Single Bind. That pusher alone almost got that left side bird, and that would have been really bad for Hostile Takeover's pressure if fire minions were approaching the other side of the map. That makes EFG a lot harder to look at in the future. But Ancient Gold Furies next on the checklist. We're not worried about that wave anymore because we got that secured. Shout out BennyQ. Now there's another objective that Hostile Takeover want to get, and they're really good about this as a team, right? This is very, very on pattern for them. They like to get every tool they can, every objective, as many runic bombs, debuff birds, and everything before they go for sieges, and then they go for it. They're not going to push it any earlier than they have to.
There cannot be a full commit to this Ancient Gold Fury, I don't think. That EFG buff on 4 members, Hostile Takeover, are powerful, but they don't even seem to believe in themselves quite just yet either. Look on the right side, Donut Doug in trouble. Karmic's going in. Slammed him up against the pillars, does not seem to care about your Desert's Fury. The Thorns are already equipped. Donut Doug, either I can do it or you can. With one swish of the sword, the Mordred drops the cat.
And Laugh spams on him too. Karmic is looking to get into the head of Donut Doug. Single Bind surely are mentally struggling after what's been going on, and I think that's Karmic just playing solo lane games. What?
They want to use that EFG buff for the kills, not the OBJ. That being said, Ratmilk's in trouble. Has the lamp to shrug off the apple from the top ropes. The erratic movement. Dives, dips, dives, and dodges. It's Aurora now in the front lines instead, trying to find the kill, but Ratmilk, can they survive the unruly magic? They managed to step aside from the strife, but Mosswall has the kill nonetheless. In the backline, here comes Karmic. They're in your head, now they're in your nightmares. Killing spree for Mordred.
But this isn't over yet. Hostile Takeover are still around. Layers dives in to the back line. Happen and Tegveer both extremely low. Layers couldn't find a kill, but we're targeting Karmic instead, who's doing a great job of zoning. But a Riptide will provide them a boost of speed back to safety, and Hostile Takeover are retreating as 4. Layers continue to chase, but can we find the route? Karmic gets slowed for just a moment. Fracture updraft combo, but a hard slash in response fruits them both for a moment, and Hostile Takeover still running for their lives.
It gives Karmic a lot more health to play with as well, but the Cats will slow them down. They have the Wind Sprite, they got the Thorns. Is that enough? Lairs running them down, but Animal Control seems to be on the way, and Lairs will have to obey the call to retreat. Back and forth, back and forth. Right side bird's about to come up, and you can see Donut Doug's pushing down that lane to make sure the Fire Waves can't take it down once more. 41 minutes in, Mort. It's anyone's game.
It is truly anyone's game. Now, it feels like forever ago, D-Lo, but 20 minutes ago, I remember Layers running at anyone he wanted to because he felt like it. One fight went wrong, and Hostile Takeover swung it in an entirely different direction than what we have expected. If you would have told me back when Layers was 9-0 that this game was going to go to 42 minutes and we would be where we're at now, I would have laughed at you. I would have laughed all the way to the bank and cashed the check. But now we're at a standpoint where I don't know where this game is going to go. One EFG burn in a decisive fight is really the only way it will know who this game ends up going to. But Hostile Takeover are alive and well. This is the point of the game where this team thrives. They are ready for the late game. Karmic is as tanky and as confident as ever. Tagveer just stole an EFG earlier on, and with Petrify being so smooth, non-committal and high damage, he could probably do it again if Single Bind were to go for the burn. Hostile Takeover feel in their bag, and Single Bind, it looks like they're struggling to breathe. There's a couple good moments where, in the lamp, Layers is looking great, and Maswal putting on an absolute clinic. The juke shoes fit him very well with the strife and everything else that Jordia can do, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop late game Hostile Takeover. This is, again, like I said, where they thrive, but Single Bind, they need to find a good engage. They need to start a fight their way. And recently, Hostile Takeover have been finding engages with lamps and Rivers of Bukes and big poke damage from Gamma Ray Burst. They have to start a fight their way.
Oh no, it's fight starting instead from Karmic. Another big engage here from Hostile Takeover has been coming from that Mordred. Just puts the fear into Single Bind. He's in the walls, they say, but he's not in the backline just yet. Beads forced off of Horus. Protector Surge back to safety. Ritual is won by Single Bind. Those lane pushers, we saw the impact they can have, and that left side bird is still weakened. Layers looking for any gazelle that's limping, but a Kufik Invocation. Half health's a kitty cat right back.
So you've got a bit of time to go back to base, heal up.
Maybe not.
What is Karmic doing?
They're finding an ultimate. They knocked up the Horus, and here comes the Rivers of Bukes right after. World Serpent as well. Donut Doug has to blink back for safety. This honor is important to stay alive, and Karmic knows it too. They're important to stay away from. Ratmilk couldn't do the same thing, so Layers will have their head. Horus says to the skies, and Donut Doug does the same with a leap right into Karmic. The turnaround impale. You're nothing to me.
Oh my god. Karmic got caught, and Hostile Takeover is paying for it. This is the worst outcome, but Single Bind know they can't end. Okay, so let's take a step back. Let's go for EFG. Let's spend our gold that we just earned from the pockets of Hostile Takeover, and then we put a nail in the coffin. Let's be done with this game. At this point, Single Bind are done playing with their prey. It's time to feast on the meal. 5K.
Much like any cat, of course, they love to play with their food. It's a rat in a corner for Hostile Takeover, but Single Bind, they're dangling them by the tail. They're showing them their fangs. These kitties have got claws. Donut Doug's got a dagger, too.
And approaching the right side of the Titan room, looking to melt this bird. Full health, but it won't be for long. 5 full health members. Ults on Maswal and Donut Doug. And they're not even going to bother but defending the bird. Hostile Takeover are going to let them have it. You're going to have to fight us by the Titan if you want us.
At least get some poke off to ensure that the Titan siege won't be as easy. Ratmilk's back up, Karmic in 5 as well. Aurora's taking quite a significant amount of damage here as well. The mid bird will be burned away. Lane pusher will be arriving soon enough, but Single Bind aren't even hitting the back. They want to finish off all these structures now. It seems that Layers will be kept on a tight leash for now. Or Single Bind resume the violence once more. Lane pusher almost arrived to the front lines. Here comes the big one.
And one more chance to get everything set up. Pushers in mid and right as well. Even though the pushers down here are still up on the left. A lot of posturing, a lot of setup to do. Ult's now up for every member of Single Bind and Hostile Takeover, not to mention 1K on the bird. It's going to drop quick. Aurora zoning Karmic, but will they escape right after? All 3 birds down. Karmic engages.
This might be too far for them. I don't think they can get back to safety. Now they're caught out in the left side lane, and it's going to be Ramakami who knocks them up. Where are you going, Mordred? Nowhere, pal, but have the tank to still spank with. They're still staying alive. Shrugs off the strife. Not enough, though. Layers will take him out. The Rivers Rebuke comes out, but leaves a sliver for Aurora to slip right through. Jormungandr trying to clear the path as well. Cersei Sexstone forced out to keep Happen safe. Before Mikami rejoins the rest of the squad to resume the violence.
But with all of this pressure approaching the Titan, with just how strong minions are, it is hard to believe there's a world where Hostile Takeover walk out of this alive. It is all just down to minions. Minions, minions, minions.
Fire waves, dot damage, yellow numbers. Ratmilk can't take it all. It's a rampage for Layers. And the damage continues to stack on through. The Titan can't handle it either. Single bind, make it a 3-game series.
Cinema. Absolute cinema.
Man.
Oh my god. D-Lo, we have
That game
shared
could have ended like
laughs.
20 minutes ago.
We have shared laughs. We have shared tears. We have shared rage together. This has been an array of emotions. My cortisol levels have spiked because of how eventful this game was. Like, this is crazy. The past 45 minutes have been a ride of emotions that I don't know how to put all into one sentence. You want me to recap all of this?
Dude. This game was insane. Wait, well, break it down for me more. What is the ebb and the flow? Because I feel like we were on a teeter-totter of dramatic proportions here. It's like a 3-story tall one. Most dangerous seesaw you've ever seen on the playground.
This is it right here where the seesaw got ripped off by a crane and the playground got turned into a concrete pavement. Like this right here. The playground thing you're talking about was no more. Single Bind are not playing anymore after this point because the next 3 fights after this one that's happening right now all went to hostile takeover. And the Bastet character that looks so overpowered for the entirety of the game up until now looked like just another jungler, and it was so hard to believe. Ratmilk finally found footing from the rough early game that he was a part of. Finally started to show up with lamps and damage and everything else. Tegvir stealing EFG a little bit later down the road. I think it might have been this one. Stole away EFG with the Petrify. Like, it just like they just woke up all of a sudden. There it is. That's the seal. Like, it just, it all went so smoothly for hostile takeover out of what seemed like nowhere. And man,
I think at the end of the day, yeah, no, sorry, go ahead, please.
Late game macro is what hostile takeover do best, and the later the game goes, the stronger they become. And granted, while they had a lot of good moments and almost won it at a certain point, they approached the Titan room. They got a bird away from Single Bind, and that's not easy to do, especially not in a situation like this. But Single Bind locked in. They said, let's take him seriously for a moment. That playground stuff is gone. We have to lock in, grab an objective, win a fight, and we have to catch out Karma. Karma got caught out off of a rough ult, and the rest is history from there. That plus minions.
I think the one player who never stopped taking it seriously was Mosswall. I think Mosswall was a dependable source of amazing damage and CC from the Single Bind the entire time. Like you said, Lairs might be the main character at the top of the player damage chart, and it might be, you know, this Jormungandr that's also kind of batting alongside him, but I think Mosswall really was the unsung hero. Or maybe, honestly, sung well enough, because those strikes were just devastatingly damaging. Had a talisman, too. They're playing for the team, not just themselves. Mosswall, I tip my cap to you.
Mosswall did. Oh my God! You almost matched up against Bastet. That's kind of crazy. Wow. And so did Remikami. What? That's a lot of damage. Okay. Wait. We're going to 3. I just realized that we're going to 3. D-Lo.
We're gonna be here forever, dude. We're gonna be here forever. All right. Well, on the bright side, that means those 10 gods, they're gone. Bye-bye, Bastet character, and hello, Game 3. We'll be right back in just a bit, guys, with more Smite Prime action. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Smite Prime, Week 4, Losers Finals. Game 3 is happening right now, and we just got off the back of a banger. Hopefully the next one is as well. Morty here today, and I've got Spirited Book with me here in the booth. And Book, I know you saw that from the sidelines, but we already talked about it. Let's talk about the future, because I'm excited for that. Vault Bands, tell me about them.
Yeah, so every character we just saw in the first game, all 10 of those gods are gone. Every character we saw in the last game, all 10 of those gods are now gone. So there's 20 god bands already, and then we're going to see 6 more taken away. A lot of stuff still available to an extent, but still a lot of characters that can be focused out, I feel like, for certain players where they're not going to be able to really prioritize some strong picks. I think we're going to have to start reaching deep and deep into the pocket for some sort of pocket pick of some capacity. this is going to be a close one, I think, between these two teams. It's either going to be a really close one like we just saw, or an absolute blowout like we saw last game for most of last game in the early game.
Yeah, most. I mean, oh, man, I can't talk about it anymore. That game just raised like so many emotions, so many feelings. Like it was, I laughed, I cried, it was all over the place. It was like a Broadway show. Like that was absolute cinema. But the best news is we have a game 3 hostile takeover in single bind. 10 of the most reputable players in Smite Prime history are going against each other for a third game. This isn't even for the prizing. I mean, Sunprod must have went to go take a nap. Hydrogen Bomb are still waiting in the wings for the grand finals, the actual finals. This is just who determines who gets to go to the finals in the first place. So there's still a lot to be determined for today. Picks and bans ready to go. And with 20 gods banned away, Spirited Book, this should be interesting.
Yeah, a lot off the table here. A lot still on the table for both these two teams to really prioritize. We can see down there, 20 gods gone. 20 gods gone. A lot of important ones, though. Discordia, Alpwash, I think very notable. Bastet, obviously, taken off the table. Medusa and on her as well. Jingwei, Sasano, Humbots. Some characters like a Wheelix still available. And I think that is notable. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hostile Takeover just banned that one away. One of Lair's more signature characters.
Mm-hmm.
Aphrodite gone as well. Horus gone as well. Really thinking about what Aurora is going to go to. I feel like Aurora kind of having a bit of a silly, goofy early game last time around, but still able to just make plays across the map. Very successful for a long time on that horse. And I think has to have a similar performance in this game number 3. Something like the Scylla might be an avenue here that Aurora leans on.
Big fan of the Loki ban, because not only does this take away an option from Layers, but also Ramakami, who really likes the Loki aspect and how it's really just like a really tanky front line, right? You get a lot of dot damage through the clones, and you get a blind as well. You lose your invis, but still, you're just such a menacing frontliner, and you can still ult onto people and make sure they're stunned for like a couple seconds at a time. So the Loki is a very good takeaway. A couple bans have went through as well, very quickly, mind you.
Yeah, I feel like we're kind of flying through these picks and bans so far. Hostile Takeover, obviously losing the last game means they have first pick selection here, and they're going to go for Cerberus. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Cerberus today. I saw Cherio piloting it off stream today, and I feel like I'm really curious to see, now that a lot of the more top-end supports, like the emojis we've been seeing as a late, like the horses, Cerberus suddenly rises in priority once again.
And this Apollo one is really good for... I think Donut Doug pilots it the best, right? I don't think it's the most popular carry, but I think Doug makes it look really good when we do see it. Namely because it kind of makes up for what we lose from not having Horus in the game, right? It's that I can not only move across the map, but now my friends do too. And that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I think it's a nice little pickup here. It's also good pressure in the duo lane. There's a lot of gods off the table for Hostile Takeover in Tegvir, and what he can really lean on now. Can't really play too aggressive of picks here now that Medusa on her's gone. So Apollo rises in priority. This is either going to go really well or really badly for BennyQ, I feel like.
It's going to the jungle. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's probably going to BennyQ.
Well,
they're just talking crazy. Gab!
Maybe not jungle, but Tegvir once upon a time played a lot of Zeus ADC. Ooh.
Oh, you're right. That was like an Artemis 2. Wait, Apollo. Hold on.
Yeah.
What is happening?
We're getting funky here on the side of single bind. I wouldn't be surprised if that's Apollo jungle here. I feel like it's got to be Zeus mid here for BennyQ. I think the composition really allows for it. Doug going for the Artemis has got to be the angle here, and it makes a lot of sense here. With what's across the way, he needs some means of self-peel, and the Boar can provide that, as well as CC immunity. But gotta be careful here, gotta respect the all-in potential of this Cerberus RDO dive identity. They're gonna try and kill this Artemis as much as humanly possible, but you have a Geb to peel for yourself with.
So, crazy idea. Apollo, Artemis, You have Aspect, triple ADC. No, I'm just kidding. That would be fun though, right? I mean, if we're getting spicy, let's talk about how funny that would be. But no, this is definitely going to Aurora support. This guy does a lot for peeling and making sure that Doug can stay alive. Whether it's Apollo or Artemis, I have no idea at this point. It could be Artemis mid, could be Artemis jungle, could be Apollo jungle. Rat solo, is it?
That's a great question, Mort. And I wish I could answer that for you. I wish I could answer and tell you, yeah, that's going to be Rat Solo. I wouldn't be surprised if it is Rat Solo and maybe he leans on the Aspect and just is a menace. Across the way, Hoi jungle is my best guess here for Rat Milk, and then it's going to be CERN ADC for Tegvir. I feel like that would make the most sense here, but could be CERN jungle as well. I mean, no Aspect, obviously, but still, I think CERN jungle is solid in the way you can play it. But man, I don't even know anymore. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. These compositions are both pretty wacky here. I do not like the Zeus though for the side of Hostile Takeover. I find this character to be in a very abysmal state right now. I think he really struggles to get good damage off with his Chain Lightning in the meta right now. And I think that is a good part of Zeus's damage, is just the way the Chain Lightning really connects and moves throughout team fights. You become very not strong, I guess, in like these little skirmishes of 1v1s. You can't really 1v1 at all. And I feel like a lot of mids right now have to be kind of self-sustainable. This Zeus pick, look, if there's an Afro paired alongside it, something like a Geb even paired alongside the Zeus, I think it'd be a lot better. But here with an Artio, a Cerberus, I don't know, man. I'm not sold for it just yet.
I think if we see a Tegvir flashback and get Zeus carry, that would be so hype. I don't think it's good. I think it'd be super fun to watch, but we'll see who goes where. Let's answer some questions. Let's get into game. Game 3 of the losers finals. It's here. Hostile Takeover up against Single Bind. And you were right. Benny Q mid. Rat Milk has the Huyi jungle. And Maswal mid with Morgan Le Fay. Apollo jungle for Layers. Both the floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter's in the jungle here for both teams respectively. I think Apollo just a little bit better right now in the jungle to the Hoi, even though Hoi for a long time was that sort of best jungler at times, going towards that full power Oathsworn build. I feel like Apollo has really risen in priority in the jungle. I still think he's a strong ADC, but obviously Layers with a lot of the gods banned away, and a lot of gods just taken away through Fearless, as NEQ takes a ton of damage here to this Morgan Le Fay already in the early game. Lovely moment there for Maswal, but NEQ probably going to have to back to base and then use that teleporter, which will go on cooldown. That's a big deal for the Zeus.
It's like, what a jerk. What the heck was that for? I feel like we see that pretty often between Maswal and Benny Q, is that, but most mid laners are like, all right, we're both here. Let's just farm. Let's get through this boring laning phase. But Maswal is just kind of like always a jerk. He's like, Benny Q wants to get a little get back, but he missed the basics.
Yeah, not able to find those. Benny Q really wants to prioritize the wave here. His Chain Lightning, a big part of his clear, but you can already see it's Maswal who has a little bit better clear potential right now and actually uses that ability to just keep poking down Benny Q in this lane.
And I wonder, I know that you've served some time in the mid lane. Does this Morgan Le Fay pick go up against Zeus pretty well? I know you're not a big fan of Zeus, but specifically Morgan Le Fay, is it good?
Yeah, I think now that a lot of the top mids are taken away out of this series, I think Morgan Le Fay does start to rise in priority. Her damage isn't the strongest, but she brings a lot of crowd control to the fight, obviously, in the form of her 1, which is a fear, obviously a slow field as well. We're on the respective 2 version of it. And the 3 just provides good damage when it spawns those minions that keep chasing you down. Yeah, they're easy to kill, but still a lot of damage on this character's 1 ability and a lot of versatility on her. But then she's also got a knock-up. She's got a CC immune ultimate as well. She's got a lot of safety tools and self-peel reliant tools as well. So it's going to be very difficult to dive this backline. And I think that's why it's picked here, to just keep peeling for this Artemis in the late game.
One thing that also scares me a little bit for Ramakami is, I think Rat Dash is a big part of his kit. You dash towards people, you get a good amount of damage off, especially if you get the right acorn, but you can't dash if you're caught in the entangling vines. That's what Karmic brings to the table with this Artio pick, at least a part of it, right?
Yeah, big part of it for sure. Double knock up here in the mid lane. Benny Q low.
Oh my goodness, the damage forces away Aegis from Benny Q, who is down to a couple hundred health, but alive still, nonetheless. A very scary exchange for Hostile Takeover, but I don't think they're too afraid of how this early game goes. Granted, how last game went, if early game is a signifier, it doesn't mean anything.
No, and I do think early game is important despite how last game went, but
yeah,
I think this time around means a little bit more. Moswell flanking, misses the 2 though.
What is Aurora doing here? Level 2 and still showing up to mid lane? Aurora just loves to come check out Moswell and say, "What's up, man? I missed you. I haven't seen you since last game."
He's just looking to get active early. And look, Aurora rotates there because he knows, like, look, if we get a kill here off my rotation, our mid 2v2 is set for most of the rest of this game, right? We're putting our mid 2v2 in a good spot, and we don't lose a whole lot for that rotation either. If you're Aurora, as Doug taking a ton of damage here between this 2v2, which you gotta imagine between Cernos and Cerberus, Tagveer and Happen feeling very happy to be aggressive here on the left-hand side. Keep pushing in this farm because between the Geb and the Artemis, your clear is abysmal on the left-hand side.
I do like the Geb pick going into the serve, though, considering that lightning storm for the Firebrands. I respect that. I'm not mad at it. You need farm.
I love it.
It is what it is. Yeah, I think it's great. I love this Geb pick going into serve because the Stone Shield cleanses out the really long stun from Happen, and the Ghastly Breath can be interrupted by a knockup from Shockwave. So, granted, that does take a lot of mana away from Aurora, but it is a couple counter picks to Happen.
Yeah, and I do think it's important to note that he also has CC immunity for his ultimate as well, so he can avoid being picked up by Happen's ultimate. A lot of this Geb, it's great. Once you get it out of the laning phase, it's fantastic, and I do wonder if Aurora might just abandon the left-hand side at some point. Moswell stepped pretty far forward here.
Sunbreaker thrown down, forces away the ult from Oswald. And here comes Layers, who shows up from the sky. Hello, indeed. Your Uber's here. A huge mez will buy some space, but Radmilk kills Moswell in the back line. Layers, you ignored your friend, and he ended up falling for it. First blood goes to Hostile Takeover, but a kill for each team.
Aurora low on the left-hand side, but is able to walk away with his life intact in that moment. And Chain Lightning, again, to me, just in that moment there, Benny Q throws it on the easy target of the minions, and the bounce just doesn't go and connect to Moswell at the right moment. And so a lot of that damage is just all for naught, and it's so hard to finish the kill right away off the back of that. And Layers is able to show up with his ultimate and make an impact there. Trades 1 for 1 at the end of the day, but still, first blood going the way of this Hou Yi, I think, is still a big deal. So he has that brief advantage there already.
If we're looking at itemization, one funky thing that stands out to me is the Vamp Shroud starter for Remikami. I feel like we never see Vamp Shroud. Am I crazy?
Yeah, a little bit. It is nice lifesteal. Shout out to lifesteal as well with the Bang Cross. But yeah, I mean, Vamp Shroud, we're seeing it here on the Ratatasker. I think just more sustainability here for himself. And once you get access to that, permanent, you keep spamming the dashes, right? And you can see every time you hit an ability, just a little bit more health, a little bit more mana, so you keep spamming those dashes in fights. Like you mentioned, this cripple field is going to have to do good work. Otherwise, this Rat's going to keep able to just spam little bits of healing throughout these fights.
And every little bit matters, especially when, each kit rotation after you get a specific acorn will get you so much health back from your 2. And then you get charges of your 2 as well. I really like what Rat can provide, but granted, when Rat first dropped, it had a pretty low win rate, was kind of underwhelming. I wonder if recent events have changed how Rat can favor in this, or maybe this is just a pocket pick for Remikami specifically. Might not be the strongest, but at least a god that he likes to play. I think there's a lot to talk about, especially when we're this deep in Vault Bans. Game 3 took 26 gods away from the pool of gods that can be played. So, you've got to pull out some interesting picks every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of top soul laners are off the table. The Jormungandr, the Mordred as well. RDO being picked away here on the side of Hostile Takeover. So yeah, you gotta kind of reach deep into the pocket, pull something out. It's the Rat solo. And I kind of like it here. I like the idea that you have something that can be tanky, be annoying in the backline. I kind of mentioned the Scylla support for Aurora, and that's a character that can do exactly that. Instead, it's over in the solo side for the likes of Remikami, as Blue Buff invaded over there on the right-hand side for Karmic, as I believe he's able to steal that one away. Yeah, Karmic with a successful invade.
Very nice. Very nice. I mean, if you got the upper hand, might as well use it. Rune Forge Hammer online for Karmic, and with all the base prots that Artio has too, it does provide quite a bit to make sure that you can get good damage out already. I mean, that's 45 strength and a couple hundred health. You got to love what Rune Forge Hammer can bring to the table.
Yeah, we're seeing it a lot as of late. It's often the Rune Forge right into Prophetic build right now is a play for most soul laners. We've seen Benko do it on E-set solo, right, with the aspect. So if he could do it on that, I feel like you could do it on almost anything right now in the solo lane. So no surprise there that Karmic's going for it as well. Is interesting to note though, Remikami leaning towards more of the acorns. Curious to see if he'll lean more on a couple more acorns or maybe start to build some items as well. As Layers is over here. I don't know if he's in gank territory just yet though.
Well, who's in branch territory and lands back down. Remikami didn't do this for an escape. He did it because he wants smoke. Layer shows up with an ult as well, but a good bear to yell, bear roar or something, bear yell, bear roar, some type of bear noise, find a stun and make sure that Remikami and Layers don't get the kill. Karmic is able to escape.
Layers lands and immediately pops the mez. I feel like you just got to hold that. Wait for Karmic to pop the dash and then try and cancel it with the mez. As they go, in goes a roar.
This is a bit of a weird spot. Not too low on health. Yo, wait, Gold's getting burned. Savior dashing at Donut Doug to kill him. And Hostile Takeover just got gold thanks to Rat Milk. What a crazy rotation.
Yeah, Doug, the only one there to try and contest as Aurora gets pulled. Doesn't have that ultimate, but no follow-up damage from Benny Q in that moment. Again, Benny Q's all in on one person is not great. You want to be collecting a few people, so there's a good chain lightning bouncing everywhere through your opponents. If Happen only pulls one member with his ultimate, Benny Q's just going to walk away. He can't afford to take that scrap.
So we're back at the farm game, right? 2-1, 9 minutes in. Hostile Takeover they're up on kills, up on gold Fury pips as well. A lot of good things going for HT, considering how rough last game went early on. This is a good change of pace for him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, Layers is over here, and Karmic might be in trouble.
Dashes in, hits a couple basics, and Bear dashing away. Can Karmic escape? Looks like he just might. Waiting on the acorns to pop up. Remikami surely secures this. And Aurora there to certify that everything goes their way. I like how Aurora throws down the stone shield just to get the assist gold, saying, I just didn't want to show up here for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I needed to make sure I got something out of that. Good damage. Ooh.
Yeah, Rat Milk taken fairly low there in the mid lane, forced to back off defensively there. Good damage coming through from Moswell in this early game. And good so far. Layers is here again.
Lightning storm down to provide some peel for himself. Layers won't go under the storm, but Remikami in the air lands back down. Once the storm is over, clear skies means it's a go for Remikami to get that kill. Benekyu dies, and what can we grab from there? Oh.
They're trying to get this blue buff for sure. I mean, they lost it last time around. You got to imagine that is their priority. Purple buff invade on the left-hand side, not a big deal. You got your own camp on the right-hand side in the blue buff. You're going to get the rocks as well. And you got a kill onto the mid laner of Benekyu. That's a win, I would say, for single bind. But now you're not going to get the rocks because Karmic rotates back. So kind of just a wash at the end of the day, though long-term favoring Hostile Takeover. Because again, Karmic is getting those rocks, those permanent stats to his character.
And that's always good news. A little bit of snowball, you know, it might not mean too much in the long run, the grand scheme of things, but the right here, right now is where those extra numbers will benefit. You know what I mean? You've got to try and win these early exchanges because that lets you go towards Queen Naga a little bit easier. The next Gold Fury, a little bit easier. And developing the snowball through those manners, that's what really makes the difference. But Firebrands is a good step in the right direction that I appreciate.
Yeah, I agree. And especially on Karmic, who we've seen kind of either getting bullied or bullying out Remikami a little bit, depending on the state of things of their items. And now Karmic just getting a little bit stronger, trying to keep bullying out this Ratatasker, so Karmic can be the one to rotate out first to the next round of rocks, and then to a Gold Fury objective, or Pyromancer that's due to spawn soon, or the Moonlight Ritual in the mid lane. So getting Karmic into a good spot is a good idea here, especially now that he's seen a lot of attention from Layers. Meanwhile, Rat Milk, outside of that play in the mid lane and that Gold Fury play, we haven't seen a lot of attention from Rat Milk. He's kind of just been sitting back and farming, and it's slowly amassed himself an experience lead over Layers.
You know, I feel like Ratmilk's really good about that. He's really good about rotations onto camps and keeping track of timers and everything. Oh, a good stun from Happen. Locks Aurora in a pretty rough place. Hits the Stygian Torment into the knockup. Lightning Storm thrown down on top of that, and the rock has been turned to nothing but crumbles. BennyQ will fall as well, though. Remakami rotates over from Solo, and a nice paralyzing spit gets the kill on Layers. 2 dead for single bind, but BennyQ falls in the process.
Ratmilk able to get out alive, and so a 2-for-1 at the end of the day, favoring the side of Hostile Takeover. More wins to their name. We do see Tegvir rotating on over here. This fight is not over just yet, as Karmic's also rotated here.
So we're back in a weird situation for Karmic, and I'm thinking, you know, there's not a ritual site to fight over here. It just so happens that solo laners are here. Why don't we go? Wait, BennyQ's going to solo.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
He needs farm. He needs farm, and he probably needs to be a little bit away from the action, but they just need priority in the right-hand side. Otherwise, someone's going to lose that right-hand side wave, and this probably means Hostile Takeover have secured themselves the next round of these rocks. And that is one thing to note. Zeus really strong about clearing these rocks. Chain Lightning into the 2, into the Detonate. It's just a lot of damage onto these minions. Very good at clearing that objective, and again, continuing to permascale with this kind of wacky build. It's a lot of survivability for the Zeus and the Bancrofts and the Gem of Focus.
So, 13 minutes, 4-4, and we're approaching that 15-minute standoff where we have Queen Naga, Gold Fury, and everything to look at, but we're gonna go for the gold early on. Hostile Takeover, make their way over. Doug might be aware. He's gonna be aware in time. Throws the Galliflare out, down to 1,000 health. Cataclysm on top of Karmic, who's buying space in the meantime. Tegvir secures Gold Fury, but solo for gold, I'd say that's worth.
Yeah, you got to imagine Single Bind have to look towards this Pyromancer that is available to them. They're grouping for it right now. That was a nice little play from Karmic there, blinking forward to get the Cripple Field to stop Aurora from contesting that Gold Fury. Love that moment. A little bit of poke onto BennyQ. Stops him from really stepping too far forward. In goes Happen.
Oh no, Sunbreaker down off the Stygian Torment. What a nasty knockup combo there from Happen to set things up for Ratmilk, who dives in anyways, kills Aurora where they stand. Yet again, Geb is destroyed, and the Pyromancer gets taken down in the process. Hostile Takeover are not waiting for the late game to pop off. They're doing it right here, right now.
Slowly starting to get a grip of this game, getting ahead of Single Bind here off of just little scraps and team fights. I just love it so far. They're just being so aggressive. And look at this, a lane swap as well. Tegvir hovering this right-hand side now, so he could be here first for the Queen Naga. He wants to be here on time. He doesn't have to make that rotation, doesn't have to use movement abilities to get over to the right-hand side faster. Instead, Karmic can be the one to do that with this bear form. The bear goes a long way with that dash. Well, yes, Tegvir can already be here. Just keep farming up, keep building a lead here in the right-hand side.
So, you got solo laner on the left and Tegvir on the right. You know, it makes sense in all things, but it's just a weird thing to look at. But at least Tegvir's around by Queen Naga to make sure that the burn goes successfully. CERN really drops that thing quickly, doesn't he? That's an easy Queen Naga burn thanks to the help of Tegvir, and Ratmilk on this Hu Yi pick too certainly helps.
Yeah, double ADC, you just shred objectives really quick, and there's no real answer for it. Do want to note, though, double ADC on the side of Hostile Takeover a little bit better because you have a Zeus for confirm as well. Not only shred with the Lightning Storm, but then the Detonate to find that secure option. Happen, getting knocked back here.
Okay, Cataclysm used, and happens to be in a good spot, but that's a maybe not so good of a spot. No reinforcements around, and Single Bind have 4 there. But Happens still around, hits the paralyzing spit, and Tegvir's fine with taking the fight, but Remakami from the skies, and it lands back down. Huge damage from a cosmic drop, and Layers up as well, lands back down, but BennyQ shreds apart Donut Doug. Look at the damage from Benny. 1 Detonate could kill Layers, but instead he turns face and looks at Aurora. 2 dead for Single Bind. Off the back of the Queen Naga, and 2 Gold Furies in pocket. Hostile Takeover are really ahead now.
Yeah, they're starting to get out of hand here as Fire Giant's available, and they're grouping for it. They have the damage to do this, Mort. Only Remakami nearby. Layers has to back to base.
6K on FG. Remikami waiting in the shadows. Can they find an in? And Ratmilk dashes right on top of him down to 100 health. Remikami barely escaped, but that's fine. You bought space for the FG. It drops. Dagger picked up by Tegveer. It's still chasing down his Karmic. Remikami's barely able to escape. That's going to let Hostile Takeover march over to the ritual site and grab yet another objective. Their macro game is unstoppable.
Ratmilk has just been on point, using that CC of that mark, the knock-up as well, to go for these all-ins, as well as that Ricochet doing good damage in the fights. The gold lead a little out of control here. Hostile Takeover up nearly 8,000 gold here. They're in a very comfortable position to take over this game, send themselves to the final. This team, man, just does not go away. I keep saying it, man. They lose in the upper bracket and they go down the lower bracket, just make a run, come back swinging. And that's exactly what they're doing here in the month of June as well. It's crazy, man. It's a new roster as well. It's Benny Q in mid, Tegveer in ADC moving from jungle, and then Ratmilk steps in, and this team still can compete with the best who have been the same roster for months.
Single bind on top of the Gold Fury. Hostile Takeover don't know any better. They finally got vision from the Moonlight Ritual, and they're rotating over as we speak. Happen dives in, looking for a Stygian Torment, but can't quite find the knockup. Mez from Layers will give Single Bind enough space to escape with their lives. But look at Benny Q, who went a little bit too far. You fly too close to the sun, and you get burned. Layers drops down off the chariot. We're not doing a drive-by, we're doing a walk-up. Layers kicks Benny Q dead, and all of a sudden Hostile Takeover say, what are we doing taking fights like this? We gotta get out of here.
Benny Q feeling himself a little bit too much there, goes way too deep chasing, and Aurora just says, we can kill this guy. It's a Zeus. What's he doing in our faces? Let's kill this guy. And they do exactly that. Now Aurora in trouble in the mid lane though, taken very low, and Ratmilk and Tegveer are still comfortable to keep sieging with their fire.
And down goes the tier 1 in the mid lane. Ultimate still up for Tegveer. Could set things up in a pretty big way. Remikami takes to the skies and barely able to escape Karmic. Where did that damage come from? Goodness, Karmic. I mean, I guess that's where all that mana went to, right? So rotating out, going to Pyromancer. That's going to be their next on the chopping block.
Oh, Happen blinks in, forces Layers to beads.
Mez yet again buys some space, so Layers is fine, but the tier 2 tower can't say the same. As a matter of fact, it won't be saying anything. Down it goes, but continuing to siege up front. Look at Karmic, who gets absolutely destroyed by consuming power. Down goes the solo for HT, and on the run from there, Remikami looking to set things up. Cataclysm online, about to be online for Aurora. Good shockwave sets things up. Happen looking to buy some space. Oh my God, the Stygian Torment into the Wild Hunt, takes down the Layers. Look at the setup, but Cataclysm finally online. Stuns 3, Remikami zoning in the front, while Hostile Takeover don't know who to prioritize. Ratmilk takes to the air for a moment and jumps right back out. Remikami is able to dash forward and get some damage through the acorns, but needs to take to the skies through the cosmos, but won't go far. Benny Q throws down the lightning storm. Double kill for HT. Donut Doug, the only one left alive. A huge save by Benny Q. And Hostile Takeover march up the mid lane for a free bird.
Layers up now. Doug nowhere to be found, just pushing the left-hand side, saying, guys, I gotta farm. All the while, his team is losing. Big Blink Mez!
3-man Mez off of it, but Layers will die in the process. Doug showed up too, threw down the Caledonian Boar, but it won't do much. HC could care less. They didn't get the bird, but they got a couple more kills. That's an opening.
Happen just gets this back off in time. Pyromancer available here to the likes of Hostile Takeover. They're grouping for it. They have Ratmilk on a Tegveer nearby as well, but Tegveer hasn't full healed just yet. And Aurora has Blink, no ult.
But down it goes, barely off the mark from the blink. Good play. Tegveer secures, hops over the Ratmilk secures. Wait, Cataclysm, Wild Hunt. Way to reverse things around yet again. Wild Hunt, Lightning Storm combo, but Remy dashes straight towards Benny. Mozball gets the kill, so you take one with you, but Aurora dies in the process. Runic Bomb doesn't get picked up. It still sits, but Happens coming back for it.
But there's a 20-second window where Aurora will be up and BennyQ will not. That is a window that Singlebind can maybe group and look towards pulling a Fire Giant that's due to spawn fairly soon. Karmic steps in the trap.
And what will happen from there? I think Karmic is okay. Man.
Moswall.
Sigyn oh, paralyzing spit, stuns Moswall for a second. Remikami still around. Sigyn Torment finds a knockup. There comes Tegvir, who just showed up out of nowhere. Ratmilk rotating over as well. The damage from Tegvir is online, but to the skies, the chariot yet again. Lair shows up and shuts down Tegvir. When will the action stop? Goodness gracious.
Oh, Remikami's still going in. They forced the jump out of Ratmilk. Left-hand side, Doug used the ultimate. I imagine a 1v1. Ratmilk low.
The Stone Shield won't save. Might save Remikami. Hits the sun, but Lightning Storm back yet again. Tad bit off the mark. That's all good and dandy. At least we get him to back up so Hostile Takeover can finally retreat. What is the end game for all this?
Singlebind see BennyQ pop around the corner and say, go, go. We got to get out of here, guys. Immediately split in 3 different directions. Smart play. Chain Lightning doesn't connect. And Singlebind get away with their lives intact at the end of that. They take down Tegvir as well. Just chaos, and slowly but surely Singlebind, yeah, they're down still in gold, but they're finding wins here. Trying to find a way back into this game. Happen no ult, and there is a grouping here on the right-hand side. Doug is still in left, man. It is 23 minutes. Doug is still farming, and there's a Fire Giant being pulled here. You gotta group with your team, man.
We need Doug here ASAP, and rollout puts Happen back under the FG pit. Singlebind have everybody else walking over. Sigyn Torment knocks up Aurora. Lightning Storm, Wild Hunt combo, and a Root in the same time. Aurora gets shredded apart. What tank? That tank is dead. That's 1 down for Singlebind, and Donut Doug just barely got there. Remikami zoning in the back line and passing it out through the cosmos to the skies, and away goes Remikami, but Karmic falls in the process. He bit off a little bit more than he could chew. The bear teeth aren't that strong.
Finally, Doug rotates on over, makes an impact with that ultimate. Good play there. Caledonian Boar spreading through the team fight. Doing good work so far. Love this. And so far, the fight's still going on. Or not fight, the game's still going on 24 minutes in, and they're Singlebind are fighting back into it. They're finding, not wins, but stalemates, right? They're finding small objective wins. Now they're looking to do the Gold Fury. But Pyro's up as well. Fire Giant, I mean, they got to be careful here, because if Hostile Takeover spotted out, they could rip fire here. They have the damage between the Zeus, between the Yi, and the Cernos, but maybe with Karmic still being dead, Singlebind feel comfortable going for this objective.
Well, Doug takes it down. That means go time for HT maybe. Nope. 3 in the bush, hiding out and letting it all happen. And now they go for the burn as Aurora rolls away and then rolls back. Just played a little ring around the rosy next to the rock there. A very, very rapid burn thanks to Ratmilk, BennyQ, and Tegvir. It's down to 4K, but Aurora goes in and hits a 3-man Cataclysm. What can we do from here? From the skies, a layers lands off the chariot, and Wild Hunt Lightning Storm combo. Sunbreaker brings him back as well. Remikami is dead, and Ratmilk running for his life. Look at Aurora, looking for a knockup, barely off the mark, but Dragonflight will take a bite out of BennyQ's head. Down goes their mid laner, and everybody else from Hostile Takeover is very, very low. Singlebind are fine with taking a fight, but I don't think Hostile Takeover feel the same way.
Doug has arrived here. He's got ultimate to his name. One of the only players left with the ultimate as Moswell is getting chased down here. Gotta be careful. Oh, the
Stone Shield thrown on top of Moswell. Karmic is extremely low. The flurry of arrows from Donut Doug will land right onto the skull of Karmic. Now 2 dead for Hostile Takeover, but Singlebind don't have the resources to pull Fire Giant. They back off and go for the ritual instead.
They're taking the important wins, the ones that are more, easier to get right now. Pulling Fire Giant there is a little risky, but why not just kind of get the small win, get the Moonlight Ritual in the mid lane, have Naga minions push all 3 lanes, and then pull a Fire Giant, especially with Karmic dead for another 20 seconds. Shoutouts to Doug there with the trap over the wall there on the corner to catch out Karmic, catch out his dash. He can't go anywhere. I feel like Karmic maybe needs to think about investing into that blink upgrade and then getting a beads, because this has been a few times now that Karmic has been CC locked down in fights and just can't get away.
26 minutes in. It is 17-12. And the goal lead is just about even. Well, 3K, but that feels insignificant to everything else that has been happening. We have seen nonstop blood being spilled across both sides of the jungle for a hot minute. But we finally get a chance to cool off and talk about where we're at now. We need to get ready for the next FG. Hostile takeover are going to start to burn because they have the numbers game. Ramakami's over the wall, opens up the corridors to maybe find a flank in. Karmi zoning out Ramakami specifically while Aurora is looking at the back line. Sajin Torment forces away the polymorph. But into the air's layers, landing back down with one. FG getting burned. It's down to 3K. Who's going to take it? The lightning storm thrown down. FG has been dropped entirely, but down goes Karmic, who flew too close to Doug. Mosball kills happen, and what is going on here? Ramakami saves the day. Remy K saves the day. Fire Giant gets dropped. Donut Doug secures it. Ramakami is running at everyone for hostile takeover. A stun off the blink. Remy K, goodness gracious, single bind might be able to win this game.
Ramakami zones all 3 carries on his own, buys so much time for the backline of Singlebind to take down hostile takeover's front line. 28 minutes in, 14 seconds on Happen. Singlebind looking to go to finals.
And going straight for the Titan, and they're dropping it quick. They're putting everything they've got into this, a banger of a best of 3, but it will surely end here through the Cosmos one more time for the love of the game. Game 3 goes to Singlebind.
What a game from Singlebind, down and on the brink in important moments. They fought back beautifully, Mort. That was crazy, insane, almost like a repeat of the last game where it's like, you know, we're so far behind. We're hostile takeover. We're so far behind. We find one win. We get ourselves back into the game, but we still lose. But Singlebind pull off such an important dub, probably the most important dub of this circuit, obviously, because they get to go to finals now.
In a wild game, just a crazy back and forth, and it took quite a while to get to this point, but no EFGs needed. Just pure passion. In hostile takeover, they had a crazy couple fights. They set things up. I mean, the Wild Hunt, Sunbreaker, Lightning Storm combos were out of this world, but it just wasn't enough. Thanks to one man, Ramakami. Remy K saved the day.
Yeah, I mean, late game Ratatasker just disgusting, so hard to kill. And part of that comes back to, you know, the Zeus not able to win in true all-in onto one-person fashion. Look at this play here. I mean, Aurora buys so much time here, allows Lairs and Ramakami to show up, dive onto the back line. Donut Thug still walking here. It's a 4v5. And there were multiple 4v5s, by the way, this game where Singlebind took around this FG and just won them. And just not even like one, but small trades, like moments like that. And Doug shows up late to the party, is able to impact the fight after. But this play here, watch this Ratatasker go straight to the back line. There's 2 members, all 3 carries right there. Ramakami just standing in their face, zoning them away from the carries of Singlebind. Ramakami on this Ratatasker, man. What a performance.
Well, on to the next thing, the grand finals. And that's where Singlebind will be going. But here's what we got to talk about. There's been the Hydrogen Bomb team, which has been waiting in the wings for, I mean, if I look at my clock, hours. They have been watching this for hours while Singlebind have been playing nonstop, game after game after game after game, and sweating for hours at a time to get to this point, the chance to win the grand prizing for the month. But who will come out on top? We've got a hell of a set ahead of us, but we've got to take a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. We've arrived to the peak, the pinnacle. This is where our money gets made. Grand finals between our friends on the Singlebind, who just took it over Hostile Takeover, and Hydrogen Bomb, who awaits them all this time. I'm D'Lo, joined here by Spirited Book inside the booth. Almighty Eyes in the sky. Tess and Solstice keep the broadlights on. That cam steady. And of course, Chithin's in the wings. Prize coming at us, Book, right here. We know what the stakes are. It's not only just the pride, it's that $5,000 cash prize.
Yeah, both teams going to be vying for that for sure at the end of the day, as well as just pure bragging rights, it feels like.
And a lot more at stake. It's just to say, like you said, you've conquered all the teams that are before us here in this bracket. You can see the painstaking ways that our friends from Hydrogen Bomb were able to carve that bloody wake down to Grand. Single bind, of course, having a bit of a tougher time after having lost to Hydrogen Bomb. The slog up against Hostile Takeover, taking it all the way to 3. But they did take that last game rather convincingly. Vault bans, of course, are something to keep in mind. We saw that can rear its ugly head and affect layers prior, and we'll see if it's the same case here today. Spirit Book, what does vault bans even mean?
Once a character has been selected to play in the game of a series, especially this best of 3 series, that god can no longer then be played for the rest of the series. So let's say in game 1 you pick Thor, right? Okay, Thor's picked. He's doing pretty well. Oh, he wins. Okay, now game 2 and 3 he can no longer be picked by either team, and so that means that characters are going to have to, or players are going to have to go to a wider god pool. As man, Lairs really has to try and win this one today. If Smite Prime wasn't fearless in finals, you built every jungler on 3 picks. Well,
dude, that was 6 days ago.
Yeah, that's at 3:39 a.m. by the way. Dude, really staying up at night thinking about that one, man. I mean, sometimes the thoughts just keep you up at night, D'Lo. I don't know about you, but they definitely keep me up at night.
Looking at my ceiling in bed, just thinking, man, I hate vault bans so freaking much. Wait a second. I pull out my phone instantly to make a banger tweet. Nah, Lairs, to be fair, has been playing pretty gosh darn well. P's and B's coming up at us to see if they can keep that mojo going. Reset means that Thor's back on the table, baby. Who grabs him?
New series, new set, everything open here. Same gods, though. I feel like a Wheelix has to be the priority here from Hydrogen Bomb. Or as well, not allowing Lairs to get one of those, signature characters for him. Still looked very comfortable on the Apollo, though. I want to give credit where credit is due in that one. Multiple blink mezzes that I would argue saved the game in key moments, stopped a lot of the momentum there. This time around, feel like that's more of a down the line type of pick. Right now, we're in game 1, best of 3. Let's focus on this win right now. Do you want to know Hydrogen Bomb have that first pick selection here? A lot of picks open. Bastet, actually, never mind. Off the table here. Aphrodite available here. Horus banned away as well. I feel like priority does lean towards this Thor based off the bans so far. I wouldn't be surprised if Hydrogen Bomb decide to pick it first overall, but Sunprod to me typically hasn't been the best Thor performer. I feel like Lairs definitely outclasses him in that instance. And so I do worry maybe Snatty has been picking it up. I feel like Snatty could absolutely perform on this character. I would love to see Sunprod one of his, playmaking, pace-setting junglers, the Susanos, something crazy like that or whatnot. I don't really want to see him on more of the setup characters. I want to see Sunprod carry.
I agree. Sunprod feels like he's very just feed or famine kind of player. Sometimes it can be an absolute wipe away, and sometimes it can leave you wanting for a bit more. Aphrodite banned away from Hydrogen Bomb, or by them rather. Single Pine now have 1 ban left. Now the issue is Hydrogen Bomb, you kind of mentioned the trap they're walked into. We've seen this happen before with these top teams. You leave an option open and you kind of almost dare the opponent to take him. Okay, let's see how you do on the Thor, Sunprod. Maybe you decide to pick it up for yourself. But you know what that means? You're going to give us over potentially a Daji. Single Bind have a pretty tough, kind of snare they're in as well in that sense. What do you decide to ban?
I think Hydrogen Bomb feel comfortable with the trade, and Single Bind gonna roll the dice here and say, are you gonna first pick Thor here? And
yes.
Yeah, they are. A Wheelix is available here, and that has been permabanned in the past set. Single Bind, though, changed things up. This doesn't have to be a high priority, I think. And I think they realize that. They're gonna wait a little bit and then look for this Wheelix. Because I think they realize that this Thor is probably going to the hands of Sunprod.
And there's higher contention picks. Is Sunprod really known for their Wheelix? Not really. So again, for Sunprod to make that tough decision. Do you want to deny a good god for layers that might only be an okay god for you? I oftentimes always recommend that pro players, you kind of march to the beat of your own drum. Don't just take picks because they're good on the enemy team. Take picks because they're good for you.
Yeah, I think that's really important. You can already see Singlebind are looking to set up for a potential Awilix angle. And I like this idea from Hydrogen Bomb. I think Jormungandr really strong at being that setup character for the Awilix. And I do worry a little bit for Singlebind in this priority of the Newt over Discordia. We loved Moswall on that Discordia earlier today that we saw just pop off in that game number 2. Why not go back towards it? Instead, Singlebind saying, nope, we're comfortable with our Sobek. Now they've gotten a safe mid lane pick, and I believe firmly that is probably going to the hands of Remakami.
I was about to say, given how well they performed on Loki Aspect Pride in that solo lane, could be seeing Thor and Loki square off once more, but this time as bitter enemies rather than fast friends. And Jingwei, if you're looking for a god to pluck up with that Awilix, man, she does the job right for you, thanks to those persistent gusts. So things are looking a bit scary here. Last pick still available. Hydrogen Bomb, what do they need?
Man, if you told me that Hydrogen would be able to pick Jingwei this late in a draft, I'd be like, what are you talking about, man? This is crazy here.
That's a good pick.
Cardio support?
I guess so. Up against a
That would
Sobek.
have to be, yeah.
Entangling Vines stops the charged prey at the very least.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about this. I like the idea here. Behind the RDO. It does deny the Sobek and the ability to go for all in, but you look at some of the tools that Singlebind have, the Loki's not gonna dash in. He's gonna,
there it is.
blink in with his ulti, so to speak, right? And he's just there at your backline. Same with the Awilix. She's jumping from a distance in. She's not looking to jump out. So yeah, you're denying this Sobek pluck, but I worry a little bit about this pick in particular to say, okay, we're going to go all in with an RDO support to deny one piece of committal CC that come late game, you kind of want your front line to be Sobek plucked, right? You want him to Sobek pluck you so then you can start the fight, kill the Sobek instantly and punish him for getting close to you. So I worry a little bit that maybe we're going all in on this idea of pressure in the dual lane and then going for the identity of dealing with just one piece of CC. At the very least, you can deny a lot of the damage from this Newt as well, though. I do want to note that denying Newt that dash reset for her damage might be important here for Baneri.
Well, I will say one thing that you keep in mind is that Sobek's got plenty of bullets in the chamber when it comes to ways to load up Awilix. It doesn't just come from the charge prey. The tail whip is actually one of the easiest to apply forms of large AoE knock-up CC. Just have your pick of the litter at that point, and the layer's going to be eaten good. So that RDO, a lot of pressure on them, despite being last pick to make sure they try to halt the game plan of single bind. Hydrogen Bomb, though, they have tools, they have assets. This Thor, we've talked about Sunprod's performance on this particular god before, hoping they show us today.
Yeah, I think Hydrogen Bomb, their comp comes down to execution more than anything. I really like Single Bind's comp as well.
We'll see if they end up performing to that same end. As we hop into Game 1, Grand Finals on the horizon here for the $5,000 cash prize. It's D'Lo, it's Book, it's Solstice in the Sky, it's the aspect of the Dead Mother?
Yep, so her ultimates do change based on which stance she's in, but she doesn't have access to that stance switch once she leaves the base. And so the Druid form of this ultimate is widely regarded as the better version, where it's just this big aligned skill shot you throw out and it roots all enemies in its path, provides a shield and movement speed to allies also in the path. It's just this big AoE team fight ultimate that you have to worry about. This version is widely regarded as the better form of RDO as a support with her aspect. So curious to see how it translates, as well as you got to note the cripple field is in the Druid stance form as well. So you got to imagine that's why Baneri's going towards this selection more so over the Bayo stance.
Ramakami, speaking of aspects, is rocking back with this Loki aspect in that solo lane. They performed rather well in it last time around. Still proved to be very threatening despite being a bit more tanky than your average Loki. So curious to see how that squares off up against the Jormungandr. What's that matchup look like?
Yeah, I feel like this might just be one of those matchups where it's both soul laners just looking to clear the wave, right? They're not going to really interact a whole lot. And that's kind of why I like the Loki as a response into the Jormungandr, because Jormungandr can interact with you quite a bit, but it doesn't feel good if you're a melee character to have to interact with the Jormungandr because you're standing in his spit field, the little pools that are collected, right? And Loki is a melee character, sure, but as the game goes on, as we've seen, Ramakami can really just focus on then clearing the wave, then walking away and not having to really interact with this Jormungandr too much.
Let's try to play the keep away game. You see the layers based on their relic, that blink, they want to stay up in your face, but look, you and I, we have our fun here. We've been around for a while. We've talked about this. Whenever you have a blink, what you need to see is it being used actively.
Yeah, and I think layers in particular, I feel like it's different when it's jungle. Oh, hold on, pluck lands.
Yeah, no blink even needed. Aaron in a bit of trouble, forced to Phantom Shell a bit early. Hydrogen, an agile dash back to safety, so both members of the duo lane, good for now.
I feel like often when we have that conversation with the blink, it's because it's on the supports that just sit on it for 5 minutes versus, layers is going to be scrapping early, being active here. For example, right here in the mid lane where they're pushing them out, has access to that blink, and you got to imagine he's going to use it in the next couple of minutes, whether it's for some version of gap close to make a play, especially once he hits level 5, can use that blink to reposition himself to set himself up for that knock up on the 3.
I'm curious when level 5s hit, who ends up finding the bigger impact. Anvil of Dawn, of course, as well. Quite a bit of damage across, as well as bring that semi-global presence. Now that I look at it, Hydrogen Bomb in general, a lot of semi-global presence. When you consider the Rapid Resurrection from Hydrogen, Snatty with the World Serpent, as well as Sunpraw with the Anvil of Dawn, they can get around in a pinch.
Yeah, everyone can kind of get around the map fairly quickly. I feel like we've seen this more as of late where it's just high mobility on certain characters to be able to make an impact. As we see both junglers rotating to this right-hand side. Sunprod in deep, and so is Lairs, but I feel like both junglers are rotating here just to make sure they can get the pressure in the lane. And look at that, already Ramakami just insta-clears the wave and is able to push out first. But Rock spawning here and Ramakami resetting probably tells me Singlebind are happy to give this first round of Rocks.
That is rather surprising considering the pace setting that can be. Especially also that Ramakami wants to leverage that pressure like they did last time. They are able to take the fast TP back, and Rocks are still up for the taking. But it does seem that Sunprod's more focused on assisting Snatty with that wave clear first. On the back, Lairs comes through, but misses the Suku charge, which means that Disco is able to get back to safety.
Yeah, that was, look, Lairs wasn't level 5 just yet, so didn't have access to that ultimate, but still a big piece of CC to try and force Kite onto beads in that moment. Would have been an important look there. Rocks do go the way of Hydrogen Bomb, the first round, going to Sunprod. Wow, Lairs just happy to look for a play in mid, then head back to defend Ramakami's blue buff. And I do not mind them giving the first round of Rocks at the end of the day. I think you're okay to focus on hitting level 5 if you're Lairs. Allow Ramakami to keep farming this right-hand side. Once he's got an item or two, the Loki can really start to swing around this objective on the right-hand side. I would not mind just kind of sitting back, waiting for the game to slowly come to you here on the right-hand side. Let Ramakami just keep farming it out.
I mean, listen, I would say that you should go to the left side if you are this Wheelix, because Jingwei's right there. But the problem is she's got beads, and how do you bait those, honestly? She has that ultimate now online.
Yeah.
And anytime the Sobek knocks her up, she's just going to dash away. I suppose you maybe wait for that, but then even if you try to take advantage of the dash, the beads are going to come right afterwards. So Hydrogen's in a pretty good position. And like you said as well, it's kind of crazy we saw this go so late in the draft, considering it's like their favorite pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tried and true special. We've seen Hydrogen pull off some pretty diabolical plays on this pick in particular. Going towards, not the, I think actually is going towards the Devourer's Gauntlet on this pick. You know, we saw Donut Doug playing this pick earlier today and went towards this Linearian Avenging Blade bow kind of game build, whatnot, and it had mixed success throughout that game. But this to me is the better Jingwei build. You already have pressure in this lane thanks to the help of the RDO. Why not just keep the ball rolling, focus on farming for now, get to a point where you can just arguably solo carry games in the late game with the crit built in, and then providing yourself a little bit more crit in terms of items. I'm curious to see how the game continues on, as we do see Sunprod hovering this left-hand side here.
As ultimate. But instead decides to forego the fight and look for the farm. 5 minutes in, it's 0-0. And really the gold for that exact same reason. is about even keel. Rocks are back up for anyone who dares to try to claim them. I gotta ask you, Book, just taking a wild swing for the fences here, a wild look into the future. Stare into your crystal ball. What's the win condition? If this happens, X happens, and they win. What is it?
If Hydrogen goes Devour's Gauntlet and has 200 plus stacks, he'll win the game, right? Just outright. But no, I think Hydrogen just needs a couple of items. You can see the Devour's Gauntlet built online here. Gonna start stacking that one up. Once Hydrogen gets a couple of crit items here in the build as well, he will outscale and he will nearly one-shot. Lairs will try and jump in to try and kill him, and he will die before he hits the ground. It's just that's what's going to happen to Lairs because the Jingwei damage is too strong. Curious to see, does Hydrogen go towards the one-shot build? We've not really been seeing a whole lot of as of late. You know, throwing in a Hydra somewhere in the build, or maybe leaning on more towards the true auto attack style that we saw Echrome kind of lean on in the EU Conquest tournament of going towards the early attack speed and pen options and then leaning on some crit items afterwards. A build that I think scales really well, but is kind of makes you irrelevant in the early mid game.
I'd say on the reverse side, a single bind just got to feed up Lairs. That blink has gone untouched. And you know how I feel about that, Book. It's 6 minutes. Kill someone.
Yeah, but you could argue the same thing for Sunprod, right? I mean, we mentioned Thor and as a character, and what does Thor kind of do? Well, that ultimate should always be on cooldown because you're always fishing for a play here. You're just looking for a side lane gank. You're using that ultimate to secure vision, you know, fight around objectives. Like, that is what that tool is there for. Has the Jotuns online, so has the cooldown as well, but we haven't really seen a Thor ultimate just yet. Both junglers seem really content in this early game to just sit back and farm right now.
World Serpent for Stoutbear and Makami's just raw damage potential. Mid lane seems to be the focus instead for Hydrogen Bomb. As we see this Thor sneaking around in the bushes, waiting for this Merlin to stick their nose where it doesn't belong. My concern is that single bind. Their comp is more single target. You have this pick. Maybe from the Beck. Roar is here, but the Entangling Vines will stall out the charge prey for now. Joining forces with the Lairs, though, now there's potential for some real damage.
Roar got the cripple field out from Bayonary. Now you got to be careful if you're the Ardio here. Roar can pluck you into the enemy damage. Off the mark there, and that cripple field back up.
You can't stay in range, though. Charge prey is going to come up right afterwards. Unfortunately, they opted for the tail whip first. Bayonary is able to back off successfully. Single bind, though, at the very least, take a ritual for their troubles.
Hydrogen Bomb realizing that Remakami's rotating there says we can't really contest this. Pluck lands onto Kaidon, but not in a lot of danger just yet. Moswell nearby, though.
Some decent damage over the wall, but Aurora's got no mana. Not really too much to contribute elsewise. In the meantime, in the right lane, Snatty just kind of being bullied by their own father. Sunprod might be fathered themselves. A great pluck there off of the knockup, and Sunprod is first blood. Mosswall responsible. So Execute not going to be able to get the threshold, but does get some decent damage on Baronary. Finds the pluck, but who's there to back you up, pal? I think you're in trouble now, Aurora. You're no more. Baronary turns it around and gets the one kill in response.
The initial play there onto Sunprod was great, and now Moswell's got to be careful. He doesn't take a ton of damage in return, has to leave. But after that, just walk away. Go away. Go keep farming it out. Aurora really wanted that there. And over-forced it. Ends up taking the spill. I mean, just unfortunate there. And yeah, the damage coming through here from the Newt. This is the issue with the Jingwei early, though. She's just got to spend a bit of time under her tower on her own, farming it out for now. Once she gets the, 2, maybe 3 items, she can start to swing. And you can already see, Sunprod looking.
Might not be on her own for much longer. Here they go on the left side. Andal of Dawn doesn't find the mark, but they do pin them against the wall. The dash might get enough distance. Gotta be careful of your position, buddy. You're on the right side of the wall, but the bear's gonna cut off your retreat. Into the Skyfall we go. Sobek's on the way, and Wheelix is rotating, but they won't be there for quite some time. At least the lane pusher's there to help you out, but I fear you're pushing up daisies instead. Hydrogen will grab the kill. Roar's present, and Mosswall manages to clean up Hydrogen in response. Beats for a stop from Sunprod as they TP out to safety. Ardio's now here as well, a 1-for-1 overall.
That's a win for single bind, I would argue. I mean, both ADCs die, sure, but you also get the beads off of Sunprod as well. A purple buff invade as well. Nice. Just a lot going the way of single bind, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pull this Gold Fury all of a sudden. No, instead, they'll just spread. No, they are going to go for it.
Disco is ambling over. This could be dangerous. Newt in the mid lane, low-key present as well if they want to make that rotation. Kaidon takes safe pathing. Hydrogen Bomb. 4 strong, but Jingwei's over in the left lane instead. Thor's got no ultimate. And Gold Fury's dropped down to about a third. No real great confirm here, but Single Bind don't quite have that in spades either, so they decide to back on off.
Smart. I don't feel like Single Bind could have gone for the 50-50 there. Discordia damage too strong right now. Definitely over the Merlin damage. You don't really have a lot of secure potential. If you're Single Bind, maybe Merlin Ice Dance 1 once you get an item or two, but it still just isn't as strong as this Discordia damage in the early game. And Remakami as well saying, I don't want to lose too much if this is a 50-50 call. I'm going back to the right-hand side early just so I can catch my wave, my blue buff as well. They don't lose a whole lot for just trying to pull the objective there and seeing the response from Hydrogen Bomb.
We're going to stop the charge prey from safety. Well, that's okay. Sobek seems just fine for now. Aurora does it to make sure that when these plucks are hitting, that you have someone around you. Calm with your rest of your team. Say you're looking for the pluck. And make sure the rest of the team is also ready for that as well. If you just throw someone in the back line, there's no back line behind you to actually do something about it, it feels rough.
I want to take a quick note to call out Moswell in this early game on the Merlin. We don't see Merlin a whole lot as of late, but in a really good spot. And for a long time, Paul was the premier Merlin player, you know, really pioneered the Polynomicon first, sometimes second overall. But now here in the hands of Moswell has gone for, you know, the classic build and whatnot, sure, but leaning towards this fire stance that we don't see a lot of in the early game. Just really sitting in that stance, using it for wave clear, but also confirmable damage with that fire 1 specifically, especially onto tanks. And that is something that the Sawilix right now will really struggle with, is to kill tanks, just kind of wants to one-shot a carry. And so Merlin in this fire stance, switching between the Void and the Arcane and the fire stance, has been very successful at getting good damage off. But now Gold Fury being pulled and burned by Hydrogen Bomb.
Yeah, this is absolutely exploded damage. Good root there, but can they find the steal? The answer is no. Hydrogen Bomb, just too much damage to bear. And I do want to call back to your point, as it's interesting. Moswell's opting for that flame stance, probably because what can they really use to interrupt it? There's a lot of CC, I guess, but not really any stuns. Uh-oh.
Ooh, Aurora.
Seeing some here beneath the tower. Golden Apple applied, but the Lurking Waters will keep them safe and CC free. That being said, no kills beneath the mid-tier one as well, so everyone's safe, at least for the moment.
Try to bait Sunprod in, but no. Moswell's abilities off the mark here. He's able to go back to farming. And I agree, there's not a lot of interrupt. It's maybe just the Jormungandr knockup and Sunprod's wall once they get involved in these fights around the Merlin. But look at Layers, left-hand side, looking for a purple buff invade. Might look for Hydrogen, but that crit is swinging already.
They're in the bushes! I see you, buddy. Layers has to hip-hop back to safety. Hydrogen is a bit too scary to deal with at the moment also. Of course, the ample threat of any rotations, such as this Ardio and the Thor Anvil of Dawn. Once again, Hydrogen Bomb. They can move a lot more slick and stealthily across the map. Don't care even if you have a Loki. 13 minutes, it's 2-2. Gold lead, really bupkis despite that gold fury for Hydrogen Bomb. More used for them to catch up than pull ahead.
Yeah, I think Singlebind just had a pretty strong early game so far in a composition where you got to imagine they should have the lead, right? I mean, you see the Merlin is starting to get online, has good pressure in mid. Right-hand side, we're seeing Remakami consistently bully out Snatty. Left-hand side, Doug consistently pushing Hydrogen under the safety of his tower. Jungle, Layers is off to a pretty decent start over Sunprod, has some assist gold, no real deaths as Ianari
getting blocked, getting stuck. Great ult there from the Wheelix, but the Cersei Sexton's a really solid response to instantly just get yourself out of that situation. So Baronary is safe, and a good ult you don't have to worry about for a while.
Snatty getting taken low here. Remakami, again, just bullying out this Jormungandr on this Loki pick. I feel like teams, I mean, obviously we're at the end of the month now, and so this character is going to be banned for the next game and potentially the third game if we get that far, but I mean, this Loki has to start being, I think, a bit of a priority, either pick or ban between teams, allowing Remakami to get this pick and continue to bully on the right-hand side. And it's set them up in a good spot now that Snatty's ultimate is down for this Queen Naga that's due to spawn in right now, actually. It's spawning right now as we speak. It's a tough one to contest for Hydrogen Bomb.
That's why you maybe are calling in the titular Hydrogen on the Jing Wei, Rapid Resurrection to the right side of the map instead. As these single binds start to gather their forces as well. Quick clear. Thor's on the left side, but can try to make a rotation on over, looking for some action. Won't find it just yet, but Snatty's here as well. Trouble for the Artio. Eating a lot of damage, has a cripple field, but the moment it expires, the pluck's awaiting you. There's Baronary, plucked away, kidnapped and taken down. Their parents will never find them. Snatty could be in trouble as well, but Skyfall looks for Hydrogen, pulls them away from Snatty, who really needed the help there from the Jingwei. Beats forced out, but maybe not even necessary. Just the fear factor is enough. Kaidon has to run for the hills.
Yeah, lack of communication there. Didn't realize that ultimate was
Hello!
down. In goes Sunprod looking for Moswall.
This could be trouble if the Merlin sticks around a bit too much. They're trying to stand 10 toes down, but the Phantom Shell's not going to save you from Hydrogen. The damage is a bit too much to deal with, but that's okay. Single bind. They got their kills. They got their objective as well. Queen Naga goes the way of chaos.
Yeah, the win for single bind. They lose Moswall, and I do think that is a big deal here. I feel like Moswall was really starting to get ahead in this game, but still, you get the objective at the end of the day. A couple kills as well. Every relic on the side of Hydrogen Bomb is also off the table. I think that's a bigger deal. So at the end of the day, a win for single bind, but they got to be careful around this Pyromancer pull here.
Yeah, single bind let that go a bit early.
That's early.
That's already down low. That's going to be easy. Pyromancer take there from Hydrogen Bomb. As they now find the stun. Taken out there, good pluck back in. Here's the airstrike, lines them all up, but it's Layers who takes him down. Hydrogen now looks for a roar. Layers is dead too, but Hydrogen will not be denied their stacks as the bodies continue to be piled up here in the mid lane. It's a 1-for-2 in favor of the bomb.
Lovely play there from Hydrogen Bomb. They're looking for more on the right-hand side. Remakami falls as well. They're going to get the Moonlight Ritual in mid. Kaidon could get burned down, though. One more tick.
Let's go! Red numbers, yellow numbers, it's all the same. Black and white's the only color you care about if you're that Discordia. Solid kill for there for the mid. Now 3-1 on the left. Jingwei finds their get back on into the Donut Dunk. Killing spree there for the Jingwei. We're approaching 200 stacks. I'm worried, Buck.
It's getting spooky here on the left-hand side. Hydrogen in a good spot. Has that crit online. The Musashi's dual sword as Cersei's in from Bayonary looking for Moswall. Ult off the mark, though.
Subix like, dude, what did I even do? I just got here. Well, might be doing a lot more now. Those vines come up way too early, if you ask me. That means a pluck could be incoming. But the Merlin's got to be there to back you up. Life
no
tap
cooldowns.
used. Instant response is going to be that pluck on in, and look who's charging it off Suku's back. It's an instant knock above the tail whip, and the gravity surge is just so. Baby Gup, dead.
Probably one of the other more confirmable knockups is this Merlin stance switch. When you switch into the arcane stance, you get a knockup there. And so far, Moswall has been using that as a means to set up 4 layers in this ultimate.
Oh, big block on Sunprod. Knocked up there from the Suku charge, but they do have the TP. Doesn't mean they can flee to safety quite just yet.
Layers hunting.
That's going to be trouble. Hydrogen is here to try to back him up. A great stun on top. Now Hydrogen could turn it around. A mad dash forward, but a TP through the wall keeps Thor safe. Now Kaidon is the subject of their damage, and Layers will make sure that they finish off this piece of food. Hydrogen, though, can now turn their attentions towards the vulnerable Layers. Crippled, brought down. One more stack for Hydrogen, and they're looking for more, loading up the explosive bolts. Better watch out, Moswall.
Hydrogen trying to get in range here, looking to contest this Gold Fury, but Doug taking it very low. Sunprod shows up, though.
Whoa, where'd you come from? Skyfall drops through, but it's Sunprod who secures it. A second Fury for Hydrogen Bomb, but is Hydrogen maybe being hunted down by Moswall in the back? Sunprod will go down, but Hydrogen has eyes only for the Merlin, trying to dip, dive, duck, and dodge away from the flames, but they're burned away. It's an absolute massacre from the single bind. Hydrogen Bomb, 4-man down.
Big win for single bind. Yeah, you lose the Gold Fury, but you kill 4 members. What a play from them at the end of the day. And Pyromancer spawning as well. That's got to be where they're looking for. And single bind, man, they've kind of taken a page out of Hostile Takeover's identity, and they're just fighting. Even now, Aurora has not backed yet, and he's still around.
This is trouble for my friend Snatty. No mana, no friends, no business staying alive. Killing spree now from Oswald. 5-1 on this Merlin. This mid laner's just been having an absolute field day all across the bracket.
Moswall, to me, is the top mid on the block right now. Has been so consistent throughout today. Had a bit of a hiccup, I think, on that Nuwa earlier on, but now back on one of the signature characters that looks so comfortable. This Merlin. Layers gets the Pyromancer. Hydrogen hunting for Aurora, but I don't think he's going to find him.
Hydrogen, you mentioned them. They're the win con. 5-2, I'm convinced. They're doing a pretty gosh darn solid job. What's the best way to enable a Jingwei to unleash maximum damage?
You gotta let her keep farming, and right now I feel like Hydrogen Bomb are realizing that Single Bind are getting a lead here, and that's why they're trying to group, trying to find wins. But I think right now all Hydrogen needs to do is keep pushing this left-hand side, keep getting those last hits. These Devo stacks need to keep going upwards. Has 4 items though, needs to get that Titan's Bane to deal with Aurora and eventually Remakami. I mean, Hyden and Mean already online here for Remakami, so he's going to be able to just run at Hydrogen and say, yeah, if you're going to hit me, you're going to take a ton of damage in return. So yeah, feel free to hit me while you do.
21 minutes, 8-12 in favor of Single Bind. About a 1k gold lead their way, which is pretty unsubstantial at this point in the game, but that poll's a different story.
Again.
What an amazing CC chain! The stand switch keeps Baby Gup knocked up, and as well as the damage gonna bring them down. Make it 13 for Single Bind.
Has Cersei's as well, so didn't get that item off in time. They weren't able to get away to safety. What a great CC combo for Moswell, Aurora, and Lairs. This 3v3 has been working so well together since picking up Lairs. 21 minutes in, Fire Giant being pulled by Single Bind.
Watch Sunprod around the backside. Doesn't even look for the ult engage, though Moswell has called them
What a
out.
fight.
A wind sprite over the wall. They really want
Whoa.
Sunprod. Drop down to low. Can they finish the job? Yes, if your name is Lairs. Beads is the response to the wall, and now they will fall. Hydrogen pulled
Whoa.
back in by the Skyfall, and that's going to be enough damage to force them back.
Hydrogen has that rapid reincarnation, though, can fly back to the Fire Giant. Snatty wrapping around the backhand side.
We've seen how this worked out for Sunprod. Let's see if it works any better for the big ol' snake. Submerge means they're invis, but for how long? Their presence revealed. Donut Doug grabs it for Single Bind, but there's low health bars. Lairs in trouble. Hydrogen knows it. Donut Doug gets taken out first, but now they're looking for the Awilix. Double kill for the Jingwei, and the World Serpent forays forward.
Moswell has got to run away here. Turns around. No, get out, Moswell. Do not give your life away. Forced to Aegis. Cripple Field as well. Doesn't have access to the flicker. Has to stand and fight.
Jingwei's gonna cut off your escape, the most terrifying thing to see in a dark alley, but the flicker gets him past, and Moswell somehow gets the kill. The tower might fall, but Moswell stands tall.
Remakami now hunting here. Same with Aurora. Hydro has to dash away to safety. Doug ends up not using the dagger around the Fire Giant and takes a spill, ends up wasting it at the very least. No, actually, Remakami got it immediately after Doug died. Somehow Remy was able to pick that one up.
Oh, the lateral pass, the shovel pass. Underrated move here in Smite 2's Wikipedia. 23 minutes now after that FG, 10-15. Single Bind still with that advantage. But when you look at the gold, not quite so much. Hydrogen Bomb have done a great job closing that gap, and it's all off the back of that Jingwei. Sunprod tries to go with the double tap. Now they have no TP. That means no escape, no way to flee. From Akami, gonna try to take them out as Sunprod takes to the sky. The rest of the team gathers around. Can we actually get a sneaky kill off? This is the question. Gold Fury comes out here and will be dropped by Single Bind, the first one in their favor.
Hydrogen far up on the left-hand side. Single Bind don't really sniff that one out. At the very least, Sunprod had access to that ultimate, was able to hop to the sky, not take a spill. Especially that hammer commitment there was a little spooky. Roar's on his own. What is he doing here? He's just walking forward saying, nah, you can't clear this wave. I need it because I got to take down your tower. Give me a second, man. He's just on his own. Moswell's not even hitting it yet, man.
That axe is not sharp, dude. Sobek's axe, it might look big, it might look scary. It's like taller than him. It's like 20 damage per swing, dude. I don't know. You gotta swing with more of the forearm, buddy. You're only using the wrist. Now a Pyromancer. That could be certainly solid. Hydrogen. It's a nice little solo dolo on Donut Doug. 8-2. It's really a story between Moswell versus Hydrogen. That's all it is.
Yeah, I feel like you would have to argue that Lairs is in that conversation a little bit. I would argue it's, yeah, Lairs and Moswell versus the likes of Hydrogen. And man, it is a tough one. The Jingwei is getting stronger here, has that starter item completed, which means the rest of the build will ramp up fairly quickly. Baby Gup with that ult off the mark, trying to find Moswell in that bush. Not going to get him. So back to farming here. And again, the later the game goes, the better you're feeling if you're Hydrogen Bomb. Jingwei's still stacking up that Devo's gloves, working on the Titan's Bane, only getting stronger.
Single Bind did grab a Pyromancer for their troubles, so they have that bomb in pocket when another OBJ comes up. But that being said, not really much to look at. The mid ritual will be the only thing we can really take our eyes on for some neutral farm. But beyond that, it's all just fighting for the sake of fighting. And like you said, Book, if you're Hydrogen Bomb, you're just very satisfied to just kind of wait for a stalemate until Hydrogen becomes the biggest raid boss on the map.
In that time period, there are windows that Single Bind can look for, like around this Moonlight Ritual, to keep pushing members of Hydrogen Bomb back. Snatty forward here, but doesn't feel comfortable contesting. And you got to imagine at some point, Kaidon's damage is going to come online. He's got 4 items as well, and this is the point where a random Discordia Strife onto 2 members, specifically 2 carries, and followed it up with the 1, and that's a lot of damage onto them immediately. Takes them out of the fight, not dead necessarily, but to a point they don't feel comfortable contesting.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful of your positioning here if you're Single Bind, that you're not grouping up too much here with your composition.
I'd like to see Snatty being a bit more aggressive, considering that they are immune to the pluck after all. Both the front lines of Hydrogen Bomb resisted.
Nice.
A good blink on in, forces the beads off of Kaidon already, but that still could be trouble. Where's your backup, Aurora? It's not going to be there to assist. Hydrogen adds 1 more body to their ledger, 9-2.
I mean, I kind of mentioned it in the picks and bans. Hey, how do you punish Sobek? You immune his pluck and punish him for getting close to you. I mean, that's a good look from Aurora. He doesn't think he's in as much trouble as he was there. Force the beads off of Kaidon, and Sunprod just drops the wall and says, you're doing what to my mid laner? Simply perish. The damage comes through from Hydrogen, and the Sobek does end up falling here, and that allows Hydrogen Bomb to now spend more time just sending their Jingwei to the left-hand side and keep scaling her up. She's only getting stronger. 92 stacks right now. She could honestly probably walk down the left-hand side and solo Doug again if Hydrogen wants to, but now that Doug has Blink, it might be a little more difficult to all in, but still, is just so much stronger right now over this Newt.
Gotta just communicate. Single Bind. They are a composition that requires a lot of moving pieces to lock into synchronization. That Sobek, that pluck, it's gotta come with someone else to follow up. This Pyromancer, this pluck, it's got to come with enough pluckiness to commit to the bit. Front line of Hydrogen Bombs here. Thor ready through the wall, but it's Merlin who's going to be there to contest him. The flicker away. Donut Doug does secure it for Single Bind, but now it's going to be Aurora who escapes, a blink away from Donut Doug. They want no part of this fight, having seen their Sobek already get poked out, and that means Single Bind are able to escape scot-free. Pyromancer in pocket.
Hydrogen Bomb should rip fire right now. Maybe they just don't feel comfortable. It's just a Pyromancer is probably what they're saying, but with Aurora that low, you just bait another fight. You still have all your ultimates. You got to imagine at some point, you got to feel comfortable taking a full 5-on-5 with an advantage and pulling an objective. And now you've sent Hydrogen to left. Single Bind are pulling fire.
Rapid Reincarnation gets them back into the action a bit quicker than your average carry, but it's still awfully scary. Sunprod has ultimate. Do they decide to use it now or wait for the later stages of the fight? Double tap through the wall, but they don't commit to the TP. FG not being committed to either. Single Bind beginning to retreat. Donut Doug is after low. Has to instead ult away, but when they land, they find themselves in the midst of the maw of the serpent. Snatty gets the kill. Baby Gup forces off the Wheelix. There's no way for you to escape unless you use those beads, which Lair opts to do. Roar's in trouble. In hot pursuit is Hydrogen, but they'll decide to be reined on in. Solid 2 kills here from the bomb, despite Single Bind initiating.
See, they're hunting here onto the Jingwei, but the Cripple Field does force the ult from Aurora. Fire Giant still not even being looked at here by Hydrogen Bomb. They're just taking it easy. They send their Jingwei to the left-hand side. Maybe for Gold Fury? No, they just don't feel comfortable pulling the objective, Elo?
I'm surprised. I'm surprised by this hesitance from Hydrogen Bomb. They are the first seed. They got to act like it. They got to throw their weight around a little bit more. Jingwei may be stepping up to this Ancient Fury instead. Now that I like.
Yeah, I mean, you are only getting stronger, right? And that fight right there is evidence of the case that Hydrogen is just continuing to scale. This Gold Fury will make it easier for Hydrogen to deal more damage as the game goes on. But I don't know. I feel like that was not free necessarily, but definitely something that could have gone your way a lot easier. Now you got a back to base. Snatty's losing a ton of health. Fire Giant was briefly looked at there by Single Bind, but they'll back off, realizing they don't have as clear cut of an advantage as they think they do. And we're back to our Fire Giant dance while Hydrogen's in the left-hand side pushing the waves.
That's a dance that Hydrogen Bomb are okay with taking. This is a bomb that only is going to keep on ticking down with that timer. And Single Bind need to cut the green wire. But they're all green wires. And let me tell you, Baby Gup on this RDO pick in that last fight really proved to us why this pick is actually pretty gosh darn useful. Forcing out the beads from the layers with just walking them down alone. It was a great Spirit Bear as well to root them, keep them inside the field. I thought that Layers was going to be able to outrun them. Can't outrun a charging bear or a bear lady.
Yeah, now that you've got a couple of tankier options here in terms of your items, it's a lot harder to kill this RDO all of a sudden. Don't think that she can be the prime target. You got to imagine that Jingwei has to be the target here for Single Bind. You have to use important cooldowns, but how do you get to this Jingwei here is going to be my question. You have to try and pull the beads earlier on, whether it's from Akami, Layers, but again, there's a lot of committal CC on the side of Single Bind that it's going to be difficult to pull the beads and then the ultimate off of Hydrogen and put them in an unsafe spot.
Pyromancer, sitting about 1/3 of its health pool. Snatty is present, and it's let go. Snatty skips past the objective and looks instead for Aurora. Again, these plucks have got to be on the mark, and they've got to be with someone there behind you. Aurora, there's no one there to back you up, buddy. Your hubris will be your undoing. Forced to ult away. Danger now for the Sobek. That means Layers has got to pit pat on out as well.
See the difference there in positioning of these frontliners. Aurora, it's very committal CC as a new ultimate lands here, but no real dissuasion from that Pyromancer. Hydrogen gets it now. Snatty hunting for a knock-up here.
That's A-okay. Sobek's not going to be present for some time. Hydrogen Bomb have the man advantage, but Sunprod is too hesitant to let the ripcord go. And I think that's a bit too much respect. Single Bind are a fantastic team, but gosh darn it, you're the bomb.
We'll get the bomb here in a moment.
You.
They got it. I got you, don't worry. So does Hydrogen Bomb. But now, yeah, to me, it's like at some point, pull an objective, the big one, get the Fire Giant. But still, just waiting and waiting. At this rate, we might reach EFG territory. And actually, two members here on their own. But no, I thought maybe Sunprod, maybe Hydrogen as well was going to rotate here, just find these picks instead. They send Hydrogen back to the mid lane just to keep farming. And I think the Layers isn't out of the conversation now, but now it really is a battle between Moswell on the Merlin and Hydrogen on the Jingwei. Moswell has got the build nearly online, still needs to finish up one more item. Got to imagine it's something like a Rada Tahuti here. Meanwhile, Hydrogen has had the build completed for a hot second now. That starter item upgraded here, it just allows him to get just a little bit more gold than everyone else on the map. And so he's got 6 items. He's had it for a while. He's probably working towards a 3K pot.
He's also got the Abyssal Blink, too.
Spooky.
Unmitigated amounts of aggression, as well as safety. There's one more get-out-of-jail-free card they can utilize.
True.
It's scary stuff at this point. At the very least, if you're Moswell, at the top of the player damage charts, that feels good. But you're staring down the barrel of a 10-2 Jingwei. That does not feel so good. So, question becomes, can we even get to Hydrogen? Do we instead look for Kaidon? Last time that happened, Aurora kind of just got snuffed out. I really needed to see this Sobek playing with the team.
Yeah, I do too. I think Aurora needs to kind of take a bit of a chill pill here. And look, I appreciate that Aurora is going for these plays because if they go their way, they're huge,
Same.
right? They're game-changing plays. They're just not going his way. And now Single Bind grouped on the left-hand side. Fire Giant is being pulled, and Hydrogen has good damage to rip this.
Has no ordinary Fire Giant, though. That's an EFG in the
True.
game, so it's going to take a lot longer for them to whittle down. Hydrogen Bomb, though, successfully
Newt up.
guarded the attention of the Newt, who now drops down the Skyfall. Hydrogen
Off the
tiptoes
mark.
out of it. And now it's going to be Aurora on the front lines, forced to charge prey away. Worth noting as well. Hold on, is that a Thor ultimate I just heard? I believe so. Anvil
Nope,
of Dawn.
Hammer.
Oh, no, okay. That scared the crap out of me. Well, we're good then in that respect. All 5 diamonds filled up for Hydrogen Bomb. I do want to throw one little shout out to a cheeky little item pick I see here for Baronary. That's the Ansile on top of this RDO, which with that life tap, that long rooting ability, can silence damn near everyone on Single Bind.
Yeah, very long distance, long range ability they can use to silence out
There
key
it is.
members. Use it just there. Good root lands as well. It's a great form to stop people from dashing away from your slow to root, right? Like in that third ability. So I like that as an option. Just allows RDO to confirm that ability in that form of CC. Moonlight Ritual going the way of Hydrogen Bomb. Feels like they're all of a sudden a little bit more in the driver's seat of this game. Single Bind still trying to find an answer for this Jingwei. Right now, it feels like their answer has just been not fighting her, really. They've kind of just said, hey, let's just take a step back, wait till they pull the objective, and then we'll fight and hopefully kill them on it.
It's the elephant in the room, begging to be addressed. Address me, says Hydrogen, and Single Bind say we are all good off that. 35 minutes, 14 to 15 in favor of Single Bind, but the gold lead, 4K, the way of Hydrogen Bomb. EFG's in the game, though, and 4K is definitely not going to be enough to give anyone a free pass at this big ol' OBJ.
Lair's hovering this left-hand side of the jungle, though, looking for a long flank angle, maybe. Trying to find something, I gotta imagine. Can he solo Gold Fury, though, at this stage? Maybe not. I think he's just trying to keep finding relevant farm right now to make sure he's finishing up that build. Still need that important Titan's Bane online here for this Awilix, and has that Gilded Arrow upgraded as well. That's something we didn't even know. Awilix, as of late, have been going towards this Sharpshooter Arrow as their, or sorry, Gilded Arrow as their starter, then Sharpshooter Arrow in the upgraded version for their starter is just more bonus gold, adds to the basic attack power of Awilix in the early game as well as the late game, a little bit of crit flavored in as well. And Lair's in a good spot, looking to just finish out that 6th item, and that might be what Single Bind as a whole are doing, because you look at their builds, they're just starting to round out their 6 items here, especially their mid laner. Moswell's got that Beads active item ready to go to help out the team.
I just find it so interesting that the junglers have been, I feel like, the least active members of both of their teams. Look at the bottom of the player team charts. You have this blink from Lairs, and I do fear we kind of saw the case where it hasn't been used too much. Sunprod has really been very hesitant to use these ultimates. But Hydrogen has got to be what you look out for as they wrap around the backside. Look out. Mosswall could be in trouble. The battle of the ages, the duel of the fates as the two backlines take a glimpse at each other, but Hydrogen says, no, not today. Save that for the direct-to-TV special. Only catch that one at your house on a Netflix special. We'll see as we get all of Hydrogen Bomb gathered once back up into the fountain. Single Bind, for their credit, still do not want the fight.
I think this is smart. They realize, Single Bind, that they have to try and find some pick, some small win to get themselves a bigger win. And right now, it's just not going their way. So they're saying, okay, let's spread the map, find some farm, take it easy, not really force anything crazy. Just let the game come to us. Eventually, we'll get there. We're 37 minutes in. We haven't seen a whole lot of action as of late. And both teams are just happy to kind of sit on their hands for now. One small mistake, and the game's just over for either of these two teams. We're that late in the game. Everyone's nearing their 6 items completed.
Book, I know you were joking when you said 200 Devo stacks, but we're starting to get pretty close. We're starting to get relatively close. Mosswall obviously can continue to scale as well. 3K pots are still on the line, and I don't think they had their build quite yet completed, but Hydrogen is the Hydrogen Bomb. They have become death, destroyer of worlds. What can you do when a Jingwei's charging you down? I'm truly afraid of the instance where they do decide to fully commit to a fight. As long as Sunprod is there alongside them, I need to see this Thor getting active when the Jingwei dives in too.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has to be a full send dive angle here when Hydrogen says, guys, we're going in. And that has to be the go timer. It doesn't matter if you're getting one shot yourself, as long as Hydrogen is the one going in and dealing the damage, one-shotting the carries on the other side. You just have to be there alongside to support him. Be the body in the way. That's all Snatty has to do. That's all the likes of Sunprod has to do, is be there alongside your carry.
Snatty lurking in the wings, but nothing too much to be looked at, save for those big OBJs. Hydrogen Bomb are the ones with prio over the pit. The Yala Flare will call them out. Aurora, once again, where are you, buddy? Why are you by yourself? Shield of Rebuke forced out. Hydrogen, luckily, not going to be able to find the last crit arrows to get the kill, but we're not pulling. No, why would we do that? No advantage, no nothing.
Okay, we're just gonna do that again. Yep, we're just gonna do that again. We got Aurora's
200 stacks.
We're getting there. 114 right now for Hydrogen. And Fire Giant being pulled here. But
Oh,
two
no.
members of Single Bind on left.
That is not good. You need Ramakami. You need Lairs. But instead, they're all opting to stay in the wings. Single Bind have got to rely on this nuke to try to get the damage carried on instead. It's going to be Sobek on the front lines, poked out. Single Bind no longer even focused on the FG, nor is the bomb.
Lairs.
They're looking for the fight, but Lairs on the sidelines. Still not present just yet. Sunprod's already backed on out, which means the man advantage is a great blink, but the bees early ensure Kaidon stays alive. The erratic movement as well. So once again, we return to a stalemate. Somehow, no one is dead.
No, but all the while, Bayaneri is keeping this leashed, and Aurora very low. Had to back to base. Jingwei already here. It's getting lower and lower, and Kaidon has no beads.
This is where Hydrogen Bomb's mobility really shines through. Sunprod can get back to a fight in a moment's notice.
They're out.
But instead, Hydrogen Bomb don't want to play with fire. They decide to just wait for a better opportunity to come.
Okay. I get it.
40
It's
minutes.
fine. We're just continuing to scale for the Jingwei at the very least. Gotta make sure she's getting those last hits though, Snatty. Don't be taking those from your ADC. Like, what are you doing, man? You let him get that farm. Left-hand side though, Ramakami and Lairs are there, splitting again, and Hydrogen actually on his own. If they spot this out.
I think he's looking to spot out Ramakami. I don't know who's the hunter and who's the hunted. But now Wheelix has turned back. They see an opportunity.
Oh my god.
Hydrogen may be now aware of their unruly foray, decides to back on off Ramakami. Tempts them into damage. Some bait that they will not rise to. Ramakami is able to take down this tier 2 on the left side. But that means that Hydrogen can rejoin the rest of the squad in the mid. Pyromancer up next. Hydrogen Bomb probably not going to have any problem taking that one down. But again, it's not the whole enchilada. It's not the EFG.
Snotty is the one that's going to go back to base and defend the left-hand side. Respond to Ramakami. Lairs going to take a reset potentially. No, sticks around. They lose the tier 2 on the left-hand side. That Phoenix is now exposed.
3 bombs.
Single bind. One fight, and they can run down the left-hand side. Yeah, 3 bombs going the way of Hydrogen Bomb. You got to imagine with those 3 bombs, with the damage from the Jingwei, you got to feel comfortable. 119 stacks. There's 3 people on this left-hand side from Single Bind, and it's been spotted out now, and now Hydrogen Bomb will rip this Fire Giant.
We'll see as they now finally begin to burn. A great Skyfall, though. Hits 3. It's a lot of significant damage, though. Aurora's in trouble. Manages to outpace the wall with the dash. A lucky break for the Sobek, and that means Hydrogen Bomb have to reset again.
We're going back to it again, D'Lo. Just continuing to farm it out. And yeah, I mean, that's twice now that Donut Doug has gotten a great ultimate there in the Skyfall right onto Hydrogen and take him in low enough that he doesn't feel comfortable sticking around and farming it out. Twice now. And that is an important deal, I feel like, for Single Bind. They're trying to find an avenue, and if you look at those 2 plays, you're like, oh, Hydrogen is just going to stand in my Skyfall ultimate. I'll make him the target every single time, but again, the damage is just getting too much here. 900 on those camps is kind of disgusting, and it's only getting stronger, but 2 members here. Lairs hunting onto Hydrogen. I don't think he realizes he's wrapping around the backhand side.
This is trouble. Mosswall's there to pinch them off as well. Not the 1v1 we wanted, but still is satisfying. Hydrogen blinks for blink, but now they have to airstrike on out. They find safety. An apple from Timbuktu will find Lairs and back them off. Amazing peel from Kaidon.
But that should be it. Single Bind should feel comfortable as soon as their ults come back up to pull the Fire Giant. Instead, for now, they're pulling the Gold Fury, but they don't even feel comfortable sticking to that. They back up. I think that's fine. I don't mind that call there. Ramakami's still splitting on the left-hand side. Is going to keep pushing here, pulling Snatty away. And Single Bind, that's beads down on Hydrogen, ult down as well, blink down. They gotta just rip this one, I think, but Ramakami on the left-hand side, keeping Hydrogen here.
Maybe need to keep them down. Look who's waiting in the wings. It's Lairs. They want that ultimate. The Assassinate's going to cripple them. They go for the knockup, but Hydrogen is not going to take their feet off the ground, but instead they fall lifeless. The shutdown. Amazing teamwork from the jungle and the solo, and that's the call for Single Bind to begin EFG.
They're on EFG, but 3 members still around. Snatty on the left-hand side. Aegis forced off a Sun Prod, and Fire Giant getting low, slowly but surely.
this is by no means assured. You still have full health for Baronary. You still have good damage from Kaidon. And Mosswall's got to stay safe. One damage carry down. The win con is dead from Bomb, but Mosswall's got to make sure that they stay up too. Great damage on Lairs with the apple stun combination. Now Sunprod takes to the sky, but Mosswall's already got the EFG. Aurora's in trouble, but at least they're buffed, and Remakami's making havoc on Kaidon.
Kaidon low here, getting whittled down, but is able to peel for himself all the while his team is able to die, but Mosswall finds Sunprod.
Kaidon's got nothing left in the tank. A bomb explodes. Fireworks to celebrate a finally amazing fight from Single Bind. Snatty can't get knocked up, but they're certainly not looking to be in a secure spot. Only the front line remains for Hydrogen Bomb, and finally this balloon of tension is burst.
Hydrogen is about to spawn though, and Hydrogen Bomb will be looking to their Jingwei to try and potentially 1v9. And all it took was one play, one catch onto the Jingwei, and Single Bind say, guys, let's do it. Let's finally rip this objective. They get it. A huge play from Sunprod, by the way, to pick off Lairs, who was diving their mid laner. What a wall in that moment, followed up by the golden apple from Kaidon. As we do have a brief pause here. Hopefully we'll get back into the game soon. As Single Bind, they just need one more kill here. And I think they may just run it down and try and end the game.
Hydrogen's gonna be the one, the warden, to stand in your way. World Serpent will get Snatty back out. At least they'll get them some significant distance, though. Single Bind potentially can try to catch on up. Charge forward from Aurora. They do not want to let this kill go gently into that good night, but Snatty is able to find themselves beneath the tier 2 once more. All three birds still stand strong. Hydrogen, the guardian of the left-hand side. Single Bind can't end, but they can put themselves in a position to do so.
30 seconds on Sunprod, should have ultimate backup fairly soon as well. And this mid bird might not be too easy to take now all of a sudden. We're going to go in first and tank it up.
Flickering Visions apply to the Sobek. Wandering damage field again, thanks to that Loki aspect. Mid bird burned away. No trouble. No health bar dense. Single Bind fully healthy. Left bird can't say the same. This Newt scaling hard. Look at Snatty in the back line, trying to take down this Newt. The knockup forces Newt back, but she still does have that dagger after all. It's a quick little backup there from Single Bind as the left bird gets blown up. They can look towards that Ancient Fury next, but you got to make sure you don't leave anyone behind. Good Skyfall to try to pull off.
Dog.
They do have that magic. This is trouble there for the Newt instead. Snatty, a contemptuous spit, takes down the Newt, and all of a sudden, one fire extinguished, and a rather important one at that.
Dog didn't get the dagger off. He mistimed it and wasted it instead. Takes a spill to Snatty. And that's an important kill there. At the very least, Single Bind were able to take down the mid and left-hand side birds. And so Hydrogen Bomb will have to spend some time in their base, defending their Titan, defending their throne room. And D'Lo will go to another EFG fight. This game is still not over.
45 minutes in. Why would it be? I didn't have any plans today whatsoever. But 16 to 18. In favor of Single Bind, the gold lead, nothing. It's peanuts. 2K their way. Who even cares? It's all about whether or not Hydrogen stays alive or Mosswall.
Rakami stepping forward here. Hydrogen dashing in.
Here's Hydrogen just going to instantly try to blurst down that health bar with a few well-placed crossbow bolts. Luckily, Remakami had the good sense to get on out there with that assassinate. They'll stay alive for now. Their fire remains burning.
Yeah, Baronary, if he just gets there in time, is able to get the cripple field off. That's a big part of this sort of aspect identity for Ardio is she doesn't have access to a lot of mobility. So the bear form, she's not able to dash forward. So she's not there in time to get that cripple field off. Deny Remakami that escape. And so Loki able to stay alive in an important moment. 46 minutes in, another Ancient Fury, probably going to go the way of Single Bind as they're fishing for a play here.
They only have 40 seconds left of that EFG. They want to put to good use for some kills, not just the objectives, though the objectives they'll have to settle for instead. Tier 2 on the right side is going to be the one that eats that Ancient Fury's curse, but at least it gets you the gold to get those 3K pots in pocket since all these builds are already completed.
Yeah, I think you're just getting gold free for more of the buff at this point to take down that right-hand side, but also still working on those pips. I mean, Hydrogen Bomb have had those 3 pips for a hot minute now. Single Bind still need to work towards that third one, which I would argue is just the best one out of all of them, though Actually, if we can hover pips real quick, I think one of them might be pretty significant now that we're 47 minutes in. Yeah, nearby friendly minions take reduced damage and deal more damage. That's a big deal now that we're 47 minutes in the game, and minions also scale permanently. If you recall, they are stronger.
Yes.
They'll do more damage as the game goes on to the structures. That's a big deal, and I think a big win for Singlebind. And look at this, they're grouped as 5 on the left-hand side, maybe hoping Hydrogen himself will step out on this left-hand side to try and clear the wave.
He does certainly have a nostalgic attachment to the left side, but doesn't seem like nostalgia is going to be enough.
Does he
to
now?
lure him. Yeah, man, he's been just hanging out there all the time. Reminiscing on the good old days. Remember how simple things were when I had 5 Devo stacks? I got 125. Dear God. This a backhand from this Jing Wei? That hurts.
Yeah, but then remember that time where he went back to the left-hand side, and then there were 2 goons just kind of waiting for him and just erased him. And then the rest of the goons went and got Fire Giant, and then it was just a toughie after that. Yeah, maybe not so much of the good old days here on the left-hand side for Hydrogen anymore.
Fair point.
EFG's
get
up,
better.
but
EFG's up, but here's the issue. The birds are going to be as well in just a second. Hydrogen's got to stick around and make sure they stay safe.
I don't think Singlebind are going to pull. I mean, look how long it took for them and what it took for them to pull that objective the first time. I wouldn't be surprised if they just sit on this for a while. Again, let those birds respawn because they just don't have the pressure. And look, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Hydrogen surely doesn't fall for the same play twice and has leads as well and blink. So surely he'll be okay.
It's going to be dangerous. Layers. Makami stacking on up. Hydrogen. Tempted. But maybe it's actually all a bait. Look at Hydrogen Bomb slowly ambling to that left side as well. Snatty is a big enough presence to maybe earn the eyes of Singlebind for them to say, oh yeah, Hydrogen Bomb, they're near the FG pit. No such luck. Sunprod catches off Sobek with an amazing wall, forces off Lurking Waters, but no more. Sobek safe.
Remy pushing the left-hand side. Another pause comes through here. But yeah, I mean,
dang it.
A big play there. They get Aurora's ultimate, and Hydrogen is nearby. This could be spooky for the side of Singlebind. They might just rip the fire. I do think at this point, they just got to pull fire. They just got to pull fire if you're Hydrogen Bomb. You have your Jingwei here. It's just Remikami on the left. Who cares if you lose one bird, right? At this stage of the game. Though there is a world. The game's late enough. Minions might just own the Titan. I'm not sure how strong they are really at this point. We don't see 47 minutes of play too often.
Let me tell you, with these pauses thrown in, is a pause a consumable item that you can buy for like 300 gold? We're dishing these jaunts out like candy. I'm sick of it. Thank you. Thank you, Tess. We're back. Snatty on the front lines. Aurora was narrowly able to escape. Didn't have to use any relics either. Sobek, despite being caught off there by that wall, pretty gosh darn safe when you consider one Lurking Waters gets it past everything. Hello, everyone, welcome on back into the fray, into the battle once more. 4 members on each side now remain. You might see that the supports are choosing to remain inside the fountain. That is because, due to the technical difficulties, we did see that the Baronary's RDO was causing some breakage of the game. So, respectfully, to keep things all even, Aurora's out of it as well. It's Book, it's D'Lo. Finally, we're back.
We're back in it. We're back in it. And Hydrogen is grouping around this Fire Giant immediately, ready to go. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just see them look to pull the objective sooner rather than later. Again, the Jingwei is only getting stronger as the game goes on. Might be more difficult for the likes of Hydrogen Bomb if Singlebind are allowed to split the map like they have been previously. But with this Moonlight Ritual also up, does mean Singlebind likely going to have to back off for now. Doesn't respawn just yet. Maybe they'll look to group once it is up.
More blood stacks from the blood stack god. 29 being built up here, 52 minutes into the game. And look at that. It's not in the front lines. Trying to catch out someone. They will. It's the Awelix. Forced out the bees. Awelix. Now having to flee for the hills. Thanks to that wind sprite, she will succeed in doing so. The Hydrogen looking very merry. Is certainly probably frustrated that they weren't able to get that kill. That could have been everything.
That was just about everything. Blink now down for the Jingwei. Ultimate as well. Big safety tool off of the Jingwei. Remakami looking to step forward here. So is Moswell. That's twice now Snidey's been able to get a good knock up there. Gotta be careful of this Jormungandr's positioning here, of where he is on the map. One of the only, you know, kind of engaged tools now for the side of Hydrogen Bomb outside of Sun Prod. Another bomb going the way of Hydrogen Bomb as well.
I mean, yeah, you speak of the engaged tools once left in this new context with the 4v4. I feel like without a roar, you were talking about in the green room with me.
True.
Single Bind have a lot less to rely on. Anvil of Dawn, as well as that Submerge from Snatty, are two pretty easy flowcharts to create, but Sunprod's got to be careful.
Ooh,
Layers on the move. Manages to backstep off of that Tectonic Rift. Stays safe from the stun. But Hydrogen Bomb, you can't be on ones. You got to roll with the posse.
Hydrogen on the left-hand side. Maybe that's the go button. Probably not. We can see both teams just kind of looking to position around the Gold Fury now, because we've been dancing around Fire Giant for so long that why not look to another objective? Why not try and make a play somewhere else? Snatty on his own has ultimate, but should be okay. What's wrong, D'Lo?
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, Book. I want to see someone die, and I want to see him die now. But without those tanks to eat up all the damage being dispelled by that EFG, it makes sense why the Ancient Fury is the new play. Less manpower, less people to shoulder the burden.
Yeah, and usually it's the solo laners that want to play zonage, so a carry would have to properly tank up that objective, and that's going to feel really bad for the side of Single Bind. At the very least, Hydrogen has some life steal, and they're using these minions now to push down. I think he was spotted on a ward, if I'm not mistaken, from Hydrogen Bomb, but he's still nowhere close.
Knowing is half the battle. The real battle is arriving at this mid lane Phoenix. Hydrogen Bomb stepping up from Akami.
Yai.
Taking a step to the side. All that positioning. And for what? Nothing. I hate it here.
They got the mid tier 2. They'll open up the base a little bit more, and so now they can get this Ancient Fury and have access to the mid and right hand side. That'll be weakened here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if either team really goes for this next Fire Giant at all. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what we see. The map play around these towers, the standing gold available for both these two teams. And check it out. Hydrogen has sold the Blink and gone for the Hydras. He wants the all-in. He wants the one-shot potential.
I like that. I've been feeling like, honestly, when Aurora was getting caught out, that this Jingwei wasn't doing the easiest job of shredding. Of course, that is the Sobek, and now the Sobek's not even here. Anyone on the receiving end of those splash bolts, they are done. You're going to have to pick them up with a dustpan.
But it does make the gap close a lot harder for Hydrogen to land those auto attacks onto a key target. You're going to have to go to them either with a dash or maybe the ulti to try and land a key auto attack to one-shot someone. So that does put Hydrogen in a pretty tough spot. This Jingwei just got a whole lot more vulnerable. The damage of Lairs and Remakami, Moswell as well. As Lairs and Remakami back on the left-hand side. Pyromancer spawning in 1 second. And no answer just yet.
Easy burn. Hydrogen Bomb. One of those bombs in the pocket of the RDO. Means it cannot be used. Now a 3k pot being popped here for Hydrogen as well. Actually, no, that's one in reserve instead. You can tell they're not even looking for the OBJ. They just want the kills, but Single Bind's not going to give it easily.
There's fishing in the enemy jungle here, but Hydrogen Bomb grouping on the right-hand side might look to force this weakened Phoenix here. They've got good damage. 144 Devo stacks for Hydrogen. Snatty forward, but again, there's no damage to punish him just yet.
Two Yala flares call out the positioning of the enemy team, but do you know that Lairs is there as well? Aegis forced out early, a solid victory for Single Bind. They're going to back off with that in tow.
And no ults really committed in that moment as well, so lovely moment for Single Bind, but you can see they're grouping here on the right-hand side. They really want this Phoenix. They really want to get something to their name. They're just taking their time. They don't want to throw. Again, so much on the line here for this game one. Bomb drop, second bomb drop.
Skyfall as well. Pulls back in the Jingwei. Hydrogen is able to stay alive for now. A great root prevents the Loki from closing the distance. That assassinate surely would have followed. Snatty, head on a swivel. But look at Lairs, maybe trying to pull off a nasty route of their retreat. No, instead they pull it back. Phoenix is alive. Let's just be thankful for that.
was gonna say, at the end of the day, that third bomb wasn't committed. Oh no, it's on the hands of the RDO, so you can't get the third bomb to get that Phoenix. And so Single Bind happy with that trade. That's 2 important bombs that, you know, Hydrogen Bomb have slowly been building up over time to try and do a play exactly like that. Now it's wasted. You gotta wait again, D-Lo, for another round of 2 bombs.
Dude.
Before you can go for something like that again, I guess.
I have 2 pizzas that are waiting to be put back in the oven. I took them out 8 minutes into the cooking them. They're like 3 minutes away from a perfect cook. I hate every one of these players right now with all of my being. But man, it's going to be a really good set. And at the end of the day, as a competitive Smite enjoyer, I can't hate that.
You just gotta, you know, hate the player, not the game in this instance, D-Lo. It's a good game.
I'm hungry!
We've been here for a long time now. I mean, Remakami pushing the left-hand side. I feel like some of these players might be getting hungry as well. Maybe that's what happened. Oh, dash in!
Kaidon was looking for something to eat. Can't quite sink their teeth in. I'm not gonna lie, Kaidon in this Discordia hasn't impressed as far as Moss Wall's legacy is left in comparison. You gotta hit those strifes. You gotta hit those roots and madnesses. And make sure to cause chaos with the apples as
Layers
well.
is in
Remakami's
left.
on the front line. Once again, maybe he's waiting for Hydrogen to appear, and indeed they will. This could be dangerous. Hydrogen maybe offering themselves a sacrifice. The Loki goes in, forces out the beads. That's the call, but Hydrogen dashes back out before the Wheelix can close the gap. Now the right side burr is going to be taken in trade, but it's a far better exchange instead for our friends if they're able to finish the job. Here comes the Thor, but only arrives to see Cinders. As the left bird's taken down by Single Bind, and the right bird still stands strong on the other side.
Remakami is just too tanky with this build. Pops that, you know, Nemean hide, and immediately Hydrogen can't keep swinging onto the Loki. The Loki is able to walk away. A big window here for Single Bind. They're grouping here on the left-hand side, likely looking for this Gold Fury. Pyromancer available as well. I think EFG is just off the cards here, D-Lo. Both teams do not feel comfortable pulling this objective. They're just looking for a fight now.
1 hour. 16 to 18.
Well, that's what that looks like.
Yeah, right? Sore sight. Or sorry sight for sore eyes. Sorry, I'm tired. But
Yeah,
that's
fair.
okay. Snad is in the front lines. Not tired of the combat, clearly. Top of the player damage charts by a country mile, too. This Snake's been doing a good job of just zoning away and getting into the fray. Those knockups have been important. Beads down for 70 seconds, that is too. Hydrogen's got to stay careful, stay with the team, stay out of the clutches of Layers.
Remakami flanking here. Lairs nowhere close, though, just looking to split the map. Good damage comes through. Remakami gets rooted, locked.
But there's no damage off the double tap. That's no Layers Thor, that's Sunprod on it instead, and that's Remakami on his very tanky Loki. Look at that build, man. So many Fizz Prots stacked up, that guy's not dying anytime soon.
We go again. Layers in the right-hand side jungle. Just continuing to keep farming. What for? One could only know. One could only imagine what Layers is now farming for. Probably just trying to take some buffs away. Keep farming up for some more wards as well. Moonlight Ritual has spawned. 20 seconds on those beads for the Jingwei. But Pyromancer, the target of Single Bind.
The enemy team has destroyed the
Easily
Pyro.
found. Bomb now in pocket for Loki. Sobek, unfortunately, having the other ones does kind of suck again. Ritual now being picked up here. Hydrogen Bomb have priority. Those lane pushes will be important. We've seen the damage just one can do. That right side bird very well. If allowed, that minion could finish the job. But doubtless, Single Bind will be there to thwart its attempts, given how stalwart their defenses have been so far. Ritual won by Hydrogen Bomb. What else can we do?
Layers and Remakami hunting here. On to Hydrogen. Layers going in here.
Oh boy. Hydrogen sees that they're peering over the crested hillside. Wisely opts to use the dash before they're in range of a Wheelix ult. Very smart play to keep Hydrogen safe.
Really smart play there. In the day, it doesn't really get Single Bind a big win. They push Hydrogen back. Again, this Jingwei scaling 151 stacks now. An hour and 2 minutes into the game. And so very, very strong. Gotta wonder, can Hydrogen just maybe 3-shot this FG with this build? now that they're this strong, have Hydra's lairs.
This is a gust off the mark. Hydrogen knocks themselves up, but Wheelix didn't actually take the opportunity. The airstrike, they turned, pivot, looking instead for Mosswall. But instead, Hydrogen turns back to maybe assist Sunprod instead. But no one knows where the target is. Sky falls up in the air, and they manage to stay alive for a bit longer. What goes up must come down, and Hydrogen turns it around to take down Doug. Lairs tries to take advantage. They can't, but Remakami answers back. Hydrogen's done, but can the Loki finish the job? No! Sunprod commits fratricide!
At the very least, I don't think they can end because Hydrogen's dead. They have
I
no
hate it
way
here.
to push the towers.
I hate it here. I hate it here so much. Oh my god.
Mom,
this is
come pick me up. I want to
insane.
go home. I want to go
Mom,
home.
Mom, please. There's 70-second death timers. Mom, please. Mom, they're building 5 3K pots. They're doing 3K pots in the bathroom. Mom, I'm scared.
Moswell has to be careful, though. They actually might go for it with this Naga minion. It is very slow here. Moswell doing a good job clearing that minion out, but with the minions this strong, an hour and 4 minutes into the game, they might be able to go for it as soon as this next wave arrives. Snatty doing a great job pushing Moswell back. Doug, the next closest member, in 30 seconds.
Okay, decent damage being applied this time. Snatty rejoins the team, so the mid-bird will finally fall. But with only 30 seconds left here, for the rest of Single Pine to come back up, and given how long that Phoenix took, I don't think Titan's in the cards. Hydrogen and Bomb agree. With that bird done, they'll go back to base to do it all over again.
Doug has to do a better job of where he's positioned at the start of these fights. Singlebind said, guys, there's a Jingwei. You're just running at us an hour and 4 minutes in the game. We gotta run. We gotta bail. And Doug just kind of goes the wrong way. Snatty's able to walk at him. So is Sunprod. That allows Hydrogen to show up late to the party and take down the carry. Doug just has to be in a better spot earlier on. 40 seconds on Hydrogen's beads and Singlebind grouping in the area. Maybe this fight isn't over just yet.
Lairs needs to get that pole. The difference is, we talked about the 1v1. It's Mosswall versus Hydrogen. The difference is, without Hydrogen, the bomb's got no way to blow up these structures. Whereas without Mosswall, Donut Doug can still grind down a Titan to a fine powder. Same with these Phoenixes, too. Pyromancer is up. It's really the only objective people feel safe taking in this day and age. Hour and 5 minutes in. When does the ripcord get pulled?
Singlebind just taking their time here, looking to push out all waves. As Hydrogen is here first. Ramakami, the one up first, just pushes them off for now and is frontlining pretty well here. He's got to be careful from the damage, though. He's taking a fair bit, not really returning a whole lot back in return. Also looking for a flank angle, potentially, onto Hydrogen. Has beads.
Scary stuff. 150 stacks. Book, I think you doomed us the moment you said he's getting into 200. I think this is actually all your fault.
You know what? I'll take the L on that one, D'Lo. That's on me. But to be fair, I feel like Hydrogen has been stacking this one up fairly slowly since he's gotten it to its sort of immediate capacity and then has continued to slowly scale it up. Oh, Hydro gets its back stopped. Have to back up defensively and then reset. What do you think they're buying here right now? Do you think they're kind of resetting and just saying, guys, more wards, and then they just maybe sell an item and rebuy it? I don't know what to do. What else are we going to spend this extra gold on? Another 3K pot? It doesn't stack, remember. It just keeps refreshing it.
They're buying 5-hour energy. It's going to be a long night. Caffeine, adrenaline, just IV dripped into Hydrogen's wings. Sunprod on this Thor, I feel like, has been an interesting aspect. You talked about it at the very beginning. You said that Sunprod is not really known for this character and doesn't feel like these Anvil of Dawns are ever leading an engagement. Does that need to change, or is that the right idea?
Fire Giant being pulled
No
here.
way.
I mean, 4 members on the left, Jingwei on the way, but the burn is just not fast enough between these guys.
Yeah.
They gotta get off.
I genuinely mean no way. Like, it's not happening. Sunprod's here to patrol. That ultimate means that they can cross the distance easily. All you've done is just kind of call their attention.
They're isolated.
Speaking
They're
of,
isolated.
Here comes the Anvil of Dawn. Lairs is not there, nor is Ramakami, but a blink
Good blink.
gets Donut Doug back to safety. Now the team's back together. Does not seem to matter. The arrows from Hydrogen absolutely demolish Donut Dog. Remakami's got to try to answer back. They know that Hydrogen can do it all. But that's going to be all she wrote. Remakami can't finish the job any longer. No Nemean. Nobody there to back you up. A great stun. You're done.
Hydrogen sold the Hydras and rebought Blink, and that was the difference maker to finally take down Doug on the right-hand side. And just a mispositioning from the members of Singlebind, 2 members isolated respectively from each other. And then Doug is just the one to take a spill right away. Forced to blink, didn't get the ultimate off in time even. Lairs gets Aegis though.
Great work there by Kaidon to absorb the entire kit of Lairs. Nothing more you could do, but just watch as the Titan gets taken down, but Mosswall still present. Maybe there is hope as long as they can get their hands on top of Hydrogen, but they're positioned far too back to ensure that that damage will stop anytime soon. The Titan finally taken down after an hour and 5 minutes. Game 1 goes the way of the bomb.
How are you feeling, D'Lo?
I gotta stop signing up for these like end of the month ones. You're not gonna see me for a circuit ender for a while, folks. Oh boy.
That was a very back and forth game for a long time. Gotta feel bad for Aurora, man. He's just sitting there saying, oh man, this is tough, man.
Well, let's go to the stats. 0-3 for Kaidon. I genuinely think 0-3 for Kaidon is emblematic of the issue here. I think maybe what we talked about before is... Well, actually, hold on. They won. I don't even remember who won and lost this game.
Yeah.
Wait, what? How? I don't know. It's just Hydrogen. You know, no, I know why, but it's also what you called. You said the way they win is that Hydrogen just gets to Uber late game. He got to Uber late game. It doesn't matter what Kaidon went. Kaidon could be rocking an 0-17 slash line. The result's the same.
Look at that damage there from Kaidon, or from Hydrogen, excuse me. 51,000 in that one. Moswell still a little bit more, but Snatty, 61,000 damage on the Jormungandr, the big snake man, doing a ton of work that game. D'Lo, we got at least another one. We can do it, man. I believe in us. I believe in the power of us, D'Lo. We can do it, man. We got this one.
We'll see. We certainly will. I gotta refill my cup of water at the very least. My vocal cords are fried. My brain is too, but that's okay. It's why we're here, baby. June Circuit, $5,000 on the line after all. It's high stakes, high game timers. Will that be the same case next game around? I sure hope not. We'll find out after the break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Smite Prime, where the pauses are always premium. We're back here for Grand Finals Game 2, potentially the last one here, to see if Hydrogen Bomb can blow up in the finale that we're all awaiting. D'Lo here before you on the mic, joined by Musy in the booth. That's not Spirited Book. You're not Spirited Book. What'd you do with Spirited Book?
I ate Spirited Book, rubs the Spirited Book size lump in my belly, and joyously, ho 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 ho. Vault bans.
Nice.
Let's talk about that, right? Because best of 3 set means that we got best of 3 vault ban gaming. So essentially, D'Lo, if you're familiar with the song and dance, once a god is picked, you can't pick it again. So all the picks that we saw in the last game are no longer eligible to be picked this game, and we will see a little graphic on the picks and ban screen when the time comes that can inform us of what won't be available. So Sobek and Artio will be sitting in the timeout corner indefinitely for the rest of the set, even more so than they were before.
Yeah, already. I'm writing a big, long letter to Hitman. I don't think Happens documents look like one paragraph, like just done. Anywho, P's and B's. They're coming at you in just a moment here, and we can get a look to see what is going to be happening here. Yamoja's comp band.
Interesting.
What? We just saw her played earlier. All right.
Some developments have been found, discovered, and Yamo not going to be up there. That does have a ripple effect. Anybody out? No, just me. In terms of like who we're kind of looking at for supports, which could be incredibly relevant given what's coming up next here.
Which are P's and B's. Which
Very
are
nice.
pretty interesting considering the fact that... Whoa, this is new. Okay.
Wow, I haven't seen that graphic before. That's heat.
Nice. Good stuff. So, all right, let's talk about it. The gods that are gone now are important. Thor is gone for layers. Wheelix is gone for layers. Even though I'm not going to lie, it didn't look the best on it. Hydrogen no longer has got that Jing Wei to back them up. Merlin and Discordia taken away from Moss Wall. Those are the people I'm looking out for. I'm looking out for layers, Moss Wall, and Hydrogen. Sunpra's been having a bit of a rough day so far. Hasn't gotten to see that snowball. Maybe if they get on the Sasano or the Odin or the Hoon bots, they'll get back in the driver's seat.
That's kind of what we're looking at. For solos, noticeably, the Kabrakan is still going to be available. I see the Kerber is still up for support if they want it. I wonder if anybody from NA is playing that ESET solo that Deathwalker has been, like, running down recently. If it doesn't get banned away, Agni's going to be a really solid pick here. You had a great shot with that Susano. Dilo, I really like that. Obviously the Horus character as well. And Bastet, right? I think I tuned into Smite Prime earlier today and I saw Bastet go 8-0 and I closed Smite Prime for a bit. I'd seen enough of that game. Like, you know, maybe we take that off the board too.
Layers did perform rather well on it. Went 11-0, I believe, before they were finally put down. And even that game ended up being I'm not. It was surprisingly close. Nonetheless, that game nearly ended up actually going to a throw at the Phoenix. So, Musi, you missed a lot. You missed, in fact, an hour's worth of a game for the last one.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh, boy. Well, hopefully we don't see any more of that.
The Loki aspect, cat's out of the bag on that one. Anybody else excited for the penetration patch? This guy, holy, boy. I was wondering when the Loki tech was gonna get really scooped up and discovered. It was like comp banned from so many things. They fixed it because
Not
he
enough.
like, couldn't be plucked by Sobek or like displacement at all. Then when he was out of the bag, he's like OP broken God King Loki. Just very, very strong. Bracket's banned away, Agni's banned away. Kerberos is up though.
Haven't really got to see that figure
Bastat's
picked
up,
up.
though.
I think that's way worse. I think that's way scarier.
Yeah. She is, she's pretty good, right? The cat's out of the bag. Bastat, very, very strong. A well-known fact. Thank you, Dilo. Her ultimate just does a crazy amount of damage. The whip, the second ability, the bleed on that is insane. She abuses Barb Carver. There's just so many things about her. She's super safe. She has a ranged root. Like, what? Yeah, I mean, an Opwash. You can play an Opwash into a Bastet if you want to, like, die. So, I mean, giant AoE field doesn't make it very difficult for her to play.
I guess as long as she pounces out, though, she can get back out pretty simply. Hoigi. Also a large amount of zone denial. The Kerberos you mentioned prior, now being seen on the field. Cats and dogs once again unite. It's not on her this time.
The Mordred is also there for single bind. I really like the Mordred pick, either in jungle or solo. I feel like Mordred is one of the stronger solos that we have right now. Ever since that change to Axe happened, Runeforge has been like less appealing as your first starter item because the curve into it is really awkward. 5 strength at the start of the lane is just not worth it, but Mordred doesn't need any of that, right? Mordred can go like Blue Zone, a defensive item, Prophetic Cloak, and then whatever their little heart desires, and just slam a bunch of damage still. So it's going to be a tough lane for Hydrogen Bomb, especially because like the RDO is gone, and that's like a classic anti-Mordred pick.
Medusa, Geb locked alongside. Some CC that can be shrugged off by that Geb shield. In fact, because now that Cerberus ultimate is considered a knockup, I'm pretty sure you can just... No, well, that's the one instance where it cannot be. But Paralyzing Spit Stun. That can be shrugged off. Yeah. Hoiyi stun if they go non-aspect. There's still a lot that the Geb can get done here. We've seen it operate pretty gosh darn well at support role so far today. Anubis, just more easy stuns for Hydrogen Bomb, but also more things for a Geb to shrug off.
The Osiris there as well. Very in with our Egyptian theming for Hydrogen Bomb. I like that. But Osiris is another solid character, I think, for Hydrogen Bomb here, just because... Very tanky, a lot of damage mitigations, which are very strong in the game right now, especially because Prophetic is so prevalent. You get just a crazy amount of damage mits attached to your passive and then your build. However, I do really feel that Mordred kind of abuses the Osiris a bit in lane just by constantly spamming their ultimate and staying on top of them. So it does mean that Osiris is going to be kind of chilling and being the guy to throw themselves at like an Alpoash, a Medusa, or maybe even a Nemesis just to run interference and be unkillable and annoying.
Nemesis is an interesting decision considering the amount of hard CC we just talked about that Hydrogen Bomb do possess. Up against a Bastet, not quite as bad since she doesn't have anything save for that root off the ensnaring claw. When you look at these two compositions, Busey, I see a lot of die from Hydrogen Bomb, but I also see a lot of just kind of stand and deliver from that Anubis.
It is kind of crazy. The Hydrogen Bomb comp has a lot of big circles that I like with Hou Yi, with Anubis, the Grasping Hands. Even Kerberos is able to buy a significant amount of space with that Stygian Torment or the Ghastly Breath. Bastet and Osiris can play well together, so it's almost kind of like a very flexible team comp where you can run like a traditional front to back if you wanted, where you have Kerberos hanging out next to like Hou Yi and Anubis, and Osai and Bastet are like being the aggressors. But I do think like dive is kind of the name of the game because the Kerberos can really get in there and, you know, pull a lot of resources that can enable the Osiris, that can enable the Bastet to really get all their damage through. And then I look over at the single bind composition and I see a lot of setup, but I don't see a lot of kaboom. You know, I mean, Opwash can deal a lot of damage, can cycle through a bunch of abilities. We're abusing Soul Reaver, but we don't have that big boom ultimate from anybody.
We'll see if the impact ends up finding its way on the battlefield. Hopefully, it doesn't take an hour to detonate. We'll find out as we hop on in. Once again, it's our friends on Single Bind stepping up. The Hydrogen Bomb. Hydrogen Bomb have one in their pocket already. This is for all the marbles. This is for the 5K.
Kind of was a little bit late getting into that bush, so I wonder if Aurora could have spotted it from where they were standing, but we'll see as they kind of hang out in there. I feel like Single Blind is smart enough to know that like this bait is potentially there. While we kind of wait for that, right, we do have a conduit start for our Kerberos, so it's a lot of damage first thing in that dual lane, so Baby Gup and Hydrogen are going to have some pretty intense clear, and I feel like one of the failings of Geb is the fact that they do not clear as well as the other supports. They're very truly their backline support, peel for the team, enable the team. That's why you see the selflessness there as well that I've been noticing a lot of supports like to pick up recently, because you can very reliably get to level 20, you can very reliably get to full build, so these starter upgrades for supports aren't actually the worst thing in the world when you're not sacking lane per se, but you trust your Medusa to clear wave and you're just going to go try to rotate elsewhere. Keep your Opwash safe from that Bastet that's diving. And beyond that, the other thing that I find interesting, over in solo lane, the Axe versus Bluestone start between the Mordred and the Osiris. I feel like Osiris is one of the characters that can use the Warrior's Axe just because we're so reliant on being tanky. And we can use that true damage to try to box into the Mordred. But well and true, I really do feel that Mordred can just out-damage an Osiris. Ramakami should just be able to bully this guy, because you could just rush something like a Glad Shield or a Prophetic Cloak. But with that Axe start there too, I'm kind of leaning towards potentially a Barbed Carver start for our Mordred, just so that we can abuse a lot of damage, get a bunch of ticks off. I mean, you're spamming abilities, so it's not a bad item to start with at all, but it does mean that you don't start with Health Chalice. So your first back, you really need to make sure that you get that chalice right away.
What I find interesting is the relic disparity in terms of which options these backliners have decided to go. You see the Aegis being rocked by a lot of them, that Bastet, as well as that Opwash, which is a bit of a risky endeavor, considering the fact that I'm staring down at Anubis, a Cerberus, a Hou Yi. There's a lot of things that can stun you in place, but I guess just that Bastet has enough threat in those claws that you really want to make sure that you can't sink him into you.
So, and this might be a little bit of a hot take, but I really do value the Aegis over beads at this point, even into a lot of like potentially CC heavy comps, especially because if you're Moswell playing this Opwash, more than likely you're looking at that Talisman of Purification in the second item slot anyways, right? Because it gives you like 20 cooldown, some stats, and then that giant AoE Purification is just very good for an immobile character like the Opwash to be able to, you know, pick up and, you know, put out there for the team. But also, it feels like the CC that Hydrogen Bomb have available, like, what do you got, Kerberos? As, like, the big bombastic CD? Otherwise, you can, like, dodge a wrap. You can eat a wrap if you're not Plash. Because if you're able to, like, Aegis immediately out of it, or Aegis just before it happens, it's just as good as a Beads. Because what are you doing? You're just avoiding the damage that the CC would have done to you anyways, right? So for a character like Aplash, I really do like it. For the Bastet too, she's got the jump in, jump out. As long as she's able to avoid getting scooped up by a Mordred ultimate, she's pretty lithe and should be able to avoid that type of damage. So I'm pretty confident in Sunprod in having this Aegis as well.
It also makes sense for Moswell in the sense that Geb can kind of be a walking pair of beads when you need it to be, but also that talisman. I'm glad you made that shout.
Yeah.
Benny Q on this Opwash pick also rocked that talisman to amazing success. So Moswell learning from their forebearers, but also having taken them down, consumes the soul of Benny Q and their knowledge. Both junglers present on the right side. Sunprod decides to go in, forces out the shield there from Layers. No hard CC from the Bastet does make that 1v1 a bit more difficult, but they still got the poke advantage as they step up to the rocks.
Bastet is just such an annoying character to play against. She can leap in, she can leap out. Oh, check out Kaidan, though.
Anubis wraps in. Locust Breath out. See the double dash come through. Undead Surge going to be left, right pass. Sunprod and
Level
Snatty
5.
working to take down Layers. Empty the crypts. Not going to be of too much assistance as the rest of the team just satisfies themselves with that. Snatty, Lord of Afterlife on out, but sent to the Afterlife themselves. Mosswall takes down Sunprod, and the bees forced out by Pursue the Weak. Now, Ramakami can try to slow down Kaidan for the rest of the team to catch back on up, but Opwash a bit too slow to the punch. A 1 for 2 in favor of Single Bind.
I almost like it more, yeah, in favor of single bind, but also because Moswell was able to steal that blue buff on the tail end of that. So the invade, the whole reason why you want Prio over those rocks is control over that side of the map. Not only that, single bind get away with it. And what a messy fight, too. Like, we just got done talking about how Sunprod on this Bastet can be very pokey, and we see it happen in real time. We get a bunch of damage through as an ult comes through from Hydrogen.
Yuck. That was a great paralyzing spit stun. Forces the Geb to take nearly all the Suns. I don't think Petrify came out quite in time. Or maybe it did, but just... Oh, Dunk doesn't even have it. Never mind. And instead burned the Aegis away. But they are able to escape one relic down. Hydrogen as well as Baby Gup getting aggressive, forcing off both duo relics.
And you can see that both the support and the ADC for Hydrogen Bomb hit level 5 before single bind. Like, we knew that was going to happen too because their clear is just that much better. It's unfortunate for them that they're not able to quite make a big escape with that. Yeah, it's terrifying. I mean, remember that Aegis was down by that Fire Giant pit, so it was a good opportunity for Kaidan, but not quite there. But now that Hydrogen Bomb are going to kind of equalize with Aurora and Dota Dug in terms of leveling, I feel like maybe the lane has lost a little bit of its volatility in terms of how quickly people can die. Medusa threatens a lot of kill pressure. She can really easily take chunks off of your health bar, and the Geb is really good at, like you mentioned before with that Geb shield, protecting a health bar. So if you're Baby Gup and you're Hydrogen, if you're trying to play this poke game, if you're just trying to maybe chunk away at health bars, it's a little tougher than it was before when you were able to threaten that ultimate pressure over single bind. So now you're just kind of farming in your lane, you're chilling out, you're asking Sunprod, hey, any chance you can come over and pull an ultimate or 7, and maybe then we can make something happen here.
Great body block there from the Osiris. Steps in front of the Pursue the Weak to maybe get a chance at this kill. Snatty does have that ultimate in pocket, but it's a bit hard to hit it raw with a Mordred who's so mobile.
Look at that.
Snatty just decides to take it. Maybe bides their time for another chance. Good Spirit Flail damage as well. Osiris versus Mordred. Musi, I gotta imagine you're familiar with this solo lane matchup. What's that look like?
Very favoring Ramakami. Do you see how much damage he did to Osiris? Like, Osiris has to eat that ultimate, right? You can try to dodge it with your own ultimate, but like up down is like your big option there, and I feel like Mordred should be able to bank the turn to connect the ultimate anyways. But the real nefarious part of this Mordred character is the fact that their ultimate is going to be back up before Osiris's every single time, which is crazy. Osiris has a very low cooldown on his own ultimate.
Whoa, Cerberus ultimate. Nearly results in the end of Dota Dog. Coming around the backside, Sunprod will actually manage to finish off the kill. Geb able to leap on out. No, they have to instead take the ring on the Rosie. Sunprod's in trouble. A big pounce back to safety, but they're taking the tower. Forced to Aegis that. The Geb shield comes in clutch, but the Cat's still present. Good dive bomb in from Hydrogen, and they'll find Layers. for a nice, easy 2 kills. Donut dug in, layers will both fall. The dual lane from Bomb, hitting big.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier, D'Lo, where if you're babying up in your hydrogen, you have some of the tools to be able to kind of walk over, maybe start a fight, maybe get something going in your area, but your jungler is going to be the real tipping factor there, right? To be able to clean up the kill so you can finish that dive. I mean, Donut Dug was like 1 health at the back of the tower by all rights. They should have just been out of there, but it's the Sun Prod rotation that's able to clean that up. Not only clean it up, but when you have this Bastet that can jump in and jump out, like we talked about before, she's able to like go underneath the tower and then just jump away from the tower. Somebody else can take the prio on those tower shots so that Sunprod doesn't necessarily have to worry about tanking all that damage coming back from that. So it just makes her, like I said, very, very tricky to play against. And notably, I don't see any cripples from single binds composition, which means that when the Bastet jumps in, she'll always be able to leave unless we find some kind of stun. But I see Geb knock up and an Opwash stun maybe that never hits because like Bastet doesn't have an ability heal. She just has lifesteal attached to her kit.
Yeah, the moment the Cataclysm starts to charge up, you know that Bastet is hitting that pounce right on out. Same with the Petrifying Gauge from Donut Dug. There are stuns, sure, but they're certainly not on demand. And that's going to be an issue. 8 minutes in, 3-2. In favor of Hydrogen Bomb so far. About a 1,500 gold lead their way as well. Big objectives on the mark, not quite just yet. Snatty and Ramakami duking it out. Lord of the Afterlife finds him in the bush, but it's still going to be trouble to eat through that Phantom Shell, and not anymore, though, as long as Sunprod is here to assist. Overall, across the map, Hydrogen Bomb find 2, since as well as that, Donut Dug had been taken down. Cerberus could be in trouble as well. They empty the crypts. Nearly empties the health bar, but Baronary still somehow alive.
Hydon's going to use Wrap to try to get away from layers, and it beads too.
What a great laser, and it actually will result in the From the Grave kill. Courtesy of the Anubis. Stands 10 toes down. Once again, deliver all the damage. Layers couldn't take it. And an amazing wrap was enough to stall for that much more time to give the Anubis the chance to finally equalize the board.
You know what's really cool about that? Sunprod had the opportunity to take the kill away from
I saw that.
Kaidan, but backed up so that Kaidan could get the kill, which is really smart. I like that a lot, because Kaidan's just a little bit behind Moswell at this point. So that kill gold, that experience from Beyond the Grave, should help the Anubis kind of keep up with Moswell, who is playing their signature, Opwash pick. And it's that kind of like subtle teamwork, those small decisions that can really make or break teams. Harkening back to that solo lane kill that we saw from Snatty, who just about have it, with or without Sunprod. It's interesting because Ramakami had their ult up the whole time. I can only assume that they didn't have the big Mordred ult, right? They didn't have Pursue the Weak, right? They were just sitting on that Heart Slash. So they didn't really want to let loose with that. They were more comfortable trying to play their abilities. But once Snatty connected with that Lord of the Afterlife and there's no healing available for Ramakami, that is one of the strongest parts of Mordred, right? The fact that we have this Barb Carver, our abilities heal us, we have a giant, ultimate that can heal, or the baby ultimate that can heal, that gets turned off, suddenly this Osiris becomes very, very hard to fight, especially now that they have Golden Blade as well.
Donut Dug's in a lot of trouble, has to lacerate away from the falling suns, which means the neutral farm will go the way of Hydrogen as well. And you know what? Let's go back to game 1, even though I shudder to even think about it. It's all up to Hydrogen. It was all up to Hydrogen. Hydrogen versus Mosswall. 2-0. This is a great start for the Hoi.
Got the Lernium Bow. Looks like you're going to be building that Avenging Blade too. I do like the Lernium Bow for Hoi, right? Because you can confirm all the damage. And because you're going Gilded Arrow, you know that you're going to be having crit somewhere in the build later. You can even get away with just like one Deathbringer and call it a day. I really wouldn't hate to see something along the lines of like Lernium Bow, Avenging Blade, Odysseus' Bow, and then Titan's Bane, Deathbringer, Combat Blink, call it a day, right? You just hold left click really hard. You get crits just enough to be able to get your damage through. Your Lernium Bow is going to be hitting really hard. You can't die because of Combat Blink, and the dive bomb from Hoi makes it very easy to position. You're always relevant in teamfights because of your ultimate. So I do like Hydrogen on this Hoi pick.
Oh, you don't like this dive in from the Bastet. If your name is Donut Dug, easy work there for Sunprod, but now they got to try to flee successfully. The marks applied, but a great pre-beat from the stun of the Hoi Yi. Sunprod, though, can turn tail. No longer having to worry about the shield. Maybe the stone one, though. Baby Gup around the back does finish off Layers, and a great stun. Knocks Geb out of the rollout. Wave your arms in the air like you just don't care. You certainly don't if you're Sunprod. One more kill makes for the spree.
Realistically, what is a Medusa supposed to do about that, right? One of the strongest parts of Medusa is the fact that she can take a lot of 1v1s because of Viper Shot Lacerate, and she is always able to get in there and do damage. The weakest part of Medusa is the fact that she can and will die. She can just die, right? And sometimes it costs you the first gold Fury of the game that goes to Hydrogen Bomb there. Like, she can't get away from a Bastet. What does she do? Okay, Bastet walks up. I'm gonna root you. Cool, I'm gonna dash away. Cool, I'm gonna dash after you. Now what? I'm gonna ult you. I don't care, right? So, and Sunprod is going this cooldown build of like Bladed Boomerang, Jotun's Revenge, so they kill the Medusa and then they're out of there. Their cooldowns are so short and their abilities are so broken. Like, it's disgusting. This Bastet kind of reigns free this game. The more that I look at it, I'm like, who keeps her in check? No one! This Bastet was like first pick, and I feel like we didn't address it at all with any of our picks.
The RDO's already been locked away. It's in the vault. Can't get out for more than one reason. She's been bad, all right? She's got to really think about what she's done.
Where we all roar. See the body blocks?
Baby Gup trying to step up to this Pyromancer steal potentially. It's released. Lair is going to be able to take it, though, for single bind. That was close, I'm not going to lie. On the left side, Donut Dug under some pressure once more. Being chased beneath their tier 1. The cat's out of the bag and into the tier 1, into the back line, and Donut Dug gobbled up once more.
Donut Dug used their ultimate, Donut Dug used their relic. Hydrogen had to use their ultimate as well, but you'll notice that, you know, Sunprod and Hydrogen are going to have their relics either available or coming up soon. Donut Dog is just... How do you like to say it? Donut Dog is in hell? Is that like...
Yeah, he's in hell.
He's in hell. Like, the Medusa doesn't get to play the game. There's nobody that can help her.
Oh, empty the crypts. A good response there to the predicted pressure from the Cerberus leaping on in, as well as that Hoi Yi. Might just be, once again, that classic tale. Moss Wall versus the world. But you're an awfully small Moss Wall to try to get it all done. You're going to maybe need the rotations from Remakami. But at the same time, they're not doing the best of their lane either, about a level behind. Thanks to that gold fairy, when you look across the board, 10-3 in favor of Hydrogen Bomb, 5k their way. Spirit Book predicted it, Musy. That game one went on so long that whoever took it might just take it all.
Yeah, the mentals that get exhausted after an achievement like that, it is soul-crushing. It's really impressive to me that Remakami is behind in this lane, but you can kind of look back and explain why it happened. Because there was a lot of pressure from Sunprod to help out Snatty, to kind of push the Osiris a little bit over the ledge when it came to laning phase, right? Those ganks really helped. Mordred's really good from ahead. Very, very good from ahead. Total dog from behind. Like, if the Mordred is not able to succeed in being the bully lane, he's the guy that gets bullied, right? It's like the chain of command, the food chain of bullies. There it is, where there's always a bigger fish. And right now, Snatty's big and bloated off a kibble because the Bastet came over and said, "Here are some oats, brother. Eat and be full and well." Remakami's like, "May I have some oats?" And Snatty's like, "No, the Bastet favors me, brother." "No, brother. You don't understand." Like, now Osiris is just ahead, right? Nemean, Prophetic, Golden Blade, unkillable. Even if Remakami spams abilities, it feels like the window's kind of passed a bit here. Because Snatty's able to live through the bully potential of this Mordred, and kind of limits the Mordred to being in their lane. Now Remakami can't rotate out, can't find value, and we're really late. Like, if we wanted a Prophetic Cloak, it's really late here for Remakami, so we're probably not going it. It's Draconic Skills instead, which is good considering all the ticks that Hydrogen Bomb have, but if you're not building Prophetic Cloak on your tanks, I really feel like it's just a feels bad moment.
Good stun there on top of Sunprod. Just on a good kill if that pounce didn't cover so much distance. Divine Judgment as well. We're really investing a lot for Bubkiss, honestly. Hydrogen Bomb, seeing those big rig tools down, can look towards this Naga. The Remakami is present and is enough to force them to reconsider. Good stun off the ricochet. Snatty can start to unleash with the sickles. The Suns block them perfectly. And that Phantom Shell, they're body blocking the ultimate as well, but they're buying time. Single bind have arrived, but Remakami's already dead. Lord of the Afterlife to retreat from Snatty. An amazing kill from Hydrogen Bomb. An amazing ult from Hydrogen.
That was one of the best Smite 2 Ho Yi ults I have seen in my life. Oh my days. That was ridiculous. Catching the Mordred in there. He was smushed. I thought for a second he was bugged. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I saw like a falling animation and I was like, oh, not again. That was crazy. Even with the shell, like the only way that Remakami avoids that is if we like pre-shell a Hou-Yi ult, which first of all, when are you ever pre-shelling a in the year 2026, that's not happening.
The word pre-shell is a new word.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can't even find that in the dictionary. It hasn't come out yet. It's actually something entirely different that scientists haven't even figured out the ramifications for. So write that down. Absolutely ridiculous play there from Hydrogen. Which, you know, what is the Hou-Yi doing here? You know, rotating over for that Moonlight Queen Naga. It's just all around. It was a really good play. Hydrogen Bomber just in control of the game right now. I love it. And the single bind team, I look at their comp and you're like, okay, who scales? Our Pwash, our Nemesis, our Medusa, so our damage carries, they are scaling and it is good. But like, again, we haven't really answered the question, how are you dealing with a Bastet? How are you have answers to Anubis. You can jump on this Anubis guy and beat the brakes off of him, but then Bastet just jumps your backliners and kills them instantly. Okay, Hydrogen's going insane. You're gonna have to acknowledge that at some point. You have to look at one or the other. And the whole time this is happening, Hydrogen Bomb is just going to go, hey, I'm going to sit behind your tier 1 tower.
Oh, no, Mosswall! Poor sucker just gets absolutely bang bopped by a great ricochet stun from the backline. Hydrogen works around the back and finishes the job. Tier 1, Death Ball. 19 minutes in. If Mentals weren't damaged before, they certainly are starting to take a tailspin now, as well as that gold divot. Look at that, 7K the way of Hydrogen Bomb. They're looking towards FG.
Hydrogen's got Titan's Bane and the Avenging Blade online at this point. All the Shred of the World. Anubis has got Shred, like, in their kit. So, Hydrogen Bomb can pick this up and burn it, but it's really a fight that they want.
We'll see if they're going to get it. Blink on forward from the Cerberus. Finds a double on the Stygian Torment. Mordred does enter the back line, but Sunprod, you go in, Mordred. That's okay. I'll eviscerate the back. Hydrogen takes down Remakami right after. No members lost. Only gained. Hydrogen Bomb get fire for all 5.
Not gonna hold you, D'Lo. I don't think this game's gonna be an hour long. That's the vibe that I'm getting right now. I mean, you had Kerberos find the world's biggest ultimate, and you called it at the beginning of the game. You said it. Where are their beads? And we're like, well, we know Talisman of Purification is going to go to the stopwatch. Might as well have it. Oh, okay. I can't help but notice it's not on cooldown. Right? Like, we didn't pop
that's
that.
A fair point.
For the Kerberos ultimate. The Geb shield didn't come out to try to save anybody. In fact, the Geb got ulted by the Kerberos, so you're just like one person down. Oh, we're trying to pull gold, by the way. This is gutsy.
I don't know about that one. Great ricochet does solid damage to the Mosswall already. That's going to mean Hydrogen Bomb can take it on from here. The Suns block them away as well. Going in for even further. Can the Geb finish the job with their fisticuffs alone? Maybe, but no. Hydrogen takes it instead. Kaidon will take their life as well, and Mike Typhon's on the field.
Oh, Lord, he coming. He's so big. Because Kaidon is just unanswered. Legitimately... What are you supposed to do? Who is that up there fight? Someone's dead. Donut Doug's dead again. Right.
He's in hell. Oh, hold on. Snatty could be joining him, though, shortly. Dagger in pocket for Sunprod. I'm not convinced they're dead. That is trouble on the back end. The Sickle Strike nearly finishes the job. Sunprod wants to do it, but the Ensnaring Claw is off the mark. A long pounce right back. Sunprod safe. So is Lairs.
Aurora may not be. Forced to use Cataclysm, Screeching Gargoyle, Baby Cup, and Hydro. Walk away from it.
Not too shabby of a defense, honestly, from just the Geb alone. Buys time for the rest of the team to back them up. And keeps that left side bird safe for now. For now, being the operative term.
For now.
This is looking pretty scary, I'm not going to lie to you. So, single bind, you don't have an answer for the Bastet character. Who do we kill instead?
who can you kill? Snatty seems nigh unkillable, just running it down against Remakami.
Judgment Tether's equipped. No stun will be found. They split the difference pretty well. Maybe Cup's got it back on off to take down this tier 2 first. And now that mid-bird's exposed as well. Hydrogen Bomb. Drop down the Suns. Those are the real bombs. Same with the laser. Right. Kaidan obliterates Aurora once more. And now we can look towards that Phoenix.
Sunprod and Snatty still have their ultimates. No bombs to burn down this Phoenix. But hey, if you could just get kills, I don't even think it matters too much. I mean, I'm pretty sure
Moswell, no!
Down.
This is trouble for the Opwash. They got to back off and drop down the Crips. Remakami found an ultimate to stall their retreat, but it does not matter. It's Snatty taking down Moswell. Remakami, the front line, is dead. I don't think this game's going to be an hour long, Musi. I think it's ending right about now. A divide for Sun Prodigy, and the Titan might just be next up for the Kitty Chow block. We'll find out, though, as Aurora respawns in and Lair takes down Snatty. An amazing seismic shockwave, but is that enough? Absolutely not. As long as Sun Prod stands firm, Hydrogen Bomb can blow up the spot. Single bind are swept away. Let me tell you a ghost story.
I just saw a murder, right? So a ghost story sounds appropriate. For Single Bind, I think that was a horror film that we just saw. I don't know if you know this. There's a Bastet behind you, right? The newest killer added to Smite 2. It's Bastet and Ghostflow. What is happening over there?
Dude, I'm just trying to figure out the lighting here. Listen, when we started,
like
it was bright. When we started, it was beam me up, Scotty. Get me out of here. That's all I imagine.
One Kenobi, you're my only hope.
Donut Doug had no hope, dude. That poor Medusa just
it was
taken out again and again and again. It was truly brutal to watch that transpire. But at the end of the day, that's what happens when you let a Bastet go second round in when the picks are not as solid.
We just didn't have the answer. I can't believe Bastet got through to begin with. Very legitimately, I'm not sure how you can look at that character and look at what she does and go, yeah, we can play around that and we can make something work, unless you have some crazy lockdown. If you have the Ardio available, if you have a Cabrakan available, which I'm pretty sure, no, it was Single Bind that banned away the Cabrakan so that they could play the Mordred. But then that opens up the gates for the Bastet, right? Because Cabrakan's really good at the Bastet because you got the stun lockdown, you have a cripple, which you need to deal with the pounce from Bastet. It's just not there, right? And what's crazy is that Sunprod, as much as they ran the game, was not the only person driving a car on this freeway. Hydrogen was pressing buttons like I've never seen somebody press buttons before in a video game. We're talking suns that are falling down from the stratosphere and landing with pinpoint precision like Ho Yi in real life. And a Medusa that is Medusa. Like, you're dead. There's no mobility on this Single Bind team except for like layers and hold my hand. It just, you lost. I don't know. That was insane. That was insane.
First seed takes the first place prizing. What would that be? It's going to be that 5K their way for that June circuit. They certainly deserved it. They were dominant across the board, took that crown, ripped it off the corpse of Hostile Takeover, the former champions, as well as Single Bind, who had taken it off of them as well last time around. So overall, credit to them. They certainly deserved it.
Yeah. Well earned. If they've been playing like that the whole way through, 100% get that money. Also, get yourself that little badge action. You haven't gotten one of these already. Woo-wee. Very nice. But more than that, D'Lo, have a little title to go with that badge. You got to flex in every possible way. Diamonds on my wrist. Diamonds on my neck. Chain so heavy, I'm pinned to the floor in this Smite Prime bling. That's how we're repping it.
No doubt, no doubt. Type shift. Now we're going to shift on over to the bracket here to take a look at what we got going on here. How we got to this point. How we have been here for like 10 hours. Holy. But it's been a series of pretty gosh darn solid games, I will say. You clearly have these top 3 teams you got to contend with. Hydrogen Bomb. Someone's got to figure out the answer for them. Once Hydrogen rotated off from Hostile Takeover, it feels like the takeover from is not that hostile. It's actually quite passive. They unfortunately fell to Single Bind in that loser's bracket, though it was a close series. I'm very curious to see what they bring to the next bracket, because I'm sure with the team having happened on it, they've got some plans in the wings.
I'm pretty excited to see what the Happen gamers are up to, and I really do feel like Single Bind is so close. It's just a small amount of inconsistency, but I can't even blame him for that game too. I can't do it, D'Lo. I can't blame him at all for that game too, because that game one was brutal, like trench warfare. Right about
World
it in
War
history
One.
books. No longer legal brutal. Like that was ridiculous. Hopefully in the future, Summer Bash, goes a little smoother.
Yeah, we'll be there tomorrow. You and me in the trenches
You and
once
me.
more. But for some joust action, NA tournament for a $525 grand prize. It's going to be a good time, as well as NA Conquest. If you're looking for more of the same action you just got here today, July 11th, 2K their way. We'll see who ends up taking home that meaty prize.
We even got some more happening, right? Because we've got something coming up on the 18th. That's going to be the EU Conquest for that $2,000 prize, D'Lo. And backing that up, or rather the back-to-back, it's going to be another Joust on July 25th for 525 big ones.
Again, we're talking about how many Chipotle burrito bowls it is. About 50. EU Joust as well. August 1st. So you get more of that action too. God knows we'll probably be there, Musey. We love us some Joust.
Yeah, I'm really feeling good about this Joust gaming. Bright and early tomorrow morning. I'm excited for that for us, D'Lo. I mean, just a taste of what's to come. Much like the burrito bowls that we use to factor our math for prizing. Have you figured out how many burrito bowls are for the conquest prizing? You did that bit of napkin math?
Well, depends on if you go double meat, Musey. Depends if you go double meat, because in that case, about maybe 480 their way. But if not, 500.
No guac.
A lot of protein. That too. Well, if you get no meat, then the guac comes free. So it all depends on those small minutia.
That's ball.
But all the details, they've all fallen to the wayside. The end result remains the same. Hydrogen bomb. They came, they saw, they conquered.
Yes. Conquer is a good word for it. It was a bloodbath. But more than anything, it was entertaining. And I think that is a lot of what we look for out there in the fans. It's what I look for here in the booth. So thank you for that. What a baller last game to show up for.
Thank God it was great. Yeah, you really just cruised in with like a smile like, hey guys, I'm here to save the day. 20-minute banger. I hate you, dude. Let's get out of here. I've been D'Lo. This sucker right here has been Musey. Bring back Buck. This chump is the worst. Watch. We've had Solstice.
Tired of this Musey guy.
Tess, your almighty eyes in the sky. Jithens, behind the curtain. Please thank our production for all they do. We could not yell at games without them. Morty also stepped in as well as a caster, and for that last game also as prod, so please make sure to give your accolades to the big man himself. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. I hope you enjoyed these series just as much as we have. Please enjoy them. We're going to catch you all guys tomorrow. Once again, 12 o'clock NA Joust. Me and Musey will be here in the booth waiting for you. Until next time, though, guys, good games and good night.